distracted. Sometimes the distractions, you know what I mean? You're gonna spend your whole day ranting about H&M and a monkey on the top. Is that what you're gonna do?
No, I heard that still. Or
Instead.
Steamboat turned into a cat.
Yeah, like, you know. You like that one, didn't it?
I like that one.
Yeah, I did hear. I heard Steamboat turned into a cat, man.
I heard that as well, but I don't know about that.
People be turning into things out here, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. People be turning into stuff, man.
Boy, you will know more than me, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, from what I've heard.
What's the future for REDPILL Trill? What's the vision? What are you trying to achieve out here?
Progression, man. Just growth and progression. You know, an avenue to express myself. If I can create some form of legacy, even though we're aware of the system and its many trappings, we still understand that, you know, finances are needed. Like, it's a kind of juxtaposition we find ourselves in, where we want liberation, and my belief is, in order for us to be liberated, we have to escape this whole system, financially, spiritually, physically. We have to depart from the system and separate ourselves, but at the same time, we're in the system right now and we need to get some cheddar. So that being said, I wouldn't mind making a couple coins. Do you know what I'm trying to say? The future for me is building in any way that's viable and progressive for me, innit? So that's what we on, man.
No one wants to be a broke freedom fighter, bro.
Nah. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like, even the term freedom fighter is very cliche. I hate terms like that. But I will fight for my freedom, and I'll fight for yours as well. Do you know what I mean? But I think a lot of these terms are being bandied around.
Like
activists and that. You're an actor. There's a lot of activists and that. Talking about active. Oh,
see what you did there.
Yeah, I mean, but big up everyone that's out there on a journey to try and, you know, affect their environment, man. I respect that. I respect that energy and the ethos behind that, wanting to be involved and see things change. I respect that, but I do think there's a lot of gimmicky stuff that goes down, you know. Some could even accuse me of being part of some gimmicky stuff, but, you know, it is what it is.
But you can clear it up. You're not the one.
I suppose, in a way, if in hindsight, I would say that some things are kind of gimmicky or were kind of gimmicky, but wasn't intentionally to be like that. I'm just a good-hearted brother that likes to get involved in things that make a difference, right? But, you know, some people like theatrics and lights and cameras, and do you know what I mean? Like a puppy show, they call it, isn't it? Like, people like the puppy show. Like, I like the work and the actual change.
So when you say hindsight, well, give us an example of gimmicky things.
All right, for instance, like when we was doing Guiding a New Generation Gang, we did some things that I would say they created a buzz that will get us some attention in order to put our message forward. And when I look back on it, I could say that could be seen as a gimmick by some people. I've been told, you know, you lot did that, but what was the point of that? For instance,
are you talking about when we went to the States?
That could be one thing. Yeah, we could start there. That could be one thing.
You know what? I'm gonna talk about that. I like seeing that, to be fair, when I first saw it, but I didn't see the follow up from it.
Right.
Maybe there was,
yeah,
but I didn't see it campaigned in the same way.
Right.
Follow up.
I think for me personally, when it came to going to the estates and going to different communities, like that was my idea, innit? And that's something I felt like was just like, you know, spontaneous, like something we should be doing. Yeah. After we went to North,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
100%.
After we went to North, East, and South and West, then it was like, oh yeah, come to Croydon. Oh, come to oh yeah, come. And then I was like, yo, that this is getting reactionary. This is getting. I saw it now. I'm like, okay, this is not it's not a long-term strategy. It was a reaction to the pain that was being felt in the communities, and to some degree, we also reacting to what the media was saying was going on. Do you know what I mean? So when the media is pushing out the narrative that all the little black boys are killing themselves or killing each other, the community had an outcry, and then we came to answer that, which is kind of reactionary. Now, some of the things that we was doing, like I tell you what, here's why some people might say it was gimmicky. a guy was killed in East London, right? We just happened to be protesting. We just happened to be doing our walk, the G walk in East London. And we happened to be very close to the scene where the boy died and they was holding a memorial. So we're there with hundreds of people. We got big up Uncle Niles and them. They were banging their djembes and boom, 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 boom. We got man on the speakerphone. Whose streets? Our streets. And then we bust this corner and we've got to this memorial place and we've rolled up and we're like, whoop, yeah, people, rise up the people and all that. And then they're like, yo, what the fuck? What the F you doing? Like, what, like, my little brother's just died here. You lot got camera and you lot think that this is some puppy show? And it really weren't that. But I had to like humble myself and see it from the family's perspective and be like, yo, this is a bit of a spectacle. We didn't mean it like that. We got good intentions, but it's come across a bit like a spectacle. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So for them, they might be like, yeah, them gang man, them man on some gimmick because they're just rolling around and while we're out here dying, they're just rolling around like with speakerphones and just banging drums and telling the people to come out and let's have a convo. So I can understand that, big cameraman there. So that made me want to change our strategy. Like, yo, okay, we got to be more perceptive of how things is running. And so, yeah, like that's one way I could say on hindsight, maybe we could have had slightly different tailored approaches for different circumstances. But when the people want to ride out and they want to show their support and they want to outpour what's in their hearts, it's hard to stop it. Do you know what I mean?
Who's running gang? Was you the leader of gang? Was you one of the leaders?
Well, from my perspective, I
on paper, who would be the CEO?
Nobody. My perspective was no heads to a circle. This is the ethos I brought to gang. There's no head to a circle, so you will never see, or how I would have liked it to be would have been a circle of leaders where everybody had the same level of powers and vocality, and we sat down and decided things together, and did a group decision. Because one thing I know about looking at organizations from the past, a leader gets put forward and gets put onto a pedestal, and then you put the leader on the pedestal and he's up there, and then you put the rope around his neck and you kick the pedestal and he's swinging like. And I ain't Malcolm X, I ain't Martin Luther King, I ain't none of these people that have gone before. I am not a martyr for no foolishness. I'm not gonna be scapegoated. And I'm not here to say, yeah, look at me, I'm a leader. Naturally, people gravitate towards people that are assertive and are willing to take the risk and make decisions. Like we know within our circle, we know like, well, if Jed says we're on it, we're going to be on it. But when we go out there, Hundreds Eyes is my boss. Local's my boss. You lot are my boss and I'm your boss and we're bosses. Do you know what I mean? It's not, that's how I always envisioned it. However, I feel like due to some of the recruitment process and whatever, we did end up with some people that were just like more comfortable with following. Do you know what I mean? Which meant that those that were more comfortable in leading, maybe they had practice or accidentally they just came across as leaders. They kind of just ended up being slightly elevated in terms of doing most of the speaking or most of the kind of, decision making. Well, I would say gang at its heart was a leaderless collective. However, some people really wanted to lead.
So is that where the term G circle comes from then?
Yes. Yeah.
I like
that. Yeah.
I've seen you like at Speaker's Corner in the circle and everyone's saying their piece.
Yeah.
That's
See,
dope, man.
that's how it's supposed to be. So I might be in the middle moderating and facilitating it, which may make me look like a leader, or not. A next brother might be doing the same thing, which makes him seem like a leader, or he may speak like he's a leader, but if you ask us, then I think most of us will be on there's no leader.
You see what? Sometimes though, many are called but few are chosen, bro.
Yeah, I hear that. I respect that.
If you're meant to be a leader, you're meant to be a leader.
I hear where you're coming from still.
Sometimes, like maybe you just don't want to be that leader, but maybe stepping up is definitely needed.
One thing I would say is one thing we don't do is I feel like we don't study history in the correct way. No. Right? And history tells us that we've done this leader thing, and from my analysis of society, our shortcoming is that us as individuals, as supreme beings, as sovereigns, kings and queens of our own empires, we've been defrauded, and we've been trained into giving away our power to a third party. We've been trained into looking for a leader. We've been trained into looking for a messiah from the midst of us rather than from within us. And I think I'm not keen to perpetuate that anymore. So I don't believe in a leadership like that. I believe I'm from a village. You're from a village. You're from a village. You're from a village, right? And in the village, we may appoint a chief, but anytime we could take the chief out. You understand? The leader thing, I think, is a Western kind of thing that we've adopted. Where how are you not the leader? What do you mean you're not the? What do you mean you're being led to your own to freedom? You're not going to lead yourself to freedom. Walk next to me, my brother. Don't walk behind me. Walk next to me, man. You get me? Because I might need you. You might need me. Honestly, the leadership thing has got us in this political system that we're in now, where we're voting for change. Oh, yeah, this is the next person. Vote for this person. Well, I've seen it happen for how long? How many times are you going to vote? How many times are you going to look for someone to lead you?
Well, see, like you said, we all come up from a village. And the chief got appointed by the people.
Right.
It needs to be like this as well here.
Right.
No one's going to pick someone that got a bad character reference.
If I'm honest with you, probably from chiefdom, things started going wrong.
Yeah.
If I'm honest with you. So even though it may be a slight template, if I'm honest with you, once we came away from honoring ourselves and leading ourselves, I think it would have been a downhill full decline in terms of sovereignty. This is what's key. This is actually what's key out here. Yeah, being autonomous and being yourself and ruling yourself, and that's on a lawful level, on an international level. We can see that this is actually how the world is being deconstructed by the pyramid system. Yeah, and if you don't see yourself as the capstone and the foundation, then you're in someone else's building somewhere. Do you understand? So I strongly believe that people call me an anarchist. I strongly believe that every individual has the right to govern themselves, and until we do that, looking for leaders is pointless, because the way the system's sewn up, I'm suspicious of everybody that rises up as a leader anyway.
No, you're gonna get into that one, yeah.
I do. Let's do it. Hey.
So, all right, hear my
Are you? So you're not so religious. Are you spiritual?
Yeah, let's do the cliche. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. I mean,
so does it intertwine?
I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness.
Okay.
And then that got abandoned, and now I'm just like, yeah, I like it when everyone says that they're spiritual, but I have to understand what people are meaning, because there's, I feel like the people that are in power, the governments, they're very spiritual.
What spirits?
Do you know what I mean? But what spirits we dealing with, and what does it even mean? That if you're burning sage and doing tarot cards and whatever, and you think you're spirit, that's great. But like that's not for me. I'm not that type of spiritual. My spirituality comes with no icons, no symbols, no labels. It's probably not even something that you can put into words. The minute you put words to it, you've corrupted it. So yeah.
I feel that.
I'm soaking everything in. No, right, you're giving me a different perception, bro.
Right.
It's good. I need to hear it, bro.
All right, respect, brother. Respect.
Now, big at yourself, my JT. But we jump forward to the gang thing too.
Yeah.
We didn't finish with the music.
Oh yeah, go back to music. That's cool.
Do you produce your own stuff?
No.
Do you master your own stuff?
No.
Okay, cool. No problem.
Todd's be mixing though. Todd's be mixing. He's gonna be producing soon, I reckon.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can executive produce, definitely. I'll stand next to you and tell you what I want to hear, 100%. And I'll be like, when we're mixing the levels, I'll definitely say, the bass, the this, that. I'm definitely specific on what I want to hear.
Your good is.
But the know-how and all that, like, that's not me. I just want to create. I'm not there yet. I've got 100 things on my hands, and I'm not trying to get bogged down in that too.
Did Todd's master mix Vaccine?
He put his hand to it, and then we gave it to somebody else still, and then they touched it. What do you think about the mix of that?
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah?
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
I said all right,
It's all right.
Violation.
No, it's not even a violation, bro.
Nah. I hear you still.
It's a Triller.
Yeah. No. But you know what? Yeah, like differently. You could maybe give me some pointers and tell me what you think. Like tell me where you think. Like
maybe a bit more reverb.
Okay.
Big spliff on that. Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa, yeah. We had so many different versions of that. Yeah. That was nearly gone. That it's weird. Yeah, that was. Yeah, they nearly took that bit out of the song. That bit, we would have lost that, man. Yeah. We nearly, We nearly lost that bit. The whoa bit.
That bit grabs a lot of people.
Right. Exactly.
No, I think your singing grabs a lot of people at the background.
Hey, who's singing?
Yeah, you singing, my brother.
Who's singing, man?
I heard you headphones, crystal. That's good, though. I didn't know you sing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I carry a note, and you know, like it's all the same thing. It's just expression. We've been harmonizing and bringing melody into our music from time began, so it's nothing new. I'm not putting no flags down or doing nothing different. A lot of people from the deep rappers and whatever, or the trill, the trapping guys and the drill guys, they all put melody in music. It's supposed to be. You get me? It's supposed to be.
Who's involved in the brand Red Trill Pill? Is it just you, or is it a team?
I got a big family. Big up the whole Trill squad. I got a big family, and I think what they do is they energize me with confidence to say that, yo, what I'm doing out here has got some kind of significance or whatever. Because like as an artist, I still need to see how people react to my art. That's part of why I made it. I want to see how you felt it. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of supporting Red Pill Trill, I get a lot of like behind the scenes kind of, you know, pats on the back and high fives and encouragement, like, yo, boom, yeah, wagwan, boom, I'm loving it. I've got a good little fan base that's building, and they're definitely part of Red Pill Trill. But in terms of like as a business or anything like that, is basically just me. You know what I mean? It's just me.
Whoa,
that's good though. You need the backing behind you.
Yeah.
Pats on the back and that.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you're like, oh man.
Being a artist is kind of hard though.
It's
just you. Yeah, because really, man, just want to create.
Yeah.
Like, but you gotta sit down or upload. You gotta
let's put out the advert now. If you want to be down, if you like what I'm saying, you like my vibe or whatever, or you just know me and you want to be down and you want to support me in that way, some kind of managerial. Because I had a manager, she was all right.
What?
let me not say, but cocaine's a hell of a drug, man. Hear me?
Mad.
Wee!
Where is it?
Mad. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, if you want to support in that way, if you think, yeah, you know what, I could do some stuff for him, or I could boom, or let's have a sit down and let's have a conversation. I'm open to that because I know like that would help me get to the. If I had that kind of network behind me, I'd probably be like a few steps more up the ladder in terms of exposure and being able to grow the brand and, you know, put my.
What type of man are you? Are you the type of man that wants to control everything he's doing?
No, hell no.
Or you don't mind people just?
I'm doing it because no one else ain't gonna do it. I'm living it and holding the camera. I'd rather just live it and you could film me. Like it would free me up a lot. And when I did have people doing certain roles like that, I grew. And it was and I think it's a self-esteem thing because you're like, yo, people care enough to be like, yo, I'm here with you, helping you because I believe in you. And that you know, appreciation helps you grow and makes you like, oh, you know what? I got a team, I got people I'm rolling up with my manager, and so that's a good look.
You're not doing it for yourself now.
Right. So I'm a good team player, and even if I am the face behind the brand, I'm not in a hurry to try. I'm not a glory seeker like that. Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I'm the man. Yeah, I did it all myself. I'd rather say the opposite. Like, yo, I owe it all to them. I'd rather be able to do that. But life has shown me to stand on your own 2 feet and make stuff happen. This is what growing up in Peckham with the background. This just grab it, just take it and just make it happen. And then maybe someone might see you and be like, "Raw, yeah, sick. I'm gonna jump on." Maybe I got a kind of personality that people feel like he's got it on smash, he's got it on lock. Don't worry, he doesn't need nothing. I think my baby mother once told me that I was too good at making broke look.
What?
And I had to pre it and be like, Rod, you know what? You're right. You make your broke look rich, so no one wants to give you money, like metaphorically. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Okay. So, you know, even if I'm struggling, it may come across like I got my ish together. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I probably need assistance. One of the sisters in one of my group chats the other day put a list of things of, what do you find it most hardest to do? Cut a long story short, in one of them was ask for help. And I think I'm that kind of person. It's not like I'm struggling to ask for help. It just doesn't come to my mind.
That's crazy you said that, because you're right, bro.
It's
like,
true.
I didn't think about it. You spoke look good. But when you see someone that's struggling,
yeah,
I want to help them.
Yeah. Right.
Oh,
right. You get me? But if you don't look like you need help and people are not mind readers,
they're not gonna do that.
Yeah, it's like 100 eyes is good, man. You know, what? You got it set up.
If you know,
you know what I'm trying to say. So I that's our superpower, though, isn't it? This is us as a people. This is what we do. Do you know what I mean? But I think,
so we just got a little brass in videos now. Just we got a little
real rap for change. You get me? But yeah, man. Like, look, like, I definitely want to like take this opportunity to just put this little advert out there. If you want to get involved, I'm a cool guy. Don't listen to what people say about me. I'm a really nice, friendly guy. If you want to get involved with what I'm doing, or you feel like you got some links for me, hit me up, man. REDPILLTRILL, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. Just hit me up, man. I'll reach, like, you know, we're all down to earth and we're all normal. So yeah, man. I could do with assistance, but I'm doing all right.
Powers. Yo, you hear that? Yeah, hit him up, man. At REDPILLTRILL.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up
yourself, my GT. Trilluminated.
EP.
It dropped a month ago, right? Coming up to 2 months.
Yeah.
Hard. What was the message behind that?
Thank you. If I'm honest with you, yeah, all them tunes are like 6 years old, 5 years old. Okay. I'm just clearing up my backlog.
You uploaded another old mixtape recently as well.
Bulletproof Wings.
Bulletproof Wings.
Yeah, and there's like 5-6 tracks that I couldn't upload because of copyright, because it was mixtapes. I'm jumping on people's beats and that. But yeah, Bulletproof Wings, that's something I put out. Your camera. That's something that I put out 2012, I think. Do you know what I mean? Who had like Femfell, Face Squeeze, Sarose, Randy Valentine, Stormzy, productions by J5, JOAT. So really, if I brought that out today, that would have been like, you understand what I'm saying to you? I tried to upload the Stormzy tune. To like Spotify, and they're not having it.
No,
they're like, basically I can't have his name in it. I can't write Stormzy. They're telling me to go to Stormzy and get a letter and say yes, so that Stormzy can say, yeah, me and Jedi, I'm giving him permission to release this track, and yeah, me and Jedi done this track, and yeah, he's my brethren. And I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. So that's how it is, man. That's how it is. Big up Stormzy as well.
I like Trilluminati though.
You like Trilluminati, yeah?
That,
yeah.
The lit video as well.
Thank you, man.
Made the video.
My brethren, Immortal Prodigy, do you know what I mean? John Stone, me and him collaborated. You know, I brought him the idea and he just made it happen. He's technically, he's so sick. And and that's a brother that, from the Trill squad, that's the brother that just helped me out of the kindness of his heart. Like, he's just like, yo, Jeds, I just want to do something for you, brother. Like,
you see your music's not like foundation level woke. Definitely not.
Yeah.
You have to be woke to understand it.
I hope. Well,
that's how I felt.
That's how you feel. Yeah. I mean,
I resonated straight away. I thought,
yeah.
Thinking about myself 10 years ago.
Yeah, you might have gone over your head. I hear you still. I mean, considering that the tune's nearly 10 years old, I take that. That's a credit. Do you know what I mean? Like, one thing I would say, like, to blow my own horn, pause the expression. Yeah. One thing I would say is that I'm definitely like a time traveler. Like, and this is what people are gonna understand. Yeah, like I said, all the music you listen to from that it's always old. Everything you hear from me was recorded a while ago. Apart from
even the beat.
Yeah. Oh. Apart from the project that me and Todd has got coming out, which is more recent, which we did last lockdown, which is still going to be old Venom and Carnage. When that comes out, that's the next thing.
When?
It's going to come out this year. We just finalizing the mixes and getting a package together. And yeah, but that's, man, me and Todd's chemistry on music and that, yeah, it's hard. I rate that brother. Yeah, that's my little big brother. And that, yeah, Todd's is hard. But everything apart from that, it's just like, it's very current now, but it was done time ago. But remember we talking about the automatic writing and that? This is what I'm downloading some stuff from the future and I'm bringing it to today. And then when you listen to it today, you might not grasp it. And then when you listen to it later, you're like, yo, when people hear the music that I did 6 years ago, they're like, did you just do that?
The climate's changed as well, though. There is more people that are
exactly. Everyone, yeah, exactly.
It's more relevant
exactly
now than it was 10 years
ago.
ago.
When I was making it and trying to get support for that, people was like, yeah, I like it, but no one don't want to hear this stuff. And it's been that from forever. Every time I've tried to push the art forward, I've always had people telling me that no one wants that or rare, or there's not been that clamor for it. And then when I turn around, some other young bucks doing it, and then everyone's rating them. Oh my God. Oh, Dave is so woke. Oh my God. This is. And I'm just like, I'm not going to big up Dave and I no disrespect, but I'm just not interested.
Yeah.
Strength, love, honor,
trust.
Is that an old song as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That was made in probably 2015.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Big up Ababio for that one.
Shout out Babio. Is he like in your team? Is he part of your Trillers?
Yeah, man. That's my brother.
Blood brother?
No.
Okay.
He's just doing his own thing, and he's not really like.
You got collabs with him as well.
Yeah, I got a lot of collabs with him.
Yeah,
I currently have to download some of the songs I made with him and take him off because he's not serious about being an artist. Like I forced him to do all these songs, and I'm because of how sick he is, and he's a rapper, singer, producer, CEO. He's the big man. He's like, them man they found J Hus, them man they found Notes, them man they found like so many different artists. He's a bad boy, but his head is not in music because he's heartbroken that no one don't care about real music no more. So he's just doing business now. You get me? So the system kind of got him in that way where he's just focused on the bag, and he's getting to that. But for me, I'm definitely about the artistry, and I believe in it. And I just wish that some of the homies believed in themselves and believed in what I was doing a little bit more, because I think I'd be a lot further. Yes. Do you know what I mean? So we're gonna wait to these industry plants. They're gonna come out with this woke stuff, and everyone's gonna latch onto that, and we're gonna be on the back burner. This is how they snatched our art from under our feet. It's how once they turned it from black music or rap or whatever to urban, we was already losing the grip of our art forms, right? And now we don't own nothing. So it's
Would you believe that I was odd? If I told you I looked in the mirror and hypnotized myself into perceiving I was God, your understanding of your own divinity got abused in church. Genesis 9:25. They tried to use the verse to tell you recur personification of the universe. What I'm attempting to encapsulate in this unique verse is you and I verse. Oh, we don't need new sneakers or the new FIFA. We need new leaders. And I don't mean Obama or the pastor, your mama, Sean Carter. I'm talking to you fathers more than marijuana farmers, getting bananas with your llamas. We was getting into dramas, disrespecting our partners. The kids are left in the darkness, and no one's left to lead the way. And they ain't sure who mum loves more, weave or rapes. As I blow a smoke ring, I sip my E&J. I wonder if we never lost pack where we be today. I know it hurts, but it's real. First they work in the kills, and these rappers spitting verses in the skirt of some ills. But all the real niggas get murdered and killed. I'm sending out a SOS, this is an urgent appeal. We need more focused soldiers, too many culture vultures. Witnesses with no credit, trying to culture over the revolution. Will not be televised, get off your damn sofa. Be more than a dank folder and study that sang code for his gully when man man knows the truth about his ancestors' legacy. Carried on his damn shoulder, identified him more with UBP than he can Sosa. But he's got his swam and couple man in a Land Rover with a plan for couple grands. That's a mad road, son. You be sitting in the can if the plan goes wrong. And it will, gonna set us up to fail. Getting in and out of cells that we can't get enough of jail. No peace in the streets, it's just another hell. But mum's heart still broke when they ain't give my brother bell. This ain't a stupid cartoon. They're shooting harpoons at us young tooting car moons. Look at our wounds, they will Malachi your cue to silence the truth. Mumia Abu Jamal, you for life figure views. Fluoride to calcify the third eye of the youth and leave them blind and confused. Smart lies in the news, dirty like the junkie in the park, lighting a spoon. Do you know the truth about the dark side of the moon? The sculptor, NASA and ask them who's Jack Parsons, stranger than John Carter versus Marvin the Black Martian.
You know, when a man's got a crater on the moon named after him, Alistair Crowley's brethren, you don't even know who that is. Go ask NASA. They'll be giving you stuff like Avatar and ET and all this rubbish. They ain't telling you what's really popping. You think you're in the know. Got your eyes wide shut.
We should run up in the Vatican, gas blasting, but you mango munching coons are too busy dancing and laughing, answer for chances and meager advances. An elitist and heartless system defeat is the harvest. It's like you sow with your soul, but what you're reaping is garbage. Most of you are brainwashed by television, so you switch your brains off while Jedi's spitting. Yeah, it's real, but your dying is still realer. I am 7, the red pill dealer, slanging reality raps about these alleys and flats, no fantasy fronting, trying to bring reality back. Fuck boys keep screaming about carrying straps and handling crap, but none of them can actually rap. Turn on the mixtape, all I hear is yappity yap. I'm getting cash in the trap. Blah blah, something about grabbing my gap. I'm more genocidal, anti-Nubian propaganda. From my mouth of the being perceived as a proper gangster, but I just see a proper wankster. And even though he sells, he's just the anchor. Smoke and mirrors, illusion for the camera. Look how many false prophets infiltrated since the Panthers. I hit the steam room and meditate on blocking chakras. Astral projected by repeating forgotten mantras. Quantum leaping to the past life, gasp for anger. No crabs in my bucket, but both my dogs are cancer. When I die, don't cry, let's smoke a box of ganja. Throw my CD on the stereo and drop some bangers. One last time, turn it high, let me speak to the masses. Listen to every song I wrote, but you sheesh in my ashes. Give my son my lyric book and let him read from a passage. I'm a believer in magic, and in every bar I cast a spell to free your minds from this darkened cell. Grant you bell, liberate your soul and break your art from jail. I know you feel your dogs are thrill, they're fugazi. So good sometimes it's hard to tell, but I can see the star trapped in the heart of a trap star. It's different from a star rapping about trapping but lacks heart. The world gets deceived by the media easy. Give us free is what I scream at the TV. Hieroglyphic subtitles when I dream it's with Ely. Feeling like the seed of a fiend. All I know is it's lessons that I'm yet to learn, tables that I'm yet to turn, bridges that I'm yet to burn, stripes that I'm yet to earn. Still on the battlefield, feeling like a veteran. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. Trilluminati.
Deliveroo presents The Arrival.
All right, family, I'm here now. I'm just sorting out one or two things. I'm here now. We started. Big up everyone. Hit that like button, man. Let me know the number of your like in the chat.
A greater economic base, and at the same time, we are putting pressure where it really hurts. I ask you to follow through here. Now let me say as I move to my
I've run through religions trying to find peace. Pirates living scenerism, digging, trying to find peace. Wicked little YGs. We could be one in a second if my clock you with your time.
Big up, Sash. Big up, Sash. What's good?
Big up, big up. Happy New Day. Happy New Day.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Sash. Sash 1.
Sash 1?
Yeah, is there a problem?
What's Sash 1? Why 1? Are you being racist?
Man? Stop. You're already thinking deep, right? Good.
Very good. I'm going to the dentist in 10 minutes. So I'm gonna be with you for my stroll to the dentist.
To hold a meds is a flame of my herbs. Free the man them doing noodles on the arms of an iron bird. Streets taught me hustle, life taught me loyalty. Good with life and all adversity she hit me with. Sat with killers, heard man justify a wickedness, and I felt it was.
Right, what's the topic? What's the deep thinking topic today?
Shush, man. Not that you're gonna be part of it, Sash. Allow me, man.
I'll be back in like half hour.
Honestly, I'm giving up on you, lot. What? Say that what? Half hour?
But literally, I'm only going there to get him to fix what he fucked up. Excuse my French. I don't know how to get out of my
what's up
car.
with your tooth? Tell us, what is it? What's giving you toothache?
I had a feeling. Oh God, wait! I can't get out of my car. The car park's so close to me. Well, I parked really close to him, to be fair. But fuck it, my car's shit.
You gotta be super close, man. Well,
He's really, really close, but he's got a really nice Land Rover, so he's gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
Pussy. Anyway, yeah, he done a fill-in, but he didn't do the correct shape, so my bike's gone all fucked up. Hence
Your
why I had a headache yesterday.
Let me say.
Yeah, because he filled it into. Oh my God, he filled it into high pause.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
No,
So you need to, he needs to shave it down a bit.
Yeah, basically. I think so anyway. So
That's what's giving you the toothache, though.
Yeah. Well, no, because it was already sore, isn't it? Because we're obviously he's been digging around my mouth and that. wait. Pause. It was already sore. So then, with the bite being out of line as well, it's just made it worse. So yeah, that is the situation.
I hear ya. All right, man. Well, yeah, man had some deep subjects, but you just didn't want no part of it, man. So I don't know what's gonna go on. It might just be.
I tried to get part.
It might just be Asians shouting at each other, getting drunk now, and then everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, this is dead." But when we actually having conversations, you lot are typing a million things, like, but not jumping on and conversating with people.
I jumped on yesterday,
and
I
didn't say shit, Sasha.
I couldn't, because it was between Uncle Tony and Vin, and Vin was just going in it, so let him go in. He wanted to go in.
Vin wasn't going in. Don't do that. No. Vin wasn't going in. No,
he was.
No, he wasn't.
Dublin
No, he wasn't. They weren't. Vin was trying.
Okay, no, I didn't mean it like in a bad way.
Stop. No.
Okay.
Vin, your dad's dying. Your dad's dying.
Oh shit!
Hit my
So you think that, man?
Hold on. Hit it harder, man. Oh,
you're right.
God. You're such a weak son. What a weakling.
Shut up.
What a weakling. And he can't even eat 2 muffins. That's how weak he is. Yeah.
I can't eat 2 muffins. You doing?
No, not you. My little boy. Can't even eat 2
but I
muffins.
can't. Yeah, I can't eat one. I'm an adult.
Yeah, well, he's a growing youth that just woke up and he can't eat 2 muffins.
Leave him alone.
But you destroyed a muffin that someone else could have eaten. Though.
I watched.
You're not.
Everyone else's food is better.
Get down. Say bye.
Other people's food tastes better.
Bye. Off
Bye,
you
darling.
go. For me. Close the door. Off you go, please. This youth's in his own world, you know. Out!
Oh my God, I'm early for my appointment. That never happens. I'm gonna stand outside for the 5 minutes.
Right, yeah, sorry, man. No, Vin was just trying to get Uncle Tony to hear the answers to the questions he's asking. Uncle Tony was the one that was on one, not Vin. Vin was very, very calm at that point. In fact, I was like, turn up, Vin. Turn the fuck up, man.
Turn up.
Because he was like talking quietly, like his mic was all low. I was like, nah, man, you gotta turn up. But yeah, he was doing the calm approach. But Vin was trying to get his fellow Jamaican to, like, across. You know. Say that again.
Trying to get his point across. He was trying to get his point
across.
And
it was difficult because Uncle Tony was moving all triggered. Not like badly triggered, but just I think something was awoken in him in some of the words I said to him, which I deliberately said to him. You get me? Yeah, you know, I deliberately said those words to him to try and ignite something. Now, this is not because, oh, I'm this top Christian or I'm this top, I'm Vin Lloyd, the Hebrew Israelite, and I've got my precepts and the Torah all on lock. I'm a man that's open-minded. I'm in doubt of a lot of things. I'm looking for answers in a lot of things. Yo, I read something. I like creative writing, yeah? This is what I call it. It's like halfway through lyrics, poetry, a confessional. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. But it's funny that Mag was in a group today asking for a publisher. I want to write a book, right?
I was sick.
But the book that I want to make a book. The book I want to make is gonna basically be like a compilation of my thoughts and musings, and I know this sounds really cheesy, but like statuses and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Because I feel like I just really enjoy writing, and some people say that they enjoy reading. So hopefully, you know, they enjoy that, right? But the conversation yesterday was on my mind. I feel like the conversation I had with Vin and some of them earlier, that was it. That was my full of
big up family
conversations, and I don't know, man. I just felt like it ticked a box that I needed to have that type of conversation, and I feel like when the conversations don't stay on that level, I lose interest. When everyone wants to start chatting about, oh yeah, Asia this and Sikh this, I don't give a fuck. That's why I came back when man was chatting about Asia or whatever. That's why I came back and started talking about whether men and women should be treated equally. It's like people couldn't stay on that subject for long. They wanted to get back to chatting about fuckery and fraff. And this is why I fucking end up logging out. I just end up logging out like, yo, if I was coming to this channel as a viewer, I wouldn't be interested in those convos. I'd bounce. When the convo's vibesy, Sash, I expect you to be there. We talking about dimensions and this and that and mental projections and da-da-da. Where the fuck is Sash? She's in the chat, but she's typing.
But yesterday I had my niece.
So?
Yesterday I had my niece there, and I was helping her with her exams.
Okay. How old is your niece? How old is she?
16.
16. Big up your niece, man. Big up your niece. Yeah. Big up all the youths that got their uni grades and whatnot. You know, man like Zulu and that. Big them all up, man. That shit don't mean nothing to me. It don't mean fuck all to me. But big them up Sedway, because I know that he didn't need that paper. He's already a wise man in my eyes. Do you know what I mean? I give him enough respect. I give Zulu enough respect. So yeah, big ups to him for acquiring that certification, and hopefully it takes him in the direction he wants, and he makes lots of money, and he can lend me a few bob. Do you know what I mean? He have the PayPal, Zulu. He have the cash up and PayPal.
Big up family. What are you saying, gentlemen?
Nah, bro. Nah, man. Yeah. But like I said, man, sometimes I just feel like when the convo is like right where I want it, not many people want it in that spot. They do, but they don't. It's like they marvel at it, like, ooh, great subject. Ooh, but then they don't chip in. Sash is one of them people, man. Whenever it's the banging convo, she's never there, and then she talks about it the next day. Like, oh my god, I listened to what you lot were saying. It was sick. Why wasn't I there?
Okay, wait. Wait. 1 second. I'm going to shout. I'm going to shout at you 1 second. I'm just here. Is that right? I'm just literally going to be here. Thank you.
Just be like, no. Sit down. Get out.
Yeah. I wanted you to jump in. I wanted to jump in the conversation yesterday, but obviously there was. I had missed the flow. I missed the flow.
I like cool styles. I like to listen as well.
I don't know why people don't look at the screen and think, you know what, this is the only woman here. Let me let her in. It's like I notice sisters having to do a little bit too much tussling. Do you know what I mean? To get on.
too much tussling for the man them to fall back and be like, all right, right, let her say something. Obviously, her voice is a bit quieter. I don't know why people don't do that, man. Because
you know, some
I see the sisters get disheartened and then they just fuck off.
Some of the
Even
panelists.
when they turn into cunts like Chevelle. Let me finish.
Now you gotta be a bit more.
Chevelle, you can get 8 minutes.
Big up Chevelle, man.
Oh my
Big up
God.
Chevelle.
Sometimes you gotta end up being a bit more assertive.
You do.
You know what I mean? Like an MJ and. You know.
Yeah, but then sometimes people get that wrong and would think you're trying to start.
But
arguing.
some of the male panelists have got ADHD, man.
Proper, bro. Proper. Ain't you noticed?
Tourette's and all sorts. Yeah.
And I'm putting you as one of them snaps.
Me?
You're definitely one of them.
I ain't got nothing to do with it, man.
He's got like I started to know my brother. He's just as ADHD as Radar is. He's just learned how to control it a bit more. Radar's controlling it now as well. But remember, Radar used to be on that thing. He just couldn't stop. Like Radar, like chill for a minute. I know, but if I don't say it now, I'm gonna forget my point. Like what?
Yeah, I have that problem.
No, man, I don't even think there's anyone on the panel who's more patient than me. Still,
more patient than
you? Yeah, so much. You liar!
Oh my God!
I definitely let people talk. Hold on, wait. I'm the only one. I'm the one always having to try and creep in. Hold on. Let me speak. You do
that. And then still.
I'm on mute a lot.
Yeah, but once you're off, you're off.
No, you do that a lot.
Once you're off, you're off. Then.
Yeah, but exactly.
No, what's off though?
Once you're off, once you're off mute, you're off mute, man.
Yeah, like, excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry.
I beg.
But I'm patient. That's what patience is.
Just
listen. He gets more African as he goes on. Sorry, he's like 1 minute. He's like, hold on, blood. Hold on, yo. Oh, what? Yo, I beg. I beg now. Hey, what is this? Hey, what's going on? What is this nonsense? I beg, shut up your mouth.
Nonsense.
That turns into heads up, right?
Remember, those is jokes. And
excuse me. What's this? Can I finish?
I haven't been.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, some people calling me soft. You get me? Because Sniper ain't been Sniper, man.
I don't forget.
Yeah. I've been on my best behavior.
Sis.
Yo, don't come in and start singing over people that talk. You're fucking manners there.
You see what I'm saying?
People are Grand rising, rise up.
Big up.
Rise up.
Rise down.
Everybody have to ask so we get the clock, so.
Don't remix me with no fucking bad stuff.
When we get the clock.
First of all, nobody was remixing you. Okay, relax yourself, Clarkson.
Yeah.
AKA Nature Boy X. Okay, you know, I've got so used to you not calling me gal. It's not a problem no more.
You like it?
It's not fair that you're calling ad-libs ADHD. It's fuckery, man.
I'm
the ad-lib specialist. You get me? I'll just wait.
Ad-libs.
Yeah, hold on.
No. Chevelle.
Yes.
Has your Uncle Sniper got like a bit of ADHD when he's talking sometimes?
Do you know what? I think so.
Thank you, man.
Do you know what? Okay, do you know why I say that, Unks? Yeah? It's like somebody would start talking, yeah, and they'll be halfway through their sentence.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah,
hold
and then
on, 1 minute.
Exactly what you're doing now. That's what Unks will do, yeah. And then he'll take over that person, yeah. And then when the person cuts back in, Unks is like, no, but I was talking. No, but you're interrupting Badman. I was talking first. And it's like,
interrupting Badman, you know.
And then, because Unks is Badman, isn't it? Then after that madness, yeah, Unks will be talking for half an hour straight. You're like, raw, okay. You can't get in a word sideways.
Sideways.
Yeah, I jumped onto Defense Sniper.
I think you lot
Man's mellowed a lot, bro.
Hold on, man. Get your tongue away from my uncle, bro. You don't need no
Big up,
What you lot don't realise is, man,
Just lick my arm.
the man's holding it down right now this second, and you lot ain't even respecting it. He could blow up right now.
That's what I'm trying to say. But that, you know, you don't even see the powers. It's cool.
You know, man, like you see it. You see it.
No, we see it.
I'm not even on mute.
You see it.
See what I'm talking about?
That's what you say.
One second.
Oh,
I definitely do see like, so I can't lie and say that you don't, that you're not like that. I can see that. I see that a lot. That's why sometimes before you get vexed, I'll step in and say, I beg you let the sniper finish. Or
Yes, I see it.
That's been a couple years.
Jed knows the levels of angst.
Yeah, no,
he
but
knows
that's been
the
a couple
levels
years
of
in the making. Like, man was doing that 3 years ago.
When you are unleashed, especially if, I'll tell you where it is. When you are ready to crack jokes, that's it. It don't matter what we're talking about. That's it.
Yeah. That's
you talking whenever you want, however you want.
Yep.
Man gonna interrupt. Big confessional, big sad story to post.
Yeah, Unks does that all the time. I'm thinking, what that have to do with anything?
The insertion of the joke can be, anytime.
Which one's
to me,
which one's called
really
Jada?
Is that you obviously all missed the old sniper, but one thing you lot don't realize is the mantle's now been passed. One of you lot has to step up and be the raw one now.
Exactly.
Man's in retirement mode now, isn't it? He ain't gonna stress over.
Did you say raw? You like to use these type of words, Con.
No, don't try again. You done it. You retired me.
You're not retired. No.
You retired me, fam.
Semi-retirement.
Big up all
It's not even a retirement. It's muzzled.
It's not retirement. It's not retirement. Let me make it make sense.
I've been muzzled, man.
It's not. No, it's not that.
I've been muzzled, man.
Tell the truth, Jed, man. Come on, man.
I'm gonna tell the truth, Unks.
Right,
exactly
cool.
what it is, yeah.
Right.
What happened is, because we are developing platforms, and because none of you lot are pussies and soft, if Snipes just does Snipes Unleashed, we're gonna end up
Snipes Unleashed.
We're gonna end up with 16 people watching, and about 80 people on like Jupiter's channel something cussing us because he breaks hearts, and sometimes he just goes in a savage mode where it's like, no one ain't gonna want to sit on a panel with this. It's just too much. Like what are you gonna say? Shut up. You're gonna hit the link, jump on. He's gonna tell you something.
There's no point, right? There's no point in even saying A and following it with B because man will shut you down.
Guess what we've done? Now, guess what we've done? Yeah.
What have you done, Jen? Talk to us.
We've repackaged Sniper. We've rebranded.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, Asians, we got a panel full of Asians that feel safe.
I know every day.
He don't even have to hide his icon or nothing, so people.
I know.
He can have his big face on the screen, and people will still click the link and jump on.
Wait, why is his face big?
So now you're not saying his face is big. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying the big picture. Like, you get me? So that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
I get you.
A more safer place for people to feel comfortable.
Safe. Yo, you see anybody that says safe, it reminds me of Sarah. Play with something safe, bro. Just play with something safe.
A good thing from that also is it's allowed for you lot to come up in a sense. You get what I'm saying? Cause like me and Jed just fall back, man. It's like, I've realized what for the modus operandum kind of from the beginning, and I thought, you know what? Boom. You got what I'm saying? It doesn't always need me to jump in and do the
thing. A lot of Jedi pulled the sly one yesterday with the Asians. He just jumped on and went, so, what do you lot think about equal rights for women? And then
shit.
You know where we're going to?
He's learning the ways of the Jedi.
We're going to Siki, we're going to this, then Triller.
Do you know what I felt like was a good conversation, but it didn't even get to go down the route I thought it was gonna go. When Uncle Tony was mentioning that he doesn't like dreams or something like that. He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to. You get me? And I think Raw was gonna ask a good question, but by that time, everybody, I think Raw had forgotten his question, but I think he was trying to get down to the root of why man don't like dreams.
No, it weren't dreams. It weren't dreams.
Was it not dreams? You said why doesn't he want to recall any dreams, right?
No. As in, what me and Raw was trying to discover wasn't about dreams. It was really about why is our uncle
spiritual time travel?
Why is our uncle holding on so tightly to control? What is it he's afraid of if he lets go of control and that? Right? So this is what we're trying to get
because then it started to go down a religious viewpoint, and I was like, oh, here we go.
You know what? It was no, but it was all. I think it's all part and parcel because
it's all encompassing.
Right? Because remember, you don't want to dream. You don't want this. You don't want to know this. You don't want to explore your mind. You don't want this. It seems like you want to stay in quite a controlled space. Also, before yesterday, Uncle Tony weren't dealing with I believe in God business. That was all new to me yesterday. That's a whole new side.
I thought he was on the whole spiritual side though. You know, like when people are like, I'm also spiritual. Like I know there's a Most High. I believe there's a Most High. I think I've heard him say that before.
I just know that he was. I just know that Uncle has been very respectful, but told us that he's looked at different religions and he basically buns them out. He don't want to be. He's
looked at them, but he's also partaken in them though. Remember, he's gone as far as.
What are you arguing? I said he's bunned them out. So what's the point of going back there?
Oh, okay.
He's been through them. He don't fuck with them no more, Chefs.
Yeah, no, I clocked that. Yeah.
And he buns it out in a way of what's the point of us dealing with this? He's not helping us. It's this, is that. So he says it's basically nonsense. He said so much stuff in the past, right? So to hear him now, like, I believe in the Most High. I'm like, what?
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
What most
it's
high?
It's news to you,
right? Because I'm thinking this is why he's shutting down dreams and all this. Because
that's what I was thinking. I wanted to get down to the root of what's man running away from, other than all the rest of it that's surrounding it.
The supernatural is what I was.
Yeah.
Okay. This is why I was asking him about his stance on God. Okay, so where did you get this idea that there's a Most High from? From where? Because you're banning out Christianity very rare, but if it weren't for Christianity, you wouldn't have no idea of a Most High. But you're still holding on to that idea. You didn't get it from nowhere else. You can't tell me any other way in your life where you've seen any mystical shit, any magic, anything. So what's fueling your belief in something greater? This is what I was trying to get to. Like,
why?
Sometimes you have to keep answering the why question, like Sash, until they break. And then that breakthrough comes out of that line.
Can I just say something though, Dad? Yeah, you're bad influence on me, yeah. Okay, you see, because you've been traveling Sash. Oh, it's like every time it just happens, Sash. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna apologize from now.
What are you doing?
Because I start troubling Sash now. I've been troubling Sash. Poor thing. Especially at the barbecue.
Sash needs troubling, man. Come on, let's be real.
I know it's fun. It's fun. I can't lie. It's fun. Unks, can you behave yourself, please? Thank you.
I rather troubling Sash than rugby tackling. Anyway,
Martin, don't behave. Don't do it.
We're gonna talk about this one day, though.
We're gonna talk about it one day. That's for sure.
Talk about this one day,
what are you saying, Jeds? You coming down to my show on Saturday?
I was just looking at it today as well. Yeah, very, very, very lightly still.
All right, cool.
Yeah, very lightly. I might need to chat to you. Have you got a ticket hookup or?
I've only.
You get them?
I'll chat to my man innit and see if I can get an extra spare 3. Yeah. All right then, I'll chat to my man.
Oh, you two, allow it now, man. You had all this to do outside.
Who the dog them?
Yeah, man.
Oh, man picked up his dog today, you know, and was saying hello.
Do you know how heavy this dog is?
I can imagine how heavy she looks because you were struggling. Well, you weren't struggling, but you looked like you were struggling.
Yeah.
Did you just tell me?
This is me and Dublin's pup, and I don't know how old it is now. I think it's
Oh.
Robin, how old's Sheik now? I think she's about 9 months.
Is that the one that you picked up earlier, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, so Jada's the other one. Because I was in the chat saying, hi, Jada. That's a fool.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, really cool. All right, man. Hit that like
Shut up,
button, man. So.
Look, so my eye dip on my phone. I'm on 11%. Someone tried it.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was you gonna ask, Jed?
How's your new place and that? How you settled in? Is it nice?
You know what? Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool, but that's not for conversation on here, innit?
Mad.
What about how you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's just not a conversation to be had online. I'm not
asking for details. Just like, how do you like? Oh yeah, I like it's better. It's bigger.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool.
I like the people.
No,
I don't
it's
like
cool.
the people.
It's cool, innit? It's cool. Good.
Yo, dogs, you're not annoying me now. Stop now.
They play fighting.
Lay down.
Do that and pause everywhere.
What?
Don't start.
Oh, Chevelle.
Did you just Chevelle?
If you need any painting done, let man know, innit? I'm in your vicinity.
Mad.
Oh, is it?
I'll roll out some walls for you.
Mad thing. Roll out walls. Mad thing.
Mad.
Come on, man. God. Fuck's sake. No, you're bad, you know, Card. You're a bad man, fam.
Oh, no.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, but the offer's there, innit? I don't know like, if you've decorated yet or if you've filled it up with all your IKEA furniture.
Jesus is lad. Can't you make me laugh, you know? Oh, wow. No, but that won't be needed, though. Thank you for your services.
It's all right. That's what I do, innit, for a living.
Well, we good at here.
That's good. That's all right, then.
What in the Turkmenistan is going on out here, bro?
Well, you still in North, yeah?
What?
Now you lot move like gypsies, man, from place to place.
Fuckery.
1 minute you're in East, then you're in West, then you're in North. Fucking hell. I couldn't do it. It's too different for me. I can't go from North to West to East. It's like a different country. It's like you got to get used to all different social norms and etiquettes, and do you know what I mean? Sometimes you're in West London, you're acting like you're in North London, and you're like, wow, I'm just going on too raggle for these people.
Sorry.
I don't know about that.
In other news, yeah? I think this monkeypox thing might catch on, you know.
No, please, man, don't talk them things into our existence.
You don't know, like,
you're manifesting it, man. Allow it.
We did the same thing. We live streamed and we watched COVID. Like, get on the plane, leave China, come over here. And we was laughing the whole time.
It's true.
Back soup memes and all sorts, man. And
it's true.
So I'm just saying, this thing.
Can I just say, Can I just say, that I don't want to look like I've got leprosy. Like, I swear, I don't. Like, I'm too pretty, and it says that it starts in the face. Like, I'm too pretty for that shit. I can't, like.
Yeah, that's long.
I can't be looking like that, though, Jedi. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't want to look like all mash up and bumpy. Like my mum didn't. Like I didn't come out of my mum. Do you get me? You get me?
At least COVID was symptomless.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
You're looking at the elephant, man. It's not even.
It's all mad. You get me? Walk up to mumsy. She's like, I don't recognize my daughter. Who are you? Like, do you get me? I don't want that. Me and mummy look exactly the same. I'm like, I don't want that stuff.
Bad. I can't lie. It looks pretty bad.
It does.
The thing is,
I think the last thing I saw was 9 cases or something like that.
Yeah,
I think.
and if you go back and read the article and go and look where the cases are, this is on my doorstep.
Oh shit. You know what I feel like, Zulu, where are you, bro? We need you, we need All right, so we're gonna have to. I don't know how we're gonna do this in this time, but back in Egypt, right? You get me? You have to put the sign on the door, to show that you are protected. I feel like this is what we're gonna have to bring back the old school spiritual judge.
The blood of the lamb.
Yeah, the blood of the lamb. You get me? Not no chicken, Sash. Not no chicken, but yeah, exactly. Right.
On the door frame of every
on the
house.
door frame of every house.
Mad. Do you know that's where
And,
the term,
and it will pass over
Can I
you.
just say, random piece of trivia. Do you know that is where the term bless comes from?
Blessing.
Yeah, that's where it comes from. The blood sacrifice of the lamb. That is what the
Swear down.
When you tell someone bless you, you're saying blood sacrifice you. Love.
Yeah, I've had that. I've had that.
I
blessing.
never knew
when I was
that.
a youth, they got a whole sheep, slaughtered it, and then when they dip their finger in the blood and they bang it on your forehead. I had all that. I got photos.
Who did that judge to you?
That's some cult business,
They
bro.
got it back home, back a yard.
Who? Wait.
Can you stop this?
Wait, man. Who did that to you?
When I went back Cyprus.
But who was it that did it to you?
Real talk, yeah. What came first? That thing with the blood on your forehead, or the time when you closed your eyes and saw the light?
When did you see the
blood
light?
thing? They do it when you're a child. It's like the whole Abraham story.
There you go. I'm saying
you're saying the two things are connected,
bruv. You got judged, bruv. You got open.
You did get judged.
That was a ritual, bro. You think they do it for no reason?
Yeah, that is a judge. Yeah, go on, and
yeah, like, I mean,
but in everything, there's judging everything. I think if we're looking at everything for what it is,
a judge.
Cool. I'm just cultural. What's it? Cultural judge.
Yeah.
Guess so. It must be in it. Cultural judge. They might be thinking, for protection, all of that stuff.
All that, the evil eye, all them things. That's all judge.
Yeah.
Hand the Fatima, all that.
Everything. Yeah.
What did you say? Hand of Fatima.
Yeah. You know that one, innit?
No, I don't. I don't think so.
You know that little symbol, like the hand.
Maybe I've seen it, but I don't know.
Think about that symbol of like a hand, and usually it has like a eye in the palm.
Isn't it
like yes, I've seen it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What has the guy finished in your mouth, Sash?
Yeah, he's finished, mate.
Oh my gosh!
Man,
all done.
You see, Uncle, yeah.
You know what?
I'm not with,
I'm gonna make it worse.
Right.
I'm gonna make it worse. Yeah, man. He's done. He said I need to get
my
roots
god!
now.
You're gonna go home to kiss your man now with that man, yeah?
Mate, you see, you not make me shout. You not make me shout things.
Now I'm gonna get hot coffee to make my mouth feel better.
Yeah, we say you're gonna get. Didn't they numb your mouth?
Yo, Jed, show the screen.
No, he just checked it.
He
just checked it. He's chatting shit anyway. So
what's that?
What the fuck is that? The lamb.
Yeah, well, a sheep.
Yo, that's hedge, bruv.
He's got his head cut off, innit?
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah. I'm really looking at
it.
There's me just before they dabbed me on the forehead.
Man.
That sounds
dead.
That's deep still. Now, I know enough countries, they do that. They go and kill something. You know what I mean? I don't know about the dabbing the blood on the forehead, but I know like they will kill something like for your birthday or something like that. Get me? Big bull, big cow. Share it out amongst everyone. Nice.
Yeah, that's like killing the animals to feed like the whole community.
I thought they was gonna do some shit like that for me in Nigeria when I went back, but they never. An army man just bust around in it.
You know what it is? You know what it is?
Yeah, he just bust 2 rounds in the air with his AK, and I kept the shell casings. That was it.
I think they know better. I think they know that you're already protected.
They know I'm already the Judge King. Let's be real, man. Come on, man.
See, I told you. See, he is exposing himself, guys. So when it comes to Ludi, Do not trust this
Why are
bro,
you
okay?
clapping?
Do not trust this guy, okay? He'll do George on the dice, okay? This is what you call a syllable beating, all right? I just can't beat you, that's all.
Beat out them syllables, man.
Yeah, bruv. What's this?
I got a video that I wanted to finish playing
When did you start playing it though?
yesterday.
What was it about? Tell me more.
Hold on.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Can you not hear that?
Yeah, we can. What are they doing?
Yo, what the, bruv? That was some next level military machine. I don't know what that was.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I thought you said the noise in the background. I could hear Sasha's noise, but we didn't hear what you heard.
Really?
Sorry,
Was
Sash,
it like
what
some
you say?
helicopter or something?
Yeah, but like
Them things. That shit's loud, bro.
some next crazy one, man. I've never seen one like that. I don't know what that was.
Some next triple.
Some next triple big head. Something, I don't know. All right, so yeah.
I'm following you as well.
So I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go do a doo-doo. I'll be back.
Oh, can you give us something to... You fucker. I thought he would have already done his morning shit. Look at the time. Time's already passed for that, bro. Don't be over there people.
Yeah,
but,
Are you still lying down, sir?
No, I'm not. You know I'm not. Yo, Uggs, yeah, you doing? Oh, no, that barbecue was hilarious. Uggs was like, well, at least you're not lying down in your front when you're singing. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, yeah, that was jokes, man. I enjoyed that.
No, on that day, I felt like Jedi. I felt like, what? Somebody's noticed me. Fam, somebody rode up to me. They ran up to me. That guy. He's like, you're on my playlist. This song's on my playlist. I was like, oh, okay, hi, you alright?
You're just here.
You're just here, like, okay. Thank you.
In the park.
I was like, oh my God, guys, look. Somebody has me in their playlist without me knowing who they are. Mad thing.
Come to see that you're spitting on the mic in the park.
Mad thing. You get me?
You got me.
Spitting on the what?
Oh my God, I just fucking clocked and I'm over here. You're getting me. Fucker. You know what? You see your picture looks menacing right now. I can't lie. So.
What? Innocent you that, you know?
It looks menacing.
Alright, let me
look
put
at the
innocent
look.
One. Let me put innocent
No. We're happy with this one because we know what's going on. We know what we're getting here with snaps.
He looks like he smelled something.
What? No way. No way. Is that you, Unks? How old is he? About 19?
Yep, exactly.
Oh my God.
Are you wearing a bra?
Huh?
Can you not disrespect my uncle, Sash? Nothing.
I'm evil today.
Do you hear what she said to you, Unks?
No, he did. Oh, stop snitching on me, man.
I didn't say nothing. I just asked him if he heard.
She just had a man in her mouth, so I don't know.
Fucking hell.
Mad.
Are you going to come back from that now? Pause.
I can't. Ooh,
you got a feeling from eating too much pag. Mad thing.
Oh, mad.
Oh, shut up with your bra wearing, police hat wearing self. You like wearing a police hat
man.
And a bra.
Bad man string vest, you know? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
As I said,
he's wearing the aka
Washington. Oh, stop it. Did you have a stereo in your hand as well? Oh, Matthew, you're quite handsome as a young boy.
Dog. What going, Lila? What going, goodie? Yeah, listen, don't come in my room with a dog.
Oh, stop.
I was about to get exposed to the world. Everybody was going to see my bits.
Ooh.
Yeah. What am I wearing today? Clothes, obviously.
You know, I'm in public, innit? Hey, I'm in public. And people are looking at me funny.
This is my sash. I swear down, yeah.
You dare me to order some food? Don't you have a can I have a chibata, please? Can I have a panini?
What is this noise? What are you lot doing?
It's me and Chevelle. Me and Chevelle are bonding.
This
Leave
is
us
how,
alone.
yeah, this is how we bond. Yeah, we're actually bad people, you know, Sasha. I hope you know this.
The chicken
Chicken burger, chicken some lettuce. Need some lettuce.
Chicken pesto. Like, people are fully looking at me. I hope they're not judging me. It's rude to judge.
Oh, they're judging you.
Probably. Why did they give me a free food because they think I'm special?
Bloody.
Bloody.
Where are you? Sneaks, where are you? Where are they?
Yeah, we do, Sneak. Where you at, man?
Nothing at the yard.
Leave Sneaks alone. We've gone past the ratting of the yard phase now, Unks.
Have we?
Yeah, we have.
He made an appearance yesterday, man.
One must move on.
The rat came on the date.
With
Eunice.
Who's date?
Do you remember?
Wait, there was a date yesterday.
Yeah, man. You missed out, man.
I missed out, man.
Could have got chipped.
I didn't want to get chanced by. Oh no.
Or oh man.
Wait, can I ask you a question, please?
Wow. Yeah.
What is the difference between a panini and a ciabatta? What is the difference?
Sorry?
What's the difference between a panini and a ciabatta? Or however
one's got hair on it.
Ciabatta? What the fuck are you talking about?
A ciabatta. Khan, where are you? I don't know.
Did you say a Chewbacca?
A ciabatta is like a loaf, isn't it? It's like a whole loaf.
Right.
I don't even know what the fuck.
Olive oil in it.
And you already know what a panini is, so.
Obviously, because I've got one.
Panini is just like a normal bread roll, isn't it? Like a small roll. One's got olive oil.
It's so dumb.
So what's better? What's nicer?
Too much fun with you guys today.
What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna make a roll, or are you gonna make like I don't know what you're gonna do?
I'm gonna buy it. Made for me. I'm gonna buy it.
Jeans, yeah.
Why? Is that a serious question, Con? Do you really want me to tell you how I'm gonna eat my food?
Are you gonna make a sandwich with it? What are you gonna do with it?
They're making it for me. They're gonna toast it. I have various options.
Toasty.
Yeah, go with the panini.
Okay, go with the panini. Sounds like penis. Go with the penis, Sash.
Yeah.
Say no more. I'll go to the penis. If I get a slip up,
can I get the pea?
Do you dare me to order it?
You see when Khan says Khan.
You dare me to order it? You dare me to order it, yeah? And say,
what, the penis?
Sorry, yeah, say toasted penis. Sorry, no, I mean...
Munson, go ahead.
So do it.
Yeah, I dare you.
Dude, play a game. Play a game? Not forking these things. Don't want
at your own risk.
What's going to happen to me?
I don't know. You got your hammer on you?
No.
Man.
Oh, fuck it, I'm going Waitrose, man. That's what bothers.
So you're going to tell the people in Waitrose that you want a penis? Okay, mad thing.
No, it has to be in context. It's not going to work in context. But I want something hot.
See, this is how she's getting. This is how she's getting out. Khan, please.
Why don't you get some?
Stop trying to put yourself on the menu. Okay?
Khan just made some really strange noise.
She goes onto my tactics, boy.
I can see it. Oh God.
We're all like you all for you.
Fucking hell.
Mud.
I'm going to tell my sister on you, Kyle. I'm going to tell my sister.
Oh, yeah.
You fool.
I'm going home.
So you're going home.
So just
now.
imagine
you don't actually want anything to eat now, yeah?
No, I do want something to eat, but I'm thinking, why am I spending money? Like I've got money to spend. So I'm going home to eat what's in my fridge.
Well, what you got at home? Just waiting.
I've got a double. I cooked a double the other day. I'm gonna eat my double.
Put on my lashes and put on my eyebrow.
You do. What? You dopo? What's that?
Oh my god, Matthew, I'm so sorry. I said you're wearing a bra, man. Allow me, innit? Allow me, man.
She repeated herself. You know the first time Unks didn't actually hear you, and you're out here repeating yourself.
You want Matthew heard me.
You want the smoke.
I really don't hear. What did she say?
I said that you look very nice.
Okay.
Oh, you were talking about the vest. My string vest. Property.
Yeah, she was trying to say, Unks, actually, I'm not a snitch.
That was my young yardman.
Yeah, don't snitch.
My young yardman. Come on. Yeah. You'd have got wrapped up like a panini.
Shit.
I like 19-year-old Unks, you know, can't lie.
Hey,
he looks like he's a problem, I can't lie. He looks like he's a problem.
Yeah, man. He was a problem. He still is, but I'm telling you, back then, the girl them sugar. He was a problem. And he's a barber, reputable barber. Are you okay? Girl them sugar, bro.
Made all the man them look smooth. Bear you.
Listen, guys, I gotta go. Yeah, I know you don't love me, but hey, what? I have to go because my phone's on 9%. My phone's on 9% and it's on charge, so it's going down. Remember, I told you it was at 11.
Laptop, man.
How's it going down on charge?
All right, my son forward. My son forward. Can't try to bad me up now. And there's 69 chats in the chat.
You got proper Wi-Fi. Yeah, proper Wi-Fi.
I don't think you should leave, personally. I think it's well out of order.
Just get on your laptop. You need a laptop.
All right, let me do that now.
Yeah, but stay here while you get it, please.
Pause.
I just want. How is that pause?
Is that how much you don't love me off? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Wow. More practical. Oh. You think I'll be on there on my phone? It's crazy. Man. No way.
Why?
It's just.
Did you just stay seated the whole time you're on the stream? I couldn't do that. I think I genuinely have like some form of attention deficit disorder.
Many for plugging the the laptop dead. This is why I should have never troubled my mum when she was shouting at me and stammering, because I come out just like her. Fuck's sake. Didn't you hear me? Didn't you hear me? Fucking hell, man. And I haven't got no you yet to beat them like that. Fuck's sake.
What?
Get me?
Yeah, you're gonna call like when you're calling your child.
I should have never troubled my mum. You know, like when my mum used to get onto me and Gabriel, Unks. Me and Gabriel, we sat there, yeah. I start kicking it in the car. Obviously, she's like, you.
Yeah, think it's funny.
Over there.
You want to finish it, innit? You want to finish what she's saying, like, quickly. Like, mum,
she's getting more mad. And we're like, when she asks us a question, we're like, we never know, mommy.
You know,
piss take. So now you see, don't do that, children. Don't do that to your parents. You'll turn out just like them.
Listen, I think it's absolutely wonderful when you have a parent that like has an accent. It's wonderful. What? I think it's wonderful when kids have parents who have accents. Because
to be sure.
It's lovely.
Sometimes
I love it.
You get me? Because when your kids start speaking with a bush accent, yeah, because they're grandma's the babysitter. You know what I'm saying? Like, during the day, grandma's
that's all good. That's all right.
So you start speaking bush. No.
Wait,
hello.
That's all right.
Sorry, I'm outside,
yeah.
I think you do. I think she did, you know. Can you smell, Lila? Mudting. No. I just put my clothes on there, Lila. I know, hello.
Fly on the wall when she goes.
Oh yeah, it's my fingernail. You can't eat that, babes. But no, say it long, you know. But you can't name that.
Oh, hello there.
Shut up. You sound like some old woman. Listening to some bad girl music, innit?
No, you can't have me fingernail.
It's too long. Oh, shit.
Hello?
Right. This is the
I'm kind of
longest
regretting not
clue.
getting that panini now. Fuck it.
Can you not hear me?
Magazine in there. Or something.
Yeah.
No.
Magazine and what?
Magalicious.
He don't take the
I
laptop
think
no more.
Magalicious has he has a
Okay.
show. Is it a show? He needs to come and talk. He needs to come and advertise it.
Who
Mag.
named Licious? Who named Licious?
What show?
Pause on it.
Magalicious. It's not a show, but it's like a showcase of his art in some type of form. But he needs to come and explain.
Flyers
Yeah, it's on Saturday.
Yeah, he's been posted. It's not Saturday, Sunday, my lovely. My show's on Saturday.
Man,
need to
I
do
wish it
better.
was Sunday.
Sash, just need to do better. My God.
I need to actually.
sharp,
You know
man,
what? It don't
Sash.
matter if I use my calendar. It makes no fucking difference, man.
Do you know what? I actually had to start using my calendar like a couple days ago because I got a couple shows booked. So I'm like,
But then
I'm not gonna remember these dates. Too many. I got one on the 18th of June, one on the 25th, one on the 27th.
What
This is all in
18th of June?
I got a show on the
Are there any in
18th of
South?
June. I don't know yet, but I've just been asked and I've said yes. So I'll get the details later on as time.
Okay.
Nah, get in. I'm home. Lila. All right.
Sneaky. Hello.
Sneetings.
Hello.
Oh my God, Sneetings is here.
Sneetings.
Come.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Am I allowed to do this? Am I going to get cussed by all the Asians? Is it like?
You know,
I apologize in advance.
You're not even Asian like that, man.
Mudting.
Well, I don't know in it. Like, I'm Filipino and I'm Irish.
That's
so,
a whole
like,
different race.
Sash, what did you ask me? I didn't
Oh,
hear
look at you doing a pee-pee.
I said,
in our back garden.
I said greetings.
Wow.
Taking a piss. Literally.
Literally.
Shut up, Uggs.
Sorry. It's the ADHD.
Yo, you can't get away with nothing around these buddies, though.
Literally nothing. Can't even go see the dentist without some fuckery.
What?
Where am I going?
So what is going on?
What am I doing? Can I just say big up, Jeds for starting at 9:30 today.
I know, great
yeah,
start
man.
in the morning.
Go and do a big fat shit.
A big fat shit.
Sneetings.
Hello.
I miss you, Sneetings.
I miss you too.
He's playing Bashment, man.
I'm having difficulty hearing you, so I'm trying to
music.
locate some headphones.
What did you say you're having difficulty with?
Hearing. I'm trying to get
Generally
headphones.
hearing.
Who's doing that?
Oh, it's me.
There's music. Shit, well, it might be.
I know, mad thing. Copyright infringement.
Oh, sorry. I never thought about that.
And Laupido Sanchez as well, man. Right, let's fall back, man.
Sorry,
This is news to
I
me.
didn't know.
He's 15. He's a 15-year-old, man. Mad thing. When he was over here back in the day.
All right, guys, I'm
That's the
literally
rate,
gonna have to go now. I do live with others that I speak to, so.
Why are you going?
I'll be back,
No.
man.
Fix the laptop.
Sake.
Yeah, just
Knitting
charge up the
and
laptop.
sashi washi. Right, that's what I'm doing, Ungs. I'm charging up my phone
Yeah.
and my
Yeah, what
laptop.
you get your laptop?
Right.
You
Yeah,
gotta
I'm
charge
charging up both of them. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, sashi washi. All right. Who just left, by the way? Someone left.
Rainbow.
Time.
Don't feel like you know, because you're women, can't have like a deep conversation, you know. Right.
We were just getting it all out of our system, innit? We're getting all the silliness out of our
I
system.
know, they're just making
I'm
funny
hearing
noises. Yeah.
accents. Hold on. I'm hearing accents and noises and all that. I know, man. But don't you want to like? I'm in just one of them moods, innit? I need like.
I want to say something deep. I want to say something deep because
tell me something that means something. Go on, Sash.
Right. So yesterday, when there was a conversation happening, right?
Yeah.
I think I typed something in the chat and it made me think. Right. I said something along. I can't remember.
Who just left?
I can't see my phone. You stupid puta!
Okay, sorry.
I was gonna pull out in front of me like this.
Is it? Wow.
Mad.
Stop your jokes.
I do it again, you fucking fanny.
What?
Dickhead.
Hi, Sneaks. You're right, yeah?
Hello, very good, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so you were saying, Sash?
Right. As I was saying, I typed something in the chat. I said,
I'm not answering shit. Jump on. Sorry.
Huh?
Sorry, Sash. Carry on.
Right. It's like, okay, so you were talking about like shrooms and stuff, yeah? How it kind of taps you into stuff that I guess is already in you.
Right.
Of course.
I hear you. I'm listening.
Okay, cool. So I was like, well, it kind of feels as if, like animals, just generally, animals have that already, it seems. They don't need to communicate the way we communicate. Who's laughing?
Shine.
Oh
Shine.
my god, man.
Shine, why are you laughing at me? Shine.
It's alright, just
Why
carry on,
is it
Sash.
laughing?
Just
Do you
carry
want
on.
to be distracted? Or do you
carry on.
actually have something to say? Because you sound like someone that wants to be distracted. Yeah, like you were talking. Like, keep talking, man.
Fucking, yeah, but he started laughing, innit?
Oh my god.
Distracting me. Yes, anyway,
What do
okay,
you
as
want
I
me
was
to
saying,
do,
as I was
man?
saying, as I was saying.
You want me to cry?
Just shut up. I want to, yes, cry. At my
Just talk over him,
intelligence,
Sash.
please.
Yeah, man, we're gonna start again. Like, honestly, man, you don't start making bear noise and just chatting shit, please. That say something that means time, innit? Please. So yeah, Sash, you were saying.
Okay. As I was saying, it seems that okay. Wait, before I finish here, what is consciousness? Being conscious of yourself? Is that what you define as consciousness? Because when I googled it, that's what came up. Is
Let
like
me
being
answer
conscious
that,
of yourself? No, I didn't ask you.
No,
Okay, Shine. Sorry, go on.
What's wrong with Shine?
I'm sorry. Go on.
Have you got beef with Shine? Now let Shine answer. Go on, Shine.
Sorry, Shine.
Listen. You know what? Yeah. You see when I argue with a female, yeah, and they're talking about. Just wait, man. You lot, man. Let me just keep my game in, man. Listen, you know
keep
when
that
I
game,
argue
honey.
with a female, yeah, you think I'm gonna take her to the fucking Pandora collections and all that shit, man? Fuck that shit. Man.
Yeah, but did you hear what Sash asked? Like, honestly. Nah, you never did. You didn't. Alright, cool, man.
Right.
Don't interrupt her again, man.
But listen, collect the 24 karat gold, man.
Thank you, Shine. That's nice. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. So it's like,
all right, yeah, consciousness.
That is consciousness, like being aware of yourself.
Being aware, self-awareness,
and awareness of self.
Yeah, I think it is. It's like, yeah, it's the I think, therefore I am. It's recognizing yourself.
Because I kind of.
But yeah,
so I would kind of think.
I would say that is not the only type of consciousness or the only state of consciousness. That's one form.
Right. That's what, because that's the thing. Because when I googled it, that's what came up, innit? Like an awareness of self, awareness of self, awareness of self. That's what kept coming up. But I think it is like, is a tree conscious? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because I would say it is, even though I can't explain why. I would say it is conscious because it lives, it survives.
What they're trying to say is
reproduces.
Being alive is not synonymous with being conscious. This is what they say, right? You know.
But I think it is.
Why? Because based on what?
Because it has the ability to survive, like having that ability to just survive, even like down to one single cell in your body will do things to
create a thought and recognize it's a thought and analyze your thought, even change your thought, even try to convey your thought, try to share your thought. These are all signs of consciousness, what they call being sentient. See now. Yeah, why is the dog sleeping with its head in the bowl?
Oh no, am I cutting out? Can you hear me? No,
yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yo, Sash. It's doomed, isn't it, Sleep?
Okay.
Did you hear me?
Yep.
Hello. I
Can
can
hear
hear
you both.
you.
Yes, I can hear you, and I can hear you. I can hear
Sash,
you,
can you
and I
hear
can
her?
hear you. No, she
Sash?
can't.
Yeah, I can hear you, look.
All right, cool. So you cut out.
I can
a little
hear
bit.
you.
All right.
Yeah.
You cut out a little bit.
But I'm here.
But you're back now.
I did.
You were saying about the consciousness. As you say, something to do with survival, and you linking survival with being conscious.
Not necessarily just survival. I think the whole act of living, like everything that incorporates living.
Well, there's a lot of things that.
Do you know what I mean?
There's a lot of things that exist, right?
Yeah, but in terms of living, I just think that's a type of consciousness.
Why?
If that makes sense. Because it just is, isn't it?
You're just saying that.
Because
it's like you have to.
It's hard to explain it.
No, I'm saying yes. Sorry, are you saying something, Sneaks?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So you know, can I go?
Yeah.
So you know how like when someone dies, like let's say there's someone on an operating table and there's like surgeons around them, and the person has essentially died, right? They can only use their machines to keep someone alive for so long. So I feel like when the soul leaves the body stops working. Do you know what I
don't know
mean?
about that, you know.
So I feel like it is linked.
I just feel like there are some soulless
because if that wasn't the
people
case, then they could use their machines to keep us going, but that's not the case.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but I feel like you lot starting to tangle up different meanings with the same word.
One at a time. Radar, one sec.
I'd agree with Sash.
Sorry, Radar. How do you know they're not doing that already? How do you know they're not using machines to keep some individuals alive?
But for what?
Do you know what I mean? Because it's just.
I can't prove.
I wouldn't like. I think it might be. I think it might be because I just feel like some people just don't seem to be alive inside. Like that's the only way I can say it. They don't seem to have a soul. They don't seem to have an essence.
Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure that there are people out there that don't have souls. Now, the idea is that it might, from what I've seen, everybody has a soul, but you can lose your soul during the course of being alive. That doesn't mean that you're gonna just drop dead. You're gonna carry out this physical, and then the ramifications of you not having that higher self connection or that other component of you is that's gonna become relevant when you move on from this reality. But in this reality, you can literally
it's a bit of a get out. It's like get out.
Exist without a soul.
Yeah.
Once you lose your soul, you're not just gonna drop dead.
Yeah.
But once you die in this physical, I don't know what happens after that for you. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, well, the reason I said it was because of the shrooms conversation. And obviously, when you take shrooms, you say you can see things. Some people say you hallucinate, but I don't think it's necessarily hallucinate. I think you're seeing things that you didn't have the ability to see before. So you just tapped into something that you already had. And I think that animals or even plants, like, I don't know, like have this ability. They just have this ability already. And if we're going on levels of consciousness, we're at the lowest. And so then I question what created us, what made us to be the lowest, didn't it? Why are we the lowest? Because I think the creative side comes into things.
We're the lowest, though.
But because why do we talk? Why do we have to talk to communicate? Why do we have to build houses to feel safe? Why do we have to shit on each other? Why is it's the human condition to fuck shit up?
No. Every animal communicates. Even plants communicate with each other.
Yeah, but the way we communicate is you said it yesterday. Actually, it's barbaric.
Like
the way we communicate is barbaric. Not necessarily like plants, but just.
You want us to communicate like plants. You want us to communicate like animals. Like we communicate. Like humans. No.
But you think a dog can't communicate with a cat?
One second. First, accept you're a human.
That's fine. Yeah, I get you. I get that.
Then
Yes.
accept that humans and plants are not the same. They're similar, they're not the same. Humans and other species of animals are similar, but not the same. We all have unique traits and abilities and behaviors. Everything.
Yes.
Plants
But we are all one of
No.
this
Stop that. Wait.
system.
Stop, man. Slow down, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sash,
Right,
can you close your window, please?
Okay, sorry.
We're not comparing a banana tree with a stinging nettle, even though they're both organic forms of life, plants, right? Flowers and fauna. We're not comparing a daisy with a weeping willow. We're not comparing a dog to a giraffe. We're not doing that. But now, as as humans, we're like, oh, how come we got to speak? Well, first and foremost, we don't have to speak, as we fully proved multiple times. We have body language, we have written language, we have the ability to gesticulate and communicate and form complex languages just through signs. So we can do sign language. You know what I mean? We also have varying degrees of telepathy. So who said that we have to speak? No one. So what? So the notion that.
But then that's my point. That's kind of my point, though, Jeds. Is that we can be fooled into believing that we do. Like, what is it about us that allowed us to be fooled from the abilities that we have innate in us? Like, so,
why do you say
it is kind of fooled?
Why?
Because why do we have to take shrooms to see these things around us that are already always there?
Who said you do have to take shrooms? You're just making stuff up. Who said you do?
I am.
Yeah.
Because then when do people naturally see this stuff? Like
some people do. Some people see all sorts of things. Do they not? Or they say they do.
Some
people.
They
do. You know, we cut off some of these people. We cut them off. Some people we tell to like shut up, don't tell other people. And some people they get revered as sidekicks and mediums and the witch doctor and the local babalao and the oracle and whatever they get called in their communities. And some people get burnt to the stake for it. Who knows?
So why do they get treated like that though? That's another point. Is why do they?
Though. It's all Sash.
Yes.
There's no blanket thing. You act like everybody gets treated in some way or something. Some people. Some people get treated in some way. Well, not everyone. Like I just mentioned, good and bad. I said some people are burnt at stake. Some people are treated like the oracle. Those are different types of treatments there.
Yeah, but the act of looking at it as if it's good or bad, like the act of like someone perceiving it as good or bad, why does that even happen? Why does that happen to us? Why does that happen to people to view things as good or bad, to then do certain actions to that person? Do you see what I mean?
No, I don't, man.
Conversation's bouncing too much, man.
Say again?
So the conversation's bouncing and moving forwards too much, man. Like, you can rewind. I couldn't even say what I wanted to say like 10 minutes ago. Like, I got a couple of things I want to say.
Say what you're saying, Radar.
No, wait, hold on. It's Sash.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. I feel like the way you approach these thought processes is like you don't know shit, but then you always approach it like you know some shit.
I don't know shit. I openly admit I don't know shit.
None of us know shit. This is the whole point. None of us know shit. So don't approach it like you know some shit. Like, and as in, don't assume that everyone is treated in a certain way, or don't assume that animals are more advanced than us, or don't just assume these things.
Yeah.
But allow them all to be equally as available to be right or wrong. But don't take a side. Don't pick a side. Don't enter believe in anything.
if that makes sense. And then I think it makes it easier to try and hypothesize and throw these ideas around. So what you're asking me right now is, where did the notion of right and wrong come from in terms of viewing our abilities? Yeah.
Okay, but that was kind of yes, but it's the whole context of I'm just literally explaining the human condition just generally. Like as I said earlier,
but you cannot generalize the human condition, so that becomes a very full statement. You can't generalize.
But why can't I? Why can't I?
Because you don't know what I'm going through.
I can use my eyes.
You don't know what I'm going through.
Okay, but Jed, what I'm saying is when I look around me, what I see with my eyes in it, I might not generalize. I can see what I can only see in my view.
Exactly. How far in front of you can you see? Right, so it's not very much that you can see. When you say as far as the eye can see, that's not very far. Right. So you're not seeing very far.
Then I have memories. But I have memories.
Sorry?
I have my memories.
Your memories
I have
are affected by your
my
emotions.
experiences. Not necessarily. It can be. It can be.
They are.
What memories? All memories.
Everyone's memories are affected by their emotions. So
yes, they can be.
I don't know when they're not. Right, exactly.
But they can't. Well, no, because sometimes the memory can come up. It might trigger an emotion, and if I can observe my emotion, then the memory is a lesson, isn't it? Something to learn.
You've gone to.
Am I speaking French?
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. I was talking about. Anyways, let me get back to what I was saying, innit?
Nah,
because there is something different between humans and.
Stop.
Okay.
Radar just told you that your thought process seems disjointed because you're not following any threads through to the end.
I'm still trying to get back to my first point.
Right?
To make it more of a group conversation as well, man, because like I've only got 2 points I can really hold on to, you know. But
can Radar say his 2 points? It might actually help.
I don't have like a super computer memory. You know what I'm saying?
This is what I find frustrating because I just spent 10 minutes trying to understand you, and then for Radar to come in with his 2 points, it's like, what was the point of me trying to understand and get to a common ground of? I don't know what you're trying to describe, but I'm trying to help you unpick it to simplify it so that you can express your thoughts to us. This takes patience.
Okay.
But do you not use like?
Okay, I guess what I'm doing. I guess what I'm doing, Jed.
Oh my god.
I guess what I'm doing, Jed.
Hold on. Honestly, all we need, family, is a bit of patience. Why is it whenever we're having a conversation, you feel like you're rushing to like get to something? Like, fucking slow it down, break it down into tiny segments, and actually get to understand what the fuck you're saying and thinking, rather than just running. Oh yeah, no. What's the point of that? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from in terms of the way we see these potential abilities and whatnot, and the good and the bad. You was going somewhere with it. Don't get pressured to like run somewhere else. Like, break it down to me because I'm truly listening. And if you take the time to explain, I will be able to get
do you know what it is? What it is, Jed, I truly do have an end goal to this, and I don't want to be the one to say it, innit? So I think when obviously you're questioning me, I'm trying to relate it back to what I'm trying to.
Because you want someone else to come.
I want someone else to say it.
You want someone else to come to the conclusion that you have already without you saying it.
It's one perspective I hold that
Here's another way. Another thing you could do, even though I do that too, right? And I enjoy that. But you could reverse engineer it. You could tell us the answer first, and then we could work backwards from it. That might help.
If I told you the answer, it would be arms house. So I'm not, basically. I want people to understand where I'm going with it first.
Well, then you gotta like, I don't know, man. I come to realize that explaining your thought process is a very sought after ability, and not many people have that. So a lot of people say, I can't explain to you, or you wouldn't get it, and they just give up. And it's like they become trapped in a world of their own thoughts, and they can't share them with anyone. That's scary to me. That makes me feel claustrophobic. Not being able to express outwardly what I am thinking inside.
But I practice on here, if I'm honest. This is this is where I practice doing it, because it's the best place for it.
Show me what. Yes. Show me your conclusion. Show me your equals, and then we'll reverse engineer it. Fuck it. Just go to the point. Yeah.
I'm not gonna go straight to the point. Sorry, I know you said. Okay. All I'm saying, it's like this is probably quite obvious anyway. To be fair, that it's like humans have fallen from grace. That's the only way I can put it. It's like we've fallen from something. We've fallen. When you compare the condition in it. Because I don't look at humans as if they're bad. I don't fall for that narrative that humans are bad. I don't fall for the narrative that humans are shit and they're destroying. I don't fall for that narrative. I don't believe it. But I do think there.
Who are you comparing our consciousness to?
Nature.
Why? What do you mean nature? Like, as in what in
nature? Everything that works in nature together.
Are humans outside of nature?
No, that's my point. We're not. But there is something that seems like we've fallen from what is nature to us. We've fallen from it. Like we're so far from it. And my thing is like, why? What created that, innit? What created that for us to fall? Like what created that fall? That's kind of what I'm want to question.
Fall from nature. I would say I don't think humans are falling from nature. I'd say humans are pursuing things outside of the natural organic paradigm. Humans are no longer trying to fit in to the ecosystem. Humans are now trying to bend and transform the ecosystem to encompass their egos, to encompass their inventions, their new ideas, their whatever. They don't want to work with the way things are. They want to change the way things are.
Exactly.
And I
even MJ said in the chat. Sorry, Jez. Even MJ said in the chat. Nature can be bad too. Nature kills people, but that's something like even perceiving that as bad. Like it's the reality, innit? It is the reality of living in the physical. We die. Everything dies eventually. It will be recycled, but we all die like that. Trying to escape that reality is a human condition. Like I know animals have this thing where they want to survive.
If a gorilla was cut off from the jungle, cut off from the natural rivers and streams that they get water from, not saying they do, but whatever, cut off from their natural fruits, even cut off from other gorillas, right? And they were just placed in a concrete and iron maze. I would assume that once you encountered one of those gorillas in the future, it would not represent its cousins in the Congo or its cousins in the rainforest. It would have different characteristics, different behaviors, and it may even seem, as somebody that studied gorillas for 50 years, it may even seem insane or nuts or broken or damaged, traumatized. We may look at that gorilla and be like, this gorilla's fucked. It's been cut off from its natural shit so much, it's fucked. Right? Would you agree?
I do agree. I do agree.
I'm saying, would you agree that that's a high possibility that a gorilla taken from its natural environment and thrown somewhere. And I'm not talking about a zoo. Even a zoo is kind of got its natural. I'm talking about thrown on an estate.
Yeah.
Do you not think that eventually on a concrete estate, do you not think eventually that gorilla would not represent its natural state that it came from?
No, yeah, of course. But then my question,
I feel like this is us. We are that gorilla.
It is.
Once we walk out of the rainforest, the proverbial hug and embrace of Mother Nature, you know, and greenery and all that. Once we step away from that and we went into this world of what? Villages, towns, cities, civilizations, continents, empires. Once we went into that direction, once we told ourselves that shitting in a porcelain bowl and flushing that shit into our water supply and then using machines to try and purify that water was the best way, rather than just shitting in the ground and covering it with dirt and letting it decompose and turn into compost. Once we went down that route, that's where we started leaving the natural way of life. And I would say, civilization, modernization, and these type of concepts were paramount in our fall from this natural state you're discussing. Maybe this is the Garden of Eden. Maybe that's the Garden of Eden that we left from.
Yes.
Maybe, I don't know.
So what I want to say then, when you're going back to the gorilla thing, like we can explain the gorilla being taken out of its natural environment and put into a shit environment. My question is, who created the shit environment? Who took the gorilla out? That's you see what I'm saying?
Out. The gorilla don't need
but who
to be
did?
taken out. The gorilla can walk out. Misadventure is a thing. Misadventure is a thing. You can walk out. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but there is that possibility that the gorilla can walk out from the jungle. You know, can.
I hear you.
You know, like gorilla can walk out the jungle. Tigers leave the city and go in and leave the
forest,
the jungle, and end up in the city or the outskirts of the village. I don't know.
No, the reason we do this is not because it's not like some nefarious, evil plan of someone. The fact is that we are all creatures on this planet are forever in the hunt for resources, food, shelter, and reproduction. That is our basic instincts that motivates and drives us. That's why we have created the best way to feed, house, clothe, and reproduce. That's why we are the dominant creatures on this planet. Of course we have. We are 8 billion strong. We are 8 billion strong. We are the most dominant creature on this planet.
Get in a cage with
the human race. No, you just said, Sasha, you just said get in a cage with a lion. Who put that lion in the cage?
Okay, we'll just go into a rainforest and go jump on a lion's back.
No, Sasha, I don't drive onto the Serengeti. I don't go walk onto the Serengeti. I drive with a Jeep onto the Serengeti with a fucking bolt-action rifle that I will blow the brains of every lion that comes near me. No, this is why. Sasha, you're missing. You're literally missing the forest because of the trees. We have created with our advanced brains this amazing society that has fully dominated everything on this planet. We dominate every. Literally, the conversation we're having right now is a miracle in itself. It's magical.
Yo, pause, man.
Debates and all the problems that you speak about on all of these shows are developed from this same society.
You literally.
Brilliant. But yet you all debate about it for hours on end about all the shit stuff. So how is it great?
because we're spoiled. Because we are spoiled little brats. You have no idea what life is like living off the natural.
Calm down,
man.
That creates that. What is brilliant about a system that creates that selfishness and that we're not arguing, we're just passionate. I have no problem with Banksy.
Sorry, let me just explain to you. You are so surrounded by and engrossed by the comforts of your society that you can't actually recognize. I promise you, watch the TV show called The Island by Bear Grylls. What I mean is that you are so surrounded by a million things that other people have created that you use on a daily basis that you don't even think about. You don't even imagine. How many times have you walked to a well and drawn up a bucket of water and carried it miles to your home?
I have done that. I have done that.
You've done that. You literally have to do that.
When I lived in the Philippines, I have done that. Hang on. I have experienced what life is like when you are in tune with nature, and I have seen the differences in people and the differences in my surroundings.
So you prefer that life?
Yeah, if I'm honest,
then go live that life. Go live that life.
Hang on a second. People leave their £1 million homes and pay thousands of pounds to go fucking camping. Why do you think that is?
Because it is an escape from the norm. No, it's an escape from the norm.
Because they want to experience
No, they don't want to. They don't want to experience hardship. People go with their £1 million on these glamping, what they call glamping, these luxurious camping sites, in which still everything is provided for them. Water is still available to them on tap. All the luxuries of normal life, with a little bit of like twisted camping or walking, doing a little bit of trekking amongst the woods. People don't go and live in the rainforest for 6 months to 5 years and have to hunt and gather water and wood on a daily basis.
If you're born into that life, it's not as hard as you think it is. If you're born into that life,
if you're born into any life, Sasha,
if we're born into this life and we go into the rainforest, a lot of us will be fucked.
No, Sasha.
Yes, I'm not even denying that.
As human beings, our greatest gift is adaptation. We adapt to our environments. That's why there are human beings that live in the North Pole on ice. They literally live in igloos made out of ice. We can adapt to very harsh environments, but that doesn't mean we want to or we should or we have to. When we get the opportunity to build a more comfortable life where we have wooden houses or brick houses or cement houses, we do that. This is evolutionary it's like an evolutionary cycle of our society. We move through stages from living in the forest or in a cave, to building a wooden house, to building a brick house, to building a concrete building. That's how we move forward.
You and I are on opposite ends of the spectrum, because you believe that this human mindset is the greatest thing on earth, where I believe this human condition is the lowest. So we're on complete opposite of the spectrum.
No, this is the problem.
You're saying the society that this human condition, I will call it the human condition, has created is the best thing ever. Well, I think it's a complete opposite.
The thing is,
can I just add as well, please? I'm not in agreement with this whole we dominating, because I don't really feel like what we believe is dominating is actually dominating. I think
okay, what sphere of natural? Okay, Jedi.
Are dominating us.
Okay, Jedi. What sphere of the natural world human beings don't dominate? What animal we can't kill, destroy, and drive into extinction?
That's not domination.
But you can't do nothing.
That is domination. We can drive entire species to extinction.
Let me talk. That's not domination.
That's not domination?
No, because every species that we drive to extinction, also we cut ourselves off from learning.
Right.
We cut ourselves off from medication. There's so much research. Like, these animals have abilities that we're yet to discover. So essentially what we're doing is we're an animal that is partaking in self-mutilation, suicidal behavior.
Well, you're saying
be patient, please, Banksy.
Sorry.
Please, brother. Yeah. What I'm saying is that the behavior that we display, that we believe is dominant behavior, is actually the behavior of an insecure weakling that has the need to try to destroy many things that could benefit him and benefit his ecosystem that he lives in. So with the ability to process and think and question, we still are struggling to come to terms with the fact that we are part of this ecosystem, not above it, and it is not subject to our will. We are part of it. We are subject to its will. And the sooner we realize that, then I think we can move in a direction of becoming an advanced civilization, but that's by working with nature, not against nature, which we seem to be doing a lot more of. You know, I don't
and
think
for
that
every time you work against nature, it comes
of,
back tenfold.
I don't think that the rise of transgenderism or any of these shits show a dominance, show a supremacy in mindset or consciousness. I think it shows that actually under the surface, we are actually the most primitive, backward organism on this earth. Everything else seems to be in tune with its instinct and therefore its higher nature. And we are the ones that seem to be floundering around, killing each other, arguing, lying to each other. Do you know what I mean? This is what seems to be happening.
Let me know when I can reply, please.
Yeah, I will do. We use a lot of romantic language that I think helps bolster up our sense of importance and ego.
Superiority.
But I think we are eternally at the mercy of nature and higher elements and forces that we are yet to understand. Yeah, Banksy, go for it, bro.
Okay. Well, I think you totally misunderstand what is considered domination. Just because you see other repercussions of our ability to. Well, that's what I'm saying. Just because you see like adverse effects of our dominant abilities on this planet, that doesn't mean that we don't dominate these animals and these living beings on this creation. We control their existence. We literally control their species. So whether you see us, sorry, Sasha, could you please allow me? I was very silent when everybody else was talking. It doesn't detract from the fact that we can dominate these things. It doesn't change that. You're saying, okay, it's to our detriment that we can do these things, but that doesn't change the fact that we can still do these things. We will things into being on this planet. Dolphins don't, lions don't, tigers don't. We, with our will, can drive them off this planet or allow them to live on this planet. We choose whether they exist or not. They don't. We literally choose their ability to survive on this planet or not. So when it comes to total control of this planet, we have that ability. We have the ability to literally dictate whether a species survives or doesn't. We can see it. We can see it. No.
That's not total control.
No, that's total control of living things on this planet. That is a total ability. No, absolutely it is.
They can't even control bacteria in a hospital. Now you got superbugs.
No. Again, Sasha.
You can't. It's impossible.
Sasha, we do. We've developed antibiotics to control. Sasha, we've developed antibiotics to control bacteria. Literally, we have medicine for that.
Yeah, but
now you have got antibiotic resistance.
No. The fact is, yes, and as things resist, we will evolve.
Antibiotics don't work for everything. Yeah. And the viruses, the bacteria, they mutate just as fast as we can make a version of antibiotics.
No,
yes,
we're still ahead. We still have antibiotics that work for the majority of. Yes, we are. We're still ahead of them. If that was the case, we would have antibiotics that don't work anymore. Antibiotics would be completely useless.
But we do have antibiotics that don't work anymore.
Yes, but we have other antibiotics that counter that. That's the thing.
No, they don't.
Yes, we do, because antibiotics still work.
Can you listen? This is why Radar jumped off the panel, because I think he sensed the fact that people just want to score points. Like we cannot, we cannot keep up with the mutation of the bacteria, right? This is why they don't want to give out antibiotics. Sorry,
This is why they don't want to, because they're realizing that the bacteria are becoming resistant to the antibiotics. And the more antibiotics we roll out, the less effective they will be in the long run. So I don't know what science you're working with, but they themselves are telling you why antibiotics are not a long-term solution, because eventually the exponential mutation of the bacteria will overwhelm our ability to create new strains of antibiotics. This is why it's a fading industry, because we need to find other alternatives, because we ain't gonna be able to keep playing the catch-up game.
But let me just give me literally 1 minute to actually explain some of these things. The fact is that for the vast majority of human existence, we didn't have access to any of these things. We've only recently have. These are very recent inventions in human, as far as the human time span is concerned, or the human, the human species. So just because these things are evolving, and we will find better antibacterial measures in the future. We will catch up. It's just that we need time to allow for that, and that's what the doctors are warning against, is that we just simply need to make sure the antibiotics work long enough now so that we have time to come up with the next best thing, and we are, and it's happening on a regular basis.
All right, cool.
But you guys, no, hold on, Sasha, I didn't even, no. I'm trying to get back to the dominant nature of the human species. If you actually look at the human species, even compared to the dinosaurs, even though humans haven't been on this planet as long as the dinosaurs dominated this planet for longer than us, we have vastly changed this planet to our needs compared to any other species that has ever existed on this planet. So as far
we
as
haven't changed it really.
Yes, we have. We've changed it so much you can see it from space.
Let me just make one point. If we just stop, everything we've done will be undone if we just stop. So it ain't that great.
No, it wouldn't. It would literally take millions of years for the buildings and the cities that we built to disappear off this planet.
A very short amount of time. It would take shorter amount of time than it took to build it.
No,
no,
it wouldn't.
Listen,
that's the thing.
We are not any better than what is here. That is the problem. We are part of this.
We are part of
it,
no.
You're below it is an issue. We are part
it's not
of
that
this.
it's not that we're not part of the ecosystem or part of this planet, because every resource that we have is attached to this planet. Yes, we are somewhat symbiotic with this planet, but we are no longer at the behest of this planet and its ecosystem's will. We dominate and we control. No, but we control our destiny. We're not even subject to evolution anymore. We're not even subject to evolution anymore.
So you think changing your DNA via various drugs is not a form of?
Hold on, man. This is fantasy. This is the fantasy. Yeah, feeling that we're like, this is absolute fantasy. We're dealing with monkeypox right now. Yeah, we're dealing with COVID-19.
We deal with all of these things.
Hold on. So, according to the science that you're believing in, yeah, we are not in control of what goes on this planet. Yeah, we are not the most dominant force on this planet, right? What we have is a egocentric fucking mammal, yeah, that thinks it is above everything else. But when we look, I am a mammal. I am part of this group of humans, and I can tell you for a fact, you lot are backwards. You lot think that the males are females and the females are male. Yeah? You lot abort fetuses. Yeah? You lot smoke crack and heroin and kill yourselves. Poison your veins. You lot genetically modify your food until it destroys you. Yeah? You process meat until it destroys you. You fuck up your planet. You fuck up your habitat. You can't coexist. You barely have levels of fucking empathy for fellow being. But then we entertain these ideas of this elite status of Earth dweller, where we are the apex, and we're not the fucking apex. The minute that we're born, we are the most vulnerable, naked, and out of sync being on this planet. The only time that we think that we have a level of
superiority on this planet is when we feed into our own deluded concepts about reality and time and creation. You talking about concepts that you can't even have a clue about. You don't even know if it's true. You're like, we've beaten evolution. We've not seen any signs of evolution. We got no evidence of evolution. So how can we beat something we don't even know existed?
Actually, this is the problem. This is where you and I vastly differ, because
don't waste our time and say
a plethora of evidence for evolution.
You've got
evolution
nothing,
is as factual as gravity, as electricity.
You got nothing to prove gravity.
As gravity.
It's factual.
So you don't believe in gravity? You don't believe in gravity then?
No,
you don't
believe
gravity exists.
Must I believe in gravity?
Could you jump out of a fourth floor building? No. I don't want you to believe in gravity. I want you to experience it. Jump out of a fourth floor building. And then not believe in gravity. And let's see what happens.
I'm heavier.
Why does oil float on water?
Hold on, man. Don't interrupt.
Why does oil float on water?
Hold on, man. I'm heavier than the medium I would be jumping into. Therefore, I'm gonna go down. You don't need gravity for that.
You don't need gravity for that. That's not gravity, then, is it? That's just you being heavy.
You don't need gravity.
So you don't have to believe in gravity, but jump out of a fourth floor building and let's see.
No, you're just letting me know.
Let's see the evidence.
You're just letting me know I'm denser than the medium I'd be jumping into.
Oh, something is dense. Something is definitely dense.
Yeah, I'm denser. Yeah, I mean,
are we doing that, Banksy? Are we doing that, Banksy? Are we turning a nice conversation into ego?
No, it's cool, man. Don't worry about
Look
it.
how big my ego penis is. Is that what we're doing?
Denying gravity, and you're trying to make out the evidence for gravity is because you're denser than the medium you're falling into, dude.
Yeah.
The evidence for gravity is literally before you. You can test it. You can ignore it, but they say you can't. You can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality.
What is it? You're gonna keep banging on about something falling down. That's your evidence for gravity, yeah?
Gravity, gravity is a well that we sit in because of this planet generating the gravity well.
In the air, right?
Without gravity, the things would not actually, and this is what happens when people go into outer space. We've seen the effects when there is no gravity.
We go to outer space, we go to outer space.
No disrespect. No disrespect, yeah.
Oh my God, 1 second. Listen, you are.
Sorry, Jed. But I was gonna say some conversations you can't have with some people, innit? And it just deads the conversation.
Yeah, because when you deny gravity, then things become a little bit. It becomes pointless to actually discuss science and facts.
Once somebody doesn't believe in the construct that you believe in, then
it's not a construct. It is a fact of life.
But this is the thing what I don't understand. Even in conversations, Banksy, you don't listen to hear or understand. So I'm not sure what kind of research you do about the fact of life or the reality of the world, because you can't even have a conversation with a fellow adult and hear them out without interrupting them.
Well,
so I don't know.
In fact, I stayed quiet the whole time until you got to gravity.
Not while you're talking to me.
Yes, of course. I was just silent the last 5 minutes when you were having your monologue.
What monologue, bruv?
You went on a monologue for the last 5 minutes.
There's no bruv, I made a point.
There wasn't a monologue.
And you've equally spoken.
No, you went on a monologue about how we're egotistical.
You're doing it now. Okay. I'm speaking, and it's an issue. But I'm saying you describe me speaking as monologue, but at the same time, I was making sense. If you listened, you'd be like, right, you know what, it was insightful. I got to hear.
No, you were not insightful. That's the problem.
But you don't listen.
I was being quiet.
Hold on. You don't listen with the ear to learn. You listen with the ear to laugh and scoff and critique and double down in some information that was handed down to you. You ain't fucking research. You done fuck all to prove gravity for yourself. You done nothing.
Yeah, I prove gravity for myself every day, every moment. Right now, I'll throw something in the air. Right now, I'll throw my phone in the air, and it will. Oh, there you go. It proved gravity. I prove gravity every second of every day with every step I take.
All right, but from the premise of our conversation, what we're discussing, you are not explaining and not proving gravity by saying every day I get out of bed and I throw an apple in the air. That's not proving gravity.
Yes, it is.
You have a theory. They have a theory that's handed to you called gravity, and within that theory,
it's literally called the theory of gravity.
Within that
same as the theory of electricity. But you don't believe in electricity, right? That doesn't exist. Your computer is running on what?
You can see electricity, right?
You can test electricity in many ways.
Yeah,
but of course it doesn't exist, right? Because it's just a theory, right?
Are there any alternative theories for what electricity is that are viable? No.
No.
Are there alternative theories for gravity that are viable?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Hold 1 second.
They are not.
Excuse me. Wait. Please be honest. Have you researched these theories?
I've listened to idiots talk about them, and they are idiots.
Like I said, please be honest. This is the point where if you're in the right, no, 1 second.
I listen to people and they're idiots, and I ignore them because I don't have to listen. Life is too short to listen to every person.
I'm making a point. It's some triggering something in you.
No, but it's because I don't waste my time with idiotic things.
Humor me. Like, let's try to have a conversation without trying to mock each other, without trying to scoff, and let's be completely serious. Yeah, because this is a serious topic.
No, it's not. When you deny gravity, it's no longer serious.
So, for some reason, you're being obstructive to allowing this conversation to flow in a manner that we're going to be able to get something out of it. Now, I have to wonder, what is that? Because for as far as I'm concerned, you are the one armed with years and years of research, scientific proof, and all this. Yeah. So you should be in a supreme confidence. But somehow your technique reminds me of someone that's nervous to delve beneath the surface. And I don't understand why. Because I'm the only one that's going off my own gumption. So I'm the one that should be feeling intimidated and threatened.
Can I tell you why?
You're the one displaying the behavior. Now,
let me tell you why, and I'm willing to tell you.
Now, I asked you to be truthful. Have you researched any of the alternative theories? Now, I haven't asked you whether you've listened to some dickhead, as you described, some idiot. I never asked you, have you listened to an idiot? I said, have you gone off and done independent research?
Can I give you my information?
You can give me your second answer, yes.
Okay, my answer is I don't care to research idiots and idiotic things because life is too short and we only have a small fraction of time. When certain because let me just explain to you. Let me explain to you. You don't have time in your life to research any moronic insertion anyone makes. So you pick the ones that are actually.
You don't need to go any further. The conversation we're having, you're scoffing, but you have not taken any time to research any alternative sources, views, or standpoints. So you are stuck in a rigid mainstream bias mindset. And you refuse to look at any information from any other source, but you want to act like I'm the ignorant one.
The fact is that yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah, because I'm telling you.
Hold on. You're telling me something isn't viable. You're telling me something is impossible. Yet you have done zero research.
I'm not telling you. No, the fact is, you don't have to. You don't have to research every. Listen, Jedi. Let me just make this one point. Okay, let me just make this one point. I will mute. You can go ahead.
Banksy, please. Can you control yourself?
Because I don't have time. I have to literally go in like literally 4 minutes.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
I have to log off in 4 minutes.
Interject. No. You keep trying to interject on my point. Yeah, and I've let you in a few times, but I'm going to finish my point. And you're going to stop being obstructive because I don't understand. You're armed with truth. You're in the right. I'm in the wrong. You're the smart one. I'm the dumb one. We're idiots on this side of the fence. You're not scientifically elite on your side of the fence. And somehow you've done no research. So you're arguing from a blind stance.
No, it's not I'm arguing from a blind stance.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I've looked in from the mainstream perspective. I've also looked in from the alternative perspective. So I feel in this conversation now, I can be rounded. Because I can say, look, I've heard these other alternative views. You, on the other hand, dismiss anyone that goes against the mainstream narrative as a crackpot. That there is dangerous. Because what happens is, if this was around in 80 years ago,
you would have fed into the mainstream narrative of eugenics, and you wouldn't have looked into alternative science or information from people that were getting torn up by the peer reviewers. They were getting torn up for proposing that humans were all one race, that humans all had the same innate abilities and mental capabilities. You would have got torn up for going against the mainstream narrative 80
First of
years
all,
ago.
humans don't have innate, they don't all have the same innate abilities or mental capabilities.
That
is evidently, that is absolutely evidential. The IQ tests around the world have proven that there are different people, different races who have different capabilities mentally and physically.
Everybody has the ability to be a genius. Everybody has the ability to be rational. Hold on.
No, not everybody does.
Hold up. There's not one race of people that don't have the ability for genius.
Not one race, but not everyone.
Brother, not everybody can run a 10-minute fucking a 10-minute mile.
Nobody can run 100 meters under 10 seconds.
Hello. You're arguing for arguing's sake. You're like fully out.
I'm just telling you that you're taking the conversation in totally different directions.
I gave you a quick example.
I wasn't debating with you eugenics. I was debating with you the most proven scientific fact of our life, which is gravity. I wasn't debating eugenics or IQ or
oh my God, Banksy, man.
The fact is that I don't have the time. I literally have to go now.
You're arguing for the scientific method without using it. You have to disprove. Hold on, bruv. I'm saying for you, as a researcher, who wants to get to the truth, you don't just want to be led in a biased direction. The reason why I went into eugenics and all that was to say this was an approved and agreed science at a certain point in time. And anybody that challenged
it was never globally approved. This is the thing. You're making out as if it was approved when it wasn't. You are falsely giving something credit.
You're going to interrupt every sentence I make.
Because you're making false statements. You're making false statements. You think that globally the global scientific body was in agreement with eugenics. They were not.
Hold on, wait. So the world scientists were not in agreement. The leading Western scientists were not in agreement.
Some Western scientists, especially the Germans. Other than that, the rest were not.
Yo, Banksy, can I finish a sentence or not? Are you just
because you make multiple sentences?
I'm deliberately not going to stop talking just because you started talking.
You're making false statements.
All right, so
you're making false statements, and then you're pretending those statements were correct.
So eugenics was not agreed upon in the West. There were not leading scientists that were agreed on the basis of eugenics.
Some, not all. Some, not all.
Different. So who was in it? Was the theory of eugenics the mainstream popular theory at one stage or not?
Of course it was.
No,
so
it wasn't. Arguing? Because if it was, then even if it was accepted, the way Germany put it into practice was not agreed upon. That is why the world went to war with that, and that idea was failed because the world was not in agreement with it. If it was in agreement with it, it would still be the prevailing theory. No, you can't, because I haven't even had a second. And now I have to go.
I've got a degree in science, brother. Listen, you have to learn ethics. Because science within itself is not ethical.
Has he gone?
Apply ethics to science, because if you let scientists do what they want, they're going to be doing shit like eugenics. So scientifically speaking, eugenics was thought of as the way to go if you want to achieve X, Y, and Z results. Yeah, but because it's unethical, that's why the world was against it, not because it wasn't scientifically sound.
But anyway, Banksy is basically just like he dominates like the world. He dominates the world.
He's accusing other people of doing.
This is domination. Apparently,
he's making statements that are unfounded.
Oh mate, this is domination. This is domination as well. But yeah, you get triggered. But you get triggered on the internet because someone questioned your belief system. But that's domination. Yeah, that's weak, man. That's weak.
Here's the fact. So when it comes to sorry, Jez, go ahead.
I hear this this thing about domination, and I know where people are coming from. Yeah,
But at the same time, we gotta be realistic. All we're saying is, if we look at the world we live in, like, you know, the point was made last week, we're the only animals that pay to be here. That's not domination, fam. That's not dominating. We created a paradigm for ourselves where it's like saying the roadmen are dominating the estates and the inner city, like urban, you know, the ghettos. We're not dominating in the ghettos. We are being dominated in the ghettos, and our behavior is that of beings that are being dominated, therefore are trying to action out domination on others. Ultimately, on this planet Earth, me as a human being and you as a human being, we are not dominating. We are being dominated by higher forces to force us to look at the world in the way we do. Because if we were in a dominant stance, we would make dominant decisions that kept our dominance, right? And made it healthy for us. Yeah, we wouldn't be going against the very thing that we were born into, which is nature. So even though, yeah, you could be the most vicious, like what do they say? Like the lion in the zoo is probably the most dominant animal. He's in the zoo though, is he not? Ain't he in the zoo? Ain't he caged up? So yeah, like he could be dominating against everyone else and all the other animals, blah blah blah. But essentially, he's caged up, and that's how I see human beings. We got a lot of potential. We can subjugate loads of animals, but if you think that we're gonna get rid of every ant before every human dies, you got another thing coming. There's probably, do you know what I mean? There's probably like 1 million ants to every human. Like, what are we talking about?
This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I was trying to say. Like,
there's literally a whole city of rats living underneath us right now with their own little communities.
Right. So I just feel like when we talk about domination, nature's got a way of showing us what, who's really dominating. You know,
exactly. You ain't the best. We ain't special.
We feel like we're that teenage child in the house that now thinks they're bad. We don't think they're bad. And one day, one of the parents is gonna like show us, you're not that bad yet. You know, I know you think you're big and you stayed out to 11:30 last night, and now you think you're like the big don, but you're not, because you still live under someone's roof. They're paying mortgage, rent, you know, or whatever, you know, bills, this, that, blah, 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 car payment, insurance, You live in some basic life, but you think you're a bad man because, you know, you done college now. And blah, blah. It's just how I feel. Humans just seem like teenagers that think they're bad. Because they're looking at everyone else and no one's doing
and then they get padded up.
Yeah, so we're like, well, no one else ain't doing this, so we're the shit. But
what was that one when the volcano erupted and just literally covered everyone in seconds?
What, Pompeii?
That's the one. These fucking idiots are building a city on the side of a mountain, of a volcano, thinking, nothing's gonna happen. Typical humans, isn't it? Like they think they can. Like, what about that thing, that tsunami that happened in fucking Thailand? Everyone's chilling on the beach, thinking, this is cool. Next thing you know, there's a fucking wave the size of a skyscraper coming at you. Like, bruv, you ain't all that.
You know, my idea of dominating animals is this. This is my idea of us dominating. Yeah. Walking through the Amazon and having little lynxes and monkeys and all that roll up to you.
Yeah.
And salute you. Or do your, you know what I mean? Do your bidding or help you out. Swing out the tree with a bunch of fruit and just drop it at your feet. You know what I mean? For snakes to see you and turn the other way, or for them to link up and hold each other so that you could form a rope to get to the other side of the ravine. That's dominating animals. Like that's like, that's some Tarzan shit.
Cool.
You being at one in nature with your foot on the ground, you can put your hand in the lion's mouth, and the lion won't even dare to close its mouth because how much you run shit. I believe men have got that ability. We got that, that in us, right?
No doubt.
But that's the side we're not exploring. We want to dominate by guns and by. It's like false power.
The coward's way out, innit?
Yeah, it's like beating up your babe mum, beating up your 5 foot babe mum.
Let me talk.
Thinking you're like fucking.
Let me come in,
Mike Tyson. You
You think you're the world heavyweight champ because you beat up your baby mum.
But
right?
what about the featherweight?
Wait a minute, Shine. Wait a minute.
But you can't step outside and really enforce that in the male world. It's like animals that we kill. We like look at the lions and all these animals he's talking about. Brute force.
Well, why the fuck are you gonna kill these animals, man? You're gonna fucking find a fucking bunny rabbit.
We use our brain to find ways to outsmart and outwit these animals, but we can't match them in their arenas. Is what I'm trying to say.
No, we cannot.
So, like, I don't know. And then at the same time, this arena of thought that we seem to be dominant in, we also seem to be using that to kill ourselves. When I look at the state of the world, we're using our intelligence.
You're right, my G.
We're not fuckery.
You're right, my G.
Jax is the type of man that celebrates the internet because we're speaking to each other. I'm the type of man that would get rid of the internet.
That was funny. Man's like, it's literally a miracle.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah, look how genius we are. Oh, so what? So what if it might be causing cancer and blindness and insomnia and infertility and hate and
okay, let me ask you a lot of questions.
So what if it might be shrinking your
Can
frontal?
I ask you a lot of questions? Yeah.
So what if it might be shrinking your frontal lobe so that you're developing less empathy for one another? So what? Yeah, fucking technology. Yeah. So what if Bill Gates?
Fuck them all.
So what if Bill Gates won't let his children?
I like my honeys, man.
So what if Bill Gates won't
good
let
luck,
his children use his software? So what? Yeah, we're so
And he
smart.
don't let them get
We're
vaccinated.
dominating. Say it again.
And he don't let them get the badge in it.
There you go. But so what? Because we're so advanced. Look how far we're going.
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen. Yo, listen. You lot, yeah. You see me, yeah. They tried, yeah. But I work for this fucking system, yeah. They tried to fucking give me the injection, yeah. I said nope. But trust me, Bob. I never took that fucking I'm so good. Yo, I don't know if you don't understand what I'm saying, Bob. I know you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. I just can't, man. You know,
Not today, man.
I get mad with Banksy. The reason why I got so angry with Banksy is
because you don't listen.
You're actually capable of having a great conversation. Don't start getting all triggered by the ego, bro. Like we could have a good convo. Why are you acting like this? Sash was saying like, yo, Banksy, like, what one? Because the minute I said, oh, well, no, I don't believe in gravity, you get angry. You get angry that I don't believe in the same
Why? Why is he getting angry at that? There's scientific
because it shatters his illusions of domination. It shatters his delusions of domination. All of these belief systems is he needs to feel like his dominance, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's his entire theory, his entire belief is based on these theories.
Agree with me. You must.
Right. So if you don't believe in his belief system, then he knows that he's not really shit in the world.
And also,
and that's the ultimate point is that we aren't really shit in the world.
So what? I'm not.
But we are.
What we are. The waterfall.
Sorry, Sneeze.
It forces people
big
to like.
me up, my sisters, man. I'm on top of the food chain right now, man.
All right, big up, Shine. What you saying, Sneeze?
Shine, just listen for now, Shine. Don't even.
It's not really that important.
You're not making
it
sense.
Is that important.
I wanted to hear you.
Just it forces people to possibly have to change their ways in life, innit? So it's like they've seen an alternative view. They don't want to seem like they're dumb or they're living in an illusion, or do you know what I mean? So that fear is like, oh shit, do I then have to change the way that I live my life and my whole belief system? Oh, I can't do it. Look. Do you know what I mean?
Here's the thing, Sneaks, for me, these kind of people that are obsessed with science and technology, they don't realize that the cost to humanity. When you look at any kind of scientific breakthrough, you can weigh up against a loss in humanity. Even my favorite scientist, Louis Pasteur, he was testing on children. This will not be allowed today. Just think how many children died for him to find the cure for rabies.
Oh, right.
He was injecting them with rabies, man.
Oh, God.
This mad. So when it comes to science, they have to teach you ethics as well. Because scientists that go by the scientific method, there's no room for ethics in there. There's no room for compassion. There's no room for humanity. It's all about progress.
No, but the thing
So
about
when we're talking about
science,
eugenics, for him to argue that the whole world was against eugenics is a fallacy that he's pushing. That he's pushing the fallacy that scientists are some way ethical. They're not. Science don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but what I was going to say, Kanye, the thing with science is that science can be a proper cool thing. Like finding things out is just generally just finding things out. It's when it comes to the manipulation side of things, that's when it goes really wrong. And again, this goes back to the human condition, whether it is to make money, whether it is to like save lives, quote unquote. Do you know what I mean? Like it's the manipulation side of things that make it go wrong. Like the finding out science is sick when you're learning stuff, just looking and learning. That part is sick. But it's all the shit that comes after it. Like, why do we have to be like that? Why do we have to do that? Can't we just let things be? Just look at it for what it is and let things be.
I would
this all the problems we're having.
Similar to God. I would expect science to be similar to God, where it's like you can prove yourself easily, right? You don't need to be angry. You don't need to be frustrated. You don't need, like, as far as I'm concerned, if there's a theory that I know something about, or there's something I know something and someone don't, I can explain to them if they just allow me to explain. Now, the difference with Banksy is he ain't trying to explain that. He wants to do the laughing and the mocking when I know you haven't even got this, you haven't even got the mechanics on lock in your own mind about how this shit works. Or you're on the panel trying to scoff and laugh at someone like you're the expert on gravity. And I know you're not. I know you're not the expert on gravity. I know you're not going to explain to me how gravity works. When I mentioned density, he laughed and scoffed, and then there was no more conversation after that, if you noticed. It's just him just trying to wind me up, interject, talk over me, being triggered. Why does it get that response? It's getting that response because, bro, you're ignorant. You're just as ignorant as me, but you're lazy. You don't want to do the work. If you told me you did multiple experiments to try and determine that gravity existed, I would sit there and listen to the experiments.
Yeah, of course.
And not one. If you told me, oh look, there's this guy, John Luke, he proposed that gravity wasn't what we thought it was, and this was his proposal, but he was debunked in 1959 when then I'll sit there and listen and be like, oh shit, that's sick. Yeah, right. The fact is, you're like, well, I know this is right because everyone knows this is right, and I ain't got time to study any idiots that say it's not right. So yeah, so you're wrong. Like what? You're supposed to be coming from a scientific perspective. Therefore, I'd expect it'd be incumbent upon you to research.
Yeah, do the work.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To look into it, look it up, like have a look. Because you know what? There are multiple alternative theories out there to replace gravity. Multiple.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
So, and I'm sure Banksy fancies himself as a scientist and an astrophysicist, but I think some of the people that are doing alternative research or putting out information to go against the mainstream narrative, I'm sure they're just as comparable in science as Banksy. So it'd be a really good convo to hear two honest people just say, oh, well, look, this is what I've looked into, this is what I've seen, and But no, you're not doing that.
What I didn't like about what
we
Banksy
all
was
know
saying.
that gravity is what it is. Nothing to see here no more. Let's move forward.
Even when we're talking about geniuses, he's like trying to dominate the definition of what a genius is. Like he's gonna turn around and say, "Oh, a genius is someone with an IQ over 145 or some shit like that." Yeah, but that ain't genius to me. To me, genius is somebody who can take what we know and extrapolate into what we don't know and describe the things we don't know. Why are we talking about the things we already know? Banksy's trying to tell us what we already know. Yeah, we don't need to know about that. It's already been done. Let's talk about the things that are the grey area between reality and fiction. Let's talk about the things that need a bit of imagination, a bit of creativity. That to me is genius. And that's not incumbent on your IQ level.
For a science man like Banksy, for instance, I would like to know how one sees the future. I'm sure he's got a scientific explanation for that.
Man's got his head buried between his legs, fam. He ain't looking at no future. He's looking on eating, sleeping, shitting, and fucking. That's all he's looking on.
How do you go sleep and see tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly.
And how does that fit in with our world model, gravity included?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's genius. Being able to do that, that's genius. Not having an IQ of passing a test on a bit of paper. That's bullshit.
I would say it seems like Banksy feels like a lot of the riddles of life have been solved.
Yeah,
you know, and I'm not as convinced that we've solved as many riddles as Banksy is. That's basically
he's happy with the status quo. He's just milking it now. He's like, let me live as long as I can, enjoy life as much as I can, and die happy. That's his philosophy on life. He's a hedonist. Basically, he's a hedonist. He wants to just enjoy as much as he can. Drinking, sleeping, whatever. Where's the genius in that? You're just a consumer. That's all you are. You're a consumer. You got your science off the back of the Metro paper on the 29 going to fucking Wood Green Station, bruv.
So, Sash.
Yo.
So, yeah. I didn't forget that we were talking about consciousness, you know.
Okay, that's good.
I didn't forget we were talking about consciousness. I didn't forget we was talking about our perceived fall from nature. And your question was, what has made us view ourselves separately from nature?
Yeah, in a way, like.
And one person, someone could answer you and say, read Genesis and you'll find out. And it'd be hard to argue.
So this is yeah. So obviously,
the state you are describing seems to be this theoretical Eden state.
Mm-hmm. It is. It literally is, though, right? When you do read it, it is like. But then that doesn't mean to say I can find the answer of what next in the Bible. Do you know what I mean? I'm not gonna go down that road.
Why not?
Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna, because I'm not trying. If I deliberately throw myself in one direction, it never works out. It never will work out if I push for it. It's got to like just, oh my God, pause, come to me. It's got to come to me when. Do you see what I mean? Because things will show themselves to me when they're ready. That sounds really, really cheesy, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. If I push myself too much on one thing, it ends up not being the right thing. So, yeah. I'm not sure what the point was with that.
Yeah, some of you write some good comments in the chat, you know.
Like the chat section's on fire!
And like Banksy, but look, man, I respect your viewpoint, Banksy, as far as you've been given, there's information out there and it's very compelling. I understand. And I'm not going to hand on heart say, look, man, all of these theories, all of this shit is just bollocks and it's not based in any truth or whatever. But I'm still able to understand that they are alternative perspectives. They are alternative theories. And if we all agreed on them, then in our society, they would seem just as real, just as factual, just as, oh yeah, well, we already know this. We done an experiment. We do you know what I mean? We would be, like I said, like with the whole eugenics thing, I think this is where like Banksy started to show that sometimes in argument, we don't allow ourselves to be as honest as we could be because we feel like it's going to take away from our point. So like when we spoke about eugenics, he started lying and saying that it wasn't a mainstream Western standpoint. It like the influential thinkers of the time were not corroborating the eugenics theory and other older theories. And it takes people to challenge, to disagree, and to do alternative research for us to like be like, you know what, we're doing away with that old way of thinking. We're doing away with those old theories. It seems at some point in the 20th century, we stopped questioning certain aspects of reality, and we took it for granted that more intelligent men than us have already covered these foundational points. So like we have no more need to look in that direction. It's covered. But as we can see, as years go on, new discoveries come to light. Certain aspects of a reality that I believe can no longer be hidden come to light, and gradually, once facts, things that were once facts, things that were once known, things that were once confidently taught to children in schools, gets revised. And it's not even that they even teach the new revision in school. That's up for you to go do your own research. You know, for instance, when you're taught about the cavemen and Neanderthals in school, you're not re-taught that, oh no, cavemen weren't unintelligent. They had tools, they were sophisticated, they had language, they had this, they had that. We're not taught that. You have to go and now look and research and stumble across this shit. It will be in a BBC article somewhere. Oh, scientists have found, and unless you're scouring the scientific forums and you know, the houses of information, you don't really get told about the updates. You know, and more theory stacks onto more theory, and you know, oh, this scientist now proposes that, and that scientist now proposes that. But we were already taught certain things as facts, and we're not getting re-taught it. We're not getting re-educated. That's left to us to pick and choose now what's now real and what's not, and what's this and what's not. You know, for instance, we got this whole thing about DNA. Right? If more people were educated in critical thinking, they would be able to see that the geneticists themselves are telling us that it is very difficult to establish your ethnic and biological makeup by spitting in a test tube and sending it off to 23andMe. Like, we watched a whole documentary where they ripped apart the DNA testing. They ripped it apart. I lie? Do you not remember watching that?
They did. They did, yeah.
Now, where is that information?
Dublin was well upset.
Where is that information being purported in, like where's that being taught? It's not being taught nowhere. So the lie is still, the lie or the semi-truth is still allowed to just float out there, and no one's going to teach you any difference. This is why I say mainstream scientism is very dangerous. Because it's underpinned by a lot of theory and very little fact. There's a lot of hypotheses and very little fact. And somebody can come up with a theory of why milk is made out of sunlight. And they can do the mathematical equations and that, and on paper it will look correct. I'm just saying, innit? This is how maths works. You can create a mathematical formula for shit that will never occur.
Yeah, for real.
Right.
Yo, big up.
Big up. Big up, Zulu.
Big up.
Yeah, man.
What do you think,
man.
Zulu? What do you think?
Yeah, the world is a globe, man. Gravity's real, bro. What's going on, man? Yeah, man. the world is a globe, bro.
Fight.
All these scientists have done all the hard work. Like, come on, man.
The Earth is a globe. Gosh.
See, I got no problem with the Earth being a globe or gravity existing. I would just like to point out that alternative viewpoints and theories exist. And some of the theories and viewpoints that we take as being set in stone and fact are actually a lot more open to interpretation, a lot more open to critique, then you might realize it. It's not as rigid. Our reality and what is our reality, our current understanding is not a fact.
So, a quick question: have you ruled out the globe theory, though?
I just said I haven't.
So would you say that
I personally don't believe that we live on a spinning ball. I don't believe that, but I can't tell you what we live on.
Okay, that's why
you understand.
Yeah.
So I'm open, innit? Like I'm open. That's as far as I can go, because I don't want to be that person that tries to not like. At the end of the day, truth is more important, right?
Yeah.
The truth is more important. So what? How could I settle? And in that way, I treat religion as well. I don't rule out religions, but it's very difficult for me to settle on just one belief system, because I ultimately hold critical thinking up to a high level where I feel like I can grasp this. I can, give me the truth and I can grasp it. I believe. Maybe I can't, innit? But in this state I'm in, I feel like, I could grasp the truth. I don't need to do the leap of faith thing. I'm not really feeling that. Just blindly believing just because, I want to research and I want to find out for myself. I want to see. I want to debate. I want to read. I want to be told. I want to learn. I don't just want to accept that what a group of people have told me is the way things are. Yeah. And I think that's like a true scientific nature. Do you know what? It's weird, yeah, because I was asking, I read something and I don't know where to publish it, right? I don't know where to
Amazon
post it, because it's like I tried to post it on Instagram. It said the caption was too long. I know the caption's too long for you, for Twitter. I know it's too long for YouTube. So I don't know where to put it. It's not that many letters, not that many words. I'll do a word count. But it's slightly more than the amount of characters they allow you to have in these forums, which is another thing that came to my attention, yeah? Essentially, they kind of limit how much expression you can do at one time.
Yeah.
By having
that's why
character
I either put it in a book or put it in bars. The amount of stuff I've had to write and had to rewrite it into a poem or rewrite it into lyrics, just so that I'm able to express myself.
Say it. It's mad. What I read was this: exploration of the unknown, or should I say the forgotten. I step with confident humility, being both stranger and a returnee to the landscape of inner space and beyond. My goal is to map and discover both new and old aspects of self and all that there is to find. Why am I drawn to navigating the eternal abyss of an experience? No, the eternal abyss, or to experience the unimaginable / unexplainable. I would rather walk into a cave already accepting responsibility for any outcome than to stand at its mouth filled with fear. I've been so controlled, so cautious, so reserved, so scared to let go, shook to stand in my destined path due to insecurity and self-doubt, due to society's browbeating and forced homogenization of personality and thought patterns. Rarely do I find fellow explorers on my journey. Every day seems shackled by a million negatively tainted what ifs, their minds conjuring endless scenarios that end in defeat, death, failure, harm, loss, etc. I'm searching for reality. I'm searching for truth. I'm searching for inner standing. I'm searching for something that seems to be searching for me. I'm searching for explanations to queries that can't be articulated. How did I see events before they happened? How did I detach my consciousness from my body? How does that sensation in my gut guide me so accurately? Why is it never wrong? Why don't I get excited? Why do I attract witches? Why do powerful people have an interest in me? Why do we let a few people dictate reality to us? Why does every door to material freedom, or at least wealth, slam shut? How exactly did I hear a woman's words when she didn't open her mouth to speak? How is it that I had such a profound telepathic experience? How is it that I had such a profound telepathic experience with another being and the world didn't stand still, proverbially? Life didn't freeze. A golden beam didn't suck me up and transport me out of this projection. Instead, the wind blew, the sun shone, the clouds rolled, and nobody cared. Basically, what I'm describing is that life didn't stand still when I had, have had paradigm shifting, paradigm shattering experiences. I still woke up the next day. You know what I mean? I still went to sleep that night. Nothing changed. Do you know what I mean? If you saw a massive hand come out of the sky and slap somebody or knock over a tree, yeah, nothing would change for you. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I hear that.
You could have the craziest experience, and people do every day. The world.
When did you write that? When did you write that? Last night?
I just read it this morning. I'm not finished, yeah?
Yeah.
When I was very young, I dreamt of the future, and the very next day, my dream became reality. I shared that same dream with a sibling. That, amongst other things, was my introduction into the mysteries of life and reality. After thousands of magic moments of varied intensity and poignancy, I've struggled with leaving stones unturned and questions unasked. So yes, I explore, I adventure, I search. The daily mundane entertains me only slightly. My passion and fixation is somewhere in a place beyond this veil of normality and material. So that's what I read, because I was thinking about my conversation about mushrooms yesterday with you lot and Vin and that. And Vin was asking some really good questions like, well, why do you like these things and what do you get out of it and what are you looking for? And I guess that's what it is. Like, because I've seen glimpses outside of this day-to-day kind of reality, I call it, because I've seen glimpses outside of that and I'm aware that it exists, it kind of like cools me. It kind of like,
yeah, I hear you.
It kind of makes all the normal shit less special, less exciting, less shiny, less, I don't know. It doesn't seem to stimulate me because I know there's more, you know? Yeah. That's basically the point I was just trying to encapsulate. Yeah. That once you do kind of see past certain aspects of this reality, it's hard to be contented with what you are allowed to see. Yeah. It's almost like having a blindfold lifted off you, not realizing you was blindfolded in the first place.
Yeah.
And then after that, being expected to be content with being blindfolded again.
Do you know what you were saying about how the world didn't stop still? That is exactly how I felt after I had my DMT experience. I was like, I just wanted to kind of like tell someone, like, do you know what I've just seen? Like,
yeah, do you know what?
And why are you not so excited? I was on the phone to my sister. She was the only one who was like,
they don't catch me like on the scene.
She was the only one who was like, oh my God.
Yes,
no
I'm top of the...
Shush, man. She's like, yeah, I've only heard about these things. Do you know what I mean? In YouTube videos, the one I listen to, stuff like that. But it's mad how everyone just walks around with like essentially shades on, innit? Like you can't see anything.
Yeah.
Oh, big up JEDI though. I want to hear more of this writing.
Yeah, sorry, we don't know if you're finished.
What's ineffable?
Ineffable.
Yeah.
Something you can't fathom it.
I feel as if that should be a word. Let me Google it.
Yeah. Music says the problem is the experience is ineffable.
Ineffable. Here you go. Ineffable. According to DuckDuckGo, incapable of being expressed, indescribable or unutterable. Oh, what a lovely word. Nice.
Mentally can't grasp
Good
it.
one. Good one.
But you know what though, yeah? I kind of feel like my relationship with language, deep down, I know it is true, but maybe this is where my ego comes into it. I believe that given enough time and enough patience, I could describe almost anything.
Yeah, I think you could.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like I could describe, but it's kind of like how they say, man wouldn't be able to understand God's motives. You know, obviously I'm limited to understand, because I don't connect with that sentence. I don't feel it to be like naturally just true for me, but it could be true, but it's just not resonating with me, which makes me feel like maybe it ain't true. Because you know when they don't want to explain something, they say, "Oh, God moves in experience in mysterious ways," and that's it. Oh, we can't question God. Allow Alam. You know, only God knows. And
I think if you're constantly viewed as something that you don't feel you are, you do develop capabilities of explaining yourself better. Like I talk shit. I know I chat shit, and I'm the worst at explaining things. But give me a pen and paper, it'll be over.
Right. So yeah, some people.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I think I do
yeah.
both. I do prefer to.
Yeah,
speak, I can do both. I think I do type. I write in a slightly different language than the one I talk in.
You know what? I don't think I can express myself adequately in either way. I've just come to that realization now. Like, I really struggle with it.
I'm better at talking than typing, because with typing, there's dimension. I can give you dimensions now. With talking, sorry, I can give you tones and extra dimensions of flavor to what I'm saying that I think will help. I could say a word in a certain tone, and because we share a certain understanding, it makes a lot more sense to you than if I just writ it.
Definitely.
It's more of explaining. When you have to write it, you have to write like an extra sentence to explain that tone.
People split up their relationships that broke down over text messages because they read it wrong.
Right. Oh my God, for real.
5 paragraphs. You know, every time I send a WhatsApp message that has meaning, it's like that read more pops up. I'm like, oh, shit, man. Just so it doesn't get the wrong end of the stick.
Do you know what I think of? Do you know, like, they said that there's only a couple of times where Jesus spoke and it was like his speech was like recorded or documented. I think one of them was the Sea of Galilee, and then there was the other one where he was on a mountain somewhere. The first time he spoke to the public, apparently like half the people walked away scratching their heads going, what the fuck was that about? And the other half walked away going, rah, my man's a fucking rabbi. He's like on another level. And that's what like made me realize that just because you're speaking and you're putting words out there, you shouldn't assume that everyone's understanding you, because really they're not. They're understanding it the way they can understand it.
People can only meet you as far as they've met themselves, isn't it? That's
as you grow and you start analyzing misunderstandings, you do come to that conclusion. Raj, you know what? You could say, you know what, I'm in such a good mood today, and one person will take it at that. You know what? The rest of your days have been shit. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? The rest of your day, someone will hear and be like, right, you're basically saying that yesterday was shit. Because now, you know what I mean? You're basically saying today's special. And then someone else is just saying, he's just expressing how good he feels right now. But both could be true. Do you know what I mean? You could have had a great day yesterday. Or you could have had the worst day yesterday. And that's why you're saying today's such a good day. But somebody will read into that without you giving that extra piece of information. And that's why writing is dangerous sometimes. Reading is dangerous sometimes. You will draw your own inference from somebody else's words, and that's usually your ego that will fill in that blank.
Yeah.
Oh, what, was you being funny with me? No, why would I be funny with you? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would I be funny with you? Someone said to me, oh, sorry for sorry, I had my phone in my pocket and I timed out water by accident. It wasn't water. Someone else got timed out yesterday. I got a message. Sorry, my phone was in my pocket and I timed someone out by accident. I was like, oh no, that's cool, man. Don't. I was like, say no more. And then they replied, oh, you can take my spanner if you want. I was like, what?
No, that wasn't me, by the way.
Yeah, I was like, huh? Why would I take his spanner? Like, what for what? And then it was just some next projection. It was a bit of a projection. Oh, because I'm not around. Yeah, but I'm not gonna take your spanner just because you had an accident and you let me know. Like, but I reread it and I realized that when I did my say no more, it might have seemed a bit dismissive to somebody that felt guilty for not being around and felt that maybe I might feel away. But they were projecting that.
It's defensive, isn't it?
Right, their ego projected that onto what I wrote.
Yeah.
This is what we do.
Talking. But then I think talking. I don't know.
Better than talking would probably be telepathy, where words are not even getting in the way.
That would be brilliant. That would just solve all problems as well, if you ask me. But I do think that there is just no talking to people sometimes. Like, there is no way you're gonna make them shift the perspective that they hold. If they're in their moment, you cannot make them see what you're trying to say, and they are just gunning for you, and there's nothing you can do about it, because the second they accept what you're saying, then their ego gets butthurt.
You know what?
And they don't want to be butthurt.
The whole world comes crashing down around them, though. That's what they can't handle.
And they have to admit they're wrong.
You have to be
ego.
Like, obviously now, this is where now your quote unquote ego needs the other person to understand what you're saying. What's the big need?
To help them perpetuate their illusion.
No, it's confirmation bias.
So, because otherwise,
the more you start believing in the shit you're spouting. When really, that shouldn't be the equation.
Yeah. So I will share my perspective to share my perspective. But as soon as it starts feeling like you feel that I'm trying to force you to have my perspective, then it's like I want to stop talking now. I start feeling uncomfortable because I'm not trying to sell you something. I'm trying to communicate my thoughts, but you're taking it as I'm trying to sell you something, trying to force you.
The thing is, though, Jez, it's quite difficult in a world where everyone seems to have a motive. Like, people say things, and it's for a reason. They're trying to get something. They're trying to manipulate stuff. Like, everyone's got this motive, and it's difficult to see who's genuine, because sometimes the motive can be so minor. It could be so minor, but it might mean a lot to that person. And there are times when I've clocked people have spoken to me or whatever, and then later on I realized they had a motive, and it kind of hurts a little bit, you know. It's like, why you gotta be like that? Like, why can't you be you? Like, I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, people just have this motive sometimes, and it's tiring. So I am quite weary of when people chat. There's a very few people that,
like, how is it?
I don't feel there's a motive behind it.
How is it that you're so intelligent and so well informed on something that you can't see the beauty in you being able to question that very thing that you've chosen to believe? Can you not? Is it not up for discussion anymore? Is it not up for reevaluation anymore? Is it not up for review? Can we not review the things we know just to make sure that we still know them and it's still correct? People don't want to do that. It's like, once you've got a certain understanding, then you don't want to shift. And whatever, I don't know. Maybe it was a good thing that I never. I don't know, man. It's like I learned things, but for some reason I didn't associate the things I learned with me, with who I am. It's just something I learned. And I think a lot of the time, the information we take on, we try to like interweave it into our personality and make it part of us. So when it's time to extract that thought or that belief, it's like hurts you too much to separate from it. So it's like you're intermingled with it, and you can't unravel it. You can't take that idea and set it aside without setting a part of you aside, because you underpin so much of your identity in that belief. And that's where I think the danger lies. I don't know how you go about deliberately learning stuff but not adding it to your identity, but somehow I managed to do that. It wasn't intentional. I'd be lying if I said, yeah.
That's the meaning of the word integrity, because integrity means that things are integral, means that they're being digested and become part of the truth or the essence. That's integrity. A person who has integrity, that means all aspects of their personality is become one, is integral.
Yeah, I mean, I have integrated beliefs that I've learned through education and society into my day-to-day living, but I didn't integrate those beliefs into my identity.
Yeah.
You understand?
Do you know what I think as well, Jez? Yeah.
Of course.
I think that the lack, and I've only really started thinking about it ever since I've been helping my niece with her GCSE stuff. The lack of school is actually a fucking blessing. It's because I was reading through the questions and I'm answering them, like before I'm helping her answer them, I'm answering them in my head, and then I look at the answers, I'm like, how the fuck is that wrong? Like, but the conditioning of it is mad. Like the conditioning of these questions is mad. Like a lot of the questions, I don't want to go into it because everyone's gonna start debating about science and shit again. But it's like the conditioning, isn't it? There's a lot of conditioning in these school things, and the fact that you're marked wrong for answering logically as opposed to statistically, for example. Do you see what I mean? So I think having a lack of education has been helpful in certain thought processes, because you're, as you said, you don't attach your whole belief system, your whole identity to these things. And when you're young, you don't actually realize it's just a belief system. You learn it as fact.
So it's like a lot of the things that I did when I was young, and a lot of like my family situations and that, as much as they brought trauma and they weren't nice at the time, quote unquote, truly without them, without these strange set of circumstances, like unusual set of circumstances, without them, then I may not have been able to enjoy myself as much as I do now, which is a real comfort, because I don't really have much in the world. I don't really have much, but I have myself, and I genuinely feel like I am an asset. I am a proper, I don't know what it is, just
you're more than what you are.
No, not just that. I rate myself.
No, that's not. Yeah.
When you like it, yeah, I rate myself. I proper rate me. I do. I don't. Obviously I've got insecurities. Obviously I've got weaknesses, and I've got parts of my personality and my behavior that I don't like. But I rate myself on a whole, like I proper do. And I don't know whether I would have been able to have that same kind of ratings for myself had I not gone through certain circumstances and situations, which is really a bittersweet thing for me, because Sometimes I wallow in my own little self-pity, like, rah, my life is fucked. Look at what's happened to me. Look what I've been through. It's so unfair. Why me? But then at the same time, I feel proper like proud of myself when I talk to somebody like Banksy and I hear the level of indoctrination that some of our I proper feel good. It makes like, do you know what I mean? As much as it's frustrating and that, I proper feel good to not be you. Like, I'm proper happy, like, yo. I'm like, and I'm gassed because you're there with all the answers, and all I'm saying is I don't know. But somehow it feels better for me to be saying I don't know than to be you that thinks they know and is laughing at everyone else for having any alternative viewpoints. I'm like, I'd never want to be that person. That feels like such a, I don't know, man. You'd be robbed.
A waste.
Yeah, being robbed of an open mind. When you don't have an open mind, you don't know you don't have an open mind. And yeah, that's kind of sad to not know that you're closed-minded. Like, that's true ignorance. And you attained ignorance via education. This is fucking mad. So what were you before you were educated then? If you're ignorant after education, what was you before that? This is why they say when you trace the etymology of the word education, it actually means to dumb down. People say etymology is like a word game, and yeah, you know, always talk about etymology and blah blah blah, but sometimes it seems like that shit actually stands for something. You know? Like the old classic government. It actually does seem like people's minds are being governed. It doesn't seem like it's just a set of words that have put together from Latin. It does seem that it actually means what it says, governing your mind. Because some people don't seem to be like, because of government funded education and curriculum, some people don't seem to be willing to pilot their own minds. They just don't want to pilot it. They just don't want to be responsibility. They don't want to be at the helm. They don't want to be at the steering wheel. They're just not interested in that, really, ultimately. We all want to be chauffeur driven to certain beliefs and understandings about reality. And this is another reason why mushrooms are appealing to me. If you're listening, this is another reason why. Because it helps you to seek for yourself. It helps you to like circumnavigate or traverse the proposed thought processes that you're supposed to be having, the selection of ways to think that you're encouraged to choose from. Things like mushrooms kind of fuck that up. Like you just think outside of that all of a sudden. If you're not already thinking outside of it or whatever, but I don't know if it's possible to think outside of these thought patterns all the time because they're electromagnetic and there's such things as social consciousness. So you are going to be influenced by the group. Even if you strive to not be part of the group, it's hard. I don't know if people are out there 100% free from all the programming. How? You probably could do some exercises to make it less effective. But yeah, the social consciousness is how we are attacked on a daily basis and how we are controlled as a mass. And it kind of helps to set against the individual and the power of the individual mind to come up with a unique thought process, to come up with a unique idea, to see the world through your own eyes, not through your mom's eyes or your dad's eyes or your forefathers' eyes or ancestors' eyes, through your eyes, to see a situation in that moment, in that instant, for what you see, not with other people's ideas guiding your mind. You know how they say how the eye works with the brain, right?
Your eyes.
Yeah, how your retina.
You're actually seeing with your brain rather than your eye.
Right.
It's transmitting
Now imagine society being the brain and you being the I. It feels like even though you think that you're the one thinking and doing all the seeing and the visualizing, it's actually society, the social consciousness, the government,
the matrix,
curriculum. It's all of them that actually control the way you see shit.
Yeah.
They access the brain and interprets what you pick up for you. Mad. Because I think your eyes turn everything upside down as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they say.
No, your eyes
Like
see
a mirror,
upside down, but your brain turns it the right way around.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
So if you saw the world with your eyes and not your brain, it'd be a very different experience.
Mm-hmm.
Same way as if you saw the world,
gravity wouldn't work.
Same way if you saw the world through your brain, through your mind, through your consciousness, and not the social consciousness, you may have a different experience. And I think that mushrooms help you to circumnavigate some of those things. I don't know what to call them. Constructs. Egregors. I don't know, man.
Love that word. I still get proper excited about that word.
But anyway, man, like, you know, it's a bag of waffle, man. At the end of the day, it's just
No, I love the waffle. I love the waffle because everyone's like deep in thought as you're talking.
Yeah, what do you call it? Philosophy? What do you call it? I don't know. Philosophy.
You're speaking, you're saying your thoughts out loud, isn't it?
What's the mixture of philosophy and psychology? Is it? I know it's got a word anyway, but whatever. Yeah. It's got a word. The mixture of psychology and philosophy.
Psychopathy.
I think there's a distinct relationship between words, consciousness, and God. And that kind of relationship, if you investigate it, no wonder we think that God can speak to us and we put those words into books and we go by the word of God. Because if you think about it, that's what makes us as humans capable of even perceiving that there is a God, is through words. Without our words, we would be lesser humans. But the irony is, you can't communicate everything through words, especially things when it comes to God. So when you look at other traditions like Zen Buddhism, for example, in Zen, they use words like they ask you a question, for example, they'll put your brain in such a position and you'll put such a squeeze on your brain that your brain will just pop and you'll just achieve consciousness if you're not already on that level. And I think with our traditions, with the Western traditions, Islam and Arabs and Europeans and whatever, our Western culture, we're too much into words. We're too much into reading out of books and learning out of books, and the experience or being able to pass an experience from one person to the other, even using words, is being lost. And there's no credence or respect given to that. So a person's own personal experience or their understanding of God is always secondary to what it says in the book. That's the tradition that we're in now. And I think it's a shame, because when you study things like Zen and you understand the poetry of Zen and how it kind of like is a situation where a master is bringing a student into a higher level of consciousness with his words, yeah, you understand that there is power in words, but it's not, the power is not actually in the word itself, but it's in the mechanism that's triggering inside your own synapses, inside your own brain. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Do you know of a reason? I think Christians have got one, but do you know of a reason why God doesn't appear and let everybody know that it's him? Is there a reason why we wasn't born with a Quran memorized in our hearts? So as we grow up, we're like, you know what? I know the Quran's real because, like, from as far back as I can remember, the whole Quran was in my mind. God put it there. Like, why doesn't he do something that makes it, that takes it from beyond the shadow of a doubt? It seems like it can't manifest itself
in our reality.
Yeah.
Because our reality is fluid, isn't it? We're making our reality is fluid. We're making it right now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, God is the source of everything, including reality. But the fact is, once we have that reality and we're all living in the same reality, we have our own willpower. So to a certain extent, we're making our own world. We're making our own willpower. Do you know what I mean? Like I said to you, like when I had this vision that was at the gate of heaven, right? At the gate of God. God himself wasn't there. Even though there was a veil that I couldn't cross. And I could see that there was other life forms living there, like jinns and angels on the other side. I personally couldn't cross that barrier. I'm stuck in this physical world where we're allowed by God to make our own world. We could make this a beautiful world for everyone if we wanted to. Or we could make it hell if we wanted to. God's letting us do that. Do you not agree?
Like, you think,
so
like, God's not, I kind of see what you're saying in a way. It's like saying God isn't going to show himself because he's given us the choice.
Right.
He's given us the choice
sort of argument between
to what
God
we are,
and the devil.
between
God
what you
saying,
would
if I let
believe
these
in.
people have their free will, they'll always choose good over evil. And the devil's like, nah, you don't know these selfish, greedy little
the whole good
motherfuckers.
over evil thing, the whole good over evil thing. I don't like.
No,
it exists, isn't it? I
it's
see
about
it exists.
choosing what's good for us individually over what's good for society in general. So if you're prepared to forego from yourself to sacrifice, and if you look at the story of Jesus, that's his main thing, is that he's sacrificing. Do you get me? That is the sacrifice. That is the most important thing. That's showing us to make a better world, to make the kingdom of heaven, we have to sacrifice over
You know
our own
in
selves.
some ways, right? Sorry to cut you, Khan, but in some ways, I see
cool.
like the whole Jesus sacrificing himself thing. Sometimes I do see it as like, but sometimes I see it as like, when you are your true self in the world, you will get vilified.
Yeah.
Like, you will be chased down, beat down.
Yeah.
Like, we've all had it at some point in our lives, isn't it? Like, as children, and you're you, and then you do things that you aren't supposed to do in the eyes of your parents or in the eyes of society. You will get beat down, you get put in detention, you get kicked out of school, like you'll be put in prison, you'll be no, but hang on. But what I'm saying is that I kind of do see sometimes the story of Jesus as the story of just being your true self, and that when you are your true self, you will be crucified.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see it like 100%. That. I know it sounds pretty cheesy, but
no, agree.
Like, there are times when I'm literally like, you know what, fuck this, and I be like me, and it might seem as I'm just being ignorant and arrogant, and in my head I think, Jesus was crucified. Fuck it. I just remind myself, don't forget Jesus. Don't forget Jesus was crucified.
But it's true what you're saying.
That's
Have you
how
ever
I see that
approached somebody with open arms and pure love, and they've just been so scared and just shook? Because you're exposing something that's vulnerable in them. You're saying to them, put down your shields, put down your protection, put down your ego, put down all your prejudices. And that person's like, yeah, but without that, I'm like a baby again. I don't want to be a baby in front of you. Do you know what I mean? You're exposing their vulnerability, so they will turn on you. Same like a dog. You scare a dog, he'll bite you. But otherwise, why is the dog going to bite you? Unless he's vulnerable. That's how it is. You're by being open, you're exposing other people's vulnerability. That's obvious what you're saying. I think you're right. I agree with you 100%.
I also think, like, back to Jed's question, like, why God wouldn't show himself. Like I always say, it feels like a test at times. And like with any test, you're not going to be shown the answer, innit? Like you got to figure it out. You got to go through the lessons and go through the motions and find out the answer to your test. So I guess that would be one way of looking at why God wouldn't show himself.
But this is the question, though. What do you want to see?
No. Maybe one in C is going to be an issue. Expecting to see is going to change the outcome. Like anytime you force something, anytime you try and force an outcome, it's going to be changed. And I think that's always going to be the problem, isn't it? Like I was saying earlier, like if I read Genesis based on what I was saying earlier, like that would just give me a little insight, but it's not going to give me the answers I'm looking for. And if I force myself to find the answers in there, it's going to manipulate the whole situation. I can't force myself in one direction. I can't force myself to say, I want to see this and I want to know this. And it's impossible.
Well,
I'm just going with the flow, innit?
Is that not how you acquire information, by seeking it out?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you do. But
if you sit around,
you ask, sorry, Zulu, where you ask, like, what do I want to see? Like, I can't answer that question, innit? I don't know.
No, because the reason why I asked that is because people are saying, show me God, this, that, that. But it's like, what do you want to see? And if you see God, will you actually change? Will you revert back to...
Will you know it's God? Will you even know it's God?
Because people in the past have claimed to have seen God, and they've gone back to their sinful ways within an instant.
But how would you actually know if you saw God? Like, how do you not know that we see God or whatever every single day, every minute of the day, every second of the day, every time you open your eyes, every time you go to sleep? How do you not know we've already sinned and we don't know because we have an idea of what God should be? So how do you know that we haven't already sinned it?
No, but my argument is, regardless of whether you see God or not, will that actually change who you are?
Good point.
People are saying, I want to see God so I can know the truth, or so I can...
Yeah.
Then, okay, you see God, but then what's next?
What do you mean? Why does there have to be anything next? If God exists and has a plan, has a purpose for us, or for individuals, then he can reveal himself in a way that is undoubtable that it is who it is. Simple. That's it.
All right.
I ain't leaving no doubt to my son that I'm his father. I'm going to show him I'm his father. I'm going to be there. I'm going to tell him. I'm going to appear. I'm not going to be some mystic text handed down through a person, with multiple ways to interpret that text as well. I'm not going to do that. If I care for my son to know who I am, I'm going to be there. I'm going to show him. I'm going to be in the material, visible to him, not just be there, visible. He has to be able to see me, touch me, interact, talk, observe me. Especially if I know that there's an uncle or a cousin of his that is hell-bent on making it seem like I don't exist. I'm not going to play that game. You can't have more, like, you know what I mean? You can't be more apparent than me in my child's life. That does not make sense. But of course, Christians and religious folk will tell me, well, Jed, you can't hope to understand the logic of the creator, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm just pod. That's it. Fuck logic.
Yeah, that's a pod.
You get me? Like your creator didn't give me this logic. Like, all right, cool, safe. Powers of deduction, critical thinking, all go out the window. We just don't understand God's nature. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm allowed to believe for that to be true. I don't have to have forego my logic to make a leap of faith, which is what I'm constantly asked by other people to do. I don't do that in any other arena. Unless it's based off my own intuition, which won't be based off a book that somebody gave to me. My intuition comes from my gut. It comes from, my inside of me, or it feels like it's from inside of me. It's probably from somewhere outside of me, outside of this body, but that's where it's translated. That's where I feel it. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's never been wrong. and my intuition ain't told me, oh yeah, follow this path, follow that path. This is definitely the path to follow. Yeah, this is the one. So I'm assuming that if my intuition is linked to the creator, then the creator is telling me, nah, bruv, none of these is the what. This is not it yet. This ain't it yet. You know what I mean? Because I'm not willing to throw anything out of the realm of being possible. Unless I've studied it and made true deductions. So I can, like, you know, if someone says to me, oh, this cauliflower is God, and that's based off a dream I had yesterday, then I'm not going to now take that on board as being something that is real. I'm not going to say it's completely impossible, but it's not. I'm not going to go now, let this guy baptize me and join the Church of Cauliflower. So I'm not being that ridiculous with my open-mindedness. But like these main religions all have definite aspects.
Can I ask you a question, Jedi?
But can you feel? Sorry,
what if
one insertion, please. Do you think that you can feel truth when something is true?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yep.
I feel so.
So sometimes, brother. Do you know what I mean? But like, brother, I'll be real with you.
Yeah.
I'll be real with you, bro. Like, for me personally, this has been one of the things where I've deliberately tried to analyze and reflect my own ego, right? And I want to be able to identify it so I know when it's in play. I know when it's involved, yeah? So that I can, because I know I can't trust it completely, right? So I know I need to know when it's interacting. And when it comes to this telling the truth and telling who's telling the truth, a lot of the times my ego will interact with that message and translate it to what I want it to be. So I will tell myself I know when someone's telling me the truth. But there has been times where I've known someone's telling me the truth and they were lying.
Right, but then which one were you listening to? Were you listening to your inner self saying it, or were you listening to you?
I said, when it comes to certain scenarios, your ego, my ego will interact with that process, and therefore I feel can, you know, basically put it this way, I don't want to be so sure of myself that I tell you I know when someone's telling me the truth, because I clearly don't always know when someone's telling me the truth.
I didn't say.
I don't always know when someone's lying to me. I don't always know that. And
no, I meant like if you read something or you come across some information and you feel that.
Yeah, some things resonate. Yeah, I will call that resonation. I'm still not going to say this is the truth. I'm going to say this shit resonates.
No, you're not going to say that because
it may resonate because it complements an aspect of my ego and what I'd like the truth to be. So I'm like, yeah, this makes sense because I'd like it to make sense. Doesn't mean that it's true.
All right. How about?
I agree with that, by the way.
Yeah, I know that. I'm saying like if you have that, you read something, right, and you read some information and you feel it's correct, then you go and do the necessaries to support that. That's not ego. That's more affirmation of something that you already knew. You inherent inside yourself. You felt you knew it, and then you learned about it more. Do you get what I'm saying? And then what you learned was like, right, I kind of already knew that already. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I say a lot of the information is contained within your DNA. It's just about us reading ourselves and listening sometimes to the voices inside or outside, or there's many parts to you. Maybe there's a holy trinity with you. There's you, the inner you, and the outer you.
I feel like that assurity or absolute assurity is very rare for me personally. There's very few things.
I don't think.
Things that that I can say I know. In fact, there's probably not much at all that I can say I know. And that includes things that, you know, like I could go as far to say as I don't know that my mum is my mum. I have no reason to doubt, but separating my ego from the facts is I don't remember being born. Simple. I don't remember. I remember where I came from. Simple. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we already established about being born and existing are two different things, right?
Well, either way, I don't remember what portal I came from.
Right.
Either way, I don't remember.
We general. No, but
yeah, so for me,
I've never heard it being called that before.
The aliens grab my boy.
Hold on,
big
man.
up everybody. Much
Don't
love.
we big up? Don't we generally accept though that our what we're calling the soul that we still don't have no evidence for, but we know is there, is older than our physical presence. So what he's saying has some resonance in the sense that
who generally accepts that?
I think most people generally accept it, especially religious people, and I don't know, scientists and other people, atheists even.
I don't
general consensus.
I don't generally accept that, so I don't assume that there's a general consensus on whether the soul pre-exists or whether the soul even exists. I think that's very much not something that many people agree on.
I think it's dead real. I think it's apparent because in all of these religious ideals, that idea of the soul and the spirit or spirituality or even into that deeper thing is omitted. Do you get what I'm saying? So there has to be a reason why people leave things out. You know what I mean?
On this shit.
What you say?
Yo, Sonny.
Yeah.
Yo, listen, brother. You're completely smashed right now, yeah? And you're not
my G, man. I'm totally on the fucking point right now, man.
You're not making much
Trust
sense.
me, my
and you're
G,
interrupting when people are talking, innit? And I'm letting you on the channel because you're a cool guy, innit? And I like people to come on and give their 2 pence.
I might just
ask you, please, for now, unless you're gonna contribute to the conversation, just to stay on mute.
Cool, man.
You're not interrupting in the middle of someone's sentence to say some mumbled shit that nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about.
I ain't on that bubble conversation.
Yeah, but you've come off mute 3 times to say you're top of the food chain. No one gives a fuck. We're talking about souls, we're talking about spirits, like, and you're moving like you're possessed, G, like you don't want us to have good convo. What I go on for you?
I'm on top of the food chain, man. Of course I got the spirits, man. Listen, I'm gonna kick back.
Alright, brother.
Cool. Going.
I don't even know where I was, man. You just
So we're talking about souls.
Yeah. No,
Saying
that we got this general. There's some general consensus about the soul.
Well, I asked the question many times. You know, like
amongst the religions, like the Islam and Christianity, do they have the same concept of the soul?
Nope.
No.
What's the difference?
Who told you that?
Hindus are believing some reincarnation.
I mean, how can you say Muslims and Christians don't have the same concept?
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, it's not even the same religion or the same God.
No, I mean, how do you mean? Sorry, the concept.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So how do they Zulu? There's a good way to bring Zulu in.
Adam's gonna get made, right?
One second,
in both stories, right?
Zulu, can you tell us how the soul differs from what you know of Christianity versus what you know of Islam?
Yeah, please.
Well, according to the Torah, Adam's soul is based on the breath of life being breathed. But in the Quranic version, they do not have this creation where Adam
they do.
The breath
exactly.
Where the breath is going into.
Like all this comes from Centaurian.
No, but it doesn't say.
Let Zulu finish first.
It doesn't say the breath. It doesn't say the breath goes into Adam.
Go on. It doesn't say the breath. No. It says the
This is
soul.
what I'm saying. So
the
they
ruh.
use the Hebrew word nefesh.
They use
It's the same
ruhi.
thing.
Are you talking
No.
about how the soul got into the body or the soul itself? Like,
Right.
so
The
so
story is identical. That's all.
it's not.
You know,
Man.
one
right.
says breath.
So
One says
what's the
breath.
concept of the soul in both religions?
And
Sorry,
actually,
man.
one is more specific.
I can't even speak
man.
for my own.
One sec, man. Yeah, one is more specific. In saying the soul. Yeah. So a piece of God's soul, yeah, was blown or put into Adam. Do you get what I'm saying? The ruhi, the soul, the you know,
the spirit,
or whatever you want to say. So I believe. Sorry. So in that concept, yes, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are similar in that respect. So we have to get that right first before we start making claims that no, they're different, and then let's deal with no.
Let's Sasha go, please. Let's Sasha go.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all based on the same thing.
I was literally just saying, like, Zulu's description was how the soul got into the body, but I want to know, like, what are the differences? Are there any differences in what that soul is? Not how it got there, what it is. That's.
Well,
you know what I
in
mean?
the biblical, the soul would be essentially a part of God. Hence why we're called children of God. We're called sons and daughters of the Most High.
Elohim.
But obviously, is shirk. That would be shirk, right? Saying that Allah begets in any form. We're just a creation. So
and where's the word soul come from?
Hold on,
soul,
Cage, man.
Wait.
So that connection between man and God is lost in the Islamic version because they take away that descendancy or us being his offspring in that sense.
No.
So are you saying that in Islam that they don't say the soul is part of God? Is that what you're saying?
No, the breath of God.
We're the creation, and he's
Hang on,
God.
is that what you said, Zulu?
Allow me to respond to Sashkan, then you can go.
Yeah, but you're speaking for Islam when there's like 3 Muslims here.
But you can.
Well, it's his perspective, isn't it, from a Christian's point of view? So wait,
because as far as I know, it's shirk to say that we Allah begets.
Are you not ever interested on how other people perceive things from a different set of eyes? Like, there's no one ever interested in that.
They're not. That's the problem.
That's just preaching.
Yeah, but same for you, Zulu. Are you ever interested in how people perceive Christianity through a different set of eyes?
Yes.
Like without feeling attacked or offended.
Can I just
it's quite interesting?
We do all the time.
Can I make one thing?
Christianity all the time.
Can I make one point? Zulu. I'm trying to help you, innit? In Islam, the word of God is not God himself. The breath of God is not God himself. Do you understand? There's a distinction between the attributes of God and God himself. So even if your soul was given to you by God, it's God's creation that's been put into you. It's not actually a part of God, as in you got God living inside you.
What are you talking about?
Necessarily true.
You don't make sense to you. You're not listening.
Provide scripture though. Provide scripture.
You're not listening.
Bad boy question coming up.
Jeez.
Did God create his breath?
Yeah.
Or is God breathing?
Yeah, he created it. Same like the word of God is his creation. The spirit of God is his creation. Everything other than God himself is his creation.
Why would he need to create his spirit?
Because everything has to be created. Everything other than God himself is a creation of God.
How can he create his own spirit?
Think about what you're saying.
Because he's self-actualizing.
The spirit is his essence. How can he create his own essence?
Doesn't even say that.
No.
Think about what you're saying, brother. We're talking about the spirit of God.
Yeah.
Not a spirit that God made. This is the spirit of God.
Right.
And you're saying if the spirit of God is not part of God. So I'm saying, so therefore, if it's not part of God, then God created it. God created his own spirit. So at one point in time, God didn't have a spirit.
No.
You're confusing yourself.
That's what you're saying, Con.
The spirit that's in you, that is of God, was created by God, right? But it's
it doesn't say that though.
Bruv, if you're saying what you're saying God cuts a piece of himself off and puts it inside people.
That's what.
So then that means that the more people that God creates, the less God there is.
It's like little ants. It's like we're ants looking at.
Sorry.
Can I
interject, please?
God does not work like that. It's
like a drop of water in the ocean. If you take a drop of water out of the ocean, does it change the water level of the ocean?
Of course it does. What? It goes without saying.
A drop of water. A drop of water.
Yeah, a drop of water. If you take one drop and then you keep doing that, eventually you will have no ocean left.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is what it is to the creator of the heavens and earth to take a piece of his soul, 1 second, and to blow it or to put it into Adam or whatever. You got what I'm saying? Pause. Right? Yeah. But I'm just saying it's a piece. The key word was peace. So it's like I don't know what you want to say. I mean,
I don't even like that either,
just saying
because I don't really know.
Because like that peace thing.
But you have to understand that if it's endless, if it's
we don't know how much of it.
Yeah, man.
We don't.
It could be a lot.
That's what the text says, bro. Like,
why are we jumping to the conclusion that your soul equals taking something away from the creator?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, it's a concept.
I would say that these books, or whatever, the common consensus about this God of Abraham and whatnot seems to be that he's infinite.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's infinite, and
you can't take anything away from him.
His spirit would be infinite.
Yeah.
Therefore, would never be able to run out. And
yeah, exactly.
I don't think it'd be a case of taking away from God.
No.
More a case of
sharing.
Utilizing. Yeah, so he's utilizing his spirit to animate you.
Another spirit.
Say to for example, to animate you. But I don't think and I'm just I'm not saying I agree that this is what it is, but it doesn't have to be a thing of taking some away. So there's a limited amount of God's energy, and the more he takes away, then the less he has for himself.
Right.
I don't think it really works like that.
That would be presumptuous.
I think what
anyway,
you said is the most
back to the breath. Either the breath is part of God or it's not.
Yeah,
it's of God. Don't mean it is God.
Spirit, either the spirit is part of God or it's not.
It is.
Jets, I just want to say one thing just to clarify. It's of God. Don't mean it is God. Do you understand?
No. I said part of God.
Listen,
part of God.
Imagine what you just said using your same analogy, right?
My finger
Let's say
is
I'm a
of
human
me.
being, right?
My finger is of me. My spit is of me.
Yes,
my blood
I was going to say that.
But
yes.
it is not me, right?
That's right. That's right. Now you're getting what I was going to say.
But hold on, though. If I was an infinite being that was never created and will never be destroyed, it becomes a little bit different now. Because now we saying this spirit is definitely active and still moving and still whatever alive. So it's still part of it's still it's not been severed. This is where the analogy doesn't work. Because if I sever my finger, I have no control over that finger anymore.
That's right.
It's a loss of power.
Right? So it's different. It's different from the spirit of God, which is clearly active, and in your book will return to him when you die. So it's very different. It's more like a loan. It's more like a lending.
But even so, I mean, the human concepts of shirk and all these are human frailties. Like we cannot put this to the creator. You know what I mean? I find that we do these little things is really dissuading from the point or blocking us from learning more things or looking deeply into stuff.
Can I ask a question that may seem really stupid?
Yeah.
Is your soul synonymous with your consciousness?
I don't believe so. I do think they're intertwined, but I think they're separate.
Yeah, I think you have a body consciousness as well. Like your body will have a consciousness.
Depends on the definition, isn't it? The definition of soul is the spiritual or immaterial part of a human being or animal regarded as immortal. And then the other definition is emotional or intellectual energy or intensity, especially as revealed in a work or art or an artistic performance. So obviously,
I think they're separate things.
Yeah, in alchemy, it's called the Tria Prima, or you can call it the Tetragrammaton. You know,
yeah, Kabbalah.
Wait, hold on. Isn't your consciousness an immaterial part of the human being?
It is
could
immaterial,
that not be
but
the
it
same thing as
material reality.
But then your soul doesn't so from what we were talking about earlier, the understanding of consciousness is that it's an awareness.
They call it in alchemy.
Is your soul aware of itself? So I don't know.
Salt,
It is.
sulfur, and mercury.
You think your soul's aware of itself, Jen?
That's not infinite knowledge, though. That's
Yeah.
not infinite knowledge.
But the
That's just
consciousness
a
is
little bit.
immaterial, Sash. It's immaterial.
Yeah,
They
to
can't
perceive
locate the
God
conscious.
is not knowledge. It's a process in it. Do you get what I'm saying? Showing that you're a being that can do that, that has knowledge of self or knowledge of the creator. You know,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
levels to this. Like,
yeah. I agree with that.
I mean, we like man was saying earlier. I think even ants and thing have knowledge of self. You know,
It's an
some of them-
initiatory process.
right?
Are you sure
And they
about that?
might
Because
also-
have you seen the video of animals looking into the mirror, not knowing that that's them?
But that's not how they
That's
choose
just a
to.
physical. That's just looking at your
Remember,
physical.
Well, I mean,
you're
in their
not
bodies,
built-
they can know themselves in their bodies.
Yeah, but
I
they're
mean,
they're
outside
not
of
built
that,
like you, right? You don't have antennae. You don't have echolocation. You don't have some of the things these animals have. Some of them don't have eyes as you see because of their movements. They move underground or whatever, so the eyes are there, but they're not really what they're using to move about and travel around. They feel vibrations and stuff. All of these type of things. So it's on a different level.
Can I ask Zulu a question?
Before you ask the question, I want to read the definition of consciousness.
Go.
It says the state of being aware of and responsive to one's surroundings. So this seems more like an action or like a state of being rather than the soul being an actual metaphysical thing or substance. So I would say that the soul is conscious.
Can I ask you a question relating to
You think the soul? Hang on. Do you think that Oh, sorry, Khan.
all
Do you
right,
think all living things have souls?
Yes.
Otherwise, why would they do animal
Even animals have
sacrifices?
souls. Everything has a soul.
That's why they do animal sacrifices, isn't it?
Yeah. Go ahead, Khan. You wanted to say a question?
Oh, if I can remember it now. Oh, yeah. So basically, we have this knowledge or this consciousness, right? But obviously,
I don't know
it.
if they have souls, but they have astral bodies. They have that kind of that other dimensional representation of themselves that we have. But some of us have multiple different layers. Like some have like a soul, and some have a soul and a spirit.
And some have a couple of souls, according to Hebrews.
Some have a spirit.
There's
also may have
as human beings, you have the ability to formulate will. So the
you
will,
also
I
may
think,
have
is
an
the
anamorphic
differentiator on that.
representation as well.
You know, we can understand these concepts.
Wait, when you say
and then
multiple
utilize them.
spirits, you mean possession?
No, I mean, for instance, I've got a soul and a spirit.
Yeah.
Where's the possession in that?
No, you
So
said
what would the
multiple
difference
spirits.
be
You said
between a soul
some
and a
people have
spirit?
multiple spirits.
No, I never said multiple spirits.
Okay, that's fine.
Multiple levels.
Some people have
You said
multiple.
Yeah,
levels.
there's multiple levels of existence, dimensional existence.
Yeah.
And yeah,
We can have our own ideas.
some have
We can
different.
have our own
And this
places.
is another thing that means that like the difference in us may not be a physical or strictly genetic thing. It may
Forget
be
about
something.
genetics, man. We can have
Brother,
our own ideas,
brother,
man.
Yo, man, shut up, man.
I'm not letting you back on the panel.
Shine.
I'm not letting you back
Bye,
on the panel. You can come back later. Sorry, Shine, man. But yeah, I'm just not having it. You're on a different level of drunken shit chatting. It's long. This is a good convo, and I'm actually in the mood for this convo. Like this is because of what I've been like, preying and thinking and
Can I ask my question? Because I was going to ask one.
Let Jedi finish what he's saying first.
They tie in together.
When I finish saying what I was saying, though, but
Yeah,
like, if anyone remembers what I was saying,
I
it wasn't
remember
too much waffle.
Spirit and a soul. Because
Go on, Sneak.
We're going too quickly. We got to slow it down.
Anyway, let's
Multiple
whatever. Go on,
souls.
Con,
You
anyway.
were answering Zulu.
I don't remember what I was saying. Go on, Con.
You
I was going to say to Zulu, yeah, you know the consciousness that we have or the knowledge that we have now, is it more than what God really wanted us to have? Because obviously this whole Adam and Eve and the apple and the tree and the snake and all that malarkey, now we obviously have more knowledge than what we were originally supposed to have. So now we have this consciousness, this knowledge of self, and it seems like you said earlier, the more we use that knowledge to understand God, is that even if you took it to the extreme limit of actually seeing God, you wake up the next day and you're still the same person, and it don't make a difference to you. So this knowledge really that we've acquired is a form of rebellion. And it's opposite of
that's a construct.
Maybe it's utilizing the knowledge that
No,
goes wrong. Maybe the
it's a
point is
tool.
to actually
Knowledge
gain knowledge and just don't
it's not the
work on it.
knowledge
Like
that's
it's the need to manipulate with the knowledge you know.
It
So if
seems
you
to
know
me we're
something,
blackmailing God. We're saying to God, reveal yourself more to us, let us understand you more, and then we'll believe in you. And God's like, all right, then I'll do that. And you're still the same person after.
maybe that's what it's supposed to be though. Maybe you are supposed to be the same person after.
Maybe you're supposed to just shut your mouth, be humble, submit, put your head down, and enjoy this life that you have.
Yeah, notorious.
What does that even mean though, Kwan?
Yeah,
It means that everything that goes on in this world that we're sort of rebelling against, maybe that is the real world.
Talking at once.
Depends what you do with it. You can build something or you can destroy something with it. It's up to you.
What difference does it make to God whether we
It's not
burn this whole
necessarily bad or
planet to
good.
the ground? What difference does it make to God? Only makes a difference to us, innit? Right? So if we're allowed to do whatever we want, yeah, maybe that is the purpose of this life, just to live the life, just to live and enjoy living. That's the purpose of this life, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually hear that, Kwan.
The purpose
But
is to make your own purpose.
then
But, you got to make your own purpose. Simple.
Your purpose is to live.
Your purpose is to make it. It's to make it better
beings.
than when you came in. Try to make it better than when you came in.
Answer me this
Pass on
question,
the
Cage.
torch
How
of
can two
initiation to the
countries
next
go to
generation.
war and kill each other in the name of the same God, and God simultaneously is on both sides? He supports both of them. How is that possible?
He says he supports both of them.
Maybe the point is not to come back. You gotta do what you gotta do here.
Now you're speaking for God, Cuz.
If he withdrew his love from one side, the other side will automatically
This is what
win.
I'm
There
trying
would
to
be
say,
no
Zulu,
war.
man. This is mad.
There would be no war.
I don't even know, man.
Listen to what I'm saying to you,
Sometimes
Zulu.
a Jewish God
Logically
will come down and
speaking,
just say, "Yo, this is
look,
the truth." You know, because sometimes
look
when
what
you're
I'm
speaking
saying
for
before
God, it's just
you start preaching. Listen, if there's two sides go to war, God is sustaining both sides. He's loving both sides. Whichever one side wins, God wins, isn't it?
Or if he doesn't want them to go to war altogether.
I wanted to hear more about these levels that Jedi was talking about.
You were saying
The consciousness, the soul, the spirit. That some animals don't have all levels.
Levels, degrees, whatever you want to call it.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, you heard them bow down your eyes and bow down.
Something to do with the whole whatever thing about dimensions and that. But
yeah,
we exist on different dimensions, right? Some are able to travel or to actualize themselves or realize themselves in other dimensions, and that realization, that consciousness and awareness and ability to walk about, as they say in the Aborigines say, or travel or whatever. People got so many waka waka. You get me? People got so many different words for this movement. Sorry, yeah, people got so many different words for this movement, but you need different vehicles to move in different terrain. On Earth, you need your physical body. Yeah, in this 3D, whatever, you need your physical body. Astrally, you need your astral body. In dream world, you need your dream body. There's different dimensions. It's not all one thing. It's not all one place. The place where the souls are kept, you got your soul. You can travel there. You can actually project to there, and your soul will be there too. So you would be, essentially, you could stand amongst yourself in different dimensions. If these bodies have the built-in ability to traverse other realities, other spaces, other dimensions, then you can travel. And this is what sets other people apart, because the ability to travel gives you access to things you wouldn't know ordinarily in this density, in this reality,
frame of reality, the frame.
dimension. Do you know what I mean? This is why often many people carry out their spiritual and stuff works in their sleep or in a trance or under hypnosis or under heavy medication, because it's all about altered states of consciousness so that you can actualize or realize or deliberately exist in other spaces and dimensions.
Yeah, and time's not linear, you know, like human concept. You think the reason why we think time starts and ends is because we die in our minds, you know, and our avatar dies. So time does not exist like that. It's not just everything exists at once. It just is. You know what I mean? That's like
and that's got to be true, because for some reason today you can pick out aspects of tomorrow, or you can be sent images or video clips or real-time footage or whatever of tomorrow that hasn't happened yet, and you can recognize that and store that in your memory.
That's just a cage, it's a construct,
and then you can witness it unfolding when you wake up. So that's why like I said in that little thing I read, that was one of my first introductions to the fact that okay, things are not what they seem to be, because I'm seeing stuff that hasn't happened yet, then it's happening, and it's not just me seeing it. My sister's seeing the same shit with me. So like it was like a double, triple confirmation.
It's always there, bro. It's not an illusion. The illusion is not seeing it. That's a real illusion. You know what I mean?
So did anyone? Yeah, you're just saying random shit, bro.
I'm saying the illusion not seeing it.
Man, shut up, man. Shut up, man. Sometimes I feel like I've got a mission to express certain things, and then certain characters pop up. Like I'm telling you, this is no. Some days I'm just on a zero tolerance, because the bullshit vibration can't win all the time. Not on my channel. It's not going to happen. No disrespect to anybody, but if you don't know how to build, sometimes just stay out of it. Because when I'm interested in talking, I'm like, and something serious, I'm on it. When we can chat shit all week, Triller and all that, and Raj, and come and chat bollocks and blah 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 all week. I won't be really part of all of that, because it's just I'm not in that mood at the moment. You know what I'm saying, innit? You know what I mean? Woke up funny, feeling a bit tired. The weather's all moody and that. It's sunny, it's shit, it's raining.
It's raining. Health on.
Yeah, and it's got me in this mindset, right? Where I want to enjoy talking about something that means something. A bit of substance today, please. Do you mind?
Yeah.
And that's not about, oh, I know it all, so I'm just gonna blurt out random fucking cliche lines and that every 5 minutes. That's long, man. If you could so wise, how you don't know how to enter a conversation with somebody and not just be on the outside throwing random words in? How is it we all know how to like say, oh yeah, you know what, you're right, Sneaks. Yeah, Sasha, yeah, Snipes. And talk, build. But Cage, you don't have to build. The one always talking about masonry and all this and Hiram and Biff, you don't have to build. And that's a key. See, you can't learn that in a lodge or wherever you went to go and get your esoteric knowledge, whatever book. You can't learn how to build in real life, like social skills. You can't pick that up. You can't learn it on a course or whatever. You gotta live it. You know what I mean? And you gotta check yourself.
Internet different.
You ever do what do they call it? Jumping jacks or skip rope? You ever skip rope, bruv?
No.
You've never skipped rope.
Man.
You've never had a skipping rope.
When I was doing a lot of MMA, you know, for boxing.
Pardon?
Oh, yeah, for boxing and MMA.
Have you ever jumped into the rope where two people are turning it on either side?
But yeah, I was kind of the only thing I was going to say.
Man's shy to say that, man.
I know, man.
The only thing I was going to say about that is, yeah, the
double dutch in that.
Allow it, man. Yeah, that's the name, double dutch. You never done double dutch before?
Double dutch, well, like suicides?
Oh,
sorry?
What do you mean double dash? What the fuck is that?
Double dutch.
Nah, none of that.
Two skipping ropes.
It shows because you don't know when to jump in. You ain't got that rhythm. You ain't got that rhythm. And you can see the ropes moving, and you're like, yeah, boom, jump in. That's how conversations are like sometimes. You got to find the rhythm of the convo and learn how to slot in. You now, you'd be like, yeah, man. It's all about the bullshit anyway, cause really, it's like, bro.
I'm saying all this stuff is all constructs.
Yeah, man. You know, we all ready to.
You gotta look into the gematria of it all. Like even look at light and dark or white and black. They have the opposite values. It's a dichotomy.
It's just like everybody knows this.
You know what I'm saying? You should recognize.
What you saying, bro?
Ready to try bring this conversation back if possible.
Hey, Radar, you came back. Pause.
Radar, where's the before and afters, bro? Make me a believer.
Bro, don't try to switch it out right now. I'm trying to do a conversation. That's just a distraction.
I'm going on mute.
Is he still here?
Drop some bars, man.
If not, then obviously I'll go back to my second point because I still can kind of remember.
Sneaks is there, man.
But I remember like when you first started the conversation, that you're speaking about like consciousness, and then I heard like different terms like being thrown out, like conscious, and then I think Sneak started mentioning like soul. So it's like what? Like, do you all think those three things are the same thing, or like what do you think? Because I'm starting to hear all different words being intertwined, isn't it? And it's like,
so what do you think?
What words are you hearing?
Like consciousness, conscious, and soul.
Yeah. So what do you think?
Why are you switching the question on me? I'm asking you lot because
we've been talking for time, so you can't.
Yeah, we're having a conversation,
and
the explanations have been in the conversation, but no worry. I'm just saying, what do you think on the subject?
I think they shouldn't be mixed up, innit? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I think consciousness is a.
I was gonna say, yeah. Tell us the difference between consciousness and conscious.
I think conscious is like an awake kind of level, and consciousness is more like a form or energy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So you could have a different level of being like conscious, how awake or how much attention, or but consciousness is like the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole flow, and the whole energy.
It's like the lucidity in a dream. Do you know what I mean? Even when you dream every night, right? You get me? So we can say that dream is like consciousness, but now your state of awareness of it is being conscious.
Exactly, you're conscious.
Like your lucidity.
Perfect example there.
You're gonna have to use multiple words to explain it, Radar. Though that's how it goes.
That's a perfect example.
Nah, I hear that because it's very common, but I think I've noticed this a lot over the years. Like a lot of people, like arguments in that start when like people's got different definitions of words, and then it like the smallest little misunderstandings like just lead to like disagreements. That's why I always try and like confirm the same meaning.
But that's why we ask questions.
I don't think that's what happened earlier. You know.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I'm not saying that's the thing, innit? I'm just saying literally I'm saying I had 2 points I wanted to bring up. You know what I'm saying? I was waiting like half an hour, and then my brother jumped on. You know, I could have jumped on, but I didn't want to disturb the conversation you two are having, you know?
Okay.
But the second thing... Yeah, bless up. The second thing that you lot was talking about, which I wanted to get into, you was talking about like communication. So I wanted to say that communication can be in like every form, like everything communicates, you know what I'm saying? Like cells communicate, and like, like everything communicates. It's not just like a language or a body language, like everything communicates. Like you could say communication is like a connection of one thing to another, and it's like it has very like many levels, isn't it?
But I hear where
like
Sash
even
is coming
trees
from, though.
communicate through their roots in it underground.
Yeah.
And even just breathing in and out, you're communicating. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, but what she was talking about was speaking, and like we speak. There's something to be said that we had powers before at one stage. So speaking and writing is a form of retardation from a higher state. Do you get what I'm saying? Of telepathy and able to communicate without words and tones and vibrations. This is just a lesser form of something that we could already do.
Retard just means being slow or late.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd say speaking is beautiful. I'd say speaking is beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
It's leading in it, and people program it. It's a spell. Yeah,
Well, they say
Speaking is beautiful.
they
Speaking
say
is
the devil
beautiful
is
when
a
you're
talker.
able to
and curses.
when you're able to express what you really mean and what you really feel, and that the
Yeah.
people that you're saying it to, like they take it in the way you had wanted them to. That's when it's beautiful. That's when speaking is beautiful. But when it comes to like a non-understanding things, pain fucking off, mate. Pause.
It's how you express yourself through speech, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, say, like a
Yeah.
musician or a singer, like they can express themselves through like tones and frequencies and
Right, that's fine.
combinations of words, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But we're
Yeah.
saying the whole thing that we're saying, linguistics and words and thing and all of that, that's backwards because no animals need that in nature.
That's what kind of what I was trying to say earlier is that
right.
It's like we have fallen from
Yes.
grace.
In
well,
a
think
sense,
about how
yes,
birds
that's a fact.
communicate.
Or some of our abilities have been switched off, you know, because if we have all these glands and things and that are not used in the body and we're not using all of our brain, imagine if we were. So, you know, that's why I say know thyself, because you don't even know what you're capable of. That's the reality. They don't know, you don't know.
And do you
But yet
think
you know.
that following, I'm so sorry, this is going to
Yes.
trigger their people. Do you
Go.
think following a religion will help you find that? Because
No.
Triggered.
No, not necessarily. No,
No, I'm joking.
not necessarily. No. As I said, remember the question I asked on my show, a couple of things. I said, do you need religion to know the creator?
I don't feel like you do.
And I think 80-something% of the people said no.
Okay.
And I
can
know a
ask
lot
one
of
more
those
question,
people
yeah?
was religious. Do you get what I'm saying? I know a lot of those people
But
were
a lot
religious.
of people will
answering the
say
question.
that they
One
don't
more
need
question. One more question. Do
Go
you
on.
think you have to know the creator?
Sorry?
Ask that again.
Do you
have to?
think you have to know the creator?
No, I think it's a preset for you though.
Can I
Showing
answer?
you're slightly different from other species. Remember,
One second. Yo,
Go.
Vic, what's good? Big
What
up,
up, yo?
What you saying,
How
bro?
y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Big
up.
That question got you, huh? I drew you out, huh?
I guess
Okay.
you did.
Okay.
Mad.
Tell me more.
Well, somebody said it earlier on the panel. It said, if you saw God, would it change the person that you were? And the answer, if you go to the Bible, the answer is no. Okay. The example is given with Moses. Moses had a direct contact with God directly when he was freeing the Hebrews from the Pharaoh. And even after he freed the people, right? If you look at scripture, Moses and God fell out because Moses decided not to listen to God anymore. So the example is given again, with Noah and his 3 sons when the Canaanites started building the Tower of Babel. All of these people would have been considered the direct contact. The people that had direct contact. When the angels came to Lot's house and told Lot and his wife, we're going to destroy the city. So when you leave, don't look back. What did Lot's wife do? She looked back and she turned into a pillar of salt. So humanity, like I said, the gift of free will is also a curse at the same time, because when you have this free will, right, we have free will to do good and we have free will to do evil. And we don't care. Once we start doing either side, we're comfortable in whatever side we choose at that particular point. You see, there can't be like all good and all evil, because the power of free will won't even allow that. Okay. My mind, under the power of free will, I'm a God. I can create, I can destroy, just like the creator of us. Only thing we can't do is we can't fly. We can't stay underwater for 5 hours straight without some type of equipment or something like that. Same thing with flying. We need equipment to fly and all these other things. So just imagine if we did have those abilities to fly and go underwater without using any type of gear, like the scriptures say we were in the Old Testament. We would be even more monsters. You know, it would be even more terror out here. Can you imagine if Jeffrey Dahmer could fly? Think about that. You see?
What the fuck is he talking
Preach, brother, preach.
Yeah, I was gonna say with Moses, yeah, it's like Moses, even though he fucked up, he still got back on the right track.
Well, actually,
he was never able to see the promise.
Actually, no, he didn't. When Moses and God fell out, this is when God told Moses to take his people into the promised land of milk
Yeah, but
and
he
honey.
would never see it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
He would never see the promised land.
the spies came back to Moses and told Moses that we can't go over there because the Nephilim is over there.
But I think Moses,
when
was
God-
on DMT because of the burning bush of Acacia.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Acacia
Forget
is
all that
very
DMT
deep.
shit, man. 1 second.
Well, that was after. See, the burning bush, that was before he freed the people. We're talking about after, when he freed the people, after he got away from Pharaoh.
Before, when he had connection to God.
When he was told by the spies that he could not go into that land because of the Anakites, that there were giants there, and if they were to go there, they would be crushed. Okay, when God checked back with Moses and asked Moses, why did you not take my people in the land I told you? And Moses looked back and said, well, you know, it's giants over there, so we can't go over there. And God said, well, you know what? Your children will suffer in the desert for 40 years. And those same Anakites came down and killed Moses and all of his people. So no, God let Moses die.
And Moses didn't see the promised land. He died.
No, he didn't. And you know what?
Only story from a mountain.
Wait. Slow down.
Hold on, wait.
He didn't reach the promised land. Fair
Someone
enough.
killed Moses.
No, he wasn't killed. He died of old age.
Wait,
No,
man.
right. If you look at the scriptures,
died or killed, regardless whether he's died or killed. Would you say that Moses died a quote unquote believer, a sinner, in the grace of God, out the grace of God? Would he be expected to be getting heaven based on the biblical story?
100%.
No, he wouldn't.
Yes, he would.
No.
The reason why, look, no one from the Old Testament knew who Jesus Christ was. Jesus Christ was the only one that could grant you resurrection. So there's a lot of people that are not going to be resurrected from the Old Testament because God in the Old Testament, he never gave any promise to any of those people. He didn't tell you about an afterlife in the Old Testament. Think about it.
Okay. Are you familiar with the transfiguration when Moses and Elijah came down and spoke to Jesus to give him encouragement about what he was going to have to do, what he was going to do? So when you say that, hold on.
Jesus Christ came to the earth.
No, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you're saying that, oh, Moses, all these people that didn't know Christ aren't going to go to heaven. That doesn't even make sense because Enoch went to heaven. Elijah went to heaven. Moses went to heaven.
What are you talking
about? Adam went to heaven.
Well, no, Adam's dead. I don't know about Adam going to heaven yet.
Well, again, see, you can't say Adam's dead, but these other people went to heaven. See, that doesn't.
Yes, you can say that.
You can't say that because remember, we're talking about Sheol. The Hebrew concept.
He's the first
of heaven
example,
and hell,
right?
Hold on, the Christian concept of the quote-unquote Christian concept of heaven and hell is non-existent when you look at the Hebrew culture. We have a concept of Sheol. People are only resurrected or taken to heaven on Judgment Day. But this thing of, I'm going to die and go to heaven, that's all purgatory. That's Roman Catholicism. According to the scriptures, we call it soul sleep. When you die, you go to Sheol and you await the day of judgment. The only people that went up straight away and didn't taste the first death would have been Enoch. Elijah. Right?
Yeah,
definitely.
Elijah.
Well, it sounds like I got some Hebrew brothers on the line with me.
I'm a Christian.
He's bringing you your own book.
I'm a Christian, bro.
Well, in my book, right, with the story of Moses, okay, when you get to the New Testament, what is Jesus saying in regards when he mentions whoever acknowledges me at Matthew, that's Matthew 10:32 and 33, when he says, whoever acknowledges me before men, I will acknowledge them before my Father who is in the heavens. But whoever disowns me before men, I will also disown before my Father who is in the heavens. So if you are disowned by Jesus Christ, why do you think God is going to step in and save
Who
you?
disowned Jesus?
No,
Who disowned
disowned
him?
Jesus,
but who
bro?
disowned Moses? You mean? Like, what are we doing?
Moses was nothing more than a prophet. He was a messenger. He
So
was a
did,
person that was trying
all right.
to
He was the
convince
father of a
Pharaoh.
nation, though. He
All right, but
fathered the nation.
He was trying to convince Pharaoh and the people of God's existence,
I
right?
hear you.
But what did
Did he
God
go
say
to
to
heaven?
Moses?
Did he go to heaven though?
Why is
That's the
Moses
only
in
question.
heaven right now?
Ah.
If he's not important, why is
Is
Moses
he
in heaven?
Is he in heaven? And are we
Yes.
following the laws of Moses? No.
Yes, we are.
Well,
Why
some of us
is he in
follow
heaven?
the laws of Moses. Yes, some of us do. We have our moral
Everybody. Christ,
based in
everybody was
the
following it. Right?
Mosaic law. But I will say this: no one that disobeyed God goes to heaven. You don't get to disobey
That's not
God.
true. You can't
Yeah,
say
but
that
God,
God's forgiving.
God is the ultimate
You can't take
forgiver,
that into
right?
your
Yeah,
mouth.
that's what I thought.
Okay,
well,
hold
when
on.
you say God is forgiving, what
Yeah.
scripture does it say where God forgives you in the Old Testament? Did he forgive the people that died in the flood?
The first thing we say,
forgave Adam and Eve.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim.
Sorry, no.
Allah is the
Forgave Adam
forgiving,
and
the
Eve?
merciful.
No. He cursed Adam and Eve.
Yeah, but did he
No,
forgive them?
not true.
Wait,
Not in
wait,
Islam.
guys, let's try and understand where he's coming from because this is
Yeah,
getting
go on, go on.
okay. So, are you
Okay.
saying that everyone in the Old Testament?
I'll
Hold on.
bring the book out.
Yeah, bring the
Hold
book. I've got my book here. You bring your book, yeah. So you're saying, just to clarify this, because I'm getting a bit confused as well, yeah. We got time.
Graduated and shit.
We got time. Yeah, man, we got time, bro. This is Bible study time now. Bible hour, yeah. So you're saying. You're saying everyone in the Old Testament. What should I call you, brother? By the way, sorry, your name?
Yeah.
My name is Vic. You know, people call me Vic Damone. Other people will say, you know, I'm the Hebrew headhunter. They got all types.
Oh shit! Where's Kemo? Where's Kemo?
I speak for you, bro.
Hey, headhunter.
Me, where's Kemo?
Headhunt, you know.
No, rep your set, Julie,
What
man.
do you mean, bro? I'm a Hebrew by ethnicity, but I'm a Christian.
Oh man.
Okay, so
this is what you're gonna do, yeah?
But I've always said I'm SDA. You know, I've always said I'm SDA.
All right, safe, no problem. Anyway, let's move.
Well, yeah, I want to point out a key.
Let me ask my question though, Vic, for clarification, if you don't mind, so we can all know what's going on.
Right now, you said it again.
I want to ask a question for clarification, yeah, so we know what's going on right now. So my question to you is: are you claiming that, according to the scriptures, everyone in the Old Testament that doesn't know Jesus isn't in heaven or isn't going to heaven on Judgment Day? Is that your claim?
Yes. I mean, after reading the Old Testament, absolutely.
Wow. All right. Okay. So, what's your scriptures to substantiate that? Let's start with that.
I don't want to jump around too fast. I want to bring up this scripture about Adam and the fact that, you know, like God really wasn't blessing these people for the simple fact because they wasn't listening. Okay. I mean, like, God don't bless you for doing bad. Okay. It just don't work that way. So right here, okay, it talks about let's see, the curse. Okay. And this is at Genesis 3.
Right.
All right. We can start at Genesis 3 and start at verse 8. It says, later they heard the voice of God walking through the garden about the breezy part of the day. And the man and his wife went into hiding from the face of God between the trees of the garden. God kept calling to man, where are you? Finally, he said, your voice I heard in the garden, but I was afraid because I was naked. And so I hid myself. At this, he said, who told you that you were naked? From the tree from which I commanded you not to eat, have you eaten? And the man went to say, the woman whom you gave to me, she gave me the fruit, so I ate it.
Mad.
That God said to the woman, what is this you have done? To this, the woman, he replied, the serpent, the deceiver, deceived me, so I ate. God proceeded to say to the serpent, because you have done this thing, you are cursed. You are the cursed one out of all of the domestic animals, out of the wild beasts of the field. On your belly you will go, and dust is what you will eat all the days of your life. I shall put enmity between you and the woman, and between you and your seed and her seed. And he will bruise you in the head, and you will bruise him in the heel. To the woman, he said, "Thou greatly increase the pain of your pregnancy."
Okay.
So first question.
Now wait. And to the man, he said, "Because you listen to your wife's voice from eating from the tree, which I gave you this command."
Right.
You're
gonna have to till the ground, right?
No, he said, "In pain you will eat its produce all the days of your life, and thorns and thistles it will grow for you, and you must eat the vegetation of the field." Now, this is God cursing Adam, Eve, and the serpent.
With vegetarianism.
No. See, there was no such word.
Motherfucker, God be cursing people.
Look, according to Scripture, man and woman was perfect beings. They didn't have to eat. They didn't have to do any of those things but reproduce. But when they decided to eat from the tree of knowledge, okay?
So Vic, first question.
Was there bare fruit in the garden, or
but we're going away from the because we're talking about the Jesus and the Old Testament.
Yeah,
stuff,
go on.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
I'm just trying to give a scenario about how God is unforgiving. Like God does not have understanding like that. That was the whole purpose of Jesus coming down.
Have understanding like that. See, even statements like that. Anyway, but let me ask you the first question. Yeah, to say it off. Yeah. So from the passage you just read, we see that God, and obviously the word there is Lord God, and in the Hebrew that would be, Yah Elohim, right? Is physically walking in heaven. I mean, not walking in heaven. Sorry, physically walking in the Garden of Eden. Walking in the Garden of Eden, speaking to Adam, and he's asking questions, right? So we're not talking about God on his throne in heaven, surrounded by cherubims, and seraphims and ophanims. We're talking about a physical image or representative that's now speaking to Adam and Eve. And this same Lord God, this same tetragrammaton that is speaking before Moses, the burning bush, who we call the angel of the Lord, who we call Archangel Michael, all these different names, all the way down to the word, right? Is the same person who you call Jesus Christ in the New Testament, but in the physical form, in the human form by that time. So when you say that they didn't know him before in the Old Testament, Jesus has always been there. Even in the Old Testament, he's been there. Hence why he said to the Pharisees, before Abraham, I am. Abraham was glad to see my day. If you believe in Moses, follow me. Because Jesus was there talking to all these prophets from the first time, from the first day. The Father never leaves the throne.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree 100% with that. But Jesus didn't reveal himself into the New Testament. Does that make sense?
He's revealed himself throughout the whole thing, bro.
Well, no, he didn't really come in a physical form to be in front of you until the Roman Empire was built.
No, the proper statement is he didn't fulfill until that time.
No, I said the Roman Empire. Think about it. Jesus was talking to the Romans. The Romans weren't even didn't even exist in Moses's time.
Okay, but that's irrelevant. You're talking about the Hebrews, right?
It's all relevant, and if you give me a chance, I can explain.
All right.
The angels in God are immortal. We are not. Okay. So when you look at Moses, you look at Noah, you look at all these people, right? They're all human. They're all human.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Well, the reason why I say they're all human is because they all have the same mindset that we have in 2022. If you look at their lifestyle, some of them live good lives, some of them live bad lives. The same things that they went through, the same things that we go through. We're just in a different time frame. So at the point in time of just focusing on Moses, right? Moses was a Hebrew that was adopted into the house of Pharaoh, right?
Yep.
He didn't find out that he was a Hebrew until he was a full-grown adult, and then God came to him and revealed his purpose in life. Right. Now, what did God tell him to do? God told him, he said, look, man, tell Pharaoh, I don't care what God he worships. I don't care what he follows. Just allow my people to worship me. Remember, that was the only complaint. Like if Pharaoh would have did that, the fight would have never jumped off. But Pharaoh, right? He has the mindset and the power of free will, just like Moses, just like we do. Okay, and he's a king. All right, he don't believe in the God of the Hebrews. He doesn't believe in. He believes in the old way.
He believes he's the God.
Vic, if you're saying that Moses isn't making it to heaven, then we're all screwed.
That's mad.
No,
I don't even know what you're saying right now.
Okay,
but let him get there. Let him get there.
If you read the New Testament, I mean, if you're familiar with the Sermon on the Mount, okay, the Sermon on the Mount was so important as far as biblical texts are concerned, because Jesus was giving you the keys for you to get to heaven. Moses was trying to dictate what we should do right and what we should do wrong, or what's right and what's wrong. For example,
righteousness.
Exactly.
Was that Moses dictating that, or was that God? Because who wrote the 10 Commandments with their finger?
The message was simple. Like Moses was telling you not to sleep with your mother. Now, why did he say this? It had to be going on. Anything that becomes a law is a problem before it becomes a law. Does that make sense?
But was it Moses giving these laws, or was it God through Moses giving these
God,
laws?
right? God gave the laws to Moses. Did the people follow those laws after those laws were given down? Heck no.
No, they were
But
still
are we're not following them now. We're still not following them.
So wait. So look, after Moses, right? After Moses died, look, Jesus.
What do you want for your breakfast, son?
But Vic, you are not following them right now. So what
Nobody
makes you better than
does.
Moses?
Look, if you read, I told you, if you read the Sermon on the Mount, it'll all make sense. You know what Jesus Christ said about humanity? Look at Matthew 7:11. He said, although you are wicked, you know how to give gifts to your children. Moses would have never said nothing like that to you. Jesus told you, look at Matthew 7:11. I know we got some Bible Google masters in here that can pull it up real fast. Matthew 7:11. Although you are wicked, you know how to give gifts to your children. Why would Jesus call humanity wicked? Moses never called you wicked.
Yeah, but
you see, there's a difference. There is.
Why we're arguing this point, Vic, because there's literally a passage in the Bible where Moses comes down from heaven and Elijah comes down from heaven and speaks to Jesus. So when you're saying he's not in heaven, he's not going to heaven, are you going to hold on? Are you going to overlook or cover your eyes to that passage that's clearly there in the Bible that says that Moses spoke to Jesus in the Transfiguration? Because we can go there.
I'm not denying that you're talking about the burning bush.
No, I'm talking about the Transfiguration. This is in the New Testament. Do you know about that?
When he spoke to Moses, how did he speak to Moses?
Let me pull up the Transfiguration.
Even when Muhammad goes to heaven, he meets Moses. It's Moses that tells the people pray 5 times a day.
In the burning bush, brother. I mean, I know what you're talking about. That's how he spoke to him.
Okay, but he also came down in the New Testament, him and Elijah, and spoke to Jesus.
Yep.
In the book of Matthew,
that completely debunks what you're saying about
no. I'm asking, in the book of Matthew, Jesus spoke to Moses.
Matthew
Moses
17,
is in heaven right now.
Matthew 17,
right now,
verse 1 to 9.
He's done his job.
What does he
gave
say
you the
about
laws?
Moses?
He gave you the laws to live by.
He's the lawgiver.
Right.
Right.
So Jesus was living by those laws.
Right. Moses
exactly. Jesus never broke any of those laws. Jesus kept all of those laws. I've come not to change the laws, but to fulfill it. I've not come to change them.
Moses broke the law.
That's very significant.
Broke the law. He broke the law just like Adam and Eve did. You can't disobey God and think God has a soft spot. He doesn't. God doesn't have a soft spot.
No, sorry.
That's not
the
true.
reason why
y'all think God got a soft spot?
Sorry.
You know
Are we
alive right now?
Moses? Sorry.
What
stopped Moses reaching the promised land was the fact that at one stage he took his staff
and he
smashed it into the wall and made water come out. So it's about ego. Yeah.
There we go. We go. So, and your ego cannot be above God's. You ain't getting into heaven with no ego. Think about it.
No. He didn't say you're not reaching heaven because of it. Sorry, bro. He never said you're not reaching heaven because of it.
Exactly.
You're just not going to reach the promised land. Remember, this man.
Think about this.
The Bible says. That I'm going to make you their God and your brother Aaron their prophet. Come on, bro.
No. Think about this. think about this. This was all done in the Old Testament for people to keep God in their memory, right? As the human race, as God chose prophets from Abraham to Noah to all of these people, Lot, all of these people, right? Solomon, you could just run them down. But all of them were human beings, and God blessed them. You know, he performed miracles on the world. You know, all of that stuff, right? The human race is still in disbelief. Now,
big man,
now,
are they? Sorry, are all those characters and individuals, are they part of one family though?
well, I mean, you gotta think about, like I said earlier, about Satan, right? And Satan's ego. Satan's argument to God was that man was not worthy of an afterlife. The example is given with the story of Job. Okay, you can look at the story of Job. Now you're in the book of Matthew. I see you. Yeah, we got the Google Masters. Hold on, let me pull that up there.
My brother, I haven't spoke to you yet. Let me say something to you.
But after you said that, I'm going to read the passage.
I think you're making a grave error. There's a difference between God being just and giving you your just desserts, and God not being forgiving. And you're making them two things one thing, but that's not true. Because even though Adam and Eve was cast out and had to suffer because of God's justice that he put on them, he still forgave them in the end. So
where does it say that
forgive,
in the
and
book
that's not
of Genesis? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say, well, I forgive you.
Of course it does.
Okay, can I read the
If he
passage?
forgave them, they would have never gotten the curse that they received. They were forgiven.
My brother Vic. So I'm going to read the passage, and then I want to hear your voice explain what I've just read, yeah?
Okay.
Cool. So if you got your Bible there, this is Matthew 17, verse 1 to 9. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
And it says, now after 6 days, Jesus took Peter, James, and John, his brother, led him up on a mountain high by themselves, and he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became white as the light. And behold, Moses and Elijah appeared to them, talking with him. Then Peter answered and said to Jesus, Lord, is it good for us to be here? If you wish, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. While he was still speaking, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and suddenly a voice came out of the cloud saying, this is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear him. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their faces and were greatly afraid. But Jesus came and touched them and said, arise, and do not be afraid. When they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no one but Jesus only. Now as they came down from the mountain, Jesus commanded them, saying, tell the vision to no one until the Son of Man is risen from the dead. So what does this mean? Elijah and Moses are appearing before Jesus
in that statement was they were shown a vision.
Okay.
He basically took them to a private mountain and opened up a crystal ball and showed them all of the things. No, hear me out. Hear me out.
Where does it say crystal ball?
Wait. I'm just giving that as an example. It's a modern day term that matches the word vision. If you have a crystal ball, you are looking at vision. Okay. So wait. When the example is given that he took them up and he showed them a vision of him talking,
no offense,
they are looking. Wait. They are looking into the past.
No.
So Jesus, wait, hear me out, please. So Jesus is validating himself to those people. He's like, hey, come around here this corner right quick. Let me show you.
He's being validated by other people.
He's being validated by the Old Testament prophets. The most important Old Testament prophets are Elijah and Moses. They're coming down.
Elijah and Moses.
Saying, yeah, this is the Messiah. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Slow down. Hear me out. When he took them up there, Moses and Elijah were dead, correct?
No, Elijah never died. What are you talking about?
No,
Elijah was taken up to heaven in a chariot of flames.
He was no longer on the earth.
He was taken to heaven. It says it in the Bible, bro.
Well, again, you're looking at, we're just focusing on chapter 17, what you just read.
Bro,
he said right there at the end, he said, He said, "Do not reveal."
When you die, you don't go to heaven, do you?
You don't.
Because it ain't Judgment Day yet. So for you to say Elijah died and went to heaven is wrong. He's not dead.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
in heaven.
in order for me,
it's in the Bible. I'll read that too.
Well, no, I can give you another example. If I'm Jesus Christ and I tell y'all, well, you know what? I'm going to take you to go meet King Henry III.
Look at that.
Right? I'm taking just the people on the panel, not the chat, just the people on the panel to go see King Henry. So King Henry can validate to y'all on the panel who I am. Now, wait. When I take y'all to go see King Henry,
you think
back on the panel, what? Don't tell the chat until they're ready.
But you know what's funny? Can't look at this. Read that.
Listen to what I'm saying,
read that first line. Just read
if
that
you
first
wanted
line.
to right now, you couldn't see King Henry VIII because King Henry VIII is not on this planet Earth and he's not in heaven. Now, if you're
again, it was an example. It's an example.
Where is he?
Okay.
No, not just him. Let's use him as an example. But anybody, where are dead people right now?
Well, you have some dead people that are rotting in the ground, and some of them that have been resurrected.
My brother.
But where
can you
are
see
they?
the screen?
Where
Can
are
you
they?
see the screen?
Yes, brother, I can see it.
Yeah, so I mean, like, so with Elijah, all right, we can accept Moses died and didn't see the promised land, but went to heaven, obviously, right? Yeah, and then obviously Elijah was taken up prior. This is prior, right?
Prior his death.
Elijah was
never
prior,
tasted
right?
death, just like Enoch. Just like Enoch.
And in the baptism of Christ, right? He's asked these questions. Are you the return of Elijah?
Right.
So Elijah is meant to
Elijah.
return.
Yeah,
right? He's meant to come back. You know what I'm saying? He's meant to come back. According to, the pantheon of the Bible. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know.
What did Satan call Jesus?
Wait, Vic, before we do any of that, can you read this passage? I want to know that this is, what the Bible says, isn't it? So can you read this?
It says, and it came to pass when the Lord, that would be Yahweh, was about to take up Elijah into heaven by a whirlwind.
Can you repeat that? Into where?
Into heaven by a whirlwind. I agree with you. So is this scripture, can we agree that when you are no longer on the earth that you are dead? Yes or no?
Bro, he's not dead. He's not dead.
Okay, so we gotta clear some things up.
Not dead.
So let me ask the question. Well, I gotta understand something because I need to understand. So you haven't met Jesus Christ. You don't believe in Jesus Christ, yet your heart stops beating. Where are you?
If I don't believe in Jesus Christ and my heart stops beating, I go to Sheol. I rest.
No. You leave this earth. You take your last breath, not believing in Jesus Christ. Where do you go?
I sleep.
In your grave. You're in your grave.
And you know what, Vic? Jesus describes.
Do you call it sleep or do you call it oblivion?
Vic, the Bible calls it sleep.
Hold on,
Vic. The Bible calls it sleep because guess what? When Jesus raised Lazarus, Jesus raised him up, and when Lazarus woke up, he didn't say he saw anything. He didn't remember anything. He just woke up like it was from a sleep. When Jesus resurrected a little girl that passed away, that died, the parents were all crying. Everyone was crying. They looked at him and Jesus and said, "Oh, why aren't you upset?" And Jesus said, "She's sleeping. Like she's just sleeping." Woke her up, and she was awake again. It's like, what happened?
Yeah, but Jesus got human.
According to the Bible, and even in the Old Testament, whenever someone dies, they say they slept. They gave up the ghost. They slept. They use the term sleep all the time to describe death because death is they say that death is the cousin of sleep. Right?
That's right.
So we know that we are resurrected on the day of judgment, and that is when we experience the afterlife, or that's when we experience a new life or new bodies after the day of judgment.
But why would you be resurrected into a place of judgment when you died not believing in Jesus Christ? You've already been judged.
Because you get the judgment of the grave as well.
Like I said, look at Matthew 3. You've been judged before you die.
In your grave as well, though.
Well, no. The dead are conscious of nothing, correct? Because that's in Scripture. The dead are conscious of nothing. So how are you feeling all of this stuff when you die? And the scriptures tell you clearly that the dead
Rick,
are
you're only
conscious of nothing.
validating what I'm saying by saying the dead know nothing. Because if the dead know nothing, they're not in heaven or hell. They're sleeping.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you're only validating what I'm saying.
That example is no different than when you turn your TV off and throw it away. That doesn't mean the TV is going to be resurrected. It means it's dead. It's going to turn into dust. It's going to go back to ash. The example that I give you,
we're telling you what
Lot's
the scripture
wife.
says. You can
Lot's
argue if you
wife
want. That's fine.
Well, hear me out.
Do you know what's annoying? Yeah, we're showing him scripture. He's not even showing scripture.
Well, no, I can show scripture as well. But like I said before, Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt. Do you think she went to heaven?
Bro,
Only God knows. Only God knows.
She's not even faced judgment.
She was faced with the angel.
Let me answer your
Well,
question,
yeah, she was faced with the angels and still turned into a pillar of salt. That don't mean she was resurrected. That don't mean she was judged.
Rick, let me answer your question about Lot's wife, yeah? No one knows who's going to heaven or hell. Only God knows. But she hasn't even faced judgment day yet.
That's right.
So in terms of like the announcement, okay, this person's going here, this person's going there, no one knows until judgment day.
Okay, well, look at Matthew 10 on this same screen, the book of Matthew, chapter 10, 32 and 33. There is your judgment right there before you die. Why would we have to wait to judge you when you die, when you're already being judged by your living actions, what you do today? Nobody is judged in death. Look at the scripture right there. Jesus is telling you, hey, if you acknowledge me, I will acknowledge you to my Father who is in the heavens. But if you don't acknowledge me, I won't acknowledge you to my Father who is in the heavens. I didn't come to bring peace on the earth. I came to put the sword. I came to cause division. So in this element of division, do y'all really think forgiveness is in division?
Sorry, bro. Is that worldwide?
He's missing
Brother, look at the scripture. Look at the scripture. Just look at it. Look what Jesus said. You gotta look at it.
Yeah, I do.
We looking at everything but that.
I understand what you're saying, yeah. But I'm saying, who is he speaking to?
He's speaking to humanity. Please go look. Matthew chapter 10.
Hold on.
Yes, go ahead.
For Matthew to write it down, Matthew must have been one of them. It must have been the disciples, and it must have been the audience, if there was an audience at the time.
Well, I'm
just saying, yeah, if it's Sermon on the Mount, then it's
Everyone was
understandable.
There.
So everybody who was in that congregation or in that place at that time, that's who he was speaking to. He wasn't speaking to the whole planet.
Now again, he was speaking to his followers.
Right. That's fine.
I'm a Jesus follower. So the example would be he was speaking to me. If you're not a follower of Christ, then no, he would not be speaking to you.
He wasn't speaking to his followers.
Right. So, but he's a follower of Moses. So if you're
please go to that scripture. Moses never gave such a declaration telling you that if you don't follow him,
he doesn't have to.
If you don't acknowledge him, he won't acknowledge you to God. Moses never did any type of declaration like that. He didn't have no power like that.
Moses came down. Moses came down and spoke to him. What are you talking about? The fact that Moses was even in heaven in the first place proves that he was saved.
Yeah, Moses
why
is
Elijah
under
and Enoch? Hold on. Why is Elijah and Enoch in heaven right now?
Again, Elijah, Enoch, all of them are under Jesus. Does that make sense? They're all under him.
Well, if you're talking about
Jesus is considered the son of the true God. He's an angel. He's immortal. He lives forever. All these other people that y'all are talking about got mothers, fathers, grandmothers. They had children. All this other stuff. Jesus ain't got no kids.
Can they die and become angels? According to
well, actually, look. The best example I could give you is the fact when Jesus was baptized, right? It talks about him rising out of the water and walking into the forest, going into the woods to live for 40 days and 40 nights without food and water. The human body cannot survive no longer than 5 to 7 days without food and water.
Before he was baptized.
So look, when Satan saw this man, He didn't see a man. He saw his brother. He saw Jesus. He said, if you are the
Stop it
son,
now.
yes,
Stop it.
Vic, stop.
Satan,
Let's stop. I gotta
all
ask
of the
you.
angels,
Vic,
Satan's,
are
I
you,
mean,
are you,
Satan's the
Vic,
angel. He is the angel, y'all. Y'all do believe that, don't you?
Vic, stop. I gotta ask you, yeah. What denomination are you?
I'm a Christ follower. I'm not a part of any
It's
church
non-denominational.
organization. Yeah,
Okay,
I
because
read the
when you say that
scriptures.
Jesus is
I
the
made
brother of
contact with
Satan,
Jesus.
when you say
I
that
don't need
Jesus,
no church for that.
because when you say that Jesus is the brother of Satan, it sounds kind of Gnostic. It sounds kind of Mormon. I got a
Why?
question on that.
I mean, is Satan not an angel?
No.
But hold on.
He's not? Okay, hold on. I gotta understand.
The word,
Oh,
according to
shit.
John 1, everything that is alive,
I'm not
everything
gonna
that
go,
is.
man. I done told you.
Well,
man.
people disagree, so that's why I gotta learn. Shit. If somebody said he's not an angel, what is it?
Vic, let me ask you
He
a question.
was an
Vic.
angel. Sorry.
Who is the word, Vic? Who is the word?
The word is Jesus Christ.
Okay, so in John 1, when it says that the word was God, the word was with God, and everything that is because of the word, meaning the word created everything. If the word created everything, and hold on,
we're talking about Paul, right?
Let me finish. If
Go ahead.
if the word created everything, and you're saying the word is Jesus, then how can Jesus be Satan's brother if Jesus created Satan?
Jesus didn't create Satan.
But the Bible says the word created everything.
Again, brother, I was trying to go back to the scripture where you didn't really pull it up on the screen to show anybody. But if you put that scripture on the screen, please look at Matthew chapter 3, okay, verses 16 and 17, where God said himself, "This is my son, the beloved." If you go in the book of Genesis, the angels were referred to as the sons of the one true God. We are referred to as the son of man. Now, Satan, okay, is not this monster. His argument is that man does not deserve resurrection. He don't have no problem with God. He don't have no issue with the other angels. He said that you are not worthy of an afterlife, that you should perish no different than the trees and the grass and everything else that dies on this planet. That was his argument. That's why he was put out.
To John 1 verse 3.
But it's a bit of a futile argument, especially when it's on a discussion on something that God made himself. Mad.
Exactly. So let's
Well,
go to
nobody knows how God was made. Again, that's the power of free will.
No, sorry. We're talking about man, right? Adam. We're talking about Adam. That's the
Adam was created no different than the lions, the tigers, the grass, the trees, everything else you see on this.
He was created different.
Right, he was created. Okay, and he was given dominion over the earth
by God
okay, so
himself.
So Vic, you just to clarify again before I read this, who is the word?
The word, okay, is Jesus Christ. Jesus is the word of the one true God. That's why I said the word. Hold on, and you said it yourself. You said it yourself. You said the word was with, right? The word was with God.
All I needed because I wanted to ask that question so I can show you now what I'm saying. Right? Let's go to the scriptures. Yeah, John verse 1. And before I read it, you said Jesus is the word, right? So let's read it.
Yeah.
In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and
was with God. There it is, right there, brother.
Let me finish. And the word was and the word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him, nothing was made that was made. So all things, including Satan, Gabriel, angels,
Jesus,
everything, Adam, humans, everything was made.
Like I said earlier, humans
through the word.
are not.
So if you're saying that Jesus is the
containing
word,
God.
how can Jesus be Satan's brother if everything is created through Jesus? Makes sense.
Again, you are skipping the book of Matthew, chapter 3, verses 16 and 17. You're going 5, 6 chapters forward to John to make your argument. Now, your argument would be contradictory if you read chapter 3, verses 16 and 17. Why won't you read that?
How can there be contradictions in the word of God?
Where do you want us to go?
I want you to pull up Matthew chapter 3, okay, verses 16 and 17, and I want you to explain that. There we go.
No, I'm gonna do it. 1 minute.
Chapter 3, verses 16. Hold Hold on. Don't wait. Read it, brother.
You challenged him. Let him do it.
And when
No,
you were baptized,
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. This is the best avocado I've had in a while.
you like
But
avocado?
continue, yeah.
Yeah, read it.
Okay. Are you vegan, Maki? What the hell?
No, I ain't vegan.
Okay, anyway.
Oh no, yeah. I was born in 78. I sure ain't vegan. Yeah, man. I eat like my great grandmothers. I eat like the slaves. That got me messed up. Eating all them pigs. That got me messed up.
All
What's
right.
wrong with
Okay,
that?
so let's read, yeah? You want me to read a few verses before, or do you want me to just start from
No. Just start at 16. Please read 16 and 17.
Okay. When he had been baptized, Jesus came up immediately from the water, and behold, the heavens were opened to him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and alighting upon him. And suddenly a voice from heaven saying, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." What's the issue there?
Think about this. Now, let's say you, Trill, at the top of this screen is God, right? And they see this being beamed down all the way to the bottom. I can't see that brother's name at the bottom of the screen, but from the top screen to the bottom screen, right? You're beaming down. Okay. While this entity is beaming down, a voice from heaven says, "This is my son." Now you're at the top of the screen. You're the voice from heaven. So you're God. The being is down here on earth with us. And you're telling us from the top of the sky that this is my son. So Jesus can't be God, can he? Because if you go to chapter 4, that's when he runs into Satan. And Satan says, well, if you're the son of the true God, do this. If you're the son of the true God, do this. Think about it. Jesus can't be God.
Yeah, Jesus never said he
Oh,
was.
okay. So now we're going to Jesus can't be God. But I just read to you.
So when you get to John, John is referring to the word, and Jesus was referred to as the word. That was his title.
Vic,
Because he's speaking God's word. That's all.
Hold on,
Exactly.
Jesus wasn't God, but he's blatantly
Doesn't mean
ignoring
he's
what I
God.
just read in John 1 verse 3. That clearly says the word was God. So are you going to ignore that?
Yeah, when John said that, that was past tense. Was. Remember, Jesus was crucified by the time John started preaching.
Oh my gosh.
Am I lying? When John had to be punished in order to believe in the word of God. Did he not? They had to blind him for 3 days.
Not who, John?
Okay, so now
I'm sorry, not John, Paul. Think about it. Paul, right? Paul had to be convinced because Paul didn't believe in Christianity at all.
Who's the Jew?
Right? Think about it.
Why would he believe in Christianity?
It's irritating me. It's like you're going from one topic to another, going from one verse to another.
Well, I'm not trying. What I'm trying to point out is that man.
Vic, hold on. Let me explain what's going on right now. I presented to you John 1 verse 3, right, to prove that Jesus created Satan, because you made a earlier claim that Jesus and Satan are brothers. So I debunked
right,
that,
and
right?
you just read the scripture to see that wasn't true, right?
Hold on, bro. I presented you the passage, awaiting your response to try and rationalize it. And without rationalizing it, what you did is you said, "Oh, let's go to Matthew." We went to Matthew, and it's talking about Jesus getting baptized. I'm still trying to question how that even answers your previous claim about Satan being Jesus.
Okay, brother. Well, please look back at 17 again, where God is telling the people at the baptism that this is my son. The guy getting baptized is Jesus Christ in the water. So that cannot be Jesus being God creating Satan, because God is Yahweh. God is Jehovah. Do you understand? Jehovah, Yahweh, Jesus, Yeshua. These are two separate people.
When Jesus says to the Pharisees before Abraham, I am, specifically the word I am, and we know what I am means in terms of the tetragrammaton, right? The Yod He Wah He. We know what that is. So Jesus multiple times in the New Testament is referring to himself as I am. You've seen me, you've seen the Father. And when they said, "Oh, where is the Father? Show us the Father," he said, "Have I not been with you this whole time?" Jesus has expressed his pre-existence and his divinity throughout the whole Testament. So to put him
doing that, right?
Is futile, because we know Jesus was there from the very beginning, even before Satan. So that doesn't even make sense what you're saying.
Jesus is here right now with us today. Do people see him?
How is
Let
he?
me give you an example. Just like Jesus
How is
told,
Jesus here with us today, bro? Are you mad?
You just said it out your own mouth that Jesus told the people, I've been here with you the entire time, but they could not see Jesus Christ. He told the people, I've been here the whole time, but in the same sense, the people never saw him. And when he finally came to earth to reveal himself, right? Nobody believed him.
So
nobody believed him. And when he was crucified, what did he say at the end of his crucifixion? He told God, Jehovah, Yahweh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. In so many words, Jesus was saying that humanity was stupid. Humanity was dumb.
But we know that humanity is dumb.
All right, so Vic, how about this passage as well? Yeah, this is John 10, verse 30 to 33. Yeah,
Do you like the book of John? Is John a son of the true God, or is he a prophet? I gotta ask that question. Hold on. Wait. Is John a prophet, or is he the son of the true God? Which one is he?
John is an apostle.
Oh, he's an apostle. So why would you go? So my question is, why would you always go to the apostles for sources instead of going to Jesus Christ directly?
Hold on. You went to Matthew just now. Are you serious?
That's the question.
You told me
why
to go
are
to
we
Matthew.
using an apostle to break down Jesus when Jesus is there himself? That's the question.
Hold on. Let me just get it straight. You're saying, why am I going to the gospel? Why am I going to the apostles? But earlier you asked me to go to Matthew to prove your point, and I went to Matthew. So
the book of
Matthew I can't use the gospels now. I can't use the gospels now. Is that what you're saying?
Zulu. Sorry. Did Christ use John?
Didn't Christ say that John is his favorite apostle?
All right, I'm saying, did he use John to write Revelations, right?
Yeah, Jesus had 12 disciples that he gave orders to. But
Jesus loved John the most.
But would you say, from example, after Jesus was crucified and the apostles were sent out, everybody was sent out on their assignments, right?
Right.
Did they accomplish what they were supposed to do?
Bro, I don't know why you're doing, man. It's like you're trying to change that. It's like you're doing confusion.
No, I'm
actual agent of confusion.
Correct.
Because
we got
John,
we got all of these apostles.
John, no, let's get it right. Let's get it right. John, son of Zebedee, who was on the island of Patmos, got that revelation from Christ to write Revelation. Are we agreed on that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, listen, before we go too far, like obviously we ain't gotta call no one agents of nothing. Let's just have a conversation. The brother's come for the first time. He doesn't agree with you. He's got his own perspective. Maybe even his own way of explaining things doesn't make people agents on that. I'm saying that type of language is gonna end up in it going in the direction it don't need to be, and I don't want it to. So I am not offended by the word. I'm not saying you are. I'm just trying to preempt so that no one has to be offended. If we keep our language in a certain way, no one's gonna get offended.
I'm a ganja agent. I'm an agent of ganja. Okay, so yeah, confess.
Okay, so
all right,
I'm going to tell the truth. Let's go back to where we started. Yeah, let's look through how we started. You first off said people in the Old Testament that don't know about Jesus are not going to heaven. We then presented you passages showing you people from the Old Testament coming to speak to Jesus who went to heaven. And then there's also passages talking about people being taken to heaven in the Old Testament. So that argument, done. You made another argument. Jesus and Satan are brothers. I then proceeded to show you John 1 that shows that Jesus was there before everything was created, and everything is created through him as being the word. That argument, done. What's your argument now? What is your actual argument, bro? Because I'm making a counter argument. You're not acknowledging it. You're not looking within and saying.
I am acknowledging it. I absolutely am. I want to read something to you, okay? Because when I said that Jesus and Satan was brothers, I didn't have a chance to validate any of that. Like what scriptures could I use to validate such claims? Correct. So the validation, because I showed you at Matthew 3:16. Let me read this here at Matthew 4. It says, then Jesus was led by the Spirit up into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. After he had fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, he had felt hungry. Also, the tempter said to him, if you are the Son of God, tell these stones to become loaves of bread. But in reply, he said, it is written, man must live not on bread alone, but by every utterance coming forth through God's mouth. Then the devil took him along into a holy city, and he stationed him upon the battlement of the temple, and said to him, if you are the Son of God, hurl yourself down, for it is written that he will give his angels charge concerning you, and they will carry you on their hands, and you and your foot, that you may not at no time strike your foot against a stone. Jesus said to him again, it is written, you must not put God to the test. Again, the devil took him along an unusually high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, all these things I will give you if you fall down and do an act of worship to me. Then Jesus said, go away, Satan, for it is written, it is God you must worship, and it is him alone you must render sacred service. Now, why did Satan, the devil, keep referring to this dude as the Son of the true God? And the test that he was putting on him, okay, telling him to hurl himself down, to do all of these things in front of the people, right? Because it was said that you was going to do all of this and all of that. Okay, if you go back,
Can I
right?
respond?
Hold on, wait. I got one more thing to point out to you, and let me read this here, because the Son of the true God terminology is written again in the book of Genesis. It talks about right here at Genesis 6. It says it came about, Genesis chapter 6, verse 1. Now it came about when men started to grow in numbers on the surface of the ground, and the daughters were born to them. Then the sons of the true God began to notice the daughters of men, that they were good looking, and they went to taking wives for themselves, namely all whom they chose. After that, God said, my spirit shall not act toward man indefinitely, in that he is also flesh. Accordingly, his days shall amount to 120 years. The Nephilim proved to be in the earth in those days. Also after that, when the sons of the true God continued to have relations with the daughters of men, and they were born sons to them. They were the mighty ones who were the old, the men of fame. Okay, so here we have this terminology, the sons of the true God, coming up again. So it talks about all of these sons of the true God. Satan is a son of the true God, just like Jesus, just like Michael and Gabriel and all of the other sons of the true God. They're all sons because they are the angels. They were the ones that were with God before man was created. The only one angel that had an issue with man, that was Satan, because Satan didn't understand when Adam and Eve committed the treason against God. Okay, Satan didn't understand why God just didn't destroy them. And then when he wiped us away in the flood, he was happy with that. But then he realized there was, 8 people still left on the earth, Noah and his family. Oh no, we got to put up with this again. Now, look at the story of Job, and I'll read it for you. Look at the story of Job.
You know when I can make my point, bro, because it's like, you know what I mean? You made a very long-winded point. And I need to respond.
Well, I'm trying to point out the relationship between God, the angels, and man. When you say that Jesus created Satan, you are saying that Jesus is God. That kind of leads towards the Trinity, right? The scripture at Matthew 3:17 clearly shows you that God sent Jesus down to earth where he met up with Satan on the earth, meaning that Satan ain't in no place called hell, meaning that, you don't have to wait till you die. Every place that you see Satan is on the earth. The example, again, is given at Job. When Satan went back into heaven to contact God about Job, he said, why do you have a hedge of protection over Job? If you didn't have that hedge of protection over him, he would curse you to your face. God said to Satan, he said, hey, everything that he has is already in your hands. You just can't kill him. Did Satan disobey God and kill Job? No, he literally followed orders. So there is no fallout.
Vic,
go ahead, brother.
You gotta allow me to respond. Okay.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna respond with scripture as well. I like to do with what the Bible says. So I already read to you John 1.
Yes,
verse 1. So I'm not gonna read that again. You haven't answered why it says that the word was God, but nevertheless, let's go to Colossians 1, verse 15 to 17, right? And it says, and this is in regards to Christ, he is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For by him all things were created, in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities, all things were created through him and for him. And he is before all things, and in him all things hold together. So you're saying that Jesus is Satan's brother, like on the same level, or this and this and that. But this verse clearly shows you that Jesus not only created everything on earth, but he also created everything in heaven. That would include the angels, the cherubims, the seraphims, all the angelic beings. Because Jesus,
can you read that part again? Can you read that first part again?
He is the image of the invisible God.
Okay. Wait, stop right there. Stop right there. Hold on. Stop right there. What is Jesus again?
The image of the invisible God.
The image of the invisible God. So if I am your image, I am not you. If I'm made in the image of you, I am still not you.
No, but
if I'm somebody made in someone's image, does not make that person the person. You're making an image of the person. But you're made in someone's image. You're not the actual individual.
But Vic,
think about what you just said. You said I'm made in someone's image. So that means someone had to be created.
By the way, you've not let me make my full point. You've interrupted me.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
You've not let me make my full point because I've got another passage as well.
Okay, go ahead. Break it down.
Just to quickly answer that, Jesus being referred to as the Son of God doesn't take away from his divinity. As part of the Trinity or the Godhead or the Elohim, there are roles within God's nature. There's the Spirit, which is everywhere, which is wisdom. It influences men to do miracles and all these things. There's the Father who sits on the throne, who is the authority. There is the Word who represents the Father, right? So when you have the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament speaking to the prophets, when you have the prophets bowing down saying, Lord God, to this mysterious angelic figure, referred to as specifically angel of the Lord, we're talking about Jesus. We're talking about the Word. So when I'm saying that Jesus isn't the Father, or I'm saying that Jesus is the Son of God, it doesn't take away from his divinity. It just shows you the role he has within the Godhead. Son of God is a role. The Word is a role. It doesn't subtract away from his divinity, because as we've clearly just read, he was there before everything was even made. And not only was he there before everything was made, he created everything that was made. That's not a small feat. That sounds a bit divine to me.
Yeah, but
and let's go to John. Let's go to John 10.
I don't think he created the other angels, though.
It says it, Mark. Hold on, Mark. It says here.
How can he create the other angels?
Hold on, let me read that to prove you.
Then you're gonna say he is an angel.
But hold on, Mark. Let me read it to you to prove it. Yeah. Let me read it to you to prove it. 16 says, "For by him all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible." Okay, that includes angels, demons, everything, humans, everything. That damns that whole argument straight away.
No, but it doesn't say that though.
And let's go. I just read it.
I gotta be honest. I know.
If I may, I just want to ask a question. If Jesus is God, okay? Question. If Jesus created Satan, are we going to say that Jesus was the one having sex with the daughters of man and creating the Nephilim in the book of Genesis?
Why would anyone say that? That doesn't even make sense.
Because
an angel.
I clearly read it. I don't know if you caught that. When I read the scripture at the book of Genesis, chapter 6, it talks about the sons, plural, of the true God coming down and having sex with the daughters of man.
Right.
And you think
that
those are
sons of the true God saw
no, that's not
the
fallen.
daughters of good man, that they were attractive, that they were sexy, they looked good.
That's the good angels because they married them. Remember?
And you think those are fallen
the
angels?
Angels rape them.
But wait, is this Jesus? Who are these angels doing this?
So you're saying that every time it says sons of God, it's talking about Jesus, even though it was hold on, even though it says sons, it doesn't say the only begotten, it doesn't say the son, it doesn't say the word, it doesn't say angel of the Lord, it doesn't say any of those titles that is specifically applied to Jesus. It says sons of God. And sons of God,
so these angels,
let me finish. Sons of God isn't only applied to angels, mind you. Sons of God is also applied to righteous believers in God. For example, we are called sons and daughters of the Most High. We are called gods ourselves. Moses is called.
We actually call ourselves God.
Adam is called son of God in Genesis 10. So sons of God isn't always angels, mate. So for you to interpret that and say, "Oh, these are angels," Jesus must be amongst them with the women, and like you're twisting things.
I'm not saying it's Jesus. I'm asking you a question.
But hold on, Vic.
Create these angels to have sex with women is the question.
Vic, let me say this last thing. But what's annoying me is every time I'm presenting scripture to you, you're not addressing the scripture. You're trying to pivot to a different argument. Now you're arguing about who the sons of God were sleeping with humans. You haven't addressed what I just read to you. I just read to you that through Jesus, who's the image of the invisible God, everything is created. Everything in heaven and everything on earth, everything visible and invisible. So explain that. What does that mean?
When you do breakdowns on scripture, I notice that you go to the end of the Bible in the New Testament.
Yeah.
Are you going to address what I just read, or are you going to come on?
Well, I am if you allow me. I mean, everybody wants to agree with the answer, but
I just read.
But the passage that you're reading is from like a sixth party. Okay, if I have Trill here, right, and I could ask Trill any question I want to, why would I go to his fifth cousin to ask them information about Trill?
That's true.
There's a level in the Bible, and what happens to us as humans, and it happens to all of us. We end up getting caught up in the humans that we're talking versus the entities that we're talking.
Right.
Because the Bible has a level of supernaturalism to it, and we are more focused on the people that were human versus the supernatural entities to really get an understanding. Okay,
that's true.
So the reason why you hear me pointing to certain scriptures, like when I gave the reference to Genesis 6, okay,
you went to Matthew.
Even when I brought up the book of Matthew, I'm giving you the word of Jesus Christ himself, not the third party that was talking about you.
Matthew, Mark, John, Luke. Jesus didn't write any of them, bro. So what are you talking about?
This is what I'm saying. The words of Jesus Christ, just like you got the words of Moses. You don't have to go 5 chapters past Moses to hear Moses' word when you could go right to Moses. Do you understand?
But what I read to you was quotes directly from Jesus. Don't you understand that?
Okay. You see what I'm talking about in red? Okay, see, look, this is where we get caught up at. Jesus Christ is in the book of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, correct?
He's in the whole Gospels. There's
Hold
quotations.
on, hear me out. Hear me
There's
out.
quotations
Within
of him
those books,
throughout the whole
wait, hear
Gospel.
me out. Within those books, he was crucified, correct?
Yes.
After he resurrected and he walked on water, he didn't come back, correct?
After he resurrected and walked on water. When did he walk on water after he was resurrected?
When he was crucified, he died and resurrected and left. Did he not?
You said when after he resurrected, he walked on water. What do you mean by that?
Yes, they seen him walking on water. He was out of here.
After he resurrected.
He was out of here. Will we agree that he left Earth? He no longer hung out with humans. After he was crucified, he no longer hung out with humans. He didn't come.
He was taken up. He was taken up. Yeah.
Do we agree? Do we agree? He never came back at another body saying, "If Jesus, I'm back." He never came back. So every single word after his crucifixion, being crucified, is people giving reference, talking about him, right?
Definitely.
So why are we focused on the people that are talking about him after he was crucified when you could get the information from him before he was crucified?
And where are you getting the information from, Vic?
From the book of Matthew.
Sorry.
Now you don't have that much reference to the book of Matthew.
I kind of understand where he's coming from.
No, Marky, please don't, because now you're trying to. I don't know what you're doing.
No,
bro.
again, please.
Like what?
Yeah, I implore you, bro. Don't laugh.
Nobody likes the book of Matthew for some
You know why I'm
reason.
laughing? Because can you not see what's happening right now?
I'm just gonna explain where I see it from. Right, he's got good points that he's making, and they can be addressed and they make sense, because what he's trying to say is like, if you're reading, what was it, Colossians?
Bro, I read John. I read Colossians.
Right.
I even read. I read some of Matthew as well.
Right. So I'm saying with the Colossians. Sorry, with the Colossians bit, I think that's what he's referring to, right? Because that's definitely New Testament. That's definitely Paul's work, is it not?
John's not Paul's work. Matthew's not Paul's work.
No, I didn't say that. I said Colossians.
No, but what he's doing in Matthew is picking out, oh, you read this source. I don't like it. Let's go here.
No,
so then I go to the Gospels, and the Gospels are saying this. Hold on. The Gospels are saying this. The Gospels are saying the same thing that I'm trying to say. And now he's saying, oh, I don't know about that. It's like he's trying to, instead of address the verse, oh, there's something wrong with the source. But provide evidence that John is a problem. Provide evidence.
I don't. Sorry. As I see it, I think what he's saying is, if it comes from the disciples, or anyone who walked with Jesus, makes more sense, right? And if it came from people after that, who learned from people after that, who it's their interpretation of those guys, then it becomes watered down. It could be a bit
watered down.
Okay, but Mikey, let's read the
Bible. Sorry.
Okay, so Mikey, let's forget that I brought Colossians. Let's forget that I brought Colossians. What about John 1, where it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, was with God, and the Word was God, and through everything that is created through Him."
Okay.
So again, the same thing that I read in Colossians is said again in John, that number one, he was there in the beginning with God and was God, and everything that is created is through him and by him. So again, the same thing is said in John. Can you address that?
Hold on. I'm a bit confused at both of what you're saying, because when it came to the John the Baptist bit and the Spirit coming down, what Spirit was that?
That's the Holy Spirit.
Was that just the Holy Spirit, right?
That's the Holy Spirit.
The Father, the Son,
and the Holy Spirit. Again, you see that in the Old New Testament. It's all over the place.
Hold on. So the Holy Spirit is now Christ, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, the Holy Spirit is not Christ. The Holy Spirit is a separate entity, is a separate consciousness.
Right, and it comes down after the baptism, is what you're saying. So prior to that, who is he? Who is Christ then? He's not.
Christ is the Word.
He's just a normal guy, right?
No, bro, he's the Word. He's there. John 1 tells you he was there before everything was created. He said to the Pharisees, before Abraham, I am. He's always been there.
It sounds like, hold on. I know. I agree with you that Christ was there during the creation thing, but so were the other angels. So I feel that he's one of the entities or one of the, God, archangels or whatever, or, family. Because if we're saying that he's the Son of God in the physical, then he must be son of God in the spiritual, right?
But Matthew, that can't be the case because what I clearly read to you told you that he created everything in heaven and on earth.
Can I read the
That
book of
includes,
John?
hold on, Vic.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
That includes the angels.
Yeah, but that goes against Genesis, right?
How? Let us
Because
make
in
man.
Genesis, who creates the world and everything in 7 days and then takes the rest? Who does that?
I'll tell you who creates the world.
Jesus?
Yes. Because when you read Genesis
God.
1, what does God do? What does God use?
I'm staying out of it, mate.
What does God use? Hold on, Maki. This is going to be interesting. What does God use as the method of creation? What does God use as the method of? What is the Elohim? Let me be more specific. What does the Elohim use as the method of creation?
No, I don't think that Elohim
Can you answer the question, bro, please?
They weren't doing the days. They weren't doing the days. The days of creation.
What method? I said, what method do they use in creation? What is the method? How are they creating things? What is the method?
What, with the word, you mean? Or what?
No, but what's the answer? What is the method? How are they creating things?
Who? The angels?
The Elohim.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I'll tell you. The method of creation is speech. Let there be light. Let there be this. Let there be that. Right?
So it's the word,
when you
right?
cross-reference, and then in the same passage, you see the Spirit's actions, because what hovers over the waters? The Spirit. So now you see the Word, you see the Spirit, and you see the Father. And then who specifically comes down in Genesis 2 to form man? The Lord God, Yahweh Elohim, forms man. So now again, you're seeing multiple agents at work, all being called Elohim. This refers back to what it says in John 1, when the Word was with God in the beginning and was God, and through him everything is created.
Right.
That is
so
what it's talking
who else
about.
is that? Who else is there? Hold on. Yes. But if you're saying that, Zulu, then where is the bit that's saying Christ is doing that?
Hold on.
Hold on. Sorry. Because Christ is not the word.
You didn't understand anything I just explained. It's like
John
right past it. Like, just even acknowledge anything I said.
Go on, bro. Sorry, I
want him to read. He read John 1:1. But I would like for him to look at John 1:14 when it says, "So the Word became flesh and resided among us, and we had the view of his glory, a glory of such as belonging to an only begotten Son from a Father, and he was full of undeserved kindness and truth." There he is again, the only begotten Son, just like it was at 3:17.
Okay, so quick question. You're now reading the book of John, but earlier you condemned me for reading the book of John and said I should go to Matthew.
Because if you look here,
hold on, Vic.
I'll explain.
I'm still finishing. I'm still talking though.
Okay.
So now why is it acceptable for you to refer to John to prove your point, but when I did it earlier, you had an issue with it?
Because when you read, and let me explain. When you read the book of John, you read one passage, and you know this is an entire book, right? This is a whole book, and we don't get an understanding from a book from reading one sentence of the book. You can't pass a college course because you read a passage in the book. Now, look, I'm going to show you right here. This is telling you that this book, according to John, when he starts the book off, the information is according to John. Now, the information that's according to John, John starts off saying, in the beginning, the Word was, and the Word was with God. This is John talking, correct?
Yeah.
This is John talking. So when I went to the book of Matthew, I was giving you Jesus talking. So
there's only few incidences where Jesus
we don't have to deal with a secretary
as being spoken himself.
The president's office. We don't have to deal with the secretary.
There's so many paragraphs of Jesus literally talking in quotations. That's absolutely
no. People are quoting him because if you go to the book of Matthew, they're just repeating it.
Can I ask a serious question?
Jesus didn't sit down with a pen and write the Gospels,
amount of time without actually learning something. I want to
learn
something.
Matthew did it?
Listen, while we got Zulu here, let me tap into your brain a little bit, Zulu. Can you please explain the function or the purpose of this Godhead part where we sort of have an interface between God and humans, where there's entities in heaven that resemble human or human form, or the word of God that can then be transmuted to humans. What's the purpose of that? Why can't we just have a direct connection with the Almighty himself personally? Why? Why do we need
Because
this Metatron?
I'll tell you why. Because just as there's order and there's hierarchy on earth and there's divisions within the soul, someone mentioned earlier there's a trinity in humans or something like that.
Yeah, we made them in our image, yes.
Just like there's divisions and complexities within us as human beings, as souls, as beings, and as the world around us,
100%.
so there is in heaven. Just like in heaven, we have
no,
cherubim,
you mean that the creation emulates the heavens? Yes, I agree.
Exactly. So the complexities we see on earth are only a fraction of the complexities that are in the dimensions around us and all the way to the heavenly kingdom. So when people simplify and say, oh, God is just one. Yes, God is complete. Echad in the Hebrew means complete. It doesn't mean one in the singular. It means complete. So yes, we acknowledge God is one, he's complete. But there are complexities within God that are unfathomable. So to just simply say, oh, Trinity is wrong and word in this and all you guys are just believing, it's like we're tapping into something complex here when we're saying Trinity. We may not have figured it all out, but there's something there. There's connections. There is connections there. There's the Spirit working, hovering over the waters in Genesis 1. There's the Word creating everything. There's the Father on the throne. There's cherubims around him. There's complexity. You can't just
look. You know what the funny thing is? You know, regardless if you believe in a Trinity, if you believe Jesus is the Son of the true God, if you're a Muslim and you say Jesus is a prophet, according to Scripture, all of us is getting into heaven. We could clear that stuff up once we get up there. But look, brother, you asked the question, right? You said, why can't we have a direct contact to call God ourselves, right? And the answer is in the book of Matthew, because Jesus was the only person to give you a direct guideline on how to pray. Now, in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, Jesus said,
but sorry to cut you, my brother. What the Christians are saying is that funnel, that valve, that part of heaven where God passes through to come to us, he's always been Jesus. He's the Word. That's what they're saying. He's always been there.
Thank you,
Carl. Well, right. He's the messenger. He's the one that's going to tell you how to open that door.
No, they're saying he's the gate himself. He's the gate.
Thank you.
Well, look, now check this out. Now, Jesus is saying stuff like this at Matthew 6. He says, take good care not to practice your righteousness in front of men in order to be observed by them. Otherwise, you will have no reward with your Father who is in the heavens. Hence, when you go making gifts of mercy, do not blow a trumpet ahead of you, just as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may be
doing it for show, basically.
Men.
Exactly.
Truly, I say to you, they have their reward in full. But when making gifts of mercy, do not let your left hand know what your right is doing, that your gifts of mercy may be in secret. Then your Father who is looking on in secret will repay you. Also, when you pray, you must not be as the hypocrites, because they like to pray standing in the synagogues and on the corners of the broadways to be visible to men. Truly, I say to you, they are having their reward in full. You, however, when you pray, go into your private room, and after shutting your door, pray to your Father who is in secret. Then your Father who looks on in secret will repay you. But when praying, do not say the same things over and over again, just as the people of the nations do, for they imagine they will get a hearing for their use of many words. So do not make yourselves like them, for God, your Father, knows what things you are needing before you even ask him. You must pray then this way. So he's giving you driving instructions. He's telling you how to turn on the stove.
And I cherish those teachings. I practice them daily.
So you look at society, right? Do we pray in private rooms or do we pray on national TV?
Depends who you are. Depends who you are.
Oh no, I'm just think about it. Like
pray in private rooms, obviously.
When we pray, where do we pray at? Don't you hear them people going up there talking about some Father God, I want you to pray for Miss Millie. She's getting sick. Father God, I want you to heal all the people in the world. There's a lot of homeless people.
That's all wrong. That's all wrong.
These are the things that he's talking.
I don't think there's anything wrong with praying together as a community, as believers.
No, but
there's
showing off
wrong
like
with
that.
But showing off, yeah, exactly. Showing off is the problem.
And being loud even.
Yeah.
Right. And people have been praying like this for generations the wrong way. People are praying the wrong way. So you can't get mad at God for not answering the prayer he told you. He told you to pray one way. You want to do it your way. God's not going to forgive that. Do you understand? You want to do it your way, but he told you to do it a specific way. And that's what we tell our children, right? We tell our children, hey, don't mess with the stove. It's hot. Some of our kids are going to try us. They're going to be like, man, you don't know what he's talking about. This thing cold in the mug, and burn them.
I've seen kids do that in front of my own eyes. The question is, am I going to stop him from touching the stove, or am I going to let him learn?
Right.
That's
right.
the question.
And that's what God gives you. God gives you that same option. It's like, you know what's wrong, but if you want to choose to do the wrong, hey man, you're not going to blame that on me. You're not going to say, why didn't God stop me?
That's right.
No,
That's right.
No. Because God tried to stop you in the Old Testament. When you were complaining about homosexuality, he wiped out Sodom and Gomorrah. You still got gay people in the world. So what was the point of that? He told you to not commit murder. You still killing people. All right. Yeah. Bestiality wasn't even a term in biblical times. They were just doing it. So then a law had to be written saying, hey man, you can't have sex with that goat. You got to stop having sex with that chicken.
Yeah.
You see, man was so primal. Man had to be educated on everything, because if you have a child, right? Anybody that's raising a child will not know how to go to the bathroom on them. You know, they don't know how to use the toilet until you teach them.
It says in the scriptures that the law was written in our hearts before there was ever a book.
But
that goes back to what JEDI was asking earlier. Why don't God just make every human born knowing the Quran or the Bible or whatever? And to a certain extent, to a certain extent, we are born knowing God.
Bro, when he created Adam and Eve, please, if you really study the story of Adam and Eve in the book of Genesis, they were robots. Do you understand? They were.
Oh my gosh. Okay, man.
They were robots until listen, they were robots until they ate from the forbidden tree. When they ate the forbidden fruit, their eyes were open, and they finally realized what was good and what was bad. Before that, they were robots.
My brother, my advice to you: wash your hands of all this confusion.
Let it pass,
come to Islam. Yeah, forget about all this, all these contradictions. Yeah,
and my mother's side of the family.
Just come to Islam.
You're trying to do dawah right now, really?
Your place in heaven is guaranteed.
Really,
come to Islam. Come to the brotherhood of truth.
Come to the brotherhood.
I'm not saying, listen.
I'm not saying
there's no truth in Christianity, but I'm saying is some people, it's overly complicated. For me, Christianity is complicated. Islam is just simple.
It's too complicated.
And I think we've got the choice in this day and age. We've got the choice to follow whatever prophet we want, right? We can follow Jesus. We can follow Muhammad. We can follow Jesus. You get me? Like, we're still going to God, right? Depending on what nation we are. As a nation of
you guys don't even worship God of Abraham, man.
But listen.
So that would get him.
I don't even want to get into it because it's going to be peak. I already know what I don't even want to get into it.
Do Muslims claim to follow the God of Abraham?
So do the Baha. So do the
I'm asking you. Do Muslims claim that? Do Muslims claim that?
Loads of people claim to worship the God
Do Muslims
of Abraham.
claim to follow the God of Abraham? Yes or no?
I've answered you. I said
yes.
Loads
the
of
answer is yes,
claim.
right?
Loads of people claim to follow the God of Abraham.
Okay.
But whether or not it's true.
So if you ask me as a Muslim, what God are you following? My answer automatically is going to be the God of Abraham, right?
But then you're taking him in vain because you don't actually follow his teachings. You don't follow his scripture.
We follow the teachings that he said for our tribe.
I believe that Jibril went to Muhammad after the Dark Ages. I believe that. Because look, if you look at the history of the Bible.
Here's the thing though, 1 minute, brother Vic. If you're going to choose that path of following the Prophet Muhammad, you have to stop criticizing Christianity and let the Christians just do their thing and leave them to God, because us criticizing them is not helping anything. Trust me.
No, listen, it's all a part of the time wheel. If you look
it's a time wheel.
If you look at when the Apostle Paul was killed, right? there were no more prophets after that.
That's right.
So God's message was dwindling with the dark ages.
That's
right. Now he didn't come back down here like Pharaoh, so he went. He created the Quran.
That's
So
right.
Vic,
As a
brother,
correction,
can you help
as
me
a
out? 'Cause
correction.
I believe
If
that.
the
Now,
Christians didn't mess
I
up,
believe that.
there would be no need for Islam.
Vic, can you help me out, bro? I'm a bit confused. So you're saying you're a Christian, but then now you believe in Muhammad.
No, I believe
he said he believed in the angel that came to
Jibril
Muhammad.
went to Muhammad to write the Quran because of the message being dwindled. Do you know the Christian Crusades came after Paul died? You know all them people.
Can you show me that in the
How
Bible,
many
please?
people were trying to force Christianity on people? That's not how God wanted it. That was not
Everyone
God's
done
story.
that, Vic. Everyone done that. It was the age of
Okay,
conquest.
Can you show me that in the Bible? Can you show me that in the Torah? In the Tanakh?
Constantine had made 50 different versions of the Bible and tried to pass it off to 1,800 archbishops.
Vic,
So what?
Vic,
God
Vic,
had to do something.
Stay on track. Let's take this.
I am. Look, God had to do something, so he went to another community. And look, he's done that. He's done that in the Bible.
You gotta take
from
it, bro.
community to community to race to generation because he wanted his message to continue. He didn't want people to go around thinking that if you're not a Christian, then I should have the right to kill you. Because that's what
Vin, can you jump on, bro? Vin, jump on, man.
I'm being realistic. And look, even in our Muslim culture, right? They messed that up too when time went forward. They started killing people in the name of Allah.
That's right. Nobody's perfect here. Nobody's trying to claim that they're perfect. 1 minute. The brother said that at the beginning, yeah? Nobody's 100% good or evil. There's always a mixture.
So now you're siding with him because he's accepting Jibril.
No, I said it from the beginning, Zulu. I said if two tribes go to war, how is it God's on both of their sides?
Yep, there it is. Yep.
But okay.
Yep.
I just need to ask you this question though, Vic, because me as a Christian, I don't believe in Islam, right? And I think there's major differences. and I think the fundamental difference is that this fellowship one from another already, like standardly. And I obviously I know other things that I probably can't say because of people's feelings, but it is what it is, isn't it? So I need to ask you this question. So there's a whole thing in Islam called shirk, right? These are things that you do when you attribute things to God that you're not supposed to attribute to, like begetting, having partners, etc., etc. So you're saying that you believe that Jibril went to Muhammad, right, and gave him the message. So I'm assuming you also believe what the Quran says, right?
Some of the information from the Quran comes directly from the Bible. So why wouldn't it be accurate?
What about the ones that don't? Where does that come from?
Well, it comes from modern day terminology, like culture. Like you have to understand tradition is with every culture. So in our culture, right? If you look at Moses, we're not supposed to have long hair. All these brothers walking around here with dreads, they would look at y'all and think y'all was girls.
What about Samson?
So are we following the law to the T? No, nobody does.
You don't even know oh my gosh. What about Samson?
I'm just giving you an example. I said nobody follows the laws to a T because that is our imperfection. That is something that you cannot change.
So let's get back on track. So when it says in the Quran that, or not saying, I'm paraphrasing, when Muslims say, that God doesn't have any sons, it doesn't beget. According to the Torah, the Tanakh, the term sons of God is all over the place. So how do you reconcile those differences? How can they still be worshiping the same? How can Muslims and Israelites worship the same God when the nature of the God is completely different?
Muslim, the term Muslim is general. There are different types of Muslims in the Muslim community, no different than there are different type of Christians. Okay, we have praise worshipers that worship snakes. They pull out cobras and use a Bible all at the same time. So again, it goes into tradition. Okay,
right. I agree with him.
It goes into the element of tradition. The same tradition, like I said, I was born in '78, and the traditions back in the day when we went into a church, the pastor would always start off with the Lord's Prayer every single Sunday. But they don't do that anymore in any church like that. Nobody says the Lord's Prayer anymore.
You've not answered my question, bro. You gotta stop doing this, man.
No. When it comes to the Quran, you have to look at the people at that time. What type of God were they following before the Quran was even in existence? Before Gabriel went to Muhammad, what was those people following?
Bro, that's not why I'm asking you, man. I'm asking you what listen, I'm asking you a question based on what it says, not what was there before. What does the book say versus what the Bible says?
I'm asking you,
I'm
just
telling
think
you,
about it.
hold on, Vic. I'm trying to be patient with you because I'm getting a bit frustrated now because you're not answering my questions properly, yeah? In the Torah, the Tanakh, sons of God, begotten. David is described as a begotten son. It's all over the Old Testament, all over the Torah, Tanakh, and especially in the New Testament. How can they be worshiping the same God if in the Bible, the Torah, the Tanakh, and even the Gospels, God begets, God has children, we are called sons and daughters of the Most High in Psalms, right? How is that the same God as the one in the Islamic theology that says God doesn't beget? He doesn't have partners.
Can I try to answer, Zulu?
No, but I know you can answer, but I want Vic to answer, bro. Please.
Yes.
Answer that question,
We'll let Vic answer then.
Please.
Okay. So again, who wrote the Quran? It was Muhammad, correct?
The angel.
Well, I'm just saying it was Muhammad's hand. It was Muhammad's hand.
I don't know.
No, in his lifetime it wasn't ever written. They memorized it. They memorized it.
So the thing is this: the Torah. Look how far of time you're giving the Torah versus the Quran. Look at the time scale of the two books. Look how far apart they are. Okay, is Gabriel standing next to Muhammad with a Torah, brother? Do you really think that?
No way.
Bro, you're not answering the question, man.
Yeah, I am answering the question. Look, when you bring up and say that they're not following the same God, yet Gabriel is one of the sons of the true God. That doesn't make any sense right there, brother, because Gabriel is not Christ. He is not going to talk like Christ. He ain't going to walk like Christ. He's not Moses. He's not John. He's not any of those people. He's Gabriel.
That's right.
So Gabriel is talking to Muhammad, giving his perspective on how things are supposed to go. And this is
his perspective. What are you talking? Angels don't give their own perspective. They give the word from God directly. There's no perspective. Angels follow the command of God directly. So if an angel, hold on,
Jesus' flavor. He's
sorry. Without all that flavor.
1 minute. Allow me to respond.
Zulu.
Let me say this last thing.
Is Gabriel the messenger of God?
Yes.
But that's not the same Gabriel in the Quran, man. I don't believe in that book, man. What are you talking about?
So throughout the Bible, when God sends a messenger, which is an angel, it's usually what?
Allow me to say this one statement, and then it's usually Shalom, Vin. Let me say this one last statement, Vin. And then you can go.
He sends Michael to teach, man. But
let me say this one last statement.
Not only that, he sends Michael to teach.
Sorry,
my bad. He sends Michael to teach, and he sends Michael to protect the nation of Israel only.
Exactly. The nation of Israel only.
He doesn't deal with any other nation. And this God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, doesn't deal with any other nation. And he'll tell you that in Isaiah. Hold on, no, this God doesn't change. So he doesn't.
What do you mean he doesn't change? So why is he sending Moses to talk to Pharaoh?
So anyway,
why is he sending Moses to wise up Pharaoh?
I didn't come to argue. I just came to drop verses because Zulu's whooping y'all ass anyway. So
thank you, bro.
Respect, man. You can go to Isaiah 40, particularly verses 15 and 17, and you can see what the Most High says his opinion is on you other nations, you non-Israelites. That's for one. And if you're in the New Testament camp and y'all deal with second Esdras like that, you can go into second Esdras and he refers to you other nations as spittle. Y'all not even worth spit out somebody's mouth. You know how
can he say that to the sons of Abraham?
Hold
you
on.
can't say that to the Ishmaelites.
You know, yes, he can, because
No,
you
he
guys
can't.
aren't following the laws and the
You're not following
covenant
God.
with
Ishmael never
Israel,
followed God,
not
man.
the
That goes to my
Ishmael.
point of being not
Until
forgetting.
Muhammad.
I wanted to make.
Until
So
Muhammad.
I'll tap out. Go ahead, Zulu.
And I want to make the statement about
I don't
Gabriel
even know
because
what that meant.
Vic seems to
Yeah, you
buy
lot
the
can't keep
claim.
passing the
I was
baton
in the
to
wrong
each other.
context.
Hold
I
on,
am
hold
Can't
on.
keep
buying it.
passing the
I don't know
baton
what
to
that
each other. You got to let one other side speak.
I have.
It
We
wasn't
have let
about
Vic
nation.
speak.
It was
No,
We
you
have let you
haven't.
speak. We
Three
have.
of you spoke now.
Vic made his whole. We had a whole 30 minutes, bro. Like, let me say my point, man. So
I don't mind you saying your point.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that then. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, but
So,
after, can I speak?
Okay, of course.
All right, cool.
So Vic is saying, oh, the angel Jibril came to speak to Muhammad, therefore that's the truth. Just because it said it in the Quran, that's the truth. Bearing in mind, we have a whole scripture before the Quran came about the Torah, the Tanakh, and obviously others believe the Gospels, right? Regardless of whatever that says about Jibril, his character, what angels do, the nature of God, you're just going to completely throw all that away and go to the Quran and say, okay, now this book is claiming that Gabriel came to Muhammad, therefore it's true. But what we know from the script, what we know from the scriptures is it says to test every spirit. And when angels appear to men, they always appear with the message from God that is consistent. They never come and tell you something that's different. They never come and change anything. And angels, whenever they come before men, first of all, they never, grabbing them violently, like it says in some of the Quranic. I'm paraphrasing, but it talks about him grabbing him, saying, read. Like their whole behavior, the whole interaction isn't even biblical. It isn't even Israelites. Angels ain't claiming down grips in anyone.
All right, can I speak
Like,
now?
what we do?
Let me speak. Let me make a quick point. Let me make Zulu, my point's going to be really quick.
Why are you buying the claim?
Zulu,
Why are you
my point's
buying
going to
the
be
claim?
really quick. My point's going to be really quick.
But
The
if you haven't
criteria,
studied Islam
that you just laid out, yourself personally, is your own personal criteria.
Interpretation, yeah.
There ain't no other religious leader or leader of a population of Muslims or Christians that disagree on this point, that Muslims, Jews, and Christians all pray to the same God.
That's
although
a
they have
lie.
different
That's
understanding.
We're not.
Hold on.
What
Can I
are
make
you
my point?
doing?
Can I make my point?
We're
You
not
made a very good point
Muslims,
earlier,
so we don't
Zulu,
say
that
what y'all do.
Muslims. 1 minute. You made a very good point earlier that you said Muslims believe that God is one, whereas Christians understand a kind of like a breakdown of that one, and you're saying that although there's a breakdown of it, all them gods or all them parts of the Godhead unite to become a one God. So when God says your Lord God is one, O Israel, he means something different than what Muslims say when they say God is one. I fully accept what you're saying. But what I'm saying to you, Zulu, is that you're laying your own criteria down as if it's gospel when it's not. Yeah.
Bro,
Now the
everything I
criteria that
say
we
can be
go by.
substantiated with scripture.
Hold
I don't
on, my
make things
brother.
up.
Hold on, my brother. The criteria that we go by is the fact that all the religious leaders, the main religious leaders, I've heard rabbis say that pre the prophets of Judah, that their religion was monotheism, was Islam. Was Islam as it is today. I've heard Jews say this. You lot, as Jews, 1 minute, my brother. 1 minute. Can I make my point? I've listened for hours, I've listened for hours. I've listened for hours. Your tribe, your tribe.
Aren't even the descendants.
1 minute, my brother. 1 minute, my brother.
So
Your
what do
tribe,
their opinions mean to anything that we're talking about here?
brother,
You're going on
brother. You
non-Israelites
can't
giving
have
their
it.
opinion on
You can't
Israelite
have it
books.
both ways. You
It's
can't
not
say
both
that God
ways.
gave our
You're the one
tribe
using
the
both
prophets
ways.
and the lineage of
You're going by the
prophecy.
words
So
of
what
men
happened to
and
the
not what
rest
the
of
book says.
humanity during that time?
You're
They
going
only
by
had
the
one
words of
option, which
men
was
and not what the book says.
monotheism or paganism. Yeah, while you lot was off doing your own thing, with all your prophets and all your whatever that you was
You're
not
going
doing,
off
you
what
went off
men
on a
say, not what
tangent.
the book says.
Excuse me, my brother, please let me finish. You went off on a tangent from the rest of humanity, and you look back now and you come back and you join with the rest of humanity yet again because you run out of prophets. Your people have got no other option. You've either got to maintain Judaism in its purest form, right?
We were
Or
never
you've got
given
to become,
Judaism.
or you've got to become Muslim. You've got no other option.
We were never given Judaism. So
My
you're
question
butchering
would
a whole
be,
bunch.
I didn't say that. Don't
Hold on.
twist my
Yes,
words.
you did. You just
I
said.
never said you was given it.
We were
I
given
said you was given
Judaism.
prophecy.
Then
The
what? Then
prophets,
why
the
did you
lineage
mention
of prophets.
Judaism? Why did you
Brother,
mention Judaism just
why are
now?
you arguing when you
Why
yourself
did you
said
mention Judaism right
that
now?
Moses told
Why
Pharaoh,
did you
all
mention
I'm asking you
Judaism?
to do is
Why did
to
you
let my
mention
people
Judaism?
worship me. That means that
Why did you mention
Pharaoh, who was the
Judaism?
king, God was still letting him be the king.
Why
That
did you
means.
mention Judaism?
Brother, don't argue about words. That's silly.
You mentioned you. All right. Well,
it's about words now. You're making it about
no,
words.
it's not.
You know what I mean?
No,
Guys,
words
guys,
have
guys,
meanings,
guys.
and I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Fully know what I
No,
mean.
so I'm going to make it clear again. Judaism has nothing to do with the Torah Tanakh.
Who cares? We're Muslim. We don't care about none of that.
No, it does not.
Muslims don't care. Do your own
now
thing.
you're over talking him.
Judaism has to do with the Talmud.
Whatever.
Not the Torah Tanakh. So
I
let's
don't
get
care.
that straight. Hold on. I know you don't care. That's why you sound like an idiot talking right now. And that's why it's frustrating.
I'm saying let the Muslims be Muslims, bro. What's wrong with you?
Bro, you're not even allowing him to speak, man.
And this is part of the frustration is Israelites listen to non-Israelites who don't even study the Torah Tanakh.
Did the Muslims let you
he's still
live
talking,
according
bro.
to your
Let him
book
finish what
and
he's
according
saying,
to
man.
your prophets? Yes, they did. Why can't you do the same for us?
See, this is the problem: is you're dealing with somebody who doesn't study the work. Khan, you're not somebody who studies the Torah Tanakh. You don't even.
Brother, I don't need to.
Yes, you do. How are you going to talk about something when you don't know anything about it?
Look.
Anyway, I'm out.
Are you even listening to me?
This is a fruitless.
Are you even listening? You're not listening. So
what?
I'll leave it then. I won't speak then.
Run their mouth.
I'm out. Whatever. I'll stop speaking before you anyway.
See, now you've run Vin out now. See?
Brother, he's not even listening to what I'm saying to you. He's not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying, listen, the Muslims, listen,
and then you kept cutting him off.
Zulu, the Muslims let you lot, whether you're Jews, Hebrews, whatever you are, yeah? Whatever you are, we let you live according to your own book and according to your own prophet. We don't get involved in your shit. How are you then getting involved in our shit, telling us your God is not the real God? How dare you?
Listen to the language. Listen to the language you're saying, Khan. We let you live.
What do you mean? We let you live when you was on the run.
What kind of
you lot were on the run
that?
from fucking Christians mashing you up.
Wow. I think that sums up the kind of energy, that we get from that.
You lot run from Christians, you run from Romans, you run from Persians, you run from everyone. Only the Muslims let you in.
Sorry, can I bring some balance, please?
I think this is just
Zulu. To God, how many days have passed? If a day is 1,000 years to God, how many days have passed?
It doesn't say is. It said is like.
Okay, I'm just saying if that's
the case, literal, then, Maku, please.
Okay, if it's not literal, yeah. If it's not literal, but it is literal, what are we saying?
It's not literal, bro.
All right, if it's literal, then
okay. What's your point? What's your point? Okay, let's say it is. Let's say it is literal. What's your point?
How many days would have gone then?
From the beginning.
From the beginning.
Some would say 6,000.
Not for us. Not for us.
Some would say 6,000. Some would say maybe more than that.
So
what's your point?
About 6-7 days to the creator, right? In the creator's mind, or concept of time and space and whatever, it seems the closest we can estimate is like 1,000 years is a day, right?
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right.
But what's your point, though, Michael? What's that in relation to what we're saying?
We're talking about blips. Yeah, we're talking about blips in that time. We're talking about small infractions, incursions, disagreements on small differences, fam. Like,
but time doesn't even exist. Time doesn't even exist.
But, bro, the arguments are so minuscule in the terms of what we're talking about. If we even like say we want to sit down and talk about God, can we be talking about the little silly contextual foolishness that we're talking about? We can't.
I get what you're saying.
Michael, do you know why it's important to try and debate these things and understand these things? Because for anyone that believes that there is an agent of evil or the devil who seeks to cause confusion, who seeks to cause division, it's important to identify whether or not you're on the right track. Because you can say, oh, we all worship the same God. And again, this is that new age mentality that, oh, there's many ways to the one God. And this goes to that demonic way of thinking that, oh, you can be Hindu, you can be Sikh, you can be Christian, you can be Islam, you can be Jew, and you're all worshiping the same God.
But it's your tribe
hold on, let me finish,
it's your own tribe that established that belief pattern.
Come on, man. Right? Regardless of the differences between each of these religions, regardless of the mission for humanity, what is intended for humanity, etc., etc., the pagan origins of some of these religions, regardless of all of that facts, all of that information, it's all the same God. How dumb is that?
Well, it's all within the same timeline because according to the timeline of what's going on,
I can answer that.
that
Look,
happened for God. That happened in the last 2 days. And
well, think about this. For every denomination, and we can focus on just the Christian versus Islam, okay? Both books acknowledge Satan, do they not? Mostly every religious belief, acknowledges the terminology demon, and these words all come from one place. Okay, so when we look at the Quran, is the Quran telling the Muslim people lies about Satan?
Is that a question to me?
That's to the whole panel. Is the Quran lying to the Muslim people about Satan?
No.
So it can't be a harmful book if it's telling the truth about
But
your
is it lying about God though?
But wait. See the confusion or the connection to God. There are plenty of people that pray particular way. Okay, and in the scripture in the Bible, right? I read it earlier. Jesus Christ told you this is the way you pray. If you don't pray this way, God don't hear your prayer. Now there are people that don't believe in Jesus Christ. They don't believe that Jesus is the Son.
And Vic, let me ask you a question.
So,
do Muslims pray and fast the way Jesus said, or do they do the opposite?
well, no, the Muslims believe that Jesus is a prophet. They don't believe
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, do
I'm
Muslims
saying
pray? I
they
didn't
don't
ask you whether
pray.
if they believed he exists or whether he was a prophet. I asked you a very specific question. Do Muslims pray and fast the way Jesus commanded? Yes or
I
no?
just said no. I don't know if you caught that. I did say no.
Okay.
Sorry.
So what are we arguing
Jesus,
about here?
what did Jesus command?
So
Jesus
listen.
said that when you fast, right, you don't disfigure your face, you don't make it known that you're fasting, but you wash your face and you smile and you act as if you're not fasting, and so that you may be rewarded by your Father in heaven. Meaning, don't express your devotion to God. I'm fasting. Look at me. I'm praying in public. I'm praying so everyone can see me. Look at me. No, you do it in private. It's a sacred
again,
between
your own
you
criteria.
and God. Muslims do
Zulu,
the complete.
your
Hold
own
on.
judgment.
Muslims
This
pray
is
in
your own
public.
judgment
They
on Muslims.
fast.
You're
They
sitting on
announce.
judgment.
I'm saying my point of
I'm
view.
gonna fix it
Yeah,
though.
your point of view. You're sitting in on judgment on Muslims.
Allow me to speak my point, and then you debunk it after, right?
Okay, go ahead.
This is how we go, right? So, what do they do when Muslims fast? They announce that they're fasting. It's a public thing. Everyone knows that they're fasting.
No, because I can tell you, Zulu. Let's go
in
point by
public.
point.
Everyone
Because I
can
can
see that
tell
they're
you,
praying.
my brother,
It's
I
the
can tell
complete.
you that
Come on,
Muslims
you don't even let
fast
me
without.
finish what I'm saying, man.
All right, let's go point by point, though, innit? Because you're going to go on a
But you
long
don't even
one.
let
We
me
might as
finish what
well
I'm saying.
keep
You're
up
being
with
so
you. Let us keep
emotional.
up with you then.
Because what I'm saying
Well,
is hurting your
no.
feelings.
I was going
You're
to
not allowing
ask
me to
him,
say.
does he believe that Jesus is a liar?
1 minute. See, this is what I mean, Zulu. We need to go point by point. Because you're going to go on a long one and we can't keep up with you.
Entertained? Is this not why you were here?
Yeah! Come on! Religion! God, I love you!
I like how you did that. That was a sweet shit right
You
there.
guys have no patience. Like, you can't let anyone finish. Like,
All right, family. All right. Big up everyone. Let me remind you to hit that like button. Show a little love. PayPal, Cash App. You know that procedure. Big up all the new subscribers. It's a great conversation. I'm gonna come and take part. I just fell asleep.
Wow.
We had this conversation, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go do some DMT. So I did some of the DMT, and I just fell asleep. So I just woke up. I'm gonna take the dog for a walk, and I'll be back. I'm gonna come and participate. I'm holding it up, man. Big up,
I just wanted to acknowledge, if we're Christ followers and we believe in Jesus Christ, we can't make Jesus out to be a liar. I can't say that the Muslim people won't be accepted by Christ, because again, the scriptures directly tell us as Christ followers, whoever, that's not just us. It said whoever acknowledges me before men, I will acknowledge before my Father who is in the heavens. That would include the Muslims, because they acknowledge Jesus Christ.
Alhamdulillah.
They acknowledge him.
Yeah,
So
I
for us
think
to say they're not a part of us, they're just our cousins. Like real talk.
Can I just add a point?
yeah,
I want to add a quick point, very
definitely
quick.
true. But
Zulu's talking about Ramadan as if that's the only time Muslims fast. Devout Muslims fast every Tuesday and Thursday, and trust me, they're not telling you about it, and they're not complaining about it, and they're not declaring it. And some of them do it, and some of them don't. And the ones that do it, you don't even know they're doing it.
Fact.
So Zulu, don't tell us your own personal critique of Islam, because you don't hold no criteria. You're just some kid from uni. You ain't the Pope.
I can show you.
You ain't
the
the
Bible
Pope.
says
You
what
ain't
we
the
supposed
fucking
to
Bishop
do.
of
Are
Desmond
y'all ready?
Tutu. You ain't nothing, bro. No,
Zulu,
no offense.
return.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to diss you. I'm just saying.
Type a look
Maintain
up
your
for Zulu when he comes
humility.
back, please.
Yeah, of course
Maintain
I
your
do.
humility.
I'm
That's all I'm saying.
just gonna run to the shop. I'm back. I'll be back.
Cool, man.
Hey, look, I can tell you, look, when the Zulus come in around Christians, when the Muslims come around Christians, let's see what God told us to do, right? This is what God told us as Christians to do.
Right.
Leviticus chapter 19, verses 33 and down. And in case an alien resides with you as an alien in your land, you must not mistreat him. An alien resident who resides as an alien with you should become to you like a native of yours, and you must love him as yourself, for you became an alien resident in the land of Egypt.
Yep.
So when I see these Muslim brothers, I see the Zulu brothers, I see all these people, I welcome them in.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, they can tell me that they worship the Zulu. Look, they could worship the Trinity. They could worship all of these different things, and I have to love them and accept them as my brother. I'm not supposed to correct them.
Let alone try to disprove their religion and saying their God's a false God. How dare you? Who are you to do that? You got some pride in you, boy. Bang out of order. Bang out of order. Even white Europeans, bro, even white Europeans don't have the balls.
As I said,
you want some coffee?
You have to do research. I mean, a lot of people talking and making statements have not looked into the subject. So it's just what casually being said by people who don't know what they're talking about. So it becomes the general rhetoric, and once you buy into that, then you can say things like what Zulu's saying, because obviously if he was well versed in what Islam is and what the Quran is and all of these type of things, he would not be saying what he's saying.
Yeah, that's true. And here's the hard thing though, Maku, to disprove someone like him, you end up looking like you're the bad guy, like you're calling him a liar, or you're calling him a fool, or you're calling him something bad, which really you don't want to. But when he's approaching you with these sort of things, whatever you say to him, you're going to look like the bad guy. That's the thing about it. He's making you say things that you don't want to say, and then they're like, "Oh, Muslims are criticizing Christianity. Muslims are saying this, that, and the other." No, Muslims ain't supposed to be criticizing Christianity.
Right? They're not supposed to. Right?
No, yeah. That is a common theme that I keep saying to.
But it's that's about free will. That ain't got nothing to do with belief. That's somebody's choice. They woke up in the morning and decided to do that. That ain't got nothing to do with the community as a whole.
I think to be a Muslim and is part of that, to be a peacemaker. So you determine how you greet and respect people of other races, other religions, other things. You know what I mean? You're supposed to do that.
Bro,
automatically you be the peaceful one, or you be the one that looks righteous and upstanding, amongst all the different people and blah blah blah.
Or how many people that believe in the Torah and all of those things? How many of you follow Leviticus 19, 33, and 34? None of them. Because this was the argument. This is the argument that you always see in the street, because you have the Hebrew brothers and they'll be preaching the word in the street. And then you'll see another group of Christians challenging them, right? The reason why we challenge them is because of Leviticus 19, 33, and 34, that we're all under the same umbrella. So when we hear them going out and it becomes an attack, like, the white man this and your white devils, and we hear that terminology, let's not forget that God created those white people.
Right.
Let's not forget that when it comes to the term white race, okay, that those white people are really black people. The only reason why
That's what I've been saying.
the only reason why their skin is that color is because of what part of the continent they were on. Because you would be the same doggone color if you lived there.
That's true.
If you take a black man and you move him to a European continent, the melanation of your generation is going to fade.
100%.
Okay, so give it 1,000 years. Imagine what black people would look like if we didn't have the sun for 1,000 years.
I hear you, bro. But obviously, you can see me and Uncle Frank in the picture. Yeah, I'm in England. I'm first generation Nigerian. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Nigger ain't fading.
Nigerian.
No,
So
I'm saying nigger ain't fading for shit. Yeah.
No, I'm saying in order for your skin to change,
hold on.
your generation would have to be in Europe for 1,000 years.
No, I'm going to have to mix with somebody of a different complexion. That's the only way
you're already mixed though. The thing is, we're already
like an African mix. You get what I'm saying?
But
my DNA came directly from Africa, both parents. You know what I'm saying? So the mixing that's going on in Africa, we ain't arguing about that. But when I'm saying coming to Europe, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
1,000 years, because well, you could say 1,000 years, but we live in all places around the world, and we ain't fading. This idea of fading because of color,
you are fading.
No,
you know why?
You're fading if there's people, hold on, of the lighter complexion to mix with. Yes, there has to be people of different varying types. It seems by the time we get out there, we getting out there to ourselves. Do you know what I'm saying?
Or you're not the darkest people, but you're not the darkest people.
It's not via environment, bro. It's via more mixing.
I'm gonna break it down for you if you allow me. You're not the darkest people in the planet, even from Nigeria. You know why? Because I'm looking at your photo right now. You're not as dark as the Sentinelese people.
Yeah,
why is it?
But I'm saying, look, he's from the Caribbean.
Nobody is
wait.
darker than the people on North Sentinel Island. Why is that?
Yeah, but
if you ain't fading, listen to the logic. If you ain't fading, then why is there darker people than you?
But I never ever.
He's got some logic. You got to give him that.
No, I never ever looked like that. My dad's brown skin and my mom's dark skin. That's what it is. We got varying complexions, even within Africa. Your complexion,
but how did that happen? Through mixing. You're saying through mixing.
Yeah, mixing within Africa.
Not even in South Africa, y'all not dark as the North Sentinel people. What happened?
Yeah, but you don't have to be dark to be African. That's a silly statement.
I agree with that. But it's something happening to your melanation when there's people darker than you.
No, it's just where you live.
Yeah. You got a little yellow coming up in there. What's going on?
Sorry. Where I live, it's like 36, 38 degrees. Yeah, we're talking about 40, 50 degrees in some of these other parts where these people look this way. Yeah. Or we're going to places that are not even that warm, and they're still looking that way. So we're telling you again, the environment does not change your melanin or your color. That is
it does. It actually does.
Joke. That's a joke, bro. What changes you? Hold on, full stop.
Okay,
One
bro.
second. Because you're out in the Americas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason you might be like, hold on.
I'm lighter than you. Look.
Yeah. But the only reason you might be like,
my father's black than a motherfucker. Okay?
It's happening. The only reason.
All right, it's happening.
Bro, I'm saying the only reason you might be like, is the fact that one, in our DNA, that's what happens standardly. No brother and sister are usually the same complexion. Sometimes you got a dark-skinned sister, light-skinned brother. You know what I'm saying? You in the middle and all of that.
But that's evidence of mixture. That's proof of mixture.
No, that's evidence of how melanin works.
No,
you don't mean because
mixture.
one person's dark-skinned, that everybody gonna be dark-skinned. Biggie Smalls is darker than all what we're talking about. You get what I'm saying?
Listen, let me ask you.
Right. So my point is,
let me ask you a question. Your particular tribe of people, what percentage?
One second.
Yeah. Sorry, brother.
I'm saying, in America though, there's more chances of that they've mixed with other types of people. Yeah, that's the difference.
Other types of African people.
Right? No, not necessarily. Because now we're not in the time of just African people. When it was just African people, it was just African people. No, the world changed, the world moves on, and those Africans created other sets of people by
So who are you
bucking
saying
into.
the Africans mixed with then in America? Because there's no evidence of this.
No, yes, they of course Americans or Europeans. Europeans went over there, did they not? Europeans,
mate.
hold on,
Well,
Europeans
I've
went
seen
over
some
to
white
the Americans.
Africans, bro. I've seen some
I'm trying to
white
say, and then I'm saying Mexicans are
Africans.
there. I'm saying the Native Americans are there. There's so many different types of people
there ain't no
prior,
mixture with them people.
but the main ones, hold on, man, the main ones that have a definite influence are the Europeans, because check the numbers of how many Europeans there are in the Americas. Like, let's be honest.
The
They
black
call themselves
man is a
American,
hybrid, brother.
yeah,
The black
but
man,
the black folks,
yeah, the black
man is
man is a hybrid.
diluted, man. He's
We're
diluted, man.
hybrid.
There's
No,
definitely
I'm
been more
saying
mixing
the
going
black
on.
folks in America.
Octoroons, mulattoes. We know the terms, bro.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's when you're talking about mulattoes and that, Maki.
Mm,
You're
that's
talking about
mixing.
like Brazil, Peru, places like that.
Yes. Costa
Yeah,
Rica,
but when
everywhere.
we're talking about when man said he's from America, he means the
Mhm.
United States of America, where
Yeah.
no one's really going to be mixing with black people if black people are the bottom of the food chain.
I
Because
don't
no
know.
one will want their
It
child to
doesn't
be
make sense.
black in a time of slavery.
It doesn't make sense, man. Stop that, man.
If you
Stop
look
that.
at the percentage of white and Native American
Stop that,
mixed in
con,
with
man.
ADOS people, it's minimal.
Bruh. The strongest and most powerful slaves are going to be black, aren't they?
Of
They're
course,
going to,
of course.
They're not going to be Turkish. They ain't going to be fucking
course
Cypriot.
not.
None of that
No.
shit, right?
No.
Not weak shit, right? They're going to be
Nah,
that good, strong African
Yeah.
Congo, fucking West African,
Hardback
whatever, right?
motherfuckers.
Right. And these white women, yeah, these slave masters, white women, want their piece of tall, dark, and handsome too. Right. And children were born out of this union, right? Let alone people just generally since then, yeah, after slavery.
I'm not saying that
that's
never
the whole
happened,
machine.
bro.
Hold on, that's the whole machine. Because they were farming these bucks, these males,
Yes.
yeah, and using
I
them
agree.
to create more slaves and da. So, like in that, and then we've got this Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom comes from the situation or the house Negro, yeah,
Yeah.
because Master is also sleeping with black women. So
Yes.
regardless of the condition of black folks, it's not a problem for them to sleep and try and strengthen up their gene pool or create something that's new and improved for them, not for us.
Well, yeah. See, look, here in
Can I
America,
just say,
when it comes
if
to
you got
that,
one man who owns 200 slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if he was to sleep with all of them, the impact on their overall gene pool is going to be minimal.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's only one man, isn't he?
Yeah, but it's still going to be there. So why some people are light
It's
skinned
not
in
going to change
America?
them in terms of color.
No,
well, no,
it depends though. As I said, it's mother.
financial. It was financial. And look, let me give you the best example I can give. Imagine you were a pit bull breeder, okay?
Yeah.
And look, if you get, let's say, 10 pit bulls from Africa,
Yeah.
5 girls and 5 boys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you got to think about there are the Native American pit bulls that are already here in America. They're dark as well. Remember, when the land was taken, they didn't kill off all of the Native Americans. Some of them, they mixed those people with Africans as well. They mixed the Africans with the Native American, and they were and it wasn't just like white women sleeping with African men. You had a hybrid generation that had no history that was created in America.
My brother, I have no doubt that everyone was sleeping with everyone and thoroughly enjoying it as well. That's not my point.
Look,
my point is that the admixture into the black community would have been minimal, not enough to change their color.
But wait, you wouldn't have to continue.
No,
wait,
it would, bro.
Listen, you wouldn't have to continue to ship slaves into America once you have given birth to enough new slaves in America. See, the babies that were born, well, when those babies are born, they're slaves. They're slaves, like having a puppy pit bull, right? 10 of them, 20 of them. So now, okay, think about this on a generational turn. It's like these hybrids, they grew up into men and women. Some of them were out of control because they had mental issues or whatever. Some of them you could control. And then there were more. And then there were more. And then there were more. After a while, you don't need the both. Do you understand? Because
100% true. I agree.
Generation. I'm just saying, you got a whole generation that is born. And when you get to the second, third, fourth, fifth, 15th generation of slaves, how many slaves you got? 5 million slaves, 6 million slaves in America. So you don't need the boat. Do you understand?
You don't need the boat. Yep.
You don't need the boat because you producing the slaves yourself. This is where all of that civil war and all of that stuff like.
But
because
here's what you're forgetting, brother. If I own one black slave who is the champion slave, he's the bare knuckle champion fighter, he's the biggest, strongest, healthiest motherfucker on the plantation. Why am I using second-rate Indian blood to father the next generation? I'm telling my man, you better be fathering the next generation.
Look, if you were a smart slave owner in America, you wouldn't be fighting your slaves. What you'd be doing is you'd be having them taking care of your property. You would have your slave, just like you treat your dog. You would have your slave taking care of the lawn, okay, pulling the cotton out of there. You need work done, okay? You're working. So these slaves, you just can't have one, bro. You need about 20, seriously, okay? Because this is a working set. These slaves are cooking. These slaves are cleaning.
They're doing everything.
They're tending to the horses. They picking up the mail. This whole fight ring scenario. It was more of a structure. You feel me? Now there are tapes, bro, of actual slaves like on YouTube, and they'll tell you. They said, you know, in America, regardless if you was black or white, if you were under the age of 21, you couldn't go in the store and buy nothing. Snowflake, get down. You couldn't go in the store and buy nothing.
Yeah.
Without a note from somebody that will let you know it was okay for you to be in there.
Yeah.
If you were under the age of 21, you couldn't even buy food from a grocery store, whether you were black or white.
Yeah, but bro, you got to remember, in them days, people didn't have money in their pockets like what you got now. They'll buy everything on account, and the man will come at the end of the month and pay the whole account off. So
that's
obviously
right.
No one can go in and take property or take goods on your name. Obviously.
Right. So they had a whole nother system. And when the slaves were freed, they said, yeah, they were just sleeping. They were like stray dogs.
Yeah. I hear you.
You see, so yeah, the element of slavery. The only reason why slavery ended is because, you know, the South had became richer than the North. Same thing with like the Romans, like how the West was fighting the East to see who was whiter.
Yeah,
you feel me? Both white people, but they didn't care. You feel me?
Of course.
So it was the same thing with the Civil War. These white people in the South got more money than us. Oh, we can't have that. We the North. We struggle. Go get their ass.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but that whole idea of black people not being the lowest and it's for a reason. It's for a
effect.
They put that out as a smoke screen while they're enslaving us and doing all sorts of fuckery to us. Genocide.
Now think about it. You know what the black people in America did, and in other parts of the world, we created what is called the biracial children. Now, guess what? They don't have no slavery history. Think about that. The whole biracial thing, the reason why so many people were against it is because when these people were born, they weren't born in the racism.
Right.
They don't have a strand of it anywhere in their history. How did like when a biracial child asks, well, how did we come to be? Oh, a black man slept with a white one. That's it. A white woman. You know what I'm saying? That's all we got for them. All right. There's no history. There's no books. Okay. And a lot of people didn't want that because what happens when we do that? We end racism. You see, if you look at the Bible, look at the scriptures, right? Not nowhere in history in the scripture was there a race war. Nobody was fighting over the fact because they was white, they was black, because Noah, in the story of Noah, he said he had 3 sons and they were all different colors.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, so there was no such thing as a race war. This race war, see that whole element, that to me, that's created by Satan the devil. Satan the devil got a whole lot of tricks that he's been working on for the past 2,000 years, because he's got 2,022 years of time ahead of us. You feel me? Because the way we count time is flawed. That's where we get a lot of this confusion at. because the planet, the way we conceive time, is like we're looking at an odometer in a car that's been reset. You know, they say you can never reset an odometer in a car. It's illegal, right? To change the odometer, because once you do that, we will never know the mileage on that car. So it's the same thing with the planet. Okay, the odometer was reset 2022 years ago. We know this planet ain't no 2,000 years old, but I promise you, if we went back 3,000 years and asked somebody, hey, what year is it? They wouldn't say, well, it's 1000 BC. You understand? They wouldn't say that. See, so the element of confusion of Jesus and the books and all of these things, well, see, that happened 2022 years ago when the odometer was reset. That's why we don't know what's what. You see, that's why all of our shit is flawed. We can never come out with the exact calculation. Like, we get close to it, but we can't pinpoint it.
Right.
You see, everybody's close. But then we using the Gregorian calendar. We fucked up for life. You understand? Like,
no, definitely true.
You see, we got the books, we don't have the dates. So, you know, it's like, you know, imagine that. Imagine calling the light company and saying, well, you know, y'all done billed me $5,000. Can y'all pull up my bill? And they say, well, you know what? We got the bill, but we don't have the dates of the service you had to bill. Think about that.
Mad.
Just think about that. Okay, you've been paying rent. They don't have records of your rent, but you've been paying it though. I got all these dates. We don't have those dates. What? You see?
Yeah.
So I accept all beliefs from other people because, like, you know, I truly believe that you have a right to follow whatever you choose to follow, because that was promised in the book of Genesis, that every man had the power of free will, right, to make a choice. So when I see, like, you know, the Hebrews and all of those other people, you know, everybody doesn't accept everybody, but just from my understanding of the Bible, I accept everybody. Right. Okay, if you believe in the Trinity, then Leviticus told me that I have to accept you.
What I'm saying is this: I know it's 2022 now, yeah, but back in the day, there was times where the whole of Christendom and the whole of Islam was literally at war with each other.
Facts.
And even through all that time, no one turned to no one else and said, "Your God ain't the real God." Or your angel never came to your prophet. But now we got some evangelicals, yeah. These days we got these evangelical youths coming out with these things because it suits their narrative. It suits their narrative because they feel that the mere existence of Islam is a critique of their denomination. That they say, no, for God to bring a nation like you onto this earth, that automatically means that we're somehow falling into kufr or in a mistake situation. And because they don't want to address their own situation and correct themselves, they just easily just turn to you and say, no, your whole religion, your whole history, everything about you is wrong. It's not by God. How can that be?
Well, I can tell you how it could be, because that's what was taught to them from their grandmothers and their great grandmothers and so forth and so on. I was told to hate Muslims as a child because my great grandmother was a banker.
I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that.
The influence is just, listen, man, all of us was raised by somebody, and all of us have that influence from that one person. So, you know, we can't help that. We can't help the fact that, you know, our families raised us the way they raised us. Some of us chose different paths when we became adults, but we still harbor those same childhood things that our mother always told us, our grandmother, our great grandmother. So I believe that that's where the majority of it comes from. A lot of us are just stuck in the element of tradition. That's what Jesus said. They said people will stick to their traditions. Okay, and they do. You see, and those traditions will be passed down like on and on and on and on. The only thing Scripture says is that, you know, in so many words, to sum it up, when people stop believing in God, well, that's when life on this planet gonna go out.
Right. Yep.
So the only reason why this planet is still rolling is because there are people on the earth that still believe in God. Now, for those that don't, hey, I don't know what to do. I can't help you. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus can't. I can't. Okay. Look. But to sound a little like an old lady at church, you know, I tried that. I tried that formula that Jesus laid out in the book of Matthew. And you know, I can't say it didn't work for me. It worked. Okay. In so many words. Okay. Because, you know, just looking at my personal experience in life, and remember how I told y'all, I was a child, right, going to church, and they would always start off with the Lord's Prayer in the church.
Yeah, same. Our Father.
Right. They start off Our Father. Everybody had to bow their heads, remember?
Yep.
And the pastor would always tell you, right? They say, you know, well, when you do this is when you talk to God. You know, you whatever you want from God, it's like you think it, but you say that at the same time. It's like tapping your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. You're saying something, but you're thinking something else at the same time.
Yeah.
So I remember, you know, the pastor saying that over and over. And as a child, you know, I prayed like as a little boy. You know, I wanted this, I wanted that, I wanted this, I wanted that, and here I am, 43, right? And I think back to that childhood prayer and everything.
You know what, Vic? You know why it's funny? You're saying
everything.
Like you're an old man, but you're the youngest man on the panel right now.
Well, I'm a young old man, and
you're a young old man.
And I made a prayer some 36 years ago that came to pass in 2000. I want to say like in 2015, which was the weirdest thing I ever experienced in my life. And that haunted me. That haunted the shit out of me. Do you understand? That haunted the shit out of me because I read those scriptures. I understood those scriptures. And the only time I prayed like that was once when I was a little kid. Okay? When I went inside that church. So do prayers work? Yeah, I would have to say yes. Because just like it talks about, it took God 7,000 years, right, to create the earth, right? How the fuck do we know that, right? How can we figure that out? Well, look at the examples of the things that we can prove, okay? The Hebrews were enslaved for 400 years, correct? Before God freed.
Yeah.
How long was the modern day slaves enslaved before they were free?
60.
400 years, exactly. Yeah. So, if a day to God is 1,000 years, then He freed you in a couple of hours. Now, okay, let's talk about this little itty bitty childhood prayer that, you know, haunts me to this day. Okay. As a child, I prayed for a house. I prayed to be married. You know, I wanted like one of those picketed fences around my house and all this stuff. I wanted to be around, you know, grass and trees and all this other type shit. Okay. Bro, I've been married to my one wife for 15 years. I have one daughter that's going on 11. Never cheated on my wife. We are homeowners. And I promise you, it's painted right now, but I can show you the little picketed fence around my house that I purchased for $3,000. I can't explain none of that. And when I bought this house, I didn't even have a job. And I'm a homeowner, free and clear, no mortgage, no bank, no nothing. I'm sitting here like Jed Clampett. And I made a little itty bitty prayer some 35, 36 years ago, and that haunts me. You see the power of prayer. It's like if you do what Jesus Christ tells you to do, and you do it the way he say do it, well, just don't be surprised and jump out your skin if some shit actually happened. That's all I'm saying. Don't jump out.
I would say amen to that. I would say amen to that.
Don't, because, you know, is it a ritual? Hell fucking yeah. Look, you know, like, you know, I said this and this happened. Oh, you know what? I ain't got to play with this no more. I'm good. You see what I'm saying? Look, I ain't got to play with this no more. Yep, you convinced me. I don't yep, I don't need nothing else. You feel me? But the Bible says that's going to come to you as an individual. Jesus is not going to show up for a crowd. He's done doing politics. He did that when he came. Okay? He turned water into wine. He expelled demons. He did all this extra shit, and he was killed for it. Jesus is more like, fuck y'all. Either you coming or you're not. That's how Jesus' attitude is. If you really, really study the book of Matthew, you see that Jesus was a gangster. He wasn't really that, you know, humble. Hey,
yeah. You're right. He wasn't soft like that.
He wasn't really like that at all.
Yeah.
Okay, he wasn't like that at all. He did shit like one time, and if you didn't believe him, he was like, "Fuck you, then." You know,
exactly,
it was literally just that.
Yep.
It was literally just that. He was like, "Yo, I came in here." Like, remember what Peter said? Remember, Peter said to Jesus, he said, "Show me the Father, and I'll believe." Jesus looked at him like, "Motherfucker, I done did all this shit." Okay, he said, "Peter, you're gonna deny me 3 more times before you even believe who the hell I am." Remember, he just blew him off.
That's his nature.
You feel me? He blew him off. He was like, "Bro, you feel me?" And Peter was standing right next to Jesus
the whole time.
The whole time he was like, "Bro." After he did all of that, he was like, "Bro, you know, I didn't seen that before. Cuz you got something else." Yo, Peter cut into him like, "Yo, dog, you know, that shit was, you know, all right. You know, when you expelled the demons and put them into the pigs, they ran. Yeah, I was okay. I wasn't really impressed, though. I got to be honest with you. It wasn't impressive.
Give me some more. Give me some more.
Right. You standing right next to him. Jesus like, "Man, motherfucker, damn. What else I got to do? Seriously? Seriously? You just want me to go get God, huh? You just said, to hell with me. Just go get him, huh? Oh, okay. 3 more times, Peter. 3 more times. You feel me? It's like, it's like when Jesus looked at him, it's like he read his mind in that particular moment. You feel me? It's like he said, you know, "What's the point of even talking to you, cuz?" You feel me? And when they came to snatch up Jesus and his disciples, who was the first one pulling the Tekashi 6ix9ine? It was Peter. It was a, "Hey, Peter, do you know this Jesus person?" Hey, no. It was a, "Hey, man, ain't that Peter that was hanging with Jesus?" "No, man, I don't know that dude. I don't know him." Yeah. So that's why you don't see any miracles or
But
the
Vic,
heavens open up.
this is the point, yeah. If Jesus come to these people and he said to them, "Listen, I'm the Son of God, and my plan is to get crucified." All right. Would any of these people spend 5 minutes with him? They'd have been like, "All right, bro, you're on your own, yeah. Let me know. Let me see you later." Because them Romans weren't fucking around, you know.
Well, the funny thing, it wasn't even the Romans that had a problem with it. Remember, it was the church.
Yeah, it's true.
The church was the one that decided to kill Jesus because they said,
yeah.
"Hey, man."
Well, they got rid of his cousin John the Baptist, and he was next in line, innit?
Well, look,
they would have done their whole bloodline if they had to.
Well, when Jesus resurrected Lazarus, this is when they came to the table and said, if this guy keeps going, we gonna lose all our money. You understand? This dude is taking our money away from the synagogues, doing all this shit for free.
All their stuff was for money, really. Like,
right?
They were dealing with what? Inheritances,
because
all sorts of stuff.
You know, Jesus then resurrected Lazarus. The synagogue is empty.
Yeah.
You understand? They sitting in that motherfucker with a microphone like, are y'all serious? Like, what the fuck? Okay, we need these people back. So check this out. We gonna kill Jesus and Lazarus. We gonna kill Jesus. We gonna come outside. And what did? They walked outside. They said, this motherfucker is a witch. Okay. They said Jesus is a witch. This motherfucker is cast a spell. He's a blasphemer. This motherfucker, look, by law, he got to be killed. This is the law, motherfucker. We go, You feel me? Because the Romans looked at Jesus and was like, man, remember the Romans weren't even focused on Jesus. They was like,
at all, yeah, they didn't care.
Yeah, they was like, yo, he don't seem that bad to me. And the preacher was like, bitch, look, if I lose money, you lose money. You gonna keep this motherfucker alive? We losing money. Don't you like getting paid on Sunday and Saturday? Now this fool is running around, healing the sick, expelling the demons, all this other shit, and he doing it for free. He telling you to give Caesar back what is his. Are you serious? We losing bread. He got to go. So they said, the woman said, look, man, if we could get him to say that he's not the son of the true God, it will this just rectify everything. And they was like, all right, we'll get him to do that. So when they took him, remember, that's why they tortured him. They tortured him for him to denounce the shit he was saying.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't denounce it. They brought him back with a murderer, right? And they was like, look, you can either free Jesus or free the murderer. And the preacher jumped up and said, free the murderer. The preacher jumped up. You know what I'm saying? The whole church. Think about that. Think about the heads of the synagogue standing there telling motherfuckers to free the murderer. Like,
crazy.
You feel me? Everybody that had missed the synagogue meetings, they still respected the synagogue. Think about it. When they was calling Jesus out, people still respected those people.
Yes.
Because you were raised around those people.
Yep.
You see, you were raised around them folks. Your mama took you to them folks ever since you was a baby. So you respect them like you would respect your grandfather.
Yeah.
Jesus, this dude was a carpenter. He was fixing your table. He was helping put the thing on your door. He walked off, got baptized, disappeared for a month, came back and said he was the son of the true God. Who you gonna listen to?
Here's the thing though, Vic. Here's the thing though, yeah. A lot of people, they claim to be Muslim, they claim to be Jews, whatever they claim to be, they don't really believe. They don't really believe the thing, bro. So when Jesus come and started saying these sort of things, a lot of the people probably didn't even know what was going on. Like the population themselves, the people, they weren't really that religious. It become like an institution, like a money-making scam. They weren't really that religious.
Right.
So they didn't really even understand the scripture. So when Jesus is speaking to them, majority of them can't even understand what he's saying because they spent so long having it spoon-fed to them by these what they called Jewish High Commission guys.
Yeah, they were the heads of the church. So and think about it, they were there for generations.
Yep.
And this dude, literally, he grew up in our town. We know who Jesus is. He's a carpenter. The motherfucker put in rugs and shit. That's what he do.
Yeah.
And he dip off, get baptized, come back, and now he's the son of the true God. Are you serious? You see, it's like, bro, we just saw you 2 months ago. You was putting the table together. You were putting the table together. We just saw you 2 months ago
with a saw.
Now you're telling us, you're gonna turn fish. You know, you're gonna turn fishermen and the fisher of men and all this other extra stuff. What? What are you talking about? You see, you got to really think about it from that angle, because that's what it was. That's what it was. Jesus come back all skinny as hell because he ain't ate nothing. Okay, wandering around and shit, telling people he the son of the true God, resurrecting the dead and doing all this extra stuff. What? Jesus? Swear to God, he just built this chair. Okay? So that was the huge argument right there. If you were there around Jesus, he wasn't baptized until what? He was 30-something years old. And his body was nothing more than a vessel. See, that's why, you know, I always tell people to focus on, you know, when you look at that soul terminology and this, that, the other, the fallen angels are not allowed to enter a human body. And if you go into deep scripture, it shows you that God created a certain set amount of angels. Angels cannot have sex with each other and reproduce. So you see Satan's jealousy with man there, because when a male and a female get together, they create another human. Angels can't do that.
So how does that make sense when you're contradicting yourself? You said the sons of God came down and bred with the daughters of men.
How did they do that? Think about it.
How did they do that? And married them, took them as wives. Hold on.
Wait. Enoch. Wait. I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you.
I'm reading.
No. Let me tell you first, and then you can go. Enoch told you that he saw the angels fall from the sky like stars and go into the animals. Now wait, you asked the question, how could an angel have sex with a woman? He could if he was inside of a gorilla. He could if he was inside of an animal. And what do you have the Egyptians worshiping now? Half bull, half man, half dog, half man. These are the indications of the Nephilim. You see, Horus is a Nephilim. The half bird, half man. See, these things were created. That's why God destroyed the world with a flood. You understand?
Sorry, when the Egyptians was around, there was no such thing as Nephilim.
Well, check this out. Who gave that message to the Egyptians? It was the bloodline of Ham. Because Ham, look, when the flood was over, the only person that knew about the stuff that happened prior to the flood was Noah and his 3 sons and their wives. That was it. The animals can't talk. Now, when they dropped the door on the ark and they came off the ark, what was the first thing Ham got caught up doing? He wanted the people that's supposed to recreate the generation. What was he doing? He was looking at his daddy's wanker. Yes.
All right. Okay.
Now, what did Noah say to that? Noah said, hey, man, look, if this is how you going to do, then your son is cursed. Look, remember he said Canaan is cursed.
Yeah, right. So
he will serve as the lowest slave to his brothers. Now, as they recreate the world.
Hold on. Is Ham cursed?
No, Ham wasn't cursed.
Okay.
His son.
Okay. So then what are we talking about then? All right, if Ham is the father of what you're saying, Egypt, right? Is that what you're saying?
Ham is the ancestor of Egypt. Yeah.
Oh, he's the ancestor. How is he the ancestor? I mean, hold on, wait. They've all left off the boat and they've gone to these various places, right? Cush has gone to Cush, right?
No. No, think about this. Ham and his grandson Canaan, right? These places became cities.
Right. So I'm saying in some cases were the cities in existence before the child was named, because that was
No. Think
No,
about
there
it.
can't be.
Canaan,
what?
Canaan, the
But
city
you're
of
saying, hold
Canaan.
on. There were no cities or places or in existence before they got on the boat. Are you being silly? Like they were born before they got on the boat, you know?
Right.
But
And
we're
when the
talking
boat
about
came
Hold on.
down,
How do you name a child? Yeah, just randomly, just give them that name, and then a place is named after that. It's not because of that child. That's a fact.
yes, actually it is. Let me
It
explain.
is.
Go on,
Okay.
explain.
Let me
Even in the
explain.
history of those people, it doesn't say.
Okay, look, the element of tribal, okay, that in the days of the Canaanites, all Canaanites descended from Canaan. Does that
That's
make
right.
sense?
That's
That's
correct.
right.
That's correct.
So when Canaan was cursed, all of his offspring were cursed as well.
That's correct.
So this went on for another 250 years until Noah. Wait, hear me out, hear me out.
The
Hear
rest
me
of
out.
Ham's seed.
Hold on,
Hold
hear me
on.
out.
Was the rest of Ham's seed cursed though?
Wait, hear me out. Hear me
He
out.
didn't just have
This
Canaan, did
went
he?
on. Hold on. This went on for 250 years until Noah died. When Noah died, the Canaanites said that we were not going to follow the God of Noah.
Right.
Because he put us in this situation. What situation? They were below Shem and Jephthah's offspring. They were beneath them. They were the servants. They were the ones that were underprivileged at the time. So they said, we're going to build our own shit. We ain't going to do this. We're not living like this no more, because the Canaanites had outnumbered everybody.
Sorry. So when this is happening here, what period of Egyptian history is this? Like, because they're in existence, you know.
The Canaanites are the ancestors to the Egyptians.
No. I know
because
about
when
the
God
Canaanites. Sorry.
confused the languages, right?
Sorry,
When
my
God
brother.
confused the languages, the Egyptians became the rulers of the world.
Sorry. What I'm saying is, before all of that, right? We're talking about back to Noah. Everyone's come off the boat. They've gone to the various different places, right? Cush has gone to Cush, has he not? Has he gone to Ethiopia, or what are we doing?
Well, again, these continents didn't have names like that. Think about it. There were no continents. There were no countries. There were no cities at that point in time.
Exactly.
The whole terminology, country and city, that's a modern day term. They didn't have that back then.
Vic, you're so on
But they
point.
have them
It's
in the
unreal,
Bible.
bro. I love it.
Sorry. They
But
have
I'm
them in
just
the
being
Bible.
realistic. The whole like the whole concept of continents and countries and continents, that's all modern day technology.
Sorry.
When you think about the element of you just being on grass, okay, because you're in a field at this particular point. You're in a field. You're in a field.
What I'm saying is,
and you're giving birth to children and grandchildren and great grandchildren, and as you grow, the planet starts to regrow in numbers, right? Your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, they don't play with the other kids that are your cousins and your brother. You understand? There's a separation there in a period of 250 years. Okay, when Noah said, and I'll read it. Wait, I'll read it for you. It's right here.
1 second, bro. 1 second.
Yeah.
1 second. Because we have to be clear on what we're talking about. You are kind of moving from one thing to. I'm kind of agreeing with you on the Canaanite bit, Canaan, the curse of Canaan. You get me? Descendant of Ham and all of that. But I asked if Ham was cursed. No. The other descendants, the other brothers and thing of Ham, were they cursed? No. I asked when they got the boat. Hold on.
Okay,
when they
go ahead.
got the boat, where did they go? They went to places that seem to have similar names, right? Is that what you're saying, right?
No, I can read it for you. It's right here.
Listen to me. Because the place that you're calling Egypt or Mizraim in the Bible and all of these names, right? None of them are Ham, right? So there's no Ham city. He doesn't seem to get a place. Canaan even gets a place or a region named after him. Yeah, Cush gets a place named after him. Fat or names the area he goes after his wife, Libya, right? So like everybody's being accounted for, yeah. And what I'm saying is some of the places they're going to are already in existence. One prior to the flood, yeah, because that only makes sense, right? There were plenty of cities and so God decided to flood everything. If he decided to flood everything, then there must have been multiple cities and thing in existence. Yeah. And then we can go back to Genesis, where he's talking about the rivers that encompass the garden in the land of Havilah. Now, Havilah has to be in existence. Havilah is Ethiopia. So Ethiopia, Egypt, or whatever you're saying, there's civilizations in existence in the beginning. So it's not to, we can't say that just after the flood is when civilization emerged. No, it was there prior to the flood. Some of them got washed away. And then, yes, these people were able to go to these different regions and meet people.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
If you look at previous to the flood, now you can look at it on a map, and I've heard people give reference to Pangea. See, Pangea, the center of Pangea would be the Garden of Eden, right? If the flood happened, then Pangea ends up being the Sahara Desert, and there's already been discoveries that the Sahara Desert used to be a jungle.
Yes.
Right.
Now, Now, what kind of devastation wiped out an entire jungle like that? We will never know. But something happened,
we do,
right? All right, but with some, I mean, we don't have any like scientific proof of what wiped.
The proof is your eyes, right? If
Well,
there's loads
to
of
some
sand,
people, but
hold
not all.
on. If there's loads of sand, yeah, there's been a large body of water that traveled over that land and was constantly in a tidal motion to crush down big rocks or whatever into sand. That's how sand is formed, right? From bigger
So
rocks and
how come it hasn't ever happened
and
again?
the movement of the tides. So
Right? How come the tides never hit it again like that?
no, I'm saying it's a one major flood, right? Because supposedly
Exactly, and it never happened again. It never even rained like
I mean,
that.
it has happened again. It has
But it
happened
don't mean
again
it can't
because-
happen again.
No,
Could happen
it
anytime.
has happened again because, as I said, they're talking about, or what the evidence of that is a large body of water, maybe around 11 or 10,000 years ago. Do you get what I'm saying? And where are we in the biblical on that? No, your thing is 6,000
Okay.
years. So
Well,
like,
go ahead, bro.
the biblical timeline is 6,000 years, bro. Or 6 to 8. Let's be generous and say 8,000 years. You're still behind on the events because the events of the flood is after. It's supposed to be within your 6,000 year paradigm, and that's not necessarily true. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, check this out. Now, at Genesis 10:6, it talks about the sons in Ham, right?
Right.
The sons of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan.
Right.
The sons of Cush were Seba, Havaliah, Sabata, Ra, Amah, and Sa-Tikah. The sons of Ra, Amah were Sheba and Dedan. And Cush became a father to Nimrod.
Right.
He made the start in becoming a mighty one in the earth.
Right.
He displayed himself a mighty hunter in opposition to God.
But I mean, obviously,
the
New Age American translation definitely uses different words to describe, things that we have in the King James. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to be with you.
Go to the King James. It might be worded different, but
it might be worded. But I'm getting what you're saying. I'm getting what you're saying. But I'm saying for some who's listening, hold on. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
For some who are listening, why it sounds a little bit different for them because they would be more used to what the King James version over here in America. I know they got a New American version, which is, as I can hear, is slightly different in the lingo. Do you know what I'm saying? So
Well,
we
I
give you
mean,
a
saying thou, we know that means the. So,
that's not what I mean.
you know, like I always say this. My government name is Victor. On YouTube, they call me Vic Damone. If you say either, aren't you talking about the same person, regardless if you refer to
No,
me as
I hear
Vic
you.
or
I
Vic
hear you.
Damone?
But as I
Yeah,
said,
so
it can
yeah,
slightly
it's
change
more
context.
into. But if you look at the scriptures, it's in anybody that's got access to a Bible. You could look at Genesis chapter 10, and you look at the verses 8. Well, the bloodline of Ham starts at 10, chapter 6, and you see by the time Cush became a father to Nimrod, right? Nimrod had a problem with God. Why?
Yeah, but Nimrod, where's Nimrod going to be? You see what I'm saying? He's not going to be
Nimrod
anywhere.
would be what? He would be like the great grand son
Of
of
Noah,
Noah.
right? So I'm saying, where is
So he's
Nimrod?
not.
Where's Nimrod going to go and live and become a king?
Think about it. It said he displayed.
It's not Nimrodville. It's Babylon, right?
No. This is at the beginning, before cities had names.
No, but obviously, look, if you go back to the beginning, earlier in Genesis, when he's explaining the two rivers, how come the name of one of his daughters is already there?
What's the name of the
Think about
daughter?
this.
Havilah.
Think about this.
He said Havilah,
prior
right?
to the
And I
flood.
said,
Look,
sorry. He said Havilah, right? In his explanation of some of the daughters' names, right? And I picked up on it, yeah. And I said Havilah previously, as in
no,
explaining
this was the son. This
hold
wasn't the daughter.
on, man.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Where the two rivers, sorry.
What are the
one
two
goes
rivers,
through,
Maku? The Euphrates and the Nile, yeah?
No. Well, yes. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I did. They mean that, but they're not said in that way. They're called Pison and Gion and all of this type of stuff. But when you look it up and think, you'll see that it's those rivers, the Red Nile and the Blue Nile and all of that.
So you're saying this woman's name is what? Ethiopia?
Right. It's already a place.
Which is on the Nile.
It's already a place. Yeah, Havilah is not a person; it's a place, it's a city, it's a thing. Because he's.
So you're saying that the people are named after the cities?
Of course, in existence prior to.
So how's Israel called Israel then? It's named after a person, or Judah is named Judah.
But Israel's name was not originally that, right? His original name was Jacob.
But
right?
the place is named after him, isn't it?
Who?
After Israel.
Well,
Because it's his tribe, isn't it?
We're saying Israelites,
it's his tribe.
And none of them are actually called Israelites, right? They're all Benjamin, named after the descendants or their forefathers of each part of that tribe. So each part of that tribe represents the son of Jacob, right?
Yeah.
Like we're just taking it for what it is, because you
to
can
me,
call
it
them
makes more
Israelites.
sense that
But we're going tribal, right?
Are representing the leaders.
Well,
Because
right.
they should all be.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Let's be
the separation of tribes. See, obviously, when you start with Noah would have been the new Adam. We're closer to Noah than we are to Adam and Eve. Okay.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve and their generation, they messed up. That's why they was wiped away. We have a closer connection to Noah. So when you look at Noah having 3 sons, right?
Yeah.
And right there at 9:24, okay, excuse me, 9:25 at Genesis, it says, "Cursed be Canaan, and let him become the lowest slave to his brothers." And when you fast forward into the bloodline of Ham giving birth to sons, right? And by the time you figure Ham gives birth to Cush, right?
Right.
Cush gives birth to Nimrod.
Right.
By the time Nimrod is born, he's in opposition to the Most High, and he begin building his kingdom, the Tower of Babel. I mean, excuse me. He began to build Babel and Erech and all
Yeah,
of these
correct. Yeah.
other cities. Now think about this. Nimrod, right?
Yeah.
Who is he building these cities with? He's building it with his brothers and his sisters.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the time you get past into like Genesis 11 and 12, Noah's an old man, but everybody respect him. You see? He's in his dying years while Nimrod is building up Babel. He's building up all these places. And as he's building them up in opposition to the one true God. This is why God didn't kill the Canaanite people. He confused the languages. He mixed up the languages, right? And when he mixed up the languages, so people couldn't, the people couldn't understand each other anymore because they were separated by the three sons of Noah. And that's how God ended up splitting them up. He gave every son of Noah a separate language. Now, when we look at history, right? Where did the Egyptians originate from? They're the same humans. They worship the gods of the Canaanites.
That's right.
They worship the gods of the Canaanites. Now, who assisted? Okay, who was the god that the Canaanites worshiped? They worshiped the fallen angels. It wasn't just Satan. And there are multiple fallen angels, right?
So
that's why they have the statues of Seth and all of these other deities, because the Canaanites had direct contact with those fallen angels. The Egyptians, they just wanted a sign.
So what about Seth though?
What, the god Seth?
No, I'm saying Seth. Why is Seth important and significant? If you say Adam and Eve failed, Cain failed, Abel failed.
Oh yeah, they all. Well, Abel was dead.
Seth never failed, no. Seth is who we descend from, right? And same as Noah, he descends from Seth.
Right? Well, no, Noah had a mother and father. Noah was born to a mother and father. He was human.
Right. Methuselah was his father, right?
Let me see. Yeah, let me see who's daddy. Noah came from, because all of the bloodlines, that's what the beginning of the Bible is. It's a family.
I'm trying to say, like the bloodline is from Seth. All what we're talking about, Abraham, who you name, anyone you name after the fact come from Seth, right? And Seth is a special child because God himself intervenes in that creation, right?
Yeah.
Adam and Eve had full control over their other youths and Cain and Abel, but when it came to Seth as the replacement, God himself changed those circumstances and said, "This is a special youth. He's not going to be in the image of. He's not going to be in the image of Elohim."
Lamech is the father of
Hold on. He's not going to be in the image of Elohim. Yeah, he's going to be in the image of the Most High. So, who descends from Seth? Yeah, is what we're really talking about, and what the books are concerned with. That bloodline, that is the bloodline of prophets, nabis, whatever you want to say, kings and mystics and all of that, right? Is from
so is it a different word terminology? No, I was asking you a question. When you said the name Seth, is that in the Torah, or is that just because I'm looking at a name?
The son of a thing, isn't it, Seth? The son of Adam.
Seth, there's Seth and there's Set. When you're talking Set, that's Kemet, right? And we're not going to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just trying to get the link.
One second. That's not going to be. We're not going to do which one came first, right? But we're just going to do that Seth being the special one. You know, after the Adam and Eve situation, I agree with you. They failed, they messed up, still lived 900 years though. Cool, no problem, right? But yeah, they watched their great grandchildren and all of that come into existence and all of that, and especially the one that came after the twins, Seth, yeah, who's special because God has come in and interacted personally in this creation. where the rest of the children at Canaan and Abel were created by Adam and Eve, their union or their marriage or whatever. To get it. So
Yeah,
that is the bloodline. That is the bloodline of prophets, and it didn't change. So no matter who it went down, it went through Noah.
I gotta say, Lamech was definitely not a prophet. Okay, Lamech was a brutal killer. Yeah, Lamech was.
Right?
Well, no. Lamech was one of the offsprings of Cain.
Lamech.
And Lamech was a really bad dude. Lamech
So
was
you
the
saying that
father.
Noah was from the line of Cain?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, bro.
Yeah. Look, I can read it for you. Wait. I can read it for you. Look, it's at wait, let me just read this right quick. At Genesis 28, it says, and Lamech lived for 182 years. Then became a father to a son, and he proceeded to call his name Noah, saying, "This one will bring us comfort from our work, from our work, and from the pain of our hands resulting from the ground which God has cursed." Now, again, remember the curse that he put on Adam. He said Adam was going to have to work with his hands, all right, to eat. Lamech, all right, already knew what his granddaddy had told him. He said, back in the day, we didn't have to do this.
Oh, sorry. Lamech's granddad is Methuselah, right? Sorry.
Well, no, Lamech is a direct bloodline of Cain.
Cain?
Yes.
All right. Can we check? Can we go
Remember,
down and check?
Sorry,
bro.
And I can read the names off to you. Hold on. I can read the names off to you.
Bro, go back to Seth, though. Let's go to Seth, right?
Yeah.
Let's go to Seth and his descendants, because that will make more sense.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So look, you have Seth here, and it says at I think this is at 2. Yeah. No, it starts at 3. And Adam lived for 130 years. Then he became father to a son,
right,
in his likeness, in his image, and his name Seth. They say Seth. Yeah, And the days of Adam after fathering Seth became to be 800 years.
Right.
Meanwhile, he became father to sons and daughters. So all the days of Adam that he lived amounted to 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived. Now this is important right here. Watch this. Seth lived for 105 years and became father to Enosh. And Enosh, fathering Enosh, Seth continued to live 807 years. Meanwhile, he became father to sons and daughters. So all the days of Seth amounted to 912 years, and he died. Now think about this. Seth, right?
Okay.
He gave birth to, he became father to Enosh, right? He lived for 807 years, became fathers to sons and daughters, which I guess we ain't gonna get their names. To hell with them.
I don't know why. Sorry. I don't know why
wait. I'm making a point. I'm making a point. And then he died. So at this particular point, what did Seth really do?
What?
He gave birth to and one child out of all of his sons and daughters was named in Scripture. Just one.
And what was that one called again?
That was Enosh.
Okay.
But what about the other sons and daughters that he gave birth to? Think about it. They weren't even named. They were just acknowledged.
I think that might be your translation. You see, when I said you're going to have problems with the translation, because like that's kind of a travesty. The main thing about our versions of the King James is the word begot, right? So they tell you from start who begot who, begot who, begot who, begot who, begot who, all the way down. Each one of them Do you know what I'm saying? Even when you get to Canaan, hold
those
on.
are the other scriptures. Yeah, it continues to do that. But I just wanted to focus on Seth.
No, but yeah, you need to focus on Seth because he's important, right? He's the one.
Well, again, where is his importance in the scripture outside of him just giving birth and being part of the bloodline? He didn't move mountains.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He didn't help build the ark. He didn't, you know, he was just there.
He doesn't have to, but he's a replacement for Abel. That's the point.
Oh, you're saying he's a replacement for Abel? Oh, okay, okay. No, yeah, I didn't understand what you were saying, but I get what you're saying now.
According to the text, right? That's what it says, right? He one kills the other brother. He has to be replaced, right? God decides there has to be a replacement, right?
Well, no. They were already knocking boots without God. They don't need God for that. You see, once the banging started, it never stopped, and that's where the problem came in, because men are primates. We're primates at the end of the day, right? We have to be educated, otherwise we'll be primal. So just think about after people were born and the angels started doing what they was doing. Well, men started having sex with animals. We call it bestiality to this day, but they didn't have a term for it back then. Okay. But it has always existed. Ain't that weird that biblical stuff still happens to this day? You see, it's on websites. It's everywhere. They tell people don't have sex with your sister. That's biblical, right? But people are still doing it to this day. You see, before the flood, after the flood, after Leviticus.
My brother.
You see?
I'm looking at the passage right now. Where am I? I'm Genesis. I think it's Genesis 5.
Yeah, it's chapter 5.
Right, Genesis 5. So where yours says, where we get to, all right, Adam lived
430 years. Yep, there it is, bro.
Yeah. Right.
There it is.
And then, all right, it's all highlighted on my one. Yeah. And then it goes to and then he begot Seth, right? Yeah.
Right.
How long
it didn't say that Seth was a farmer. Right, he was an actor. Nothing.
Right. And he begot sons and daughters, right? Yeah.
Right. They just said he was there.
Hold on. Then after that, all that 900 years and something years he lived, blah blah. He begot Enos, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then it does not continue for you, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, it still continues.
You chose.
It goes into Enosh's bloodline, okay, and then from Enosh it goes into Kenan's bloodline, okay. From Kenan it goes into what's that? Mahal's bloodline, then to Jared again. Once you go to the other bloodlines, what happened to Seth?
No, these are
exactly. That's all I was saying. Okay,
these are descendants of
keeps going.
My brother.
Seth wasn't doing nothing but banging out babies.
My brother, yeah, that's what we're saying though. So we're gonna say he's dashing out babies, yeah, and descendants, right? Each one is having a descendant, yeah. You got to Jard, yeah, and then after Jard, Enoch, yeah,
yep,
and then after, and then Enoch begot who? Methuselah. Right? And this is what I was trying to explain. And then the son of Methuselah. Who's the son of Methuselah?
Where we at? From Methuselah, that's Enosh. Yep. Keep going down.
Go on. And then who's the son of Enos? No.
It keeps going down, right? Methuselah lived on for 100 and became father to Lamech.
Right. So you see what I'm saying? And then who's the son of Lamech?
Noah.
Thank you.
So yeah, I agree with you on all that.
So this is one bloodline. So this is the importance of Seth. Because from his bloodline, we got who?
Oh, okay. Noah. Yeah, you're right. Hey, I gotta agree with you. Look, you stuck my nose in it. So yeah. I gotta eat it.
I tried to walk you through it, bro. Like,
Yeah,
you know
you
what I
stuck
mean?
my nose in it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm thinking, right, are we reading the same thing, or are you
Yeah,
reading
we read the same
But
thing.
I
Maybe
see
it's
what
the
you're saying.
marijuana. All right, look.
Yeah. You know, you
Okay.
chose, as you said, you chose to just concentrate on Seth and the first son he had. But after that, all of these sons begot. These are descendants. So that's you know, as you go, grandson, great grandson, great grandson, great grandson, all the way down to Noah.
Hey, well, you know why I said, hey, look, bro, you know why I said that them people were irrelevant?
Right.
Because by the time you get to chapter 7, God was killing everybody except Noah and his 3.
I hear you, but you have to understand.
You hear
that.
me? God said, you know what? I'm killing everybody except Noah. Y'all better run. You better run. It's starting now.
But yeah, you have to be honest and let the people know, like, it's one bloodline. Do you get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but look, it's a dead bloodline, but a bloodline nonetheless.
Well, you're not gonna say, how are you gonna say that? And you're gonna say that Noah is like a new Adam.
Well, because when Noah was born and Lamech said what he said, right? Lamech said, this one is going to bring us comfort, right?
Right.
Lamech didn't know what type of comfort was coming. You feel me?
Was the comfort.
And wait a minute. And it said Lamech lived 770 years and he died. So guess what? Lamech didn't have to worry about the flood. You feel me? Now it said Noah got to be 500 years old. After that, Noah became a father to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now, by the time you get to 6, this is when people get to wilding out. You feel me? Chapter 6 is people wilding out. Chapter 7, chapter 7, it starts off. After that, God said to Noah, go, you and all your households, into the ark. Look, you feel me? It's chaos and panic going on. Look, God tells them right now, hey man, time to run. Time to run. What you gonna do? Okay. And everybody that was outside that ark died. They didn't
the people that built the Sphinx.
Look, the people that were on that side of the ark had no message to spread. Now, when they came down, the only people that knew that so-called
never been
message,
proven that everyone died in the flood.
No.
If you're going by the Bible,
outside of Noah's bloodline.
Oh, sorry.
Like everybody outside of Noah's bloodline was killed in the flood. So when they came down, right, the whole object was, okay, we're not going to repeat anything they were doing prior to the flood. Not even remotely close.
Stop. Don't let them gems go, man. That's too much for them, man. They're not ready
Well,
for that.
well, I'm just being realistic.
Sorry, bro.
And when Ham, all he did was, what he did. And look, Noah wasn't playing no games. He like, bro, you, and I'm not even going to trust you, Canaan, or none of your family off of what you did, because Ham was grown. And and the curse was more of saying, well, if this is how you act, then your son is cursed, because I know how you're going to raise your son. You're going to make him think that shit is okay.
Can I ask,
so,
Maku, are you claiming that you descend from Shem or from Ham?
Well, look,
if there was a claim,
we all
descend
from Ham. And we all
I'm not no descendant of Ham, because if
all
you're
right,
Israelite,
if you're
hold on,
E1B1A,
if
you're
you're a
from
descendant, sorry, if you're I don't know how you work that out, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, all I know that yes, most of us claim descendancy from Shem. If you're Israelite or a Hebrew Ishmaelite, because you've got Abraham in that bloodline after Aram
I hear you.
and all the other sons.
Well, Shem, you got to think about it. Shem's bloodline became enslaved by the Canaanites after Noah died.
By the Hamites, you mean?
Noah was the glue keeping it all together. Think about it. Shem, Ham, and Japheth, they're brothers. All the
But
children
if
you
they
have.
enslaved them, that means
Think
they
about it.
breeded
Wait,
them, innit? That
but
means they
wait,
would have
wait.
breeded
Shem,
them.
Ham, and Japheth are brothers. All the children you have are first cousins by blood.
Yeah.
Y'all are related.
Yeah.
Okay, by blood. So as you trickle down into the
boy.
generations, when you get to the 50th or 60th generation, you want to turn around and say, well, that ain't my family. That ain't my cousin. That ain't, no, I don't have no relationship
because
with them.
they became
In all
nations of
honesty,
people. They become
you feel
separate
me?
nations.
You feel me? It's like, imagine you having enough sperm to build a nation. That's what they were doing back in the day.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have 5 kids. They would have 500 kids, because those 500 kids would get 5,000 kids. And after those 5,000 kids, they would all recognize me as Pop Pop. All right. And I will send those kids to whoop your ass on sight, because I got 5,000 of them.
Yep.
Yeah, but hold on. You saying you a Hamite, yeah?
Well, I would say that black people as a whole, we're all mainly descendants of Ham.
Nah, that's not true.
Can't be
I
correct.
know you don't want to accept it.
That's not true.
Sorry,
That's not true.
sorry. Was
Not the
Abraham,
Africans today.
Was Abraham a black man though?
Yeah, they were all melanated back then. They all were melanated.
Safe.
Even the white people were
well,
black
then we
back
good then, innit? Like, what are we talking about?
Well, look, I always say this: when you look at people that are white,
He's a black man. Hold on. If Noah's a black man, yeah, and then part of his descendants, one son, Shem, yeah, they're all black, man. What the hell?
Of course.
They're all black. They're all.
But if you're black,
the
you're
one
black,
with
innit?
lighter.
Like, what are you gonna be?
Think about it. The one with the
How
lightest.
did you know that?
Wait, think
How
about
would you
this.
know that?
Listen, hear me out. The one with the lightest complexion went further north.
Yeah.
As the tribes go further north, okay, especially when you end up in Europe, okay.
I never heard
Not
that.
You don't have the same access to the sun as the people do in Egypt. You don't have the access to the sun like that, but the people migrated into that direction.
What European story is there in the Old Testament? Sorry, it
What do you
starts
mean?
in the New
Turkey's part of
Testament.
Europe, innit?
No, it's Turkey is part of what you're calling the Middle East, right? Right?
But the Turkish people are not extremely dark. They're not dark. Just like the people of Israel, the people that are born in Israel, in America, some of them women, if they wouldn't open their mouth, they would look like white women.
No,
And they're
which brother went to Europe? Because, like, as far as I know,
Japheth went to Europe.
No, he didn't. He headed more towards the Mediterranean, right? This is why you've got Java man and Javan, who are his descendants.
In order for you to get the Mediterranean,
hold on.
Go ahead.
And Ionians that came from him as well, which you're calling.
No, they were all E1s,
which
man. They're all
eventually
E1s.
become.
They're all
Hold
YOLO.
on, my brother. Yeah, and remember, this guy is not cursed, but he messed up because he was told not to mix his seed. Who the fuck is he mixing with? There's people
Who
out
was
there,
told
fam.
that? Who was told that? Shem.
Japheth, all the brothers.
Okay.
Right, don't mix your seed with undesirables or strange people or they were all told that, but you know how Pitney are. They don't all listen. Yeah, and one who didn't listen is definitely Japheth.
But how are they strange people when they all came from the same bloodline? Think about that.
That's right.
No, they're not a stranger.
He's saying this,
who
but
you're
it's not
mixing
like
with, bro.
aliens were on the earth when the flood came down. It wasn't like a group of people were underwater and came down and said, "Well, we've been waiting for you to arrive." Who are the strangers? They weren't strangers. Think about it. They couldn't have been.
I don't know.
They couldn't have been strangers. When you have, look, put it like this. I'm from a generation of Tupac and Biggie Smalls. I'm from a generation of Grandmaster Flash. Do you know that the average 21-year-old says that Tupac is one of the lamest rappers of all time? They worship Lil Wayne and the Baby and all those people, because when the new generation comes, okay, they're going to choose their God. They don't go. Think about this. The whole concept of a book has been erased. libraries have been destroyed.
Sorry, my brother.
People have been dumbed down.
Sorry. Someone's asking a question in the audience, and it says, the prophet Noah had 3 sons. Yeah. Where did the 3 sons get their wives?
They went on the boat with the wives. It says that before they got on the boat.
Oh, they got on the boat with the wives.
Yeah, they took their wives with them, innit?
Yeah.
So, like, and do you know what tribe or what type of people they were? Each one of them.
Yeah, they were all of that tribe. They were all descendants of Adam and Eve. Under the rulership, but they were under the rulership of Cain's grandson, Lamech. They were all under his rulership.
Sorry. Cain's grandson. Oh,
okay, look, I'll show you in scripture right here,
you said,
where it shows Cain, Lamech at this point was the ruler of the when Cain killed Abel, and God cast Cain out. Okay, and Cain gave birth. His offspring became the rulers of the world. Now look here. It says right here. Okay. Right here. Let's see. This is at Genesis chapter 4, and you can start this at okay, at 15, at 4:15. It says that God saying to him, for that reason, anyone killing Cain must suffer vengeance 7 times. Okay, now I want you to remember this is what God said, right?
Yep.
Now, at 17, afterward, Cain had intercourse with his wife. And she became pregnant and gave birth to Enosh. Then he engaged in building a city. Called the city by the city's name by the name of his son Enosh. Later, there was born to Enosh Irad, and Irad.
What are you reading from?
I'm at Genesis 4.
Yep. 16,
okay, 17,
18.
Yeah, look at the blood. Look at this bloodline. Okay, Cain's
Does that
blood.
bloodline show someone called Iran?
It was.
Don't get involved, Pound. This ain't nothing to do with you, bro.
No, I said Iraq.
This could tie in with me and Messo's debate, because I'm saying the first Iranians were black, so obviously this makes sense to me.
Let's keep reading. And Irad became the father of Mehu Joel. I think I said that name wrong. And Mehuel became father to Methuselah.
Right.
Methuselah became father to Lamech, and Lamech proceeded to take 2 wives for himself. The start of
Mashallah. About time someone did
the
that.
name
Continue.
of the first was Ada, and the name of the second was Zillah. And in time, Ada gave birth to Jabal. He proved to be the founder of those who dwell in tents.
MashaAllah. The Arabs.
The founder of those who dwell in tents. Okay? He proved to be the founder of those who dwell in tents and have livestock.
Yep.
And the name of his brother was Jubal. He proved to be the founder of all those who handle the harp and the pipe. They go your musicians.
Yeah. So whose line is this from
hold on. She gave birth to Tubal Cain, the forger of every sort of tool of copper and iron.
Yeah, that's our lot, man.
And the sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah. Consequently, Lamech composed these words for his wives, Ada and Zillah. Hear my voice, you wives of Lamech. Give ear to my saying. A man I have killed for wounding me. Yes, a young man for giving me a blow. If 7 times Cain is to be avenged, then Lamech 70 times and 7.
Revenge.
Now, if we do this in modern day mathematics, Lamech is talking about killing 77 people if somebody touches him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but this is not the same Lamech that we're talking about, the father of Noah. This is
Hold
Cain.
on. Okay, it says Adam proceeded to have intercourse with his wife again. Look, because look, after Lamech, I gotta make this got to. You see, Adam had already messed up. You understand? Cain had already messed up. Cain then told his grandchildren about the time of him killing Abel. Now they think it's okay to kill.
Why have you brought that here?
I don't know how Adam's children were so fucked up, but
no, it's correct.
Apart from
but
the
as I
Seth,
said,
they were all quite.
you know, like, right
Now,
because
society,
what's gonna happen?
humanity is thinking that it's okay to kill.
Yeah, Adam's children were fucked
Yeah,
up. I
but
don't know
what's
how.
gonna happen?
You see?
As you said,
They were.
We got a bad trend happening in the world, and killing is the #1 problem. They just running around killing. Ain't nobody stopping the killing. Just imagine you could kill somebody in the Garden of Eden, ain't shit gonna happen to you.
Nah, that's not in the Garden of Eden.
Sorry.
They're not in the garden at that point.
You're looking at the
I'll let you play with
Cain's
them later,
descendants
okay?
and how they're moving, right? Up until
Look,
and then
Lamech
it jumps.
killed a young man. Ain't nothing happened to him.
And then
Nothing.
the verse, hold on, it goes from 24. Cain will be avenged and all of that, right? And Lamech 70 times 7-fold or whatever, right? And then it says other son, right? As the title of the next verse, right? And
Right, because Adam had to make another son.
One second, right? Now it's talking about a different situation. Yeah, as you said, he has to make another son, right? And now we're getting into Seth. 1 second, yeah, and then it goes into Adam's family records, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right under that verse. So now we're dealing with Adam himself. But the funny thing is, what we're gonna find is that both or most of the descendants choose similar names for their descendants. Is that not true?
Yeah, because they're all one family.
Look, at 25, I'll finish it off. It says, and Adam proceeded to have intercourse again with his wife. So she gave birth to a son and called his name Seth, because it said, God has appointed for me another seed in place of Abel, because Cain killed him.
Remember I said that earlier, right?
You see?
You did say that.
There was the mess up. Cain's bloodline was killing people.
Yes.
This is like a Christian Ashley P, boy. Mad.
You feel me? Cain's bloodline was killing people. So you know
what I'm saying is, Mum has taken
I thought it was Ashley, lad.
Make it exciting.
Now go on, brother. Big up. Go on. Say what
look, Cain's bloodline was killing people. So Seth, now had to kind of bow down to his uncle, right? He might have been younger than him, but he was still his uncle by law. Right. Seth was still over Lamech, even though he was younger. Because Lamech was still, Lamech was tearing up stuff. Lamech was just, wilding out. Got multiple wives, all this old extra stuff. And now Adam goes and gives birth to Seth, which kind of like pushes him back down a little bit in the food chain. Do you understand?
I get you. Yeah. Makes sense.
With Cain, right? Cain didn't educate his bloodline properly, right? Because he just killed Abel, so he walking around like, well, look, I didn't do nothing to me, so why am I gonna sit up here and lie to my sons? I killed your uncle. I killed your uncle. You know that, right?
I got you.
That's the human nature.
Makes sense.
That's the human nature.
He was a wrong un. Your uncle's a wrong un.
You feel me?
Yeah,
it's like, we sitting there with our children. Daddy, what did you do as a child? Well, I killed your uncle.
We got our Lamech mixed up. Yeah, I got my Lamech mixed up. I thought you was talking about. I thought you was talking about the father of Noah. Sorry.
Well, no, Lamech was educated because Lamech said, "Why do I got to settle with one wife when I can have two?"
Right, makes sense.
You see, everybody around there running around with one wife. I'm gonna get me 2 wives. You got me messed up. So once he did this, right? He said, "Hey man, guess what? I just killed a man for wounding me. So somebody scratched this dude and he murdered him."
Yeah, but
You
that's
see?
sins
So
of
he
the
was
forefather, right?
using the weight of his grandfather to boss the rest of the world around. Think about it. They sitting on Pangea right now. They sitting right in the middle of the Sahara Desert. It's all beautiful and jungly and shit. And this is going down. You feel me? It's going down. They like, yo, okay, Cain just killed somebody. I don't want him to kill me. Let me do what he say. Because that's where we are. That's our nature. We not killers, but that guy just killed that guy, and he don't even feel bad about it.
I don't know what
I don't want
bloodline
him
you
to
come
kill
from,
me.
but I come from the killers.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't want him to kill me. So now at this point, Lamech has some form of influence to the people of the world because they're all there. There is no Africa, there is no Asia, none of that. They're a tribe of one, right? And this is happening inside the tribe of one. So Adam called himself trying to correct the problem, give birth to Seth, right? And as the bloodline start to go down generations, when we get to Noah, they looking for comfort. They like, oh man, this one right here gonna help us out a lot.
Yeah, you're gonna help us out
But
because the world's changed. It's going crazy.
but at that point, the world was in shambles. The world. Think about this: the way the Bible tells you that the giants used to walk the earth, and the origin of these giants being created was the daughters of man having intercourse with angels, the sons of the true God. And the only way you can see that scientifically possible is if the angels went inside the animals. And as far as the fallen angels, it was proven that the fallen angels could be pushed into animals because Jesus took all of those demonic spirits and pushed them into the pigs.
The pigs and the monkeys. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
It drove them crazy. Now think about this: a fallen angel prior to Jesus coming had the freedom to do whatever he wanted to do. They could go inside of a serpent. They could go inside of a deer. They could go inside of whatever they wanted to, because there was no law written that said that they couldn't. The humans at that particular point, they already knew about the existence of angels. So it really wasn't no hiding nothing. To me, it was like everybody was bored, right? It's like, let me play with something next, right? So they dibbled and dabbled, and these giants that the Bible talks about, the Nephilim, okay, this half man, half angel creature that could not reproduce. We already tested that science with the liger. When we mixed a lion with a tiger and made a liger, the male liger could not reproduce, yet it is bigger than both cats all together. So we played with that science.
Very interesting.
We played with that science in the book of Genesis, and God destroyed the world over that shit. I'm not playing with it no more. You understand? I'm not messing with that.
That's right.
All of that,
leave that alone.
all of that cloning and this, that, the other, that all comes from Genesis, right? That is the times of Lamech, when he said it was okay for you to have 2 wives. You see? And to this day, look, Lamech is dead. Lamech is dead and washed away. His bones have turned to dust. We are in 2022 and we call it polygamy. Ain't that a bitch? Lamech didn't call it polygamy. He just called it 2 wives.
Yeah,
you see?
Yeah, but that one, sorry, he's not governed
now
by
it's a culture. You feel me? It's a culture.
He's not governed by any rules, is he? He's governed by something else. It's like, you know.
Well, in that one government, they didn't have no damn government.
They couldn't get away with it, man.
What's Cain's kids trying to do? What's Cain trying to do? What, like, religiously or metaphysically?
Cain, only thing he did was run his mouth too much. Because the only way his offspring knew about what he did is because he told them. Ain't nobody else tell him. Okay, he was sitting around them goddamn babies, them kids, and they said, you know, uncle or daddy, why did they kick you out the Garden of Eden? And he told them. How else would the message get out? That's why, okay, when Ham started staring at his father's wanker, okay, his offspring was put into slavery immediately. You understand? You see? No more games. By you staring at my little man down there,
Johnson,
you are doing what they were doing prior to the flood. That's a violation. That's a violation, bro. We are not even going to get close to the violation because we just watched God kill all these people. We heard old folks, babies crying on the outside, banging on. You really want to bring that on? Man, you know what? All of your children will be slaves, bitch. We're not even going to play with you, bro. Look, okay? They will be servants, all right, to Shem and Jephthah. And you know what's so funny? They keep saying that one of Noah's sons was white, right? And we know as the white man rules the world today, don't he? Was that something that Noah had a role in?
Noah's son was white, isn't it? Japheth.
No, I'm just saying.
It was
white. They didn't call it white back then, though. We call it white. They didn't call it white. They didn't have a terminology of black and white back then.
Light skin.
It wasn't even a light skin. All of those skin terminologies, you were just you.
I don't know what it says in the Bible, but when I looked it up, I swear it says he's going to be
yeah, but you can't take the Bible for literal sense.
Light skin. I think it says light skin.
Yeah, but it also says that they ate venison, and obviously I don't think there was deer back. It would have been just game, wouldn't it? Local game. But obviously, when it's written for us, they use venison, so we know that it's some sort of like game food. So you can't take literal meaning of every word, can you?
Well, no, absolutely not.
Especially when you read in the King James, like, you know, it's written with the King James followers in mind, isn't it?
Well, no, King James took the name of God out of the Bible and replaced it with Lord. Yeah. That was a way for him to influence his people and the people that were at his time to respect him a little bit more, to look at him as a god. Shit.
Yeah. Cool.
You feel me? He said, "Hey, man, instead of putting that as Yahweh or Jehovah or putting them little 4 letters there, just put Lord. Okay, just put Lord. Just put Lord and give that out. Okay? Yeah. Because after reading this, I want to be that person. You know, that's what King James look. Hey, after reading this, I must be God, bitch. Yeah, Think about it. The same thing happened to Shaka Zulu. When Shaka Zulu read the Bible, he said to himself, well, hell, I must be God. Look.
I want to say people like kings don't think that they're God, but they think that God basically put them in place, like fingered them.
Yeah,
made
they
them Lord
about
over
me.
their dominion. They give,
right,
God gives them their dominion to rule. So without a mandate from God as the ruler, you can't really rule. That's like
exactly
the traditional.
Exactly.
Even the Queen, if you go and chat to the Queen of England, she's going to tell you that after her comes God.
Right.
She believes that.
That's what she was taught.
Yeah. Because
that's what
that's the role of the monarch.
Okay, and don't play with them kids outside either. You see them kids over there? They broke, they poor. Don't play with them. She looking like, okay, grandma.
Basically, if they fuck with you, you can kill them. If you can kill them and nothing will happen to you.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how it goes. And she like, okay, she in the house. Okay, grandma. Look, what else she gonna say? Look. What else she gonna say? By the time she hit adulthood, bitch, y'all are peasants. I've been raised in the palace my whole life. Y'all better get the hell away from me. You smell funny. Okay? Yeah. So God, he put that separation after Noah died. Think about this. That was the whole purpose of God.
I don't really see it like that. I don't think that.
Well, think about this.
You can't find any nation founded by the sons of Japheth without finding Shem mixed in with them. There's always an element mixed in.
Being they're all
They
family,
won't be pure Japheth. There'll always be
right?
Shem mixed in with
Well, yeah, there
Japheth.
was nothing.
And
Hey,
the
bro,
same way
nothing's
how
pure anymore.
the sons of Shem went back into Africa, they would have mixed with Hamites and of other descendants of Noah, or even
Think about this: when
even
God,
other people. So
think about
everyone's
this,
mixed. Like everyone's mixed. There's no pure blood race of people. Like it's just
right? But think about this:
everyone's mixed.
imagine the day God confused the language.
Mixed. You ain't mixed.
But think about this. Think about the day God mixed up the languages.
I'm more mixed than most people.
No.
Just imagine.
Yeah,
but
my
no,
children
just
are even more
imagine.
mixed than me.
No, think about this. The mixture was the language. No, the mixture was the languages. Imagine that today we all understand each other, and then God all of a sudden puts the snap on his fingers like Thanos, the Thanos snap, and tomorrow we all speak a different language.
All right. For different from each other?
Exactly. Now, look, the only people that we understand, right, is our immediate family members.
Right.
For some strange reason, we can understand our immediate family members, but the people we were just talking to yesterday are speaking an entire different language.
Okay.
There's your separation. Now, when you look at the bloodline of the builders, the creators of music, and the founders of the copper and the iron, right? This all came from Cain.
Yeah,
right?
it's true. It's true.
So, as it all comes down from Cain.
You think Cain was the seed of the serpent? Yeah.
No, I just think that Cain made a mistake. Okay, but being
it altered his DNA.
Well, in a sense, yeah. Like put it like this, bro. If you step on a bug, you don't lose sleep over stepping over a bug, but you just took a life.
Yeah.
Okay.
He took a life
So,
and he found a wife.
What's the relevance?
It's just like the military. The military trains people to kill. Some of those people that are trained, they grow up, have families, go on tour, go to NBC and smile. Others need therapy. Everybody can't handle the role. So Cain's role.
You never heard the theory that Cain wasn't Adam's son.
Well, yeah, it's a theory. I've heard about that, but
It's
again,
not a theory because I mean,
but again, look, the reason why Cain was the way he was because of the sin that Adam and Eve committed. Remember, Adam and Eve had
were the kids not born before that?
Yes, there were.
Yeah.
No, I mean, was Cain and Abel not born before the sin?
No.
No.
That's the key right there, bro. That's the key right there. Before Adam and Eve committed the sin, Cain and Abel weren't born.
What kids were born before the sin?
None.
They didn't have no names. Just like I was giving the reference to Seth,
They didn't put their
the
names,
sons
but
and the
they
daughters.
definitely did.
Some of them don't have names. They weren't even named, but they were acknowledged. They weren't named. They were acknowledged. Now check this out. This is why there was
one minute. Hold on.
Where were these other kids?
What kids were born before they committed the sin?
Sorry, where were these other kids acknowledged?
Look, I will. Okay, let me go.
Now, that's impossible. That's impossible.
It ain't.
That's
No, it
impossible.
ain't.
That goes against the entirety of Christianity.
Okay.
How's Jesus coming to save people from the sin of Adam when they're free from it because they were born before it? It don't make sense.
I will break it down right here in the scriptures.
It's impossible.
Okay?
Jesus came to save Adam's kids.
So we're all sinners, yeah? In Christianity, we're all sinners because we have the inherent sin of Adam.
Sinners. Yes, we are all sinners. Yes.
But that means that if you're explaining it the way you're explaining it, that means that
but we're not
some of
all
us
Israelites
wouldn't have inherited that sin.
You know, certain people he came back for specifically.
Let's use the scripture, y'all. Book of Genesis. I'm going to bring up the scripture, Book of Genesis, chapter 3, verses 16. This is a key scripture. To the woman he said, I shall greatly increase the pain of your pregnancy. Slow down. I will greatly increase the pain of your pregnancy. Meaning what? Her pregnancy didn't give her any pain before, but now he's increasing the pain.
Right.
So children had to be born.
I don't know.
Hey, wait, let me keep reading. Let me keep reading. Let me keep reading. Hold on. Let me keep reading.
It could mean that you was predestined.
Look, in birth pains, you will bring forth children. Look, wait a minute.
Yeah, because we
wait, let me read it out.
I don't want you to jump to the next part. Like, let's just deal with that point you made, then we go to that.
Yeah.
That's a good point, but I'm saying it could also mean that Eve was predestined or whatever, was designed to experience minimal pain, but now he's going to crank up the painometer.
Yeah.
No. The same. I'll give you an example.
No. All right.
I'm going to give you an example.
Right?
Look, I'm going to give you an example.
It could be that, yes.
Look.
Right.
The female species of mammal, okay? We see bears, horses, dogs. They give birth to 9, 10 puppies. They're not howling. They're not screaming. They're not about to die.
Dogs give birth. They're panting like they're gonna die.
But wait a minute. They give birth, right? And they're not screaming like a pregnant woman. They're not. A pregnant woman giving giving birth to one child is more painful than an animal giving birth to 10 offspring.
Guess what?
Cows give birth, horses give birth standing up. They literally stand up and pop a horse out.
One second. That was a good point, Vic. But let me draw your attention to the traditions in Africa where women give birth silently alone.
Ask them if they was in pain when they come out that room. That's all.
Come on, regardless, you
come out that room and they all alone. Ask them what happened.
But I'm saying, you talking about the howling and the hooping and the hollering, and I'm saying
it don't always happen.
Pain is not even measured by how much the other person is screaming. Doesn't even mean that it hurts more. Just means that you're hollering and screaming. That's the culture that they've encouraged us to do. It's actually cultural.
Yes,
Women
he's right.
He's right. To scream, and I feel like
tell
it's
them
part
to
of the programming. Because guess what? Look at the fucking Scientologists. They be having birth in silent in the dark, which I actually think makes the most sense. So
But no woman that passes a watermelon through a hole that's the size of a lemon is going to say it's smooth sailing. Nobody's going to say
hormones.
that.
There's hormones that deals with that.
Men,
reincarnate,
we get problems going to the bathroom. We get constipated. Imagine dropping.
You ain't hormonally assisted.
Now, this is another key scripture you got to pay attention to in 16 and 17. 17, this is what he said to Adam. He said, because you listened to your wife's voice and took to eating from the tree concerning which I gave you this command, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground on your account. In pain, you will eat its produce all the days of your life. So we didn't have to eat prior to this.
Brother, come to the point. The point is, what children of Adam and Eve was born before they committed any kind of sin?
There's not enough evidence in what you read.
Okay.
I do understand what you said.
Okay. Look, I'm going to bring it home. Now, we're at 4, right? Now, as I flip the page, right? As I flip the page and go to chapter 4, right?
Yeah.
Because it's basically still talking about Adam and Eve, right? And it said with that, God put him out of the Garden of Eden to cultivate the ground from which he had taken. And so he drove the man out and posted at the east of the Garden of Eden the cherubs and the flaming blade of a sword that was turning itself continually to guard the way to the tree of life. Okay? Now, they have committed the act of sin. Their blood is tainted, right? They've been poisoned, okay? After they've been poisoned, they give birth to Cain, okay? At 4:1, it says, now Adam had intercourse with his wife, and she became pregnant. In time, she gave birth to Cain and said, I have produced a man with the aid of God. Later, she gave again birth to Abel, his brother. And Abel came to her, a herder of sheep, but Cain became the cultivator of the ground. You see this? So let me ask you a question. What?
Who did what?
Look, they said that Abel was a herder of sheep,
right?
But Cain was the cultivator of the ground.
Right. Pause this. Pause here. So I've heard some people claim that those two roles have been swapped around.
Sounds like it.
Hey, that's what it's saying in scripture.
Yeah, I heard that those two roles were swapped around in the scripture to denote this and denote that. It kind of, to me, because of the paradigm we're in now, eating meat is bad, and being a vegan is like some holy shit. It seems like you would expect it to be the other way around, right?
Right.
What they're saying is that God in that verse or in that story, it's basically telling us that God is a carnivore, and he ain't gonna be happy if you try to bring him fruits and shit. He wants blood.
Wait, I got one better for you. Look 4:8. Hold on, 4:8. Right. Look, this is at 4:8. After that, Cain said to Abel, his brother, let us go over to the field. So it came about while they were in the field, Cain proceeded to assault his brother Abel and kill him. Later, God said to Cain, Later, God said to Cain, where is Abel, your brother? And he said, I don't know. Am I my brother's guardian? Think about this. Cain not only lied to God, but brushed him off.
Yeah. Cain couldn't have been the oldest one because the oldest child would never say, I'm my brother's keeper. You're automatically your brother's keeper.
Took a shot at God, right?
Yeah.
When did all of this occur? Because Adam and Eve,
they switched them around, man.
Went to the tree, and God told them, hey, man, don't do this. They did it anyway. They gave birth to children like nothing was going to happen. Now they got a disrespectful ass son talking to the creator of all. He said, where is your brother? He said, I don't know. He just killed him.
He killed his older brother.
And he said, I don't know. Am I his keeper? What you asking me for? Now this is what's so crazy. Watch this. Okay.
Those the little brothers, man.
Now look. Okay. He says, at this, God says, what have you done? Listen, your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground.
Wow.
And now you are cursed in banishment from the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood at your hand. When you cultivate the ground, it will not give you back its power. A wanderer and a fugitive you will become in the earth.
Like a gypsy.
At this, Cain said to God, my punishment for error is too great to carry. Here you are actually driving me this day from the surface of the ground, and from your face I shall be concealed.
So he got underground.
And I must become a wanderer and a fugitive on the earth. It is certain that anyone finding me will kill me. Time out.
On the earth or in the earth?
No. I'm gonna say it again. Let me say it again. Here you are actually driving me this day from the surface of the ground, and from your face I shall be concealed, and I must become a wanderer and a fugitive on the earth. And it is certain that anyone finding me will kill me. Time out. if Adam and Eve were the only two people,
He's become a Satan.
Whoa. If if Cain and Abel were the only two people there, why was Cain so worried about other people finding him to kill him? He just killed Abel. So yes, there had to be other people there because Cain was really concerned about people killing him after he killed his brother. The first thing he realized is that, damn, this shit could happen to me too. The other people,
Adam and Eve had a lot more children than what you're thinking, bro.
Exactly. He had a lot more
children. They had like 20 children.
Who was Cain afraid of?
His cousins.
His cousins, his brothers, his sisters.
Yeah,
you see?
Those
people were his brothers and sisters at this time. Now,
I don't like that conclusion. Now Cain was afraid of his brothers and sisters that had already left the Garden of Eden and preceded him. Now, why would his brothers and sisters have already left the Garden of Eden prior to the sin? It doesn't make sense.
Right, they wouldn't have. They all over there. They good. Everybody didn't commit the sin. You feel me?
No, that's not true.
I think it's more logical.
They'll still be in the garden.
That this is telling you that Adam and Eve and all these lot were not the first, or Cain and Abel and his lot were not the first people there. So there was people that predated.
When God created Adam and Eve.
Hold on.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
We should go back to this notion that there's two creation stories in Genesis.
There is. When God created the heaven and earth.
Let me take it left field. What do you know about Mormons? Because someone said, someone in the chat said, the Mormons believe that the black man is the beast of the field, and they were created on day 5, and the white man was created on day 6, or vice versa.
Yeah, that's something that Constantine probably said. But you know what, man? Look, when I hear the terminology black and white implemented into any form of religion, I know that there's some type of modern day tainting that's been done to that form of teaching, because nowhere in any scripture was there a race war. So when I hear people focus on the blackness and the whiteness and not the supernatural side of it, you can kind of tell, because look, angels are not black or white. Do you see? Angels are not even human. And the thing is, when we go off into the black white tangent, we actually make Satan's argument look good, because see, we can't have a whole bunch of people going into the afterlife and arguing about who's black and who's white for eternity. They don't want to hear that shit. You see, that's a modern day terminology that has been implemented with religion or past beliefs. You see, when you study scripture, separate you from race.
Why? You know why you're wrong? Respect.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Because we got descriptions, specific descriptions about woolly hair, bronze feet, about pale skin, leprosy, that about curses. This lets us know when there was when somebody is a different color. It's written in the book. People of different colors. A black man is described in the Bible, and so is a white man. Would you deny that?
Well, I'll give you a better example.
Right.
Who told you that the color black was black?
Well, to be fair, the color black is pale and washed out and bleached in Old Germanic block or blush or some shit like that. So that's where the word derives. So the word from the etymology of the word black actually derives from meaning of pale, washed out, devoid of color, bleached. So if we want to get technical, I know black
On
doesn't
a
mean.
technical level,
I know. If you
who
want to get
created
technical, I know
who
black doesn't
created
mean.
etymology?
Sorry,
Who created etymology?
etymology.
Yeah, who created that?
It would be linguists that have tried to study, that have studied text and old languages and the movement of languages. It would be them that have would have been tracing back. Obviously, people still know Old Germanic. People still know Latin. They're not lost languages. Like
Now, the reason why I say that, bro, the reason why I give that example is because in the book of Genesis, God asked Adam, "Who told you you were naked? How did you learn that word? How did you come up with the terminology that you are naked? How'd you learn that? I didn't teach you that. I'm God."
Yeah, but it wasn't.
So
But it was true though.
again, wait a minute. It wasn't about it being true. I didn't teach it to you, and I'm God. Do you understand? There's a problem here. There's an issue here. There are certain things that we don't teach our children. Do you understand?
Right.
And God had a plan for us to follow the same rules that we would set for our own children. And what do our children do? They disobey these rules. I swear to God, I've been in my daughter's life 11 years. I watched her go from a baby. She was so cute and adorable. She would do everything I would say. But by the time she turned 5 years old, she was bad as hell. You see what I'm saying? Tearing up my glasses, breaking shit, you know, just putting ice cream on toys, just doing dumb shit. Okay. And that's the problem. When Adam ate from the forbidden fruit, he cursed humanity with stupidity, because with knowledge, stupidity is a part of knowledge. You see, it's no different than like when you hold an object in your hand and you say to yourself, like, let's say, for example, all of us are on StreamYards, right?
Yeah.
But somebody had to tell us that this was StreamYards, and that was the argument that Adam gave God. Adam said to God, "Don't blame me for eating the forbidden fruit. Eve was the one that gave it to me. So, you know, and I ate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, what's the problem? Don't blame. You created her." That was his argument to God. Don't blame me for eating the fruit. Blame her.
Do you think, like, we hypothesizing now, theoretical Christianity now, right? Do you think that God's plan was to guide us into adulthood?
Well,
I think were we supposed to remain perpetual children in a childlike state?
Well, his plan was to create the perfect man. And because of the serpent and things like that, the perfect man became imperfect.
You know what's crazy? How can God's plan not be absolute? How can God's plan not come to fruition? If God didn't plan for us to fall from that state, be deceived, and then, you know, be where we are now. This is all got to be part of God's plan. So
hey, bro,
God planned. Hold on. God planned. God created the tree. He created me. He created the serpent. He created Eve, knowing full well what would happen.
Well, this is the thing. When he created when he created man, he didn't create man the same way he created the angels. The angels can't disobey God. We can. They don't have that ability.
That's not true.
Let me give an example. Let me give an example.
Wait, no, you don't need you don't need to give me an example, because the Bible gives us the example of the angels that rebelled.
Well, that's what I was pointing out. The Bible scripture that gives reference to what I'm saying. When the story of Job, Satan's argument to Job is that God had put a hedge of protection over Job, not anybody else, just Job. And his argument is to God, Well, the only reason why he praises you is because you put a hedge of protection over him. If you touch everything he has, he will curse you to your face. God didn't touch anything Job had. He told Satan, everything that he has is already in your hand. Just don't lay hands on the man himself.
But
And when
guess what?
Satan,
Can we pause it there?
Satan left,
Can we pause it there?
yeah, go ahead.
God created Satan and Job, knowing that this would happen, knowing how Job would respond, knowing that Satan would try to tempt him, knowing that when he put a hedge of protection over him, Satan would come and query that hedge and challenge him. He knew all of that before he created the sun, the moon, and the stars. Therefore, this is all in God's plan.
Well, again, God is not a fortune teller. Let me explain why. Okay. God did not plan for Abel to die. It wasn't in God's plan for Adam and Eve to disobey him. It wasn't in his plan to have to tell or basically have to tell Pharaoh to allow his people to worship him. Remember what God said to Moses about Pharaoh. He said he was going to harden Pharaoh's heart. Right? He was going to make Pharaoh hate him even more.
So
and Moses said, why?
It was a part of his plan then.
Well, again, he said, well, think about this.
No, what you're saying doesn't make sense, Vic. Think about it.
I'm going to break it down for you.
No,
I'm going to break it down.
Wait,
I can explain it, but you got to let me explain it. And I can explain exactly where you're going. Look at the point of Adam. Look at the point of Pharaoh. He was talking to Adam. He was killing off Pharaoh. He was tired of playing with you. He was tired of having to go through all of this talking to you. He talked to Cain. He talked to Adam. He shouldn't have to do all this talking. He's God.
So
you don't believe him? Look, you don't believe him? He'll wipe everybody out with a flood. They still don't.
Hold on. An all-knowing, omnipresent God, he doesn't plan for things. Things just happen outside of his planning, and he gets tired.
Yeah, he has. You ever heard of God's wrath? Yeah. So again, God doesn't have.
Does God know? Do you believe? In the Bible, it speaks about every deed and action is recorded in the book of life. You agree
live your life, right? You live your life.
Do you agree with that, though?
Yeah, in the book of life, yeah, you live your life.
Is this book of life in existence and filled out today? Or is this book of life got empty pages in it?
Put it like this: in some people's books is empty, but
come on, man.
Wait,
you know,
I don't want to read that scripture that I was pointing to with the favoritism, okay? Because God.
Wait, no, wait, man. I'm saying God has a book of life where everything is recorded.
I wouldn't say it's a book. I wouldn't say it's a book. You think God had a book that said that I'm going to create a generation? Hold on. You think God has a book that says I'm going to create a generation of people that hate me? That makes no sense.
Yeah, well, no, because if it's foretold, if it's prophesied, then that means that God is outside of the dimension of time and sees all eventualities and the end result before it happens. It says so. He's
God
the beginning,
He's
the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega. Come on, bro. We picking and choosing.
Time is a human concept, bro. Time is a human concept. God does not believe in time.
No, listen, no, because God's words are in the Bible according to you. God uses the 7-day process to explain how he created the earth and
I gave the example of how we calculate time according to God, right? You catch that, the 400 and the 400?
Wait, bro. The Bible uses time. The Bible uses measurements of time. God himself
is infinite. So why would he need time, bro? Why would God need time?
Please hear me, please.
No, I'm listening.
I'm not saying God needs time. I'm saying God uses the measurement of time in the Bible.
No, we measure time from the Bible. God ain't on no clock.
No. God tells us, for instance, that the abyss will be the serpent will be cast into the abyss for 1,000 days and He uses time. He says on the first day he created this, on the second day he created that. That is God's message being channeled through angelic beings.
When you talk about the 1,000 years, I know what you talk about when Satan is supposed to be put into a prison of 1,000 years and then released upon the earth. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm just using the example that many times in the Bible.
But wait, Satan's already on the earth. Satan's already on, but listen, Satan's already on the earth, so he's already been released from that prison, right?
You're not hearing me.
Our concept of time is something that we use to measure us because our time is limited.
Genesis.
Okay, if you look, I read it earlier where God said that the days of man.
Brother, who wrote Genesis?
You say what?
Who wrote Genesis?
Oh, Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible.
Where did Moses get the information about the creation from?
That would probably be the burning bush, brother, and the mountain.
Boom. Who was the burning
bush and the mountain?
Who was the burning bush?
The burning bush would have been Jesus. The mountain would have been God.
All right, boom. So God and Jesus themselves told Moses, that it took 7 days for creation. And you're telling me that time is a man-made thing. No. God was using time. God and Jesus was using time when explaining to Moses Genesis.
What you call time to them, is something that you calculate. They were coming to correct you. They're not looking at a clock. They were coming to correct what the point, you were doing wrong.
You missed the point.
They didn't care about the time. They were there to say, hey, we didn't let y'all go for a little while and y'all still messing up.
Either you believe in the Bible hold on. Either you believe that the Bible was divinely inspired, Genesis was divinely inspired, or you don't. If you do, you are admitting that the contents of Genesis are God's words. These are divine words.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So when the divine words denote time, your argument about me and God don't use time already, that's null and void because he's clearly using time in Genesis.
He didn't tell Noah that he was going to start the flood in 700 years when he was a baby. He didn't go around and tell Adam, well, you know what, Adam, I know you're going to give birth to these children. And by the way, we're going to kill off your entire bloodline because I know y'all going to mess up already. Think about it. The scripture tells you that God became angry with man and the fact that he created them. So at the same time,
contradiction.
Look, he wasn't using time. He created you for a purpose. His purpose was, hold up, bro. His purpose of creating you was to follow him. You didn't do that.
Okay, all right.
You didn't as man, you decided to challenge his word. It was
any of that. Like, I'm sticking to the first book of the Bible.
The first book.
Hold on. The first verses of the Bible denote measurements of time. And I'm going to let you know, the first lines of the Bible denote God using time. And here's how. In the beginning. In the beginning of what?
Matt.
The beginning of the universe, bro.
That's a measurement of time, brother.
That is, yep.
The universe is unmeasured. You don't know that the universe
in the beginning
that's the infinite. That's the infinite. No. And God created the universe, which is infinite.
In the beginning, It doesn't say in the beginning was the universe. It says in the beginning. Yeah, that is letting you know that God is telling you the start of something. Now, this doesn't say in the beginning of everything. It just says in the beginning.
It says in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's what it says.
You're not hearing me. In the
I'm
beginning,
hearing you.
Listen, in the beginning is a start point.
Right.
I'm not saying it's the beginning of everything. I'm saying it's a start point that God used to describe. He chose that verbiage.
So,
right. So that's time
wasn't God there before the beginning?
That's not the argument, brother.
No, that is the argument, because we're talking about time and we're trying to measure it, right? So God was there before the beginning.
Can you all right, listen to this very, very carefully, yeah? I said to you from the beginning, yeah? God in that passage is clearly showing that he is outside of the dimension of time. This was my first statement.
We don't use it. Right. I agree. He does not use it. There we go.
No.
Yeah. He's outside the dimension of time.
Listen. Being out, you gotta hear me though. Being outside the dimension of time does not mean that God does not use the measurement of time. He clearly
Why would he use something that he was not in the dimension of, bro? Why would he come from one dimension to another?
If you let me finish.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm wondering. But go ahead.
Let me finish. Yeah. God uses the measurement of time to describe to Moses the creation story.
Yeah, his creation. His creation.
In the beginning, on the first day, on the second day, on the seventh day, he rested. This is why we have the Sabbath. You cannot tell me that God does not utilize time in communication, in whatever reason. I'm not saying he's subject to time or it's subject to time, but he clearly uses it because Genesis is all about a timeline. Come on, man. What are we doing?
Okay. Well, let me make it a little more simple, because y'all are in the UK and I know y'all know this. How many months did we have in a year prior to the Gregorian calendar?
It's not universal, brother. Everyone had different calendars and time systems. Some are dealing with a 10-month year, some are dealing with a 13-month year.
Okay, check this out. We had 15 months in a year prior to the Gregorian calendar.
Who's we?
We all come from Europe, dog. We're modern day era people. So all of us use.
Brother, I'm Igbo. I don't come from Europe. What are we talking about?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we all use the English language, so we're all European in a way, shape, or form. Now,
what? Language makes you European.
I mean, we don't speak.
I told you,
we don't speak Japanese. So look, look, the one thing, right, about the Gregorian calendar, if you go back, you can trace this calendar to the first day of its creation. Okay. Now you really have to ask yourself, what was the day prior to the day of this Gregorian calendar existing? And why is it that when
no
we go
bearing
to
on time though, brother?
Look, when we go to different countries,
that's your understanding of time. That's your portioning of time, your segment.
No. Think about it, bro. Think about it. This calendar has 2,022 years on it, right?
Yeah.
If we go backwards 2,023 years, okay, the year is not 1 BC. Do you understand? It can't be. It can't be 3 B. These people weren't saying B.
You're aware of AD. Sorry. You are aware of AD, right?
Well, think about it. Those are all modern terminologies. King James shit.
You are aware of it, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying like it doesn't matter how other people have chosen to apportion time, measure time, or whatever. That has no effect on time itself.
So look, the element of scripture. Look, the element of scripture is God telling Moses, well, this is where you started in your beginning. The beginning is yours. The creation. Think about it. He's not giving you.
All of
Wait,
that's a
listen, hear
timeline.
me
All
out,
of that
bro.
is
Hear me
God
out. Hear
using
me
time.
out. He's not giving you a blueprint of how he's beginning heaven. He's not giving you a blueprint on how he's creating the angels and how the angels were created. He's not giving you
But
that
he is though.
He
But
does
he
say,
is.
he does
But
say,
he
in the
actually is.
beginning, God created the what?
The word.
The heavens and the earth.
Boom. So there you go. So he does tell you how he created
He
heaven.
didn't tell you anything about heaven.
The
He
details
didn't
ain't
tell
in
you
there.
anything about heaven. He gave
Wait,
you
he doesn't have
animals
to.
to
1
name.
second.
He
The
gave you
bullshit, hold
trees
on. The
and
bullshit about
grass and stuff
no,
like that.
no.
Yeah, he gave you the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden's not in heaven.
Stop. Genesis is about earth and earthly matters, right? So he doesn't need to go into details. It doesn't need to go into details about heaven. That's not what Genesis is for.
Right. So,
he does tell
so how
you
much
that in
time
the
did
beginning
he spend creating heaven? How much time?
And the earth. It doesn't.
How
it's one
much
day,
time did he spend creating heaven?
Brother, have you read Genesis?
Yes, I'm asking a question. How much time did he spend creating heaven?
It's all part of the first day of creation.
The heavens and the earth, right? In a nanosecond.
Is it too much? Is it
No, I'm just saying it was
capable?
it was in a nanosecond. You feel me? He created the heavens and the earth just like that.
I don't check this. I don't even know how long a day is because there's another portion that says a day to us or a day to God is like 1,000 years to us.
And that measurement is accurate when you look at slavery in our history. The American slaves were enslaved for 400 years. The Hebrews were enslaved for 400 years. So we're ants compared to God.
Vic, let me ask you, what's the significance of time? What is the significance of time?
Well, we use measurements of time to calculate everything. But what I'm trying to say is God. But wait, God does not use the numbers 1 through 0. Like he don't need none of that.
So
he
when
don't.
you
God
say
doesn't need
in the beginning,
language, or numbers.
That puts action into order. That means that things start happening in order. So when you say in the beginning, God did this, that, and the other, time starts from then, right? So then there is a chronology to the order of events. Doesn't matter if one day is 1 year to God. It doesn't make a difference.
Don't make a difference.
Well, yeah, all God was trying to do was convince you of his existence. Think about this. This is a sales pitch. This is all God's trying to do. God is trying to convince man that I'm up here. Okay, that's all he's trying to do. And he gave the information to Adam and Eve. They botched it, right? He came back with Abram and Noah, and look, Noah was doing real good, but Noah couldn't live forever. He died. Now, after Noah died, nobody became Noah 2.0. There was no Noah 2.0. Think about it. Look at all the generations that had to be born. The Egyptian empire being built, the dynasties. Oh, they enslaving the Hebrews. Okay, we're gonna go over there to the Hebrews because they slaves. Let's go talk to them. Okay, maybe they will be more acceptive of me existing, and I don't have to mess with Pharaoh, right? But that didn't work because, like I said, Moses and God fell out. Okay, and as time moved on, right, here comes Jesus Christ, the man with the plan. Okay, but when Jesus touched down, trust me, it was black people, it was white people, it was red people. It was a bunch of people that saw Jesus, and none of them believed it was real. So after Jesus, you know, that's when you get off into the Quran. Look, it was a sales pitch. He's just trying to say, hey man, can I get a few worshipers on this boy? Can I get a couple? You know what I'm saying? I just need a few. Because I created all of this and I'm not getting any credit. You see?
Yeah,
That's
I
all
agree with you.
want.
I agree.
He just wants a little credit.
I'm
You're like, hey man, when you talk about who made that tree, don't say Tom Cruise did it. I did it.
I'm agreeing with that, apart from one thing. You can't divide people into successes and failures. There's always been a few successful believers amongst the failures. There's always been people that held fast to the belief that there's only one God and that they did whatever God wanted them to do. There's
Bro,
always
have
been people
y'all
like that.
ever
Even the
helped
time
out?
of whatever.
Hey, look, have y'all ever helped out a homeless person or something like that, and the next thing you know, somebody came to you and blessed you tenfold? Has that ever happened to y'all?
No.
Never happened. Like you help somebody out, and then all of a sudden something happened to you that was pretty, lucky in your favor.
Not me, no.
Oh man.
But then again, I don't go around randomly helping people, so I can't really answer that.
See, look, man, I didn't help people, and people have helped me, and some of this shit that has happened in my life, bro, like I said, is supernatural. There's no scientific or logical or political explanation for some of the things that happen. Like there's no logic to some of the things. And all of that came from messing around with the prayer that Jesus Christ told you to do. Now, again, if y'all want to see if it's real or not, go ahead and try it. Now, just like the old folks used to say back in the day, you remember how the old people used to say, he might not be there when you want him, but he'll be there right on time. According to the information that all of us have shared about God and time and how he calculates time, you could pray for something today and God don't deliver it until 10 years later. That's
true. That is true.
That's how it worked. You could be at your lowest, all right, in 1990, but in 2000 you a CEO. Okay, and you don't really know how the hell you got there.
Yeah, but God gave us that, innit? He gave us willpower. He gave us the power of our intentions. We call that niyat. I think Hebrews use a similar word.
Yeah.
Niyat means your willpower, your intention. You can make a wish today and it will come true in 25 years and you don't know how it happened.
And
but you know that you fixed your intention.
Satan's plan does the same thing. If people worship Satan and they are part of the Illuminati. Y'all know about that in Europe, about them devil worshippers up there. They paid like a mug, ain't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, there are some people that get the prayer right, and you got to be careful because if you pray the right way, yeah, you might get what you asked for. You understand? You might get what you asked for. But you might get what you asked for.
Keep the faith.
Be careful what you pray for. All right, look.
Keep the faith, man. Keep the faith. Keep the faith, my brother.
Okay. But fellas, I've been up here for a minute, man. I gotta make some runs out, man.
Hey, where you going? Don't run away like that, man. Listen.
Well, look, it's 1 o'clock.
When you coming back next? When you coming back next? When you coming back?
I've been subbed. RE brought me over here.
Oh, big up,
RE,
man.
I love RE.
Big up RE, man.
Yes.
When you coming
That's
back, brother?
anti-murder right there.
Okay.
Listen, Vic, give us a couple of days to metabolize all this information. Come back over and we'll have a little rehash.
Give him that.
What are you saying?
Yeah. But yeah,
you're always welcome, brother. You're always welcome,
bro.
We'll get into the spookism of the prayer ritual because people want God's email, right? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. When I come back, I'll show them where it's at.
All right, Vic, give us some homework. Give us some reading to do. So next time you come on, we can proper go at it. Get some juicy flavors flowing like we did today.
The thing I can tell you is if you want to read something powerful in the Bible, read the book of Matthew, chapter 5 to like chapter 8. Or
Matthew in the Bible.
Chapter 5. Read from chapter 5 to like chapter 11.
I thought it was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What's Matthew doing in the Bible?
Well, I'm just saying the book of Matthew, start at 5 and read from like chapters 5.
I hear you.
And the 10. That's going to.
I've always been planning on reading that book of Matthew. I heard so much good things about it, man. Maybe this is an opportunity.
I know everybody doesn't believe in Jesus Christ, right?
No, but as a Muslim,
once you read that,
I do believe in Jesus as a
as a Messiah. Look, I'm gonna tell you though. Once you read that, you'll be able to spot a real Christian from a fake one, because if they're not following the words that Jesus said on the Sermon on the Mount, yeah, they really can't claim themselves to be followers of Christ, because like we heard on your show earlier today, right? You heard a couple Christians bashing Muslims, right? Jesus,
sort of.
Well, Jesus told us not to do that.
Yeah.
And it's backed up in Leviticus not to do that. If you believe in the Old Testament and the New Testament, then you're supposed to shake a Muslim's hand. Do you understand?
Yeah.
If
But
you're
I wouldn't put someone
if
out of
you're
their
an
deen. I
atheist
wouldn't put someone out of their
and you're
deen
a
for that reason.
true believer in scripture, and you say, hey, I think the whole Bible is fake, but I believe in aliens, though, I'm supposed to shake your hand. Do you understand?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
That's what scripture says. So that's how you can really, spot them out, because there are guidelines that Jesus laid down, and the people that want to bring up John, Ezekiel, Moses, none of them people are over Jesus Christ. So why don't we listen to Jesus first and then listen to them other cats?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
So that way there's no mix up there. You feel me? Too many people believe that they could just skip Jesus and go straight to God. If you believe in the Bible, then you know that ain't true.
Amen.
Do you see? That's all it is.
I fully see what you're saying, brother.
But it's no different than if we were in a gang, right? If we were in a gang, you're the leader of the goddamn gang. How can I skip you and go to the founder? You're the leader of the gang, right?
Vic, I just want to say something before you go. I want to say thank you for coming on. You fully blessed us with your knowledge today, and you're a big man. I rate you. I've got big ratings for you. A lot of love for you. I really like your attitude, your energy, your vibe. I love it, man. Like, you gotta come back just for me, innit? Just come back.
Bro, I'm sub to your channel on some low key shit. So I've been watching.
Big up.
I just popped in today, but I've been hey, look, for as long as you've known RE, I've been in your bushes, bro. Real talk.
Brilliant, fantastic.
So that's how long for as long as you've known RE, I've been watching your channel. So that's enough time, right? Yeah.
Fantastic.
I got
Vic, I'm gonna go on mute now. You do yourself a little outro, bro. Drop all your socials and whatnot.
Wow, what is this? You got the baby off.
Oh God, what? I'm Big Damone. I've been on YouTube for going on 10 doggone years, and I have now I'm a part of a multiverse of sectors. Like, you ever play that video game Injustice 2, where you go to the multiverse and you fight like different Batman?
Intimidation, fight on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom bye for conversing with bacon. With no hesitation. The man I go bed, but my sleep is amazing.
Yeah, man. I'm on the broadways. You feel me? Like, you know, I feel crazy stuff. But yeah, man, I got a channel. I got like 30 channels active. Okay.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'm using one. You don't really use one channel at a time, but yeah, you know, I'm circulated in Google, bro. Vic Damone. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Mutt. Big up, everyone. That's all.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Hey, smoke a cigarette, man. Smoke a cigarette. Smoke a cigarette, bro.
Innit? Take a break.
You know what I mean?
Cool. I just wanted to see what it would be like to have my own show for a second. I just became like this megalomaniac. Powerful all of a sudden. I all invited man to come back and shit. Like, yeah, come back. Like it's my yard.
Was it Olive or Baby?
Big up for letting me do that, Jeds. Thanks, man.
Khan.
Oh, you won.
Pause.
Khan, was it Olive or Baby?
It's always Olive.
You're gonna be sloppy with Oliver, yeah? Matty.
Oh my God.
I really wanted Zulu to jump back on, man. I don't know, like it must have got held up.
Zulu, I don't know what's up with Zulu, man. Zulu is that Zulu's having more fun.
Was
in
he
the chat
sulking?
right now,
He's
man.
not sulking, is he?
I don't know, man. He just didn't want to chat with him.
Oh, bless him. He's been through a lot, man. Zulu's been through a lot this week. Graduating and all that.
I had to step up and get my Christian hat on and join you lot. But yeah, you know, I know you lot was talking for time though, so
Yeah, he held it down, bro.
yeah, he held it down. He held it down, and I'm not gonna lie, I did enjoy that enthusiastic energy still. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of that because Zulu was sounding kind of monotone when he jumped on today. I don't know. I think he was tired or something. That was a bit like that as well. So he came on with a nice. What? Vic is nuts, bro. You know this. Why is man nuts? Why like Zulu, man? All this like. Do you know this brother? Do you know Vic Damone from anywhere? Because if you don't know him from nowhere, just label him nuts because he doesn't. He's got a different perspective or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know if that's fair. I do feel like, you know what it is? You just got to learn how to navigate, man. With certain people. People are different. People from different cultures, different walks of life, you know. You're going to bump into some unique characters when you're online like this. And you got to learn how to, like, you know, facilitate. Yeah. Yeah, facilitate.
It was interesting, man. It was good, man.
It was good. Like he was not listening to the whole God and time thing. He was not.
Nah,
I thought that was a very simple point. He was not hearing that. I don't even know if he was really listening to me because he hardly responded to what I said.
No, but you know what it is, Jed? You sprung a really complex question on him, and I think it took him time to sort of metabolize it and work it through his cerebellum. Because it was like a curveball question, like for someone who didn't really know, like someone's never thought of that question before. You spring that one on them. It's like it's not an easy question to answer. It's like a higher level question, in my opinion. Anyway, I'm just saying what I think. Do you know what I'm saying, Jed? Sometimes you don't realize, like the questions you ask, they might come across as simple, but there's layers to it. There's deeper levels.
Yeah, there's definitely layers. You know.
Yeah, anyone can answer it just simplistically, but I think he wanted to give you his proper heartfelt
He
answer.
weren't answering. No, he weren't answering.
Yeah, he avoided answering.
He dodged that one. Still.
Yeah, he dodged it. Yeah, but
that's what you
to
like,
give himself time
right.
to sort of work it through his head. Because don't forget, man's been talking for 5 hours. You think it's easy to talk for 5 hours? Like your brain's just trapped in a talking mode. Like you can't even absorb information after that. You have to lie down in a dark room or something, man. He's been talking non-stop, bruv. He done really well, I think.
Yeah. He's experienced in chatting, isn't it? He's a chatter.
Yeah,
Ralph
definitely.
Johnson. What's this now, Ralph, man? Listen, man, don't waste your time and mine, right? Ralph, what's going on? Ralph.
Hello.
Yeah, big up.
What's up, bro? I just I don't know nothing what y'all was talking about. I was just searching the airwaves, and I typed in open panel live show, and
yeah, cool story, bro.
I was gonna say, do you know JJ Day whatever?
That's my favorite one. Cool story.
I would have come next.
Cool story, bro. That's it. Yeah, you know, I was just googling, and I just came up with your page. I don't really know what you. Yeah, so why are you jumping off for?
Yeah, you should have listened first.
That didn't make no sense, man. You know what you was doing. Fuck off. Do it somewhere else, bro.
Yeah. Where's all the rest of the waters and them? Everyone's quick to talk in the chat, man. Should have jumped on, man.
Nah, I know, man.
Added to the thing.
We're gonna start making being a scholar in the chat less cool, man. Yeah.
It's only restricted for certain people, but everyone's trying to jump on board now.
Yeah, we're gonna stop. I'm gonna stop reading comments and shit.
It's getting crowded out there. I like Emma. It's crowded.
Yeah.
People trying to take your spot.
In the chat. Bad. Bare info. Reeling it off. When man talking real life, man stuttering. Allow it, man. Get me? Allow it. You know them stuttering dudes. You know, it'd be disappointing to hear some of these not in the chat. Hear them in real life. What God did you? Yeah. Been listening for a long time.
I was gonna say,
big up. Ah, man. Yeah, I still got this documentary that I wanted to. I'm still gonna play some.
It's a
You know,
good
we were talking
point,
about
man.
the DMT and that yesterday, and I started a documentary, but the convo got so good that I don't know. I didn't bother continue playing it because the convo just went sick. But maybe
it was sick.
Sometimes all you need is a spark.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bro. Sometimes
just tuck the video away. Like
people don't even notice when I stop playing the video.
Take it off the screen. Take it off share.
Yo,
okay, you lot. Yeah, the engine's running now.
So we might get 2 bits of content out of this then. So yeah. Big up everyone hitting up that Cash App, that PayPal, showing some love. Links in the description. Trill donation for Cash App, PayPal is the link is there, man. Show some love, family, please.
What does it mean to you when an entity who you've just met, who you hardly understand, who is almost analyzing and studying you, is saying, "Worship me"? That's a task. That's an instruction or a command. You know, worship me. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, big up, family. Jump on, man. Please.
Something strange is happening in modern-day Egypt that appears to have roots dating back to the 13th century BC, and it is terrifying authorities. Over the past decade, the governments of North Africa and the Middle East have been battling the illegal distribution of an anomalous substance nicknamed the blue elephant, a plant-based anomaly that reportedly allows users to generate an extra-dimensional gateway from within the brain itself. Similar to the blue lotus, a flower Pharaoh Akhenaten allegedly smoked to become aware of parallel realities, Egyptian authorities in the 21st century have classified its modern-day variant as a type of dimethyltryptamine, or DMT for short, a substance that they say has a 75% mortality rate. A Cairo-based scientific investigation conducted in 2019 details several case studies where users reported that upon swallowing the plant, they were instantly transported to a realm that felt more real than their own, had physics completely different from our own, and was home to a number of intelligent humanoid entities. What are these creatures, friend or foe, heavenly angels or malicious spirits? And did the ancient Egyptians know something about the nature of reality that deserves to be kept hidden from modern minds? My name is Omar, and in this episode we will begin examining the research into this deadly anomaly and the truth of the creatures allegedly encountered because of it.
Oi, get your popcorn.
Look at the quality video. Quality. HD in that. We're rating that already, man.
Yeah, 4K in that.
In January 2019, security services launched an investigation into the mysterious passing of a 6-year-old Egyptian girl named Camellia. Unfortunately, what at first appeared to be just another tragic story of a child accidentally swallowing her parents' medicine turned out to be part of a wide...
How are you doing today?
Very, very good. I'm very feel for this video, you know. I've been waiting for it. Yeah.
Oh, so have you heard of this thing before?
No, I haven't. This DMT in ancient Egyptians, no.
Yeah. You got some echo. Is it playing in the background? It's gone now.
No. It's gone? Okay, cool. Let's do this.
No, it's still there.
Let's do this.
What the hell?
Hold on, let me see.
Better now?
Yo.
Yeah.
Nah. Is it you, Slank? Make some noise.
Yo.
Nah. It's there, but I don't know where it's coming from. But it's only small.
Okay.
Good anyway. Fuck it, let's go.
Yeah.
Her problem concerning a pill nicknamed the blue elephant. Her mother, reportedly a chemist, was arrested and charged while the health authorities began a nationwide crackdown on the distribution of this substance, a substance that has grown in popularity due to the reports of its ability to allow users to access parallel dimensions. But this is not a new practice in this country.
No, they're two different things. Reality and perception are two different things. I would say, some people say, when they use the word reality, they say they are different realities. I would say there is only one reality and different ways to view it.
I would say that there's
Boom.
alternate realities,
That was a great
but
answer.
there is one ultimate reality.
So then how could there be an alternate reality and then an ultimate reality? What do you mean?
It's like a matrix, right? So
Don't
one's
confuse
the
yourself.
beginning, the root, and the other one is a projection of it. But like you said, it depends on your perception. You can fragment it into different realities.
All right, here we go. Check this. I get up, punch you in your face.
Yeah.
In one reality, you feel the impact and it hurts. You punch me back. Yeah. Or as I punch you, and I definitely punch you. Everyone sees me punch you. In your head, you're comatose or you're under the influence of a drug, and in your head, what can I say? In your head, I gave you a high five. In your head, I patted you on the back. In your head, I waved to you. Now, the reality is that I punched you.
Yeah.
Your alternate reality is not actually reality. It's not real. It's just a perception.
That's right.
But it could feel just as real to you. But ultimately, there is a truth. And the truth is you got punched in the face, mate.
That's right. That's the ultimate reality.
Right. But so the alternate reality is not really a reality. Why does it get that term reality if it's not real? It's real.
Imagine it's like this.
It's realistic.
Like, imagine in a universe, there's all different planets of different sizes and different masses, and they all have a different gravitational, like a weight to them, right?
Yeah.
When a small one comes next to the big one, it becomes under the influence of it, like when the moon gets trapped in the Earth's orbit. So if I've got a stronger willpower and a stronger reality than you, I'm doing something to you that's going to override your reality. I will dominate.
It's not going to override reality. The reality is that your higher gravitational pull has affected me because we have come in close contact.
Yes.
So it's not that
that's what
you're
I meant
changing my reality.
I am, because my gravitational pull
the reality
is based on me manifesting that.
What?
I'm making it. I'm making myself bigger than you. I'm not just naturally bigger than you. I'm making myself bigger, stronger, more powerful, more willpower than you. Do you get me?
Either way, whatever you're doing, if you're doing it in real life and you're actually doing it, then it can affect me if it comes in close proximity to me or focuses on me, or whatever. But that's not this changing my reality. That it is my reality that you just did that. That's part of my reality too, that you did that. Just because we're thousands of miles away,
subjective,
just because we're thousands of miles away or in different dimensions, doesn't mean that you didn't really do what you just did.
That's right.
So, like, we share the same reality, just different perspectives, different awarenesses of what is out there.
That's only
in
when
reality.
we come together. That's only when we come together.
But we share reality even in our separate corners. We are part of reality. No. Not we can do. We are part of reality regardless of our awareness of it or our ability to traverse it. It is there happening. Don't matter if you don't know that it's happening somewhere. It's happening.
But based on your explanation of reality, it would just go with what Thingy just said, Axum, that you're looking at objective reality, whereas reality to me is subjective and objective at the same time. It's how you interact with what is objective subjectively. So your perception of reality, it contributes to your reality. It might not be the overwhelming, overriding factor, but it is, in my mind, it's a percentage of it as well.
I hear you still.
So if I come out thinking love and happiness and acceptance and beauty, that's going to affect how I interact with the world, isn't it? And I can glide through the world without a trouble or a care.
But does it change the world though? Or does it just no?
No.
It
But if
doesn't
enough
change
of us
the
do
world.
it, if enough of us are doing it, then yeah, it can. Because we all have like a little bubble, innit? A little happiness bubble. But that's just my explanation. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's how I choose to view it.
I do appreciate the fact of what you said about a portion of how you perceive reality may have an effect on reality. I'm going to concede to that. Still.
I'm not asking you to concede. I thought
No, but I'm
the same
conceding.
thing, really.
I'm conceding to that point. I agree. I think that is. I can work with that still. I think I kind of do see that. It'd be hard for me to argue against that with the things that I've seen or witnessed. But it might just be my ego telling me that I changed reality. Maybe that was always reality. Like you always had the ability to put your hand through a wall. You just didn't know how to do it. Once you did it, or saw something do it, well, changing your reality, it's changing your understanding of reality. And I thought that's what science and all this was about. Not about theorizing some shit that ain't happening, but finding out what is happening. Right?
Yeah.
So the alternate reality thing I don't get it. You know, I don't get
what
how...
I'm saying is somebody can emanate or construct their own reality, which is based off of the same reality that you're starting off at, but they've gone off on a different tangent with it. And until it's tested, until something happens to bend their will, they can maintain that little bubble of their own belief structure. But when you put it to the test, then they have to come to the power.
Interesting. That's so interesting. I see what you mean still. Good question, Beefy. Axon, what are you saying? Are reality and perception synonymous?
Nah, I don't think so. Perception can be subjective too, right? It's my perception how the world works, maybe not yours, right? And the same goes with the reality too, really, in a way. It's subjective to you, just like Khan said. Yeah, I kind of agree with Khan.
But they go together, innit?
We got a pot of water, right? We got a pot of water. We walk into a kitchen. There's a pot of water. I think it's hot. You think it's cold. Yeah. Is any of our beliefs changing the fact of what is in that pot?
No.
Right.
So it's the same.
Someone's right. So one of us is right.
Well, that's the thingy argument, Schrodinger's cat.
I think they both go together, though. You get me? Because they will say your perception of reality, in a sentence or in a term when you're using those two words. They can be used together.
Are you familiar with
perception? Is one thing.
Does your perception of my bank account change my bank account, bro?
No.
Well, there you go.
It's just a perception, though.
Why would it change reality then?
No.
All right, look.
That's not reality, though, is it?
In the Schrodinger's cat model, there's a cat in a box that you can't see, and there's a plate of food in there with poison in it, right? Now, in your reality, you don't know whether the cat's alive or dead, right? Whether it's ate the poison yet or not. But in your actual reality, your subjective reality that you're experiencing, you have to be open to both eventualities simultaneously existing. Only once you've opened the box does the objective reality become your reality. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. Because just because you don't know someone's dead doesn't mean they're not dead. Has no effect on them dying, whether you know they're
but
dead
it's
or
about,
not.
is it your reality that person died?
It's
reality.
reality.
To a lot of people,
is it your understanding?
It's running along the same time.
Have you gained that knowledge or that information? Regardless of whether you gain the knowledge or the information, the fact still remains.
Doesn't change it, no.
Let me ask you a question. If a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound?
Do trees falling in forests make sounds?
Yeah.
If they make sounds, then it would make a sound. A bird
I'm asking you, if there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound?
Not a bird, no one.
Yeah, there's no one there to hear the sound of the tree falling. Does it still make a sound?
1 second. Nothing alive is in that vicinity. There is no life in that vicinity of that happening.
Yeah, it's an imaginary argument. Yeah?
No, I know,
So
but I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is that the parameters that there's
Yeah,
nothing
yeah, yeah.
alive?
There's no
Not
one
an
there.
ant,
No
not a
one.
woodpecker, nothing.
No one. There's no one. No
Doesn't
one
make a sound.
that can hear.
That was
is in
never
that
part of the
vicinity.
argument, Khan. It was just
I know, innit? He wasn't expecting it to go in this direction.
No, but
It's part of the
I'm
answer,
asking
man.
to clarify the stance. My answer would still be yes. Yeah. You know, like when I was young, I used to do the experiment of seeing how fast I could open the fridge to beat the light, or sneak the fridge open to see if I could catch the light off in the fridge. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You could kind of like, you know that.
Have you ever tried to surprise your toys?
What, after watching Toy Story?
No, this is way before Toy Story as well. It's the thing. You know, you wonder when your eyes are closed, is the world that you saw still there? These are the thoughts I used to have when I was young. You know what I mean? Where you're exploring your mind and you're exploring reality, and you want to know, like, when I close my eyes, does everything disappear? So you try to sneak your eye open. I tried so much weird shit. I tried to make a sound that no being had ever made before. And
What did it sound like?
I don't know. It was like a thought exercise. Is it possible? Imagine how young I am thinking this mad shit as well. Yeah. This is what you get with no computers or no TVs and shit. Mind, yeah. And I was like, imagine making a sound that nobody has ever made. Imagine how difficult it'd be to find that frequency or that whatever. Because if you think about it, if you actually try to attempt it, you realize how influenced you are by everything you've ever heard.
Yeah.
I think it'd take like a being that was locked in a box with no stimulation to make a sound that we've never heard before.
What, like since birth?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to hear what this sounds like.
I didn't make the sound. I was trying to. I was postulating. Yeah, I was postulating. I was just, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't make the sound. I made bare loads of weird noises, but who knows? But then I was convinced that if I made that sound, it would unlock something. It would be like a magic word, a secret. It would be like a, and I don't know what gave me that. Why did I even think that?
Yeah, in that age, yeah. How old was you? Yeah, like you were a kid.
I was probably about 6.
Mad.
Yeah. You know. But I thought to myself, yeah, if you found that sound, it would probably have an effect. Like I think I remember my thought process was I was thinking about Adam and Eve, and I was thinking that before Adam and Eve, no one was talking. So every time they said something, it probably had an effect. I don't know. Weird thoughts. You ever repeat a normal word until it sounds weird to you?
And then you forget what the meaning of it and how to spell it.
Do you know what the weirdest word is?
What? What's
phenomenon? Keep saying phenomenon. It'll freak you out. Phenomenon.
Something like a phenomenon. Yeah.
Man.
That's exactly what was going on in my head. I'm not gonna lie.
Phenomenon.
I think the word I was repeating was yes.
Yes.
And it was just like, I don't know. I think I was just exploring in my mind the nature of words and what they were. What is this thing?
But that's so cool to like.
Yeah, why does yes mean yes?
Children, when they first, like babies, they first see their hands. You can actually see the fascination. So like, kind of remembering your first thing of words, like, right, these are words.
And
that's sick to remember that.
Those thought processes, I think, held significance, and they held a certain frequency. And sorry to bring it back to mushrooms, but when I take the mushrooms, I find that those type of thought processes like come back to me. Like that way of thinking comes back to me. Like, rah, I thought about this since I was like. You will actually get reconnected with a thought that you forgot about, that you was thinking about, and then you got called for dinner, and then that thought was just gone. All of a sudden, in your big age, that thought just pops back into your mind, and you remember thinking it back then. That's like the connection between that memory and right now has been reestablished. It's sick. That's sick. Yeah. Obviously, sometimes it makes people remember being fingered and stuff, but bro.
How did you got
Everyone's like deep thinking.
Yeah, never said you. Right out of you.
It can bring up trauma and stuff. So I've heard, and
yeah, I get
it. You know,
I get you.
Forgotten memories and that. So yeah, just be mindful that you might remember some shit you forgot. Like, oh shit, yeah, I remember when mom got boxed in the face.
Yeah, but you never forget it though. If you remember it, you never forget it. Everything goes into your subconscious,
right? Like when you have a dream, like I had a couple weeks ago, and like a childhood obscure friend was in that dream, and it freaked me out. You know what I mean? Because it was like, why the fuck have I resurrected this person?
How did you see them?
Like, why? Why are you like? Why the fuck are you relevant in my mind? That shit's scary. It just.
But how did you see them as a child, or as you think they would be as an adult?
That's the point, you know. Yeah, as I remember them, I saw them as I remembered them. But that didn't mean that they were a child. You know what I mean? That's fucking off key, man. But yeah, your brain remembers all of that, man. Everything. What you read 2 years ago, what you read 8 years ago, what you read 20 years ago.
Yeah,
it's all
sometimes when you guys have conversations about things in, like, I don't know, for example, childhood, I'm like, oh shit, I forgot about I don't even know that. Yeah, that I didn't even realize my brain had filed this away.
Filed it. That's the exact thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, like in our files, in our archives, is so much when you think about it. How much information you've accumulated, you know, as you've gone along your life.
Do you know what happened to me once? I found this bud of weed wrapped in a Rizla paper behind the, you know, the meter, the thingy, the gas meter, right? And it looked like a bolt, and I was thinking, that ain't how's that bolt there? And I moved the bolt, and underneath it was this weed, and I thought, I never put that there. When did I put that there? I don't remember putting that there, and it was bugging me so much that I actually went to my mum. I was like, Mum, I just found this weed, behind this bolt, which turned out to not even be a bolt. Yeah. She looked at me and she went, that was your dad.
Oh, shit.
I was like, shit, I didn't know Dad smoked weed. She was like, yeah, he used to sell it. He used to have a Turkish calf. I was like, what a wanker. He can't tell me nothing now, ever.
Man. All right, cool.
No, I think... Oh, sorry.
No, go.
No, do the thing.
When I tell you to go, just go. Stop doing that.
All right, let's go do it to press. No, sometimes when I think about my childhood, like I think about the little me, I feel quite sad. I don't know, I can't help it, but I do feel like a bit choked up when I think of the little mini me. Because I just do, innit? Pardon? What's
or what? Or because you're not there anymore?
A bit of everything, a bit of what's to come, and the fact that I went so far away from who I was to please the world. Like it makes me a little bit sad when I think of myself as a child, isn't it? Yeah. And
but you know what?
Then on the flip side,
the sadness will be sobered up by seeing the growth and knowing that even if it's hardship, knowing that you've come from that. And seeing the progression, that's what helps to soak up the sadness. Doing meaningful things to you that like gaining meaningful badges in your life. Do you know what I mean? On your little lapel of things that are important to you, and then you look back and you're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I was a little fucker, or yeah, do you know what? I went through some tough shit or whatever, but I have gained from that. You know what I mean? And it's sad, it's mad, but it becomes bittersweet.
And then I feel quite proud of her. At times as well.
Yeah, you should do.
You know what I'm saying? Like you should. I'm sure you do too. Of your mini self.
I don't think about my mini self because I don't.
Yeah, two different people.
I have no perception of growth. I have no knowledge of growth. I honestly, the only thing I can tell you is I practice to become a better person. I practice to not make the same mistakes, and then I see myself not making those mistakes, and I'm happy that I haven't. But in terms of growth, in my head, I'm still him, and he's still me. I never perceive like getting older. I don't know. Some people from the 20, they're like, yeah, I'm old now, man, and rare. But I just felt like my energy never felt like that. And I've met like 8-year-olds and 90-year-olds that seem to have that same thing as me, like just yeah, man's 90, but like man's still there, like man's still a man.
You're always going to be.
I don't know.
But you're always going to be you. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Like I think as a child looking up,
you are that child though, and I think
no, I hear you. I hear you. It's
the key is honestly never to see yourself separate from that child, or to see that child as not being you. Never to. They say don't let your inner child die. Yeah, and that because your inner child is actually your I don't know.
Your true self.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because stripped away from all the bullshit, even right now, if you were stripped away from all the bullshit and all the certain trauma, blah, 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 you'd be so childlike. An innocent human being, a perfect innocent human being would probably be the most childlike, vulnerable person out in this world. You'd think they were disabled. When you see super kind, clean-hearted, open people, you're like, yo, I don't even want you to step out your house.
Yeah.
I'm worried for you, bro. Yo,
Yeah.
be safe, and make sure you don't do this, Make sure you don't like you just you worry about them because you know that everyone else out there ain't as innocent, and innocence is dangerous out here. It can be.
Yeah, it's true.
It can.
That's
be.
why I don't miss the old me, man. I look at my childhood photos and I think, look how dumb you was. Like you were so dumb.
Oh, you're living
like,
to yourself. What are you doing?
I'm serious.
Yeah, man.
Good.
I genuinely feel like I died and was born again, and like I can't teach my children that. I don't have a way of teaching them that. Like when I look at them now and they're so innocent. Well, not both of them. One of them's got a bit of sense. The other one, he's like me. Like he's so innocent and like he just said, he's like. I worry about him every day. I'm thinking something bad's gonna happen to him because he's just so gullible and innocent. And I'm like, I used to be dumb like that. Like I couldn't perceive danger. It's scary, man. So glad I'm not like that anymore. But I do miss the innocence. Like I do miss it. But
because there's a little magic in that. So
yeah.
You know hear what? Full 360 now. Yeah. That innocence. That ability to be innocent and devoid of the baggage of the stresses and the trauma and the experiences and the expectations and all of these things, the fear, that allows you to interact with reality differently.
True.
Right? So maybe in that way, that perception does actually change your reality in some kind of way. Because I do think
reality is harsh.
I do think that children have certain abilities and they have certain access and maybe even certain sight into reality that as an adult you lose touch with. Some adults lose touch with.
Do you know what? I feel like when I look back at my childhood, like it's sad as you saying it, I do feel a bit sad because I feel like as a kid I was this like I am now actually. I had to kind of find my way back to being the way that I am, like silly. At some point, people used to be like, oh, you're not like your siblings, like you're the serious one. And I'd be like, me? Like when I was a kid, people used to, I don't know, people just used to kind of like be attracted to me and be like, oh, she's so cute and whatever. As I got older, it's like I feel like it got stamped out of me. I was, and I feel like that. I feel like that's a link to how I have this issue of expressing myself.
You see all this stamped out of you thing. Like I feel like mainly us as humans, we just got issues around control. It's varying degrees of issues around control, and like maybe not recognizing the amount of control you actually have for who you are as well. Taking responsibility for who you are as well can be a hard thing, even when it comes to acknowledging that you responded to certain trauma, even as a child, in your unique way. And you are a product of your thoughts, right? And the way you process what you've experienced. So by that way, your thoughts are your own, and you are therefore responsible for the thoughts that you thought, no matter what input you had. This is us as beings, right? This is why you protect children so much from funny sources, because you know how vulnerable they are to take on those things or become influenced by that. But I say, as an adult, also recognizing that process of deciding who you're going to be or choosing who you're going to be does not end. And you actually do have the ability to turn that around, to change that. I don't think your personality in that aspect is hardwired. If you were born, like, for instance, chirpy and blah, 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 and whatever, I don't think that this hardness that you've gained, not saying you, just as an example, has to be permanent.
No, I don't think that at all. I don't think it was permanent. This is why I do say I feel like I've got back to how I used to be, because I feel like I've started learning about inner child and all this type of stuff and had to look back. Do you know what I mean? But when I say stamped out, I'm talking, man, I feel like it's schools that do most of that work. Do you know what I mean? But I do agree with
fun back there. I had bad fun at school. Sorry, Sneeze.
Schools right now, like, their main thing is to take that little boisterous energy out of you.
Yeah.
I think, and train you to be more subdued and
submissive.
They do it in a very, very kind, we care about you way. So it's very insidious. It's very hard to say you're doing a bad thing, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, essentially, a lot of the teachers do care.
Fuck about you.
Essentially, a lot
I
of the
know.
teachers do
Yeah. So, but the ones who are above them,
and even some of them care.
Manipulate them.
And even some of them care.
I guess so. Well, you know what I'm saying.
You know,
The structure.
Not everybody's in the know about the plan, innit? There's a lot of. It takes a lot of good-willed, good-hearted citizens to make these type of things work, right? People that just want to do the right thing because they believe this is what the right thing, because tradition says this is the right thing, this is the right direction. And the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also, so that the trauma that you kind of rack up as a child, is not our fault. But when it gets to our age now, or as you get older, it's 100% your responsibility to fix that.
You didn't have.
If you choose to take that responsibility, and it's a scary thing. I don't think it's for everyone. But
clearly,
if you haven't already fucking fractured your mind by then, you know what I mean, trying to escape from the trauma.
I think a good exercise that I once tried was actually, oh god, I sound like a right hippie, communicating with my inner child. Yay, hippie Sasha. That was something that I found was actually quite nice.
We do that already. We play computer, we run banter, we play fight, we do all that shit. You know what I mean? I see Snipes and try to give him 1-2 jab and you know what I mean? They're like, we do things, run jokes and bust jokes all the time. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. And that's why we could be around youngsters and the youngsters like, yo, you lot are crazy, man.
Yeah,
you lot are fucking mad. Like,
childish.
You are worse than us. Yeah, childish.
Childish or childlike.
All my kids know I'm definitely childish. I'm childish, man. Get me? I'm the one doing the fuck jokes. I'm the one doing the this joke, that joke, blah blah blah. Do you know what I mean? And it helps them to. I feel it helps kids to know. It helps kids to know that, like, we don't have to throw away our childlike qualities to mature. Because, for instance, do you remember when you was young and there was that child that always wanted to act like the adult? They were fucking jarring. They were boring. It actually hurt to be around them in the
Usually a girl.
Usually a girl trying to be like
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, this actually is true. Yeah,
bossy
Normal
boots,
girls. Yeah.
walk around the playground with the teacher, this and that. Like, you know, like, you always got these type of people. And there was, I think for us as children, we resented the fact that they were throwing away their chance to be children. And they tried to emulate something. And it's like, I feel like enough of them kids, they had issues, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Them ones that like to try and be super grown up, like, it's like, rah, you're dry. There's one thing being mature, you know what I mean? There's one thing having your wits about you, being smart and intelligent, but then you're just fucking dry. It's like you don't have that youthfulness. How can you be a youth and don't have youthfulness? What are you going to be when you're in your 20s? Ugh. Yeah, no one's going to want to be around you.
I remember
that youthfulness is an energy. It's a byproduct of this special energy that children hold, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, has your energy been drained or something?
My brother was about 5, yeah. My sister was about 7. I don't know how they got every single drop of hair conditioner and shampoo and filled up the bath with it. And I walked in there, I was like, what the fuck are you lot doing? And they're like, we make soup. And they're stirring it. My mum was fuming. I was like, but in their imagination, they're making soup. Right? It's for them, it's real, isn't it? But they just wasted about 30 quid's worth of fucking shampoo, conditioner, shaving gel, you name it, bro. I was like, nah. But that's childhood. That's childhood.
Yeah, I remember when all
things,
my
innit?
nieces and nephews in the garden ripped up all of my mum's flowers, put it in a bucket with some mud or some soil from the garden, and then all the plants were. Yeah, my mum was so upset. She was so sad. Like, you don't understand how much she loved her plants in her garden. All the kids are just like, I went up to it, I discovered them. I was like, what are you doing?
I discovered them.
Yeah, making mud pie. I was like, fucking mud pie, yeah. Oh my god, it was mad. It was a sad day.
Kids do mad things, man.
But do you know what? I was like, obviously they weren't my plants. I felt sad, but I was just like, do you know what? I'm glad, because every other time they'd be like glued to the TV.
Yeah.
I was kind of like low key, like, oh, glad you got your mud all over your fingers and that.
And I think of the things that we used to do.
I used to turn tables upside. We used to, you know, them 3 tables that you get like that all fit into each other, like coffee tables. I used to turn them upside down, and I used to turn it into a courtroom. That used to be one of my favorite things to do.
I remember my sister and my cousin, yeah, they got my little brother. He must have been about 3. They got a green felt tip pen, yeah, and they coloured and they dragged him out in front of the whole family going, look what we done.
They coloured his what?
They coloured his Willie green with a felt tip pen.
No.
And they dragged him out in front of the whole living room going, look what we done. Like, they were so proud of themselves. I was like, you idiots.
Oh my god. This one time,
lucky you can't remember.
This one time, one of my nieces, when she was a baby, just came sliding into a room full of people with sanitary pads on her feet, pretending that she was skiing. 2 big packets of that sanitary towels, and she was just like, I'm skiing.
Who's so massive?
Another time, the same one.
Why they got to be
like
massive?
A couple years younger. She just walked up to her mum casually with shit on her finger. She must have discovered that she did a shit, put her finger in a nappy, and she just walked up to her mum, and she was just like, she discovered she just had like some shit on her finger. I was like, oh my god, get her away.
Well, she just come walking in with the shit on her finger.
Yeah, as if like, Mum, I've done
Look what I
poo.
found.
Can you clean me? Literally no words. Just looked at her, just showed her a finger with poo on it. I was like,
so you know when kids are standing there and it could be like the poshest event ever, and then the kids would just be standing there like digging out their nose. I just love that shit.
Yeah.
I love that shit.
I've
digging out their nose. Like,
I've actually turned around and caught one of my nieces rubbing her bogey on my dress.
Yeah.
Like, she was trying to hide behind my dress. I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, when they try to lean
I
in.
don't swear at the kids, just to, you know.
When they try to lean in.
Yeah.
And
Huh?
all of a sudden the runny nose is dry. Huh? You gotta check yourself. See the white slug stain on you. Like,
Leaves and trousers are just a mess.
Or when you go at them with a
A mess.
tissue, because they know you're going to make them blow their nose and they run away.
They run. Yep.
Yeah, man. You know, man.
What's in your mouth?
You know, running from
Fucking
me, man.
lightning
Trust me.
speed, run away.
I set all them paces. You're not running. They come to me. Mum's like, how'd you get him to blow his nose? What do you mean, man? Told him, blow your nose. You mean? Oh, he never does it with me. Oh, he never lets me do his nails or his hands or his this. I don't even know what I feel you that, man. It's normal. Me and these babies be communicating, man. I've been the baby whisperer. I communicate with your baby. I communicate with your baby. You're like, rah, how the fuck did you do that? Oh, man. Get me? He never touches anyone. Yeah, let me touch, man. Touch. Boom. Nice. Let me high five. Boom. Me and all the babies got secret handshakes as well.
Yeah, I get proper offended when like babies won't spud me.
When they refuse to spud you and that, like, nah.
I get proper. I'm like, no, why don't you like me? I'm gonna make this baby.
What is it about me?
I'm gonna buy you presents. You're gonna like me. I'm telling you from now. That's what I'm like.
We just force babies to do what we want. That's what we do, man. Just force them. We just take away the option. Boom. Get me? And they just comply. Okay. Yeah, man. You're gonna eat this, yeah? You're gonna eat this. Have some of this. I'm not even on this are you hungry thing. We're not even doing that. It's food time. Yeah, sit down, eat this. Let me eat it. Rah. Did he eat when he was with you? Yeah. What did he eat? Tell him what he eat. How did you get him to eat that? What do you mean? You boxed it.
Choice up in this market.
He boxed it. Boxed it. Yeah, daddies have got them. That's their special powers, though. Man. I know his moms.
Yeah.
They put in none of the work, and they get all the fucking ratings. Yeah, but you better know.
How come she listens to you? Like,
what do you mean?
Is that what it is, you think?
Fight with, innit? Kids know who to fight with. That's
the magical daddy power.
Daddy power, man.
Daddy's organized.
You from our nuts. You better respect.
Knows I don't need headache.
It's just different, isn't it? The bass in your voice, everything is just different, isn't it? And just like I think because we're less emotional, slightly, or some of us are,
we're more stable.
We empathize less with the child, and we more think about the raising part of it, or the lesson that the child needs, right? This is why I think dads seem to be a little bit more consistent on a day-to-day basis, because it's harder to emotionally blackmail the dad. You know, I know some men are going, oh, I can't stand it. I can't stand it when my youth cries. That's why your youth's kind of bratish.
Yeah.
You cry and look me. You know, like when a child looks at you, he's crying, looks at you, and just is like, nah, you're not gonna do shit about this crying. Like, who else cares that I'm crying? Because you just know. I just look at you like, you know what I mean? Even when you drop more time, I just look at you like, yeah, get up. Get up. There's none of that.
No, that's actually true. My sister taught me that. She was just like, if you make a big deal, that they'll look to you to see your reaction. Whenever I see a kid fall, if they look at me, I'll be like, oops. Like, do you know what I mean? And my facial expression, I make, and then they're all right. Stops them from crying.
This way, you know, when your child cries, it proper hurts. You know what I mean?
Depends what they're crying over there.
Yeah.
Like, or it's the shock. Sometimes they just cry from the shock of it. You know, like surprise.
Or sometimes they won't cry until they actually see the cut or something. I've noticed that one as well. They'll be fine, and then they'll see they graze their knee, and then they'll cry when they graze their knee. Like they see the graze. If that makes sense.
That knee graze is a bitch, though, man. When you got all the little bits of skin all curled up and that, like, you get me?
And little bits of dirt. Yeah.
In my head, I'm already thinking about the bath and how much it's gonna hurt. That's what it is.
Yeah.
This is gonna sting. I was the original scabby calf, scabby leg. Original scabby knee. Yeah, knee scab. How'd you do that? Oh yeah, because I did it. Yeah. Original scab leg. Me and the football man, they were all scab leg too.
Yeah, I think sometimes like couple I'm not going to finish what I'm saying because you're not going to touch it.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
Okay, I'm going to say it. If you touched it, then you look. I know I'm right.
Reign of Pharaoh.
No.
Yeah.
No. That's a good one.
Yeah. Play the tape, Jets.
Akhenaten, it is believed that the recreational habits of the ancient Egyptians included the use of the blue lotus flower. This plant is found in lakes across East Africa, and it is believed by some to enable its users to become aware of parallel timelines and higher spatial dimensions via its psychotropic ingredients. Today, there are many hieroglyphs that show the importance of this flower in Egyptian culture, including one of Akhenaten holding up the lotus. Although scientists say that its psychotropic effects vary considerably from similar plants in that it induces lucid dreaming instead of creating vivid hallucinations, the blue lotus is still viewed as a type of DMT.
Yeah, I was gonna order some of that. I got blue vervain, but yeah, that blue lotus thing. I was gonna order that.
Famous
Blue
in
vervain gives you
2014
mad
after
dreams.
the box office success of the Egyptian.
And the other one, I've got the other one as well, the Mexican dreaming herb. Forgot what his name is. Peregosa.
Prodigosa.
Prodigosa.
That one.
That
But does it actually
Yeah, it does.
like have a type of effect on you, or is it just it puts you into a deep state of sleep?
Yeah.
Whatever what I mean?
It helps you remember your dreams more, and they're more vivid. You know what I mean?
I personally think because I feel like even if I slept, I haven't relaxed, so I feel like I'm always sleeping. One eye open when I'm sleeping. That's literally how I think I sleep. So when I have stuff like blue vein, so when I have things like blue vein, I think it actually puts me into a deep state of sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? So I actually then go into that dream mode.
You're always in that dream mode, Sash. It's what I said it is. It's just your perception. You dream, man. You dream all the time, every night. You know what I mean? It's just the awareness of it and the vividness of it. Do you know what I mean? So so you get a 4K instead of a 110 or whatever because you're tired, because you're not really relaxed. You're gonna get some shitty quality, especially when it comes to recollection. But you get the 4K home cinema set, Adobe sound system, Bang & Olufsen sound, around sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You wake up, you're like, yo, shit, that was a movie.
In psychological horror film, The Blue Elephant, and its 2019 sequel, many young adults wanted to know if it was real and does it pose a genuine threat, be it psychological or supernatural. Unlike the claims made famous by Western celebrities such as Joe Rogan and Mike Tyson concerning DMT, Egyptian health officials state that at high doses, its blue elephant variant can cause addiction, violent seizures, comas, and even heart attacks. What about its supernatural threats and its alleged ability to allow humans to access higher dimensional spaces?
I heard about this blue elephant DMT. I heard about it, but
I haven't heard of it.
But I've always said, that I do believe, just like there's books and stuff like that we don't know about, there's obviously herbs and fruits and stuff like that have certain properties that obviously is not going to be mainstream information. So there's going to be maybe even household items that, if used in a certain way, will have a phenomenal effect that you have no idea about. Because not all the information is out there for everyone.
Like microdosing, you're saying, yeah? Just...
No, I'm saying, like, for instance, you know when they say, like, there's certain species of animal that are known about and that have certain properties that is not propagated into the mainstream. For instance, there's a fish that gives you dreams if you eat it. It gives you, like, visions. Yeah. So now, if that's in common knowledge, imagine the stuff that's not. You got the toad that you lick. So I'm saying the same would probably be the same for certain fruits and herbs and things found in nature that have certain crazy properties that we would never know because obviously it's not common knowledge. And maybe these things are guarded or grow in a specific area that all of a sudden becomes a conservation area or someone's private property, and you never get to experience that. I also believe that the original form or close to the original form of cannabis exists. And if we smoke that, I think it would have a very different effect than what we know of cannabis now.
Well, like an opposite effect.
What do you mean?
Like, rather than relaxing you, and I don't know, like for example, just taking one aspect of it, relaxing rather
Like
than
not
relaxing
impairing you
you,
or anything like that.
it make you
when
feel
driving.
all anxious or paranoid or
No,
whatever.
that's not what I mean. No.
Eunice, hi.
I mean,
Hi.
like for instance, when you look at the story of the burning bush, you know, man was seeing God after that burning bush. I don't know if there's any correlation. Some people think there is. They had the anointing oil, this cannabisum that was mixed with all different herbs and spices that was burnt. And these things were done in holy places. They had a spiritual significance.
Right.
Nowadays, we burn incense and sage and Santa Paolo or whatever. And all these things have some form of significance or effect spiritually or physically or whatever. And I'm just saying that maybe because of the type of plant cannabis is, I feel like the original strains of cannabis or some specific strains of cannabis that are in certain remote locations, for instance, have been cultivated. Like, you know, Monsanto has got seeds, ancient seeds.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like votes. And I think there's shit like.
Yeah.
There's a bank, a seed bank. I think in Iraq, there was a seed bank. And they burnt it down, or well, they said they burnt it down, but they probably took them before they burnt it down. But this is one of the things is that we should start preserving our seeds, isn't it? Like we should start learning how to dry them, because there are communities of people who swap seeds of apples. Do you know what I mean? Like they that is kind of one of the most revolutionary acts as well.
Yeah,
really, is preserving that part of nature.
Yeah, because
the time is right.
Sooner or later, any plant you get is going to be patented. You know,
right?
Like most
and already they are.
Yeah, most
F1,
of the versions of what we got are like Monsanto patented. So, and they're not original. So yeah, man. Yeah, you're right.
GMO.
That seed thing is serious because our food chain has been altered so much. Like I can tell that I'm not getting like nutrients from the food that I used to. I just know. You know, it's just not there. I heard Matthew saying earlier about an avocado. He said he had a bad avocado. I ain't had one for time, a good one.
Do you know what? Yeah, I had avocado, but I forgot the taste of avocado.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because most of them taste just like bland.
Nothing.
Just shit. Yeah, exactly. They taste like nothingness. So you've got a point. But yeah, if the quality, if we were getting nutrients, we'd feel fantastic a lot more than we do.
Absolutely.
That would be one sign.
Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah. What happens to me is when I'm eating junk food, I feel like crap. When I'm eating like good food that is productive for my health and for my body and all that.
Like hummus and pasta.
You know, I feel good.
Is hummus and pasta junk food or good food?
Mad.
When I was younger, so obviously mum used to only cook good food, so vegetables, rice, and just good food every day. And I was so fucking bored of it. I was like, give me junk food. I want crisp. I want chocolate. Yeah. I used to hear, listen. I used to hear this shit. I used to hear this. I come running down the stairs, running, and it would be like a plastic bag with like rice in it. Man. But then I had this brethren. Shut up, your space, sir. I had this brethren in school, and they took me to the holiday home, right? So I used to go every year to their holiday home, and the first time they ever took me, all they ate was junk food. So oven food was their dinner, and I was so happy. I was the happiest child.
Of course you was.
Yeah, listen, come to the second day, I felt sick. I felt so sick. I remember laying up in bed just the whole day feeling sick from junk food. But obviously they weren't feeling that because they eat that every day. So going from like really healthy food to shit food, I felt so sick. But I didn't actually know it was because of the junk food. And then when I felt better, I carried on eating junk food. Get me?
No, technically, I
You know, one of the
Not
most
junk
painful
food.
things,
I'll
yeah?
show
One of the
you
most
junk
painful
food.
things
Man.
is in your
Shut up,
freezer.
like it.
Is seeing an ice cream tub in your freezer and opening it and seeing frozen curry.
It's right. Oh, frozen curry. Yeah, because we have dehydrated freezing ice in the ice club.
Particularly Sog.
Didn't you have rotten meat as well?
Wow,
Be it mythological
steak.
or supernatural.
Freeze pack.
Unlike the claims
I'm
made
going,
famous
yeah,
by
because you know I'm fucking
celebrities such
racist,
as
man.
Joe
Fuck
Rogan
you, look.
and Mike Tyson concerning DMT, Egyptian health officials state that at high doses, its blue elephant variant can cause addiction, violent seizures, comas, and even heart attacks. What about its
Is it a type
supernatural
of
effects
elephant, a blue
and
elephant?
its alleged
Never
ability to
saw them
allow
before.
humans to
Only
access
saw
higher
grey
dimensional
elephants.
spaces?
Oh man.
Nah, you know what? Eunice, this might not be for you, you know, brother.
I'm just joking. Just joking.
That's a good one. That's a good one. You got to be still. I was concerned for you still.
I think Eunice has tried
DMT
mushrooms.
is an extremely
Hummus.
powerful hallucinogenic drug
Hummus
found
mushroom.
naturally within the human body, as well as in mammals and plants and nature generally. It's notorious for producing entity experiences for those who take the drug. What does this mean? Simply, it means people who take the drug often, if they take high doses, report seeing beings that exist in another world or exist in this world, but they are not usually able to perceive them. But when they take the drug, they're now able to hear them and interact with them and see them. They report entering a tunnel or something called hyperspace. So they enter this hyperspace tunnel and they'll see impossible 4D geometry. Some say
Oh my
this
god,
is
I've
sacred
seen
geometry.
that.
Yeah, I saw that in my dream one
Space
time.
is usually or almost always inhabited by a or many entities. So there's usually one or there's plural entities, and these entities interact with the subjects in many various
It's under the
ways.
water.
And each interaction, again, it varies from person to person, and the nature of the entity is also different. These experiences were real, i.e., people felt like they were real. People felt like these experiences were more real than real. They existed in some real but different dimension of reality and continue to exist after the encounter. They received messages or predictions about the future, and those who identified as being atheists, at least over half, I didn't identify as atheists anymore, i.e. they believed that there was some sort of high power out there, and it was the most meaningful experience that most people had experienced.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, I don't get atheism, to be honest.
Some theorize that this location.
Listen up. The soap you shower with? It's you probably haven't even questioned what bar of soap you lather up with. Let's face it.
Damn
most
right.
guys don't.
Get yourself some stash of
They're still
soap.
using.
Yeah.
be
Damn
our
right.
current
Don't know.
reality in its truest form. Others say it could be a higher dimensional plane that exists between our three-dimensional world and the fourth dimension, which string theory calls time. Within Islam, some have theorized that this place could be a vast pocket dimension called Barzakh, a space between spaces, where the souls of both deceased humans and jinn wait for the day of judgment. What this spiritual realm looks like is open to debate. It could be anything from an exact copy of our current world and society to something completely alien and beyond human comprehension, similar
That is
in
mind-blowing.
appearance to what has been testified by DMT users across the world. Either way, it can still be considered as a higher dimensional reality. So before we delve into the 2019 Egyptian case studies concerning individuals who believe that they have traveled there, let's first define exactly what we mean by the term higher dimensional reality, using M, theory and quantum mechanics.
Our current understanding of reality recognizes that the human race lives in a three-dimensional world that is defined as forward and backwards, up and down, on an XY scale. The word dimension literally refers to a scale of measurement, with our three-dimensional world, or 3D, governed by a fourth dimension called time. Quantum mechanics posits that there could be up to 11 or more different types of...
So let me ask you a question, yeah? If time as a measurement doesn't exist, do measurements exist?
They do as a reference. Yeah, they do.
Mind blown.
Good one, Jedi. Good
No,
one.
because they don't. They don't really.
Right. So
No,
if
yeah, for some reason.
measurements don't exist, then according to this, dimensions don't exist.
Dimensions don't exist.
Yeah, but measurements are a tool. Measurements are a tool.
I would assume.
To observe the reality around you, right?
Yeah.
Just like time is.
That's
right?
what measurement.
Just like time is.
Right. If time is measurement,
time
yeah.
don't exist.
You're saying time's a fourth dimension.
Yeah, but we're saying also the time is man-made, right?
Yeah. Relative
So
to understanding.
how does
Maybe
this
they've used the
make
word
sense?
dimensions to veer you off course. Like
I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
Like what if
And
it's a plane, another plane or something?
they have started to veer away from the concept that time is a dimension. I'm not gonna lie. They have publicly started saying that.
Yeah, that's
So they
been a
are
while
update.
ago.
They do update some of their shit sometimes.
Yeah, so they're like, look here, but really it's here.
Right. Yeah. So a bit
That's
like
what I'm
Jupiter, not a planet no more. Time, not really a dimension anymore.
Yeah.
According to some of the cutting edge, quote unquote, what was it, physicists or whatever.
Is this something that the Noah guys was talking about last time? Yeah, about up to 11 different dimensions, right?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly the same.
Exactly the same. So they get it
Exactly
from
the
the Egyptian, thingy.
Exactly the same.
And the Hindu and all sorts. Yeah, people dealing with dimensions.
Dimensional
Long time.
world, or 3D, governed by a fourth dimension called time, quantum mechanics posits that there could be up to 11 or more different types of dimensions. So our question is, what if each dimension could be home to a specific class of life, such as jinn? With that question in mind, what would a lower two-dimensional world and its theoretical life forms look like to us using M theory? Simple. Just look at a photograph. Beings with 3D capacity, like us humans, would be able to view a flat 2D world such as a photograph or a TV screen with ease. But beings from a 2D world would be unable to see what our 3D world really looks like, essentially making us partially invisible to them. This law of visibility applies to every dimension. No matter what dimension a being is in, they can only see the dimensions below, and only partially the next dimension above. Therefore, since humans are only three-dimensional beings, we cannot physically see the fourth dimension, which is time. However, a 4D being would be able to view our 3D world and our timeline in its entirety from beginning to end, from the creation of the universe until the end of time. Moving up a step,
Anyone got anything to say about that?
Interesting.
Well,
I missed some of it. My connection is moving mad. I'm sorry.
continue, Jedi. That was just, I don't know.
Okay.
Higher fifth dimensional being will not only be able to see our complete timeline like a fourth dimensional being, but they can also see all possible timelines across a multiverse of timelines. A sixth dimensional being would be able to see beyond that, and a seventh beyond that, and so on and so forth. So what dimension could the jinn be in? Now, since jinn are somewhat limited by the progress of time, much like us humans, then we can guess that they exist somewhere between the third and the fourth dimension. The Holy Quran portrays jinns as occupants of a parallel world of spirits. So using M theory, we can say that they are in essence higher dimensional creatures, compared to us, that they have the ability to observe our 3D world while remaining invisible to us. The Holy Quran states, "Lo, he, the devilish Iblis, sees you, he and his tribe, from whence you see him not."
Throughout 2019, the Egyptian media began reporting on the experiences user claimed to have had with the blue elephant pill. In one study, after about 10 seconds of ingesting it, a man described being transported to another world where his current reality dissolved into what he described as intertwined threads. Here he encountered several intelligent anomalous entities, such as brightly colored peacocks with 4 eyes and 4 arms, and beings who took the form of
Peacocks, yeah?
historical figures.
Right, go on. Tell me what the peacocks mean to me. What are you seeing?
Don't tell me peacocks are evil. For fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
I could tell you some shit.
Sure they mean
Peacock.
some.
Oh.
Why? What was you saying,
Very
Axel? What were you saying,
significant.
Sash? Talk to us.
All I know is that you lot have mentioned it before, and I can't remember exactly
Yeah, we
what.
saw some videos on it, and I remember something.
Sorry,
evil.
who put in the group image of a peacock the other day? Someone
What?
in the WhatsApp group. Someone did put a
But
picture.
yeah, obviously, well, I mean, the peacock has some form of significance. You got the peacock demon. Why am I forgetting his name? Patek. What's his name? Let me find it.
Isn't there a watch brand name that or something?
But yeah, it's not that. I've got it wrong.
Oh.
It's one of the deities like Vishnu or one of these was represented as a peacock or something.
Was it
like
a
that.
Hindu? It wasn't
Yes,
like.
it's definitely in the
it was,
Hindu
it was
phantom.
Other Asian.
Hindu. Remember the Yazidi? They worship.
Yeah, exactly.
They
Thank you.
worship him.
Yazidi. Exactly. Sorry.
But I forgot Malik Towers. That's the name I was looking for. Malik Towers.
That's it.
You get me? And the Yazidis call him Shaitan.
Mm.
But they're not allowed to say the name. But it's his hidden name.
Secret.
Yeah, Malik Towers. And basically, it seems that Malik Towers is a Lucifer figure who defies the gods and brings mankind wisdom or knowledge, or I can't remember what he brings. He does something, or the flame or some shit like that. Yeah, but it's just another Prometheus remix, another Lucifer remix, another, do you know what I mean? Or Satan remix, should I say?
The light bearer.
Light bearer, yeah. That archetype. That's what
that
he
torch. That torch thing.
Boom.
Yeah.
So I don't
Guys,
know.
I'll be back later.
All right, big up yourself, Eunice.
Big up everyone.
Yeah.
Going to eat hummus, yeah? One thing.
Hummus is ready.
He and his tribe, from whence you see him not.
Throughout 2019, the Egyptian media began reporting on the experiences user claimed to have had with the blue elephant pill. In one study, after about 10 seconds of ingesting it, a man described being transported to another world where his current reality dissolved into what he described as intertwined threads. Here he encountered several intelligent anomalous entities, such as brightly colored peacocks with 4 eyes and 4 arms, and beings who took the form of long-gone historical figures. A second case study detailed the account of a girl who said that the moment she ingested the anomaly, her environment literally began to peel away like paper from a wall, revealing another world underneath. Here she encountered one of the Jinn Kings, an extremely powerful class of Jinn that rules over countless communities of Jinn. During this event, the subject experienced mild time dilation, where she claimed that she remained in conversation with this entity for nearly an hour, despite only being under the influence for several minutes. Critics and cynics of the use of DMT or the supernatural experiences associated with it can be categorized into 3 camps. The first believe that the anomalous effects users report are entirely psychological. They are only hallucinations generated by the mind, devoid of any real paranormal component. The second camp, while believing that the supernatural component is real, the entities users claim to encounter are for the most part malevolent Jinn. These Jinn may pretend to be friendly, but their ultimate goal is to trick humans into worshipping them. The third camp, while also believing in the supernatural, does not believe that it can provide access to a dimension where the Jinn exist. It only allows us to view our current 3D reality in its full natural form. For example, Mufti Abu Layth, a controversial liberal Islamic scholar and expert on Middle Eastern history, believes that the substance should be classified as halal, meaning permissible under.
This is the brother who they ran up in his yard. If you remember that video I played the other day when Raj was on, and they was like, "Come on, then you cunt, come outside, you cunt, you filthy fucking cunt." Yeah, it was his yard.
Mufti, yeah?
It was his yard.
And he is a Mufti, yeah?
Is he
Well,
from?
I think he calls himself that. I don't know the full 100, but
Mhm.
people like Mohammed Hijab and that have gone on record. Obviously, in fact, he kind of blamed Mohammed Hijab for them running up on him because he called him. I don't know. I don't want to get it wrong. Either an enemy of Islam or
Munafiq.
I don't know what it was, but yeah, it was after that
Oh shit.
that they ran up in his crib. I'm not saying that it was anything to do with Mohammed Hijab, but he's definitely publicly called this guy like a kuffar, I think. You know what I mean?
What?
I'm sure he has this a video of it out there somewhere. Just a side note. So this video is obviously like Islamocentric. Do you know what I mean? But I feel it's cool though. I just want to find the sources for this study that he keeps referring to where these people are reporting this. I just want to know the sources of where they are.
This is interesting. Guardian angels, manipulative demons.
Its full natural form. For example, Mufti Abu Layth, a controversial liberal Islamic scholar and expert on Middle Eastern history, believes that the substance should be classified as halal, meaning permissible under Islamic law, since it is both a naturally occurring substance that has no addictive qualities, nor does it compromise brain function like alcohol, for example. In fact, because it seemingly sharpens and expands the mind, allowing the user to see way beyond their normal visual range, it can help facilitate a better understanding of God and the nature of his reality. Although he does stop short of saying that this could also be a means to communicate with the jinn, implying that this may not even be possible, he does mention that Islamic intellectuals from the medieval period and earlier, such as the Persian poet Rumi, used these plants to see the true nature of our reality. However, this is a fringe position, with the vast majority of Islamic scholars and researchers speaking against any use of the drug, viewing it as either a potential avenue for jinn possession or because of the negative psychological effects it can have on the body.
What does it mean to you when an entity who you've just met, who you hardly understand, who is almost analyzing and studying you is saying, worship me? That's a task, that's an instruction or a command. Worship me. What does that mean to you?
According to the researcher Khalil Siren, who has studied for over a decade the supernatural phenomena associated with DMT, the users of these types of substances expose themselves to extra-dimensional manipulation. His associate, Ahmed Middlepath, states that all of the different avenues that allow humans to access higher dimensions or to see our current dimension in its unfiltered form, such as yoga, ayahuasca, astral projection, and even UFO encounters, are all part of the same phenomena originating from magic and jinn interaction. Doctors who have recorded various entity encounters reported that users quite often meet higher dimensional beings who present themselves in forms that were Egyptian.
Just to remind you that they're talking about DMT now, yeah. Not mushrooms, not psilocybin. It's a different chemical. You get me? So,
Yeah, I was getting a bit confused.
Pharaonic or even Sumerian in appearance, with one journalist saying that he met a being that presented itself in the form of the ancient Persian deity Marduk. The point some of these critics make from a religious perspective is that the jinn might change its appearance depending on who encounters it. Different cultures may develop different lores and names to describe these entities, but ultimately they are all variations of the same thing, the jinn. Historians, sociologists, and psychologists have a similar hypothesis, but from a scientific perspective, they state that these beings are essentially Jungian archetypes, stock monsters created.
Yeah.
Carl Jung.
Yeah.
Right.
Archetypes. So he's saying that the human
I knew it.
psyche has certain archetypes that it creates to understand and process the world or society.
I think he calls them
Well, first things first, big up.
And these higher
But
thinkers.
I do think there is some. I do think this is another half truth. There is some truth in that.
He calls them the shadows. Your shadows.
We say King.
No, it's Raheem.
Big up, Raheem.
Big up.
Yeah,
I think he calls
Raheem.
them. I think he calls them shadows, or one of the aspects is your shadow, and that's like your lowest, and it all varies depending on your state. And in fact, he came up with a way, and a few psychologists can do it to basically connect yourself with all of these subconscious parts of you to kind of open you up a lot more.
Yeah. We know these men are judge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're on the judge thing.
Open
Crystal
you
ball
up.
thing.
Mm.
Look, we said it, Madame Velasquez. Like, what do you think she was doing? Like, bruv, all of these, what they call it, esoterical, and all of these crystal ball stuff and this Ashtar command. It's all the same thing,
bro.
You know what I mean?
He's a psychologist. He wasn't a
psychology.
Yeah, but psychology,
hell.
is not a
He
science.
was
is
also
it?
he was a close friend with Sigmund
Sorry.
Freud.
Yeah, exactly.
He's another psychologist.
It's not a real scientist.
Also amazing.
Psychology is invented by these guys to control people's minds and do mind control and all of these type of things. We explained these things already, bro. Like,
I can agree with you, but it's also psychology is programming and deprogramming.
Exactly. But from their
agree.
perspective, we don't care about that. That's not the perspective that was around when these mushrooms and all of these other things were around thousands of years ago. We're talking early 1900s, late 1800s.
Personally, I disagree because
these are babies
as with anything, nothing is new. Everything is just used, especially when it comes to certain philosophies and when it comes to science. Science is naturally an Eastern principle. So
it's everywhere.
The world takes that and then flips it on its head.
It's everywhere. It can't be just Eastern. It can't be Eastern. It's universal.
It was not a West science. The fact is, science. It's a fact. Science is Eastern.
No, but the esoterical. Sorry, esoterical. Science is everywhere, right? When they got into science, right? But the rest of the world have been doing whatever they're doing for thousands of years, and all they've done is collected as much information as they possibly can in their secret organizations, secret schools, secret institutes, even down to the Institute for Egyptology. All of this is the information they're trying to keep, trying to work out, trying to exercise, trying to reverse engineer. All of these things are apparent. Like, it's crazy.
I was just looking at that comment.
Thank you. Facts. We know this. So as I said, like this psychology, we can't. It's a new one. It's the last of them, and it's definitely encompasses people trying to fuck with your mind and control the masses. All this crowd control, all of these things. These are part of this psychology. It's crazy.
Radar, what you say, bro?
And taking drugs. Sorry.
Yo, Radar.
He sounds really
ringing a bell. Bing.
What did you say, Radar? I didn't hear nothing. He came up for me. I didn't hear anything, man.
And he sounded really far away when he spoke.
Yeah, I heard
What did he say?
Yo.
Yo, yeah, we can't hardly hear you, bro.
You're gonna say it like radar.
What one?
Has he turned his mic down?
I don't know.
I turned it though.
Oh.
It was distorted it. Alright, fuck it, bro. Pick up.
Yeah, play.
Yeah, I think sorry.
Go on.
I was gonna say, I just think that
Radar, you're very low, bro. You're very, very low.
Hold on, let me.
Not you, Radar. Not you, Rashid.
Raheem.
Sorry, Rashid. Not you, bro. Radar, you're very low, bro. So you might wanna do. What was you saying, Raheem?
I think a lot of what we forget is that with these drugs that we use, not even drugs, these herbs or these mind-altering things. A lot of it were rites of passage. You had to build up to it. You had to be initiated to be able to take this stuff. And there was levels of training that our ancestors and
That's
other
a good
people
point.
went through
Mm-hmm.
to use
That's a
it
good
and
point.
understand what everything means.
Only for the headstrong, man.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? As in anything. But you could see that mushrooms and lotus flowers and all of this was very important to them. Yeah. And it allowed them to get into certain states and whatever, depending on the individual. Because Akhenaten is a perfect person you could say was a spiritual guy. He loved the sun so much. So he loved a lot of things so much. And maybe the reason why he felt like that is because he took this lotus and was sniffing it every minute and this one and holding up to the. You get it? So, I don't know. It makes sense. Like the cocaine mummies. Like, what was they using cocaine for? Right, man. They want to reach higher states and higher levels of consciousness, so you can see the shapes and geometrics to build a
That's
pyramid.
technology. That's real technology.
Yeah,
That's the
to build
technology
a
that a lot of
pyramid.
people have been steered away from.
Mm-hmm.
That's real technology. Like
Like,
being
how
able
come we
to.
ain't got that maths? You know what
I'm
I
not
mean?
gonna lie,
Anymore?
yeah. In one, like, I want to. I'm not promoting it, but I'm saying I toy with the idea that different states of consciousness is like technology, and it's the true evolution. It's the true unlocking of human potential, not machines.
Not machines.
Not that false exterior shit. It's internal, and I think there's obviously right and wrong ways to be doing this shit, whatever. But I definitely think that we need to be looking inward, because there's like a literal multiverse universe inward with your eyes closed. There's literally so much more in there than is fathomable. Because
what's the Bible say? The kingdom of heaven is within you.
Right.
Right?
I keep saying this, man. Know thyself. All of these type of quotes, and all these glands, all these things, and all of these things that we're taking that we have in our body as well. It's like raw. Do you get what I'm saying?
Naturally producing that.
Yeah, controlled amount. So it makes sense. You know what I mean? But,
Would you guys
sometimes
think
you need
that
a
it will
top
come
up.
with a cost though?
No, sometimes you need a top up though, because like
Huh?
yeah, it's real. Like, I said sometimes you need a top
I would
up.
say like to take steroids will probably come at a cost of your health in the long run, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Because or let's say testosterone, right? Will come at a cost of your health in the long run, because it's this artificial shit that you're putting in your body. Even if you get it from an animal or whatever, I don't know, they got all kinds of tricks. It's not what your body's producing. However, there's also natural testosterone boosting substances that you can eat in nature. And people that have these type of foods in their diet, the men obviously display a higher fertility rate, higher testosterone levels, right? So there is ways to naturally boost what you have that I think could be considered
I hear you,
kosher
Jay.
or halal.
Like they say with the
But
back
I'm
of
thinking more like spiritually. Sorry, Marco.
spiritual.
I'm thinking more spiritually, like you tapping into yourself in the different dimensions in yourself, like you said, and try to open up your, I don't know,
pineal
and
gland, pituitary gland, whatever.
This is why I say, personally, for me, it's not for everyone, but personally for me, I don't refuse, because that's going to seem like it's final concluded. That sounds closed-minded. But as of yet, I am not willing to utilize any sounds, motions, signals, pictures, words, thoughts, intentions, breathing techniques, fucking physical positions, asanas, beats, binary beats, nothing. I want nothing. I want no shaman. I want nothing involved in that type of
no mantras, no
right. That's what I always say.
Thank you, because I'm afraid of that one too. Like,
Remember we learned that the other day, Axel.
Me
That
and you.
repetition
Got in
is
that
not
thing,
a good thing. Repetition is not a good thing. Allow it. You know what I mean?
Repetition is form of hypnosis.
Why is it not a good thing?
It's not a good thing, man. Because
not
it
a
is
good
a form of.
Why?
Because as I say, it was referring to the Hindu practices and the guru stuff and all of this type of stuff. So yeah, it's very repetitive. These lot were shaking up and down in a large room doing mad stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, bro,
reggae.
yeah.
I do get that, but I think
So
it must be to the
and this was
degree
back
in
in the
what
60s,
you're repeating, because
I give
there
you
are
my reasoning.
certain things where if you repeat and you resonate at a certain frequency by repeating those things, it's like, is it the Sufis? They do that dance and they go around in a circle. But the frequency that they take and emit is intense.
But
And
it's
it's
good.
something.
It's
So
good.
it depends on your
But hold
repetition.
on.
It's
That's
good.
great. That's great.
Again,
But for me, I got to be
mantra.
shown who Allah is before I keep
Oh no,
repeating.
100%. This is why I said
Before I
it
keep
depends
repeating that
on
word.
what you're repeating.
No,
Definitely,
don't
it
do it.
depends on
Don't
what
do
you're
it,
repeating.
I
bro.
wouldn't be repeating any kind of word to get
I'm
myself
saying don't
into a
do it.
trance. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
and
saying.
they're saying don't do it. They're saying
So
that any type of mantra, any type of repeating of words, you know what I mean? It's like you're a madman.
I'm
No,
saying this, yeah. The key
say
is
something once and keep it
you're
there. Let
not
it be
like
done.
my belief is this, yeah. Some possess a natural, innate, maybe even biological, but definitely spiritual ability to access certain apps. Yeah, certain apps that are available, right? Some people can do that naturally. Some people have the potential, but they never realize it. They never activate it.
Some people get locked up, like you said earlier.
Some people are born with it activated and are accidentally doing some shit, and then find a way to shut it down. Do you know what I mean? And some people don't have the ability, but they have the knowledge or are given the knowledge of how to go about finding a way to do that. So what people do, yeah, is because they don't have the ability, for instance, to I don't know, see into the future, yeah, or something. What they do is they find a way to ask an entity or a spirit or a person that can, right?
Yeah.
So then it's like they got the middleman now. Now the middleman is what my issue is, right?
100%.
Because from what I know of this spiritual thing, this spirit seems to be very tricky and very deceptive about their true identities, and they seem to hold multiple identities and whatever. From the little research that I've done, it seems to me that you can't actually, for me personally, I wouldn't really trust my safety on any one entity without it being proven to me unequivocally that this was the Most High Creator, or at least an entity that was representing that. Do you know what I mean? And I know that it's going to be next to impossible to find a way, but there's going to be next to impossible to convince somebody like me unless you are that being. So I live with that security. So I don't dabble in nothing. I'm not, and I ain't going to be taking an oath or doing anything that's going to invalidate my clean slate in that respect, because that's the only thing I really got to hang on to. I've done so many crimes and sins, and do you know what I mean? But the one thing the one thing that keeps my heart clean is not associating myself with anything that could somehow contaminate or give me some allegiance to some being or some entity. Like, I'm not on it. I'm not feeling it. Do you know what I mean? And and in that way, any of the practices that I would do would not involve anything. It would just be the power of will, and whatever belief or intention, and that's it. This is why I don't even like the word meditate or meditation. I don't like it. Because if you tell someone about meditating, then they start crossing their legs and putting their hands on their and certain mudras, doing mudras with their hand and making certain sounds. And I personally wouldn't fuck with that.
Can I ask, like, do you believe that you could be infiltrated in yourself without knowing that you are, and therefore, even if you're trying to connect to something greater, that you could be stopped because of the programmed self that's within you? Does that make sense, what I just said?
No, say it one more time.
So do you believe that you could have, without knowing, a programmed self inside of you, and that
Self.
while you're
Yeah.
self,
Yes, that's what
self.
psycho.
Yeah, you
So
can have
Being a
you know
psycho.
how you're saying you believe in
program.
like the power of will, like yourself.
Yeah.
How do you know that if you don't have that other self inside of yourself, that it may be blocking you from other things, which could help you?
I really don't really understand the question.
I think you're talking about like the good angel and the right side, and then you have the left side.
No. Like, so we all understand that programming is very real.
Sorry.
And with programming becomes the ability to be opened up to forces that we do not know and may experience in ways that may seem right to us or wrong. So you could be infiltrated by an external force that you cannot feel.
No, I can't be possessed unless I accept it. Yeah, unless I deliberately.
How do you know?
Because I
Because you know.
because I know my status.
Would have happened already.
I know my status, but I can't be. But some people can be.
Yep.
Yeah, and some people are open up to that. Personally, I have to make a conscious decision to open up to anything.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, but what I would say though is that I'm definitely vulnerable to what I call thought processes, which I think these kind of entities are capable of trying to implant suggestions, little thoughts. So you have to you have to watch. You have to watch your inclination to go and do certain things sometimes. Randomly you get this little impulse, like, right, I'm gonna go to. And then when you get there and shit goes tits up, you really have to check yourself and think, what was that initial thing that? Do you know what I mean?
How did I get here?
And after a while, you kind of start to recognize that foreign thoughts do seem to float around, and this is why being in the now and knowing yourself is very important, because once you train yourself, it becomes a little bit harder to be, because you've basically it'll be like, I'll give you a good example, right? That's a good example. If you're in a spiritual battle or a spiritual war, if you're in a certain position where it would be dangerous to allow you leverage, for instance, in the material world, because you might utilize that to buy you more time to become more of an issue, more of a thorn in the side, more of an opposition to say the current agenda. You might meet somebody like a well-to-do philanthropist that bumps into you on a train or on the road, and you get chatting, and this person is like, you know what, I like you, and you see that idea you had, I want to fund it. In fact, I want to fund 5 of them. Yeah, fuck it. There's something about you rare. Now, I propose that these type of scenarios happen all the time, right? But something happens in between, yeah. Him going home to send you the email and set it up proper and blah, 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 blah. Something happens in between. All of a sudden, this person is going to go cold on you and you just know it. It's going to go cold. And it's just a metaphor. It's just an example. But it's like some people that are open can be interfered with. So they can be given a thought process right, you know what, don't trust this guy. Or, do you know what, it's long, or this is risky, or do you know what, you better think about it, rare. And before you know it, it's almost like where you was just about to make a leap ahead in this chessboard, somebody's implanted a little word, had a little whisper in someone's ear, and the thought process has been inseminated, and all of a sudden, this person's not on it. Now, it sounds like I'm talking about conjecture and fiction, but I've experienced people being literally told that, yeah, this thought process will be implanted here. And I've seen it manifest. I've seen it. I've seen this. I've seen the system fighting back. As in what's his name? What's his name was chatting yesterday? Vin was talking yesterday about how when he saw these apparitions around the people, it seemed to have some kind of control over them, and the people looked up.
And they saw him watching them.
And they
like,
saw him, and he reckons it was because of these things that were on them that were the reason why they looked up and even noticed him. And I'm saying, like, that's why I said I fully believe you. Like, yeah, I fully believe you, because that is kind of similar to like a thought process that can be pushed out to a targeted individual to try and get them to think a certain way. Yeah, sometimes they try to push depressive thoughts to certain targeted individuals to, like, you know, make them want to commit suicide or make them angry at a moment where they need to be calm, and all of a sudden they're getting arrested. You're like, fuck, why did they do that? You know that, like, you know, you've been saying certain things, you've been doing certain things, wherever you can see that things start going wrong for you all of a sudden. The system starts letting you know that, yeah, it's not like a man needs to come out and say to you, oh yeah, you know what, bro, you've been chatting off your mouth about this and that and blah, blah, blah. Now we're going to fuck you up. No, all of a sudden you lose your job, or this goes wrong, or there's some investigation into something, some old shit pops up. This fine goes through your, do you know what I mean?
Are you on about the inner voice? That being...
No, not your inner, it's not your inner voice. It's you can throw suggestions at people. I'm saying,
but how would it be perceived?
People, like, listen, it's simply this. Let's just cut to the bullshit. Yeah, if you meditate and you go to the realm where everybody's information is, everybody has like an area where you can decipher information about them, because it's like reading a billboard. It's like reading the menu on a restaurant. Outside of it, you can see certain information. If you have that skill and that ability, you can tell their name. All you need is someone's face, and you can find out so much information about them if they haven't got it guarded and protected with their own technology and their own know-how. This is just how it works. People can come to your area unbeknownst to you, yeah, and implant suggestions, do all sorts of jiggery pokery. I won't get into it too much, but this is essentially, it's like an inception. Yes, it is like an inception, and it leaves you feeling like this thought is kind of like your own, and it might only last for a while, but it might be done just at the right time where you're about to make a decision or something. Do you know what I mean? Or it might just influence you to become heated and aggravated and frustrated, so that when this orchestrated incident in the real world comes to you, you're gonna have less patience than you normally would, and all of a sudden, bam, it's the recipe for like a flash in the pan situation that could change your whole life and put you in debt or on a back foot when you maybe had an opportunity to battle something that you was facing. This is what judge is. This is like the reality of what people do, that they go to your little area in this other space, dimension, whatever you want to call it, realm, and they tinker with your shit and try to manipulate you. This is what Darren Brown is doing. You can read some shit. You get me? You can see someone's aura, what someone's state is, their lineage, what affiliations they're with. You get me? Whether somebody has joined the Masons or some other shit, whether somebody is in a witch's coven, you get me? You can look into them, see stuff about their family, see stuff about like their lifestyle, their health, can affect their health or contribute to it. You can try to affect their health. It may or may not work depending on your ability, depending on their ability, and other weird little variables that I just don't understand. But this is real shit.
I agree with you, because I had a friend in school who could make people itch. It sounds stupid.
Yeah.
And at first I used to think, you're just being dumb. But we went out to like the local shopping centre, and he and I were standing at like, the fourth floor. I got 5 floors, standing at the 4th floor. He pointed to like several people, and he said, "Watch." And then, they would itch. They would start scratching. So what you're saying is very true. People, I think it does, as you said, it depends on your lineage and what gifts you've been given.
Yeah.
gives you that ability to do certain things, to see certain things.
This is why I'm
Obviously, you
saying.
can force it with the middleman, 100%.
Right, exactly. This is the whole point. Some people
there are the
naturally
natural
have
and
that
non-natural
ability.
ways of doing it.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
But now the funny thing is, those people with the natural ability usually have been scouted and usurped, or had their access in some way cut off. Do you know what I mean? So it's like there's very little free agents out there, like genuine free agents, from my understanding. And that could be, it could be a misinterpretation. It could be wrong. But I'm just telling you, like, what I actually have observed and believe. But I'm willing to, you know, I'm willing to hear other people's opinions and what anyone else thinks. But like, I rarely go into so much detail. But those that know me know that I'm not chatting shit. I've been telling you, I've been saying this shit for like nearly 10 years now. You get me? I've had chats with Radar and all that. You get me? My descriptions ain't gonna change. My detail ain't gonna change. I just try not to mention certain personal information that can be used against me, as you could understand. You get me? But definitely, like, when I tell you, I know this shit happens, man. There's a war, bruv. There's a war, a whole unseen war on mankind based on this ability to go, and that's just one realm. That's just one realm. There's many other realms of existence or whatever that, you know what I mean? This is why I feel like, I don't know, this thing seems kind of realistic. What they're talking about, these, when he's saying about these dimensions and maybe different beings exist on different dimensions, but what they're not saying is, even in the third dimension and possibly in the 2 dimension, they are beings, individuals that can transcend. So there will be a 3D human being that somehow has the ability to transcend the 3rd, 4th, 5th, rare, whatever, or certain. And but that man's working in the fucking Pentagon or beyond. That man's working. Trust me, man. Like, what these men are working with and what these lot have learned and how they apply their information.
They're
like,
probably in some organization somewhere.
Of course.
Like, yeah.
And these powerful men, a lot of them, like, you know, they're witches and warlocks. It's not no secret. Like, it's not. I know it sounds a bit like fantasy, but they're revealing it. They're showing you slowly, but surely, like, it's hard for you to deny the fact that the elite are into the occult. Whether or not you believe it or not, it's hard to deny that these men are. There's more and more threads. They're being more and more open. It's more and more blatant and in your face. Now, at this point, it comes like you don't want to see that they believe in it. If you don't concur, it's a bit, you know what I mean? And they have been for a very long time. You know, centuries. You know, it's not changed, and we understand these people that are in power, these people that are in prominence, these people that are on pedestals, they're not just wasting their fucking precious time and money on some fancy dress bollocks for no reason. They're not just doing that. There's a reason behind it, bruv. Trust me. It's like I said, you don't even have to believe it's real. That has nothing to do with whether they believe it's real.
There was a film. What's it saying? You don't have to believe in the devil. The devil believes in you. I can't remember what film it was. But yeah, exactly the same thing.
I really want to talk on the subject, but I can't grasp everything that's been said because I think I missed a little bit of the beginning. Plus, my mind's kind of distracted because I tried to quit cigarettes today, and at the moment, I keep thinking, should I go buy a pack? Should I go buy a pack? So I'm kind of half not focusing. So I might just run short.
I said you might just run short. That's what so I might just run short.
I'm going. I'm good speaking again. It's been a while. Chat to you in a bit, yeah?
Are you off, yeah?
Yeah, man, I'm off.
Big up, bro. Wow. Is this something you said, Radar?
Fuck knows.
Sarah, what one?
Big up, everyone.
What's
You
going
don't
on,
want to cut
man?
you off there, but big up, everyone.
Sorry.
It's been a good show, man. Still, I've been in and out today.
Yeah.
It's been a good show.
Be right back.
Enjoy
I'll
this.
probably jump on my phone, but I'm going to stay on here unless someone needs another spot. But I'll be back on my phone.
Jungian archetypes, stock monsters created by the human mind.
yeah,
But from a
Jungian
psychologist
archetypes.
and psychologists have a similar hypothesis. But from a scientific perspective, they state that these beings are essentially Jungian archetypes, stock monsters created by the human mind that you will find across all societies, regardless of history, race, and background. So what scares or amazes us in one culture will do so in all cultures.
I don't agree at all.
Granny,
I don't agree with that at all.
I got the job.
Find the right job now.
But I do
Total
believe
Jobs. Jobs are our job.
what
I don't care what you're doing.
the truth is
you
that
need
these
to stop
archetypes
and listen
exist.
to this interview.
Right? It's not stock
That
monsters.
said, there
The
have
reason
been
why
encounters and
all these cultures depict lizard men and certain things is because at some point in time, this shit is real. I even toyed with the idea of this, right? Have you ever seen Cabin in the Woods?
Yeah,
Anyone?
I have.
No, that's a horror movie, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know.
It's a bad boy film, right?
Bad boy film.
But all right, how can I put it? You know, like you know, all these films are based on the fact is werewolves are really real. And all these films have been about werewolves. Now the films are mocking the reality based on a film that's mocking the reality. So it's like, we thought like werewolves, vampires, all these concepts are deeply rooted. All what's it? The Brothers Grimm. You know these these fables and these nursery rhymes and these folklores, folk tales, these Anansis and all these things. These are the actual things that really exist in our dimensions or somewhere, right? And they've been depicted. These are the things that are in the corner of our minds, and they keep trying to keep it there. That's why there's no generation that won't get to know about this shit because they make sure that it's always there. They teach our kids it. They put it in the films. They put it in the cartoons. They make a film about the cartoon. They make a cartoon about the film. They make a game. It's in this story, that story. It's a whole genre. Vampires is a whole genre on its own. Werewolves is a whole genre. Witches is a whole genre. All these things. What generation of people have been spared this bombardment of these archetypes? So of course it's going to be in our minds because you lot make sure that it stays there. You make sure it stays there. You make sure that I watch Transformers, that my older brother and my uncle watch Transformers and my kids watch Transformers. You make sure you get me. You keep repeating the same kind of images over and over. Just remix it a little bit. Dinosaurs is so important for kids to watch. You make sure, boom. All these space programs, a whole genre of space. Make sure reiterate till there's no way that you can separate the shit that you've seen in the film to where you actually are. It's a total mind fuck. They be placing all these type of things in our minds.
Subconsciously making it us normal to it, like
normal to it.
Normalizes things, yeah. Like even
normalizes
fairy
it.
tales,
Fairy
Grim
tales.
Brothers, a lot of them were based on German folk tales, like
Yeah.
Little Red Riding Hood, basically
Yeah.
about a paedophile. So if you go into critical literacy and you look at the history of fairy tales, it's some demon shit, bro. Some deep, dark shit.
But not only that, you see, like with the MK Ultra, they know how the psyche reacts to certain images, even certain images in a certain succession.
Yeah, very true.
You see what I'm saying? It's a
Very
deep.
It's very political. A lot of it is political. There's agendas behind it, 100%.
crazy.
Even in
It's a very
politics, they
deep
use
science.
pictures and cartoons to kind of ease you into stuff, and then
You know what they say? They say the human eye can perceive up to 1,000 layers. Yeah, so your subconscious can perceive that they're up to 1,000 layers on top of a picture.
What do you mean by layers? Like, you lot going too fast.
Like, you
man.
know, when
pictures
you
are
layer
weapons.
pictures,
Man. Pictures are weapons.
you know when you layer pictures, yeah. So you could just turn down the opacity, but like it still be slightly visible, depictable. We could pick
Ah,
up
I don't.
1,000.
That's why they hide it in
Damn
cartoons
it,
and what
damn
do
it,
the
damn
Disney
it.
movies.
I don't understand it. I don't.
All the little
I'm sorry to be that
symbolisms.
guy, but I don't. I want to know. We'll just dumb it down for me if possible,
Yeah,
please.
man. It's not a damn it down thing. It's just a listen thing. You're saying you don't before I even got to fucking. You get me? But yeah, imagery, right? You can place one picture on top of another and see through the top layer and see the image on the bottom underneath it, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hello?
So are we speaking
Radar?
about like but
Radar, can you or not, man? Yes or not?
are we speaking about like
have
what
you
in the
seen-
mind, like what you can
No.
visualize?
I'm speaking about when you
Memory?
make your. I'm speaking about when you make your little mad pictures, yeah, and you put one thing over the other, yeah. You can play with the opacity so that you can see through one layer into the other, but you can see both layers. Yes or no?
That I don't understand, innit? I don't know why.
Oh my god.
Fam, I'm being real, innit? Like, don't judge, man, innit? I'm being real, innit? What I'm to do?
2
Lie.
sheets
Yeah,
of
man,
paper.
I understand, innit?
Like it could be tracing paper, for
Alright,
example.
cool. How did you make this image, Radar?
It's just a normal image, innit? I just to cut the background and then put
How
out the
did you make this image? Just be simple. What program did you use?
just one online app.
Okay, cool. Like, are you really got a black background behind you? Is
No.
there really a black background behind you, or did you place that yourself there?
I
on
removed
the
the
black image?
background.
Okay, so imagine now you didn't remove the background, but you removed the picture. So it was you cut that picture out from somewhere else, and you placed it on a black background. Yeah, Radar.
Okay.
Can you imagine that, right? Now imagine if I made it so that the image of you became a little bit transparent, so we could see the black background behind the image of you standing there. Can
Yeah,
you
I get
fathom
you.
that?
So just like a Photoshop thing. innit?
Like a Photoshop thing. So that's called opacity. The how opaque you are. Opaque being see-through, right? Transparency, right? So you can toggle it and make it slightly transparent, right? Then I can put another image on top of that, yeah, and we can toggle that and make it slightly transparent. So each time you can see the image behind, but the more images you put on, consciously you're going to stop recognizing what's underneath, but subconsciously you have the ability to see up to 1,000 image layers and perceive it. So you have the ability to uncode that in your subconscious.
So if I'm looking at an image on a TV, for example, because I think I'm
there
following
could be
you.
another layer over it.
There could be 1,000 layers, and I can only see the first few layers.
You're only perceiving the first few layers consciously, but subconsciously you are perceiving all of the layers, like subliminal imagery or subliminal messaging. It's like that. It's that same concept of how your subconscious is able to decode and pick up, even decipher certain codes, that your conscious mind is not aware of. And this is how another way that they can program you, because they know certain archetypal words go in a certain succession with a certain flow to it that can maybe put you in a trance-like state.
Yeah, even the word you just said, flow to it. If you pronounce it in a certain way, like float, ooh, it, or something like that, you can like. I'm familiar with like speech in that kind of way, isn't it? Like it's mad.
Well, yeah. That I hope. So I was just trying to illustrate that little layering thing of how the subconscious can pick up a lot more than you consciously recognize.
Yeah, that's mad. But thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that.
No, you're good, bro.
I'm just real in it. Like if I don't know what I'll say in it. If I don't know what I'll say, and I don't care. Innit?
Of course.
I want to understand and follow the conversation. Innit?
Yeah.
Dimensional realm that goes beyond that. That said, there have been encounters in this higher dimensional realm that goes beyond scientific understanding, where users have testified to having been given knowledge of either future events by these entities or current events that they should not have known of themselves. So, if it is not the jinn as the source of this information, then the human mind may be way more complex than we can begin to imagine. One theory suggests that there is a deliberate plan to suppress our brain's ability to perform tasks that can be perceived as quote-unquote superhuman, with the global population being fluoridated since birth. Here, fluoride behaves as a type of suppressant, preventing the unlocking of the pineal gland. Mystics from many different cultures worldwide
right.
believe that by
Calcified.
opening up our
Mad.
pineal glands, we can access the secrets of the universe. It is believed that some ancient Egyptian societies understood this. In their depiction of the Eye of Horus, a symbol meant to represent health and wellness from beyond our world, its design shows an uncanny resemblance to the part of the brain that encompasses the pineal gland, indicating that they knew something about our biology that our scientists are only just learning about now.
Told ya.
But are we as a global society ready to access such a superpower? Putting aside the psychological dangers the Egyptian media has reported on, users of DMT have repeatedly spoken of encountering hundreds and even thousands of strange entities in just one trip. We are talking about at least one entire civilization of creatures that might exist just beyond our visual range. And there could be many more, and not all of them may be friendly. The pineal gland may unlock doors to realities beyond our comprehension. But until the risks associated with peeking behind that veil are fully understood by both scientists and parapsychologists alike, is the global population ready to take that risk unsupervised? What do you think? Comment below, like
Boy.
and subscribe,
Jets.
and let's discuss.
What one man's ancestor is another man's entity, bro. Like, it's weird because like if you're he's relating it to the modern interpretation of what people are taking, right? But then you're relating it to the old Egyptian, which never had a report of, you know what I mean, of negative use, even though there might have been, but yeah, they never reported that. So I didn't see the correlation. Because if people are taking it in Egypt now, there's a lot of foreigners in Egypt now. So if they're tripping out, they're seeing the mummy. Do you get what I'm saying? Imhotep. They're seeing that, bro. I think that affects, you know what I mean? It affects the state you're in, what you know, what you've been exposed to, what's in your subconscious through the programming.
Okay, yeah.
In some ways, you might have to be pure or declutter your mind
of all
before you
these
start.
architects
Right.
that are lurking.
Right.
It's true.
Right. In the darkness, you know what I mean? Your deepest fears are something created artificially. Like,
artificially.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Chucky, for example. If someone trips and sees Chucky, we know where that came from, family. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, but then there's another. Yeah, well, Chucky might be one of it, but there's another argument.
Right.
Like half of these things are based on real shit. So when you see the real shit,
facts.
You correlating it to a movie you seen. Like for instance, this whole Andromeda Predator thing, and things like that. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't really know though.
But I think
personally,
I agree.
this ancestors
that.
thing, I'm suspicious of the whole ancestors thing. I can't do.
No,
I can't lie.
some are tripping. I mean, some must be taking some of these things to explain some of the things that are in the movie, because we're clearly finding out that look, no one just makes up shit. Do you get what I'm saying? So this whole Star Wars, for example, or you know what I mean, each episode and is based on some of this stuff. You know what I mean? And then what they're tripping on, maybe because they've got a religious background, or you know what I mean, in Christianity and that comes through the movie. Do you get it? So I don't know. It might be an option, because I think these guys at the higher level have access to these things, these George Lucases, these Stephen Kings and all of that. I think they do go off and take ayahuasca, come back and write a horror book. Do you get it? Because of the experiences they're seeing with these entities, and you know how they're approaching them. Because I think that they come to you in either something familiar or something that actually is in the deepest recesses of your mind that you're scared of. So
how do you make the difference if it is a friendly spirit or ancestor?
They're
like
gonna
you
come
said?
as your mum and that. They're gonna pretend to be your mum and
Yeah.
all them things there. And
you
or
know what I
whoever.
mean?
You know what I mean?
It depends.
Grandma,
It depends.
granddad.
Yeah, and that might be like the Thor's hammer thing, depending on your purity of your how you've kept yourself is gonna affect that experience.
Yeah, I hear
You know what
you.
I'm saying?
So look
Like
at a lot of
if
people,
you haven't
yeah.
exposed yourself,
But this
like
is why most people just say, fuck this, I ain't dealing with it.
Exactly,
right,
Jet.
right,
I am
because
one
they
of them,
know
yeah.
themselves.
I am one of them. I know them exist.
Yeah,
They
with the
are
rock
around.
music and all of that, it's gonna be peak for you. You know what I mean? This is ZZ Top's gonna be out
He's
there,
shooking her
NDT
up.
playing the guitar.
He's shooking her up. She got shook when he said that. She went silent, boy.
No, because I'm thinking
Shit.
the next thing right now
Mad.
in my head, yeah. So
ZZ
it's like,
Top and that. Upside down, mad hatter, all sorts of weird. You know, you're gonna see the All Father patch over one eye and all of that. That's how you've been
But I don't know,
indoctrinated.
man.
That's
Because
what
if
you've
I'm
been
honest with you, I can't. Like people have reported that. I can't ever say that I've experienced anything like that. So I can't confirm that shit is real. Like as in, everyone sees. I got a theory that psilocybin interacts differently with different genetics.
Right.
Like most drugs, like most compounds, chemically, depending on your chemical composition and your genetic traits, your predispositions, yeah, and your mutations, it's going to interact with you differently. I.e., if I bill a zoo and smoke it, I'm gonna get tired, yeah, I'm gonna get buzzing, or I'm gonna get relaxed, yeah, I'm gonna get creative. If you burn a zoo, and I'm talking to a imaginary you, if you burn a zoo, you get paranoid and aggressive and restless.
Right.
This Johnny buns a zoo and he's totally out of it. He's vomiting. Do you know what I mean? Next one keeps giggling. This weed is affecting everyone differently, depending on their makeup and their, like, come on, it's normal, isn't it?
Of course.
So
My friend saw pink elephants. He can't smoke weed for shit. He stuck to alcohol and cigarettes, man. It's cool, weird.
Yeah, it's not
You know
for
what I mean?
you.
It's not for you, bro.
For whatever reason, or maybe it's not for you at that time. Maybe you
Your
can try it
makeup
later.
is-
I know people that was allergic to bananas and now they can eat them, or they could eat bananas and now they can't. Your body composition changes,
yeah.
depending on the source of where you're getting it from as well. You know.
It's like me with prawns, boy. Mad.
Yeah, I one time I had a bad batch of prawns.
Is
Say
it
that
worth
again?
it? No, I'm just wondering, yeah.
What?
Like, is it worth it?
Is
to be like-
anything worth it, Axum?
That's the thing, yeah.
Because you could try a new food. Oh yeah, Axum, look, I've got this from my home country. Do you want to try some?
Yeah.
And you're gonna try some, and your throat start closing because you never knew you was allergic to that. Every day you tried a new food when you was growing up, there's a danger that you was gonna try something that you had a fatal unknown allergy to. Come on,
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
you listen. You talk about is it worth it, and you got the jab.
Mad.
Yeah, I hear that too. But no, I don't know if I want to. No, to be honest, yeah, to make my sanity go totally local.
Go on.
If I see stuff I'm not meant to see, this is the thing. Yeah, I don't think I'm meant to see other beings or other entities.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why can you then?
Yeah. I know, but if I know what you're saying, just but I'm saying like, what can,
I do
if
hear you,
yeah, it's not like I see them around me right now. Yeah. So it's just, and we don't know so much about them either. Yeah. So why do
Let me
I
ask
want
you
to
something.
involve?
Let me ask you something. Do you think you was meant to read and write?
Not really, if you go by nature, right?
Mad.
I hear you. I understand what you're saying.
Now you know how to write script, write in cursive.
I do everything. Yeah. I'm just too afraid to tap into stuff that is not like.
And I think the key thing to all of this discussion is the fear aspect. And even though I understand you, I don't want to adopt a paradigm of fear. Yeah. Obviously, there's being sensible, there's being safe, there's being practical, there's being informed. Do you know what I mean? And there's also being confident. And I feel like sometimes the confidence and your awareness of self and your strength of mind is a tool to push you into the unknown to get to because you have like a certain level of self-confidence of being able to deal with things, right?
Yeah.
And then you could become totally overwhelmed, but the confidence got you there. And sometimes that's half the thing, the mission. Because if you didn't have the confidence, you would never have got to that point. You're gonna feel overwhelmed, then you're gonna overcome it, and now you're gonna be able to what's the word? Justify your confidence now. Yeah, man, I knew I could do it, man. Of course, man. Yeah, right. And you get me? But then you're gonna tell the story. I can't lie. Halfway through it, I was shook. I thought I was fucked. But nah, man got through it. This is what exploration and all these things are about. Some of our people swam and sailed to places that they didn't know where the fuck they were going. And if it weren't for them, we don't know if we'd be here. And there were some people that were saying, is it even worth it? Let's just stay here. Charlie, Oga, for what? Let's just stay here. And I was like, you know what? Nah, like somebody said, let's explore, let's push a little bit more. And I do think that is part of human nature as well.
Of course.
The scariest thing that people do, like people jump off cliffs, people do all kinds of thrill seeking. They ride fast in cars, they go on rides, they drink, they do all sorts of things for the thrill and for the excitement of the rush of doing something and challenging that fear factor. And I'm saying the greatest cliff to jump off is the one inside your mind.
That's why it's so scary, though.
I know, yeah, exactly. That's the true explorer. That's where you find true test of self and bravery. It's within yourself.
I reckon the biggest fear for like things like that is losing your ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because control is the number one thing that we all are. Well, I can't say we all are, but I definitely have some kind of subconscious issue with control. For me, it's synonymous with safety, and I've got high self-preservation drive. That's like I'm high, like you know what I mean. I want to survive, so I've always had that high drive of wanting to survive, which in a way kind of fueled a bit of confidence because I know, boy, I don't care no matter what, boy, I'm getting out of this. I'm like, trust me. You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm saying, Slaps? Like, you know, you walk in and I feel like that halfway helps you in some way when you step in with the fact of, bruv, if it's me or you, I am not letting you kill me, bruv. Like, you know what I mean? There, like, so man just moves so erratic and so urgently and so, I don't know, man. You know, you I've just developed this thing in my head, like I haven't been killed yet, innit? And I've been through some madness. I'm like, yeah, I ain't been killed yet. Like, so you almost wonder whether it can happen. You don't want to test it because I'm wise. I don't want to be killed previously. But sometimes you have to wonder, no super duper crazy injury, nothing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
My intuition has done all of that for me. Made me avoid bear shit, bro. I left the yard got shot up. Do you know what I mean? I left the club got shot up. You know what I mean? I left the man, everyone got nicked. I remember, like, bear just over and over and over again. If you see me leave, it'd be a good indication to leave. But somehow, that mad thing, I wasn't there. That mad thing, I just weren't there for some reason.
Bro, I ran between the bullets, man. Didn't even know they were going. You know, you're just running and you hit you. And you look around and you see a man. Yeah, like mad. Your life.
I always view things like that as like multiple realities, isn't it? And I've gained that understanding from when I took salvia.
I definitely think. I definitely think if you've grown up in certain areas, you definitely can smell trouble coming. Definitely.
without a shadow of a doubt. You can feel it in the air.
In the air, bro. In the air.
Yeah, it's
Fuck
heavy.
Science.
It's heavy.
Until science tells me what that is, I can't just rely on what science, like, not because there's some shit that man can't explain, but we all know it's true. Like, trust me, I can feel it. And usually when you ignore that feeling, afterwards you're like,
something goes wrong.
But what burns you the most is you actually had a reality.
You knew
where
it.
You didn't. There was a reality where you didn't make that choice. Where you made the other choice, and you know the point where it was, and you're just like, "Fuck! Why can't I be that other gent? The one that went left?" You know. I mainly thought like that.
The one that didn't go out that night.
I mainly thought like that in police cells and shit like that. I mean, police cars. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, when it's too late.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Fuck. Or like halfway through a sentence, and some madness has just kicked off, and I'm just thinking, you know, I'm.
What am I even in here for? What am I even in here
just
for?
one decision, you know.
One stupid fucking mistake.
I didn't go downstairs. That was one of the ones when I was thinking, if I didn't go downstairs, if I never went downstairs, you get me? But you know what? All that regret.
Then it swings both ways, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all fantasy.
It swings both ways, Jed.
As you said earlier, Jed. If all that shit didn't happen to you as you were growing up, who would you be the Jedi there? Yeah, who would you be the Jedi standing there now? Exactly.
Would you like that dude? Would he? Would he have? Would you be?
You're comfortable with yourself because of it. Yeah, because you knew you were able to get through that stuff.
And
do you think he would?
And that's not to say that I don't recognize making mistakes, because I recognize making mistakes, and I regret making certain mistakes, especially those that, well, clearly harmed me and harmed others. I have genuine regret. However, without those, like, I don't know, it's the way that things went. It's what happened. It's irreversible. It's what happened, and we're here today. Give thanks. Do you know what I mean? What are you gonna say, Sash?
I was gonna say, if you hadn't gone through all the things that you've gone through, do you think you'd ever reach the level?
Who knows?
God,
maybe
of consciousness you are now. Like, do you think it was a catalyst?
Guess what, Sash?
What's that?
Maybe man would have been even greater.
Even better. I was just gonna say,
and maybe there have been small elements of conspiracy. You know, maybe some people at some points have deliberately thrown a banana skin on the runway for them to drop.
But maybe not though either.
Can I one theory?
I'm saying, like, trust me. Remember what I said about those that have a genetic or whatever predisposition to do certain things are usually earmarked, and if you can't join them, beat them, kind of thing, and make sure you keep them in a, because some people, I feel like some people can't be harmed in a certain way. There's only certain limits of how you can harm, but you can throw obstacles and you can throw all kinds of shenanigans to try and slow down the progress.
Or distracting it,
that may be inevitable. Maybe me winning, because I'm talking about me personally, maybe me winning is inevitable. So all of this is just trying to slow me down, but I'm going to get there and I'm going to do the thing that they desperately didn't want me to do. That's my hope, that I'm walking in my destiny. But there could be another possibility that I should have done my shit 10 years ago and I was sitting in a jail cell. You get me? When my moment was, you get me? That timeline.
Do you ever think,
if it's multiple timelines, that timeline was blocked off. There's that possibility as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know, but I think that you develop discernment.
No, it's actually when you're
so then like you're like with what you're saying, like having like your earmarks, for example, because there's something about you. So you kind of need to develop a type of discernment, so you're not being screwed over. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Not allowing.
I'll tell you what the trick is.
Pause. You're not allowing it into you.
This is the trick. The trick is that I am not in some kind of retreat, laid back, using my mind to its full potential, and you know, free of toxins and free of distractions and free of that's the trick. That I'm not doing that, because right about now, man is out here with his foot in the dunya, pursuing material things, trying to pay for rent, trying to pay for food, trying to do this, trying to do that, doing events, blah, 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 smoking weed, very rare. Do you know what I mean? Like, man's not left to their own devices. We're constantly bombarded with distractions that keep us away from enacting or reaching certain potentials that actually become beneficial for society on a larger scale. So, or should I say society, humanity, whatever, us, people. Because we got to look at it this way, yeah? The bad guys are very, 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 very obvious. It's so obvious who the bad guys are. There's so many of them. Do you know what I mean? In all walks of life. But the good guys, those what's the word? I don't want to use corrupted. But those guys that ain't taking no oaths and have no secret allegiance to some secret thing, whose agenda is what they say it is, like, or is no agenda. Those people are few and far between. Genuine people, like all these good guys, these people, oh my God, he's done so much, rare. And then I go and check, oh yeah, oh, he's involved in that, oh, he's part of that. Oh,
Like Krishna
he's one of
Murthy.
these,
For years.
And then I come to realize from, like I said, from being offered to be part of something, one of the selling points was how much good I could do. Being part of that club, part of that family, I could do an immense amount of good, and it opened my eyes up to the fact that philanthropy and charity and good deed and goodwill, was it? They only got the house of goodwill and all these things. They are like the reverse to the coin.
Yeah, there's
So
a second side to them.
so then I start to realize, like, all these good guys and that, all of a sudden, oh, he's dedicated this, oh, he's paid for these kids to do this, because yeah, of course, because you're feeling, yeah, of course you are, exactly. Of course, you feel some kind of way, because once a year or twice a year or a couple times a year, there's some real shit goes down. Now, my battle with all of this is, if half of these people, elites and people that are in power, are part of a secret club, how is it that you can bump into them on the high street or whatever and they seem semi-normal? Like, how is it that they could function if they're aware of all this mad shit? And I think the answer is, one, not everybody in a position of power is aware, because it works like that. Once you've been earmarked to be of no threat ever, you probably could climb to a very lofty position just so that you can tell the story of doing it without being part of something. It's a very clever game, but you are never going to be a threat, and you're never going to be in the know of those shit. Just like these Masons, these regular Masons that are out here doing goodwill and rare, half of them don't even know what the fuck they're in, and they're never going to know, because that's what keeps the Masons being the Masons. That's what makes people roll their eyes when you talk about them, because they're like, no, you always talk about the Masons, man. Who said they're even a bad thing? That's why. You get me? Because they flip it and they make sure that they got the good guys that are just in it. Just like the police force. The police force wouldn't work if every police officer was an absolute complete cunt. No, you need the community officers and stuff like that. Today I was walking past
politicians the same.
Walking past a basketball court, yeah, and I see four tiny kids chatting to two police officers. And in my head, I said to myself, you know what's mad? It's only the uniform that's making it okay for these two adults to be in a kid's playground talking to kids with no other adults in sight. It's only the uniform that makes it cool. Do you know what I mean? Talking to kids you don't know, just like, oh yeah, I've been doing, yeah, we're rare.
It's how Catholic priests got away with it for so long.
Agree.
But yeah, man. Was you gonna say something, Radar? I heard you.
Huh? No.
Okay. Was you gonna say something?
No, I'm just listening. Just lay down, close my eyes, just trying to get more involved in the conversation. Trying to get in the same
Are you
wave.
cool, Radar? What's going on with you, man? What's happening?
Nah, I was just in my own little wave before I jumped on, you know what I'm saying? I was mixing, I was in my own little conscious bubble, you know what I'm saying? And obviously, I'm very interested in this conversation, but I'm just trying to get on the same kind of level, innit? If that makes sense.
You sound different today, man. My radar is going off. Hope you're good, you know, Raids, man. Do you know what I mean? You still you going gym and that, yeah?
Yeah, I went gym earlier.
Cool, man. Anyway, you got my number if you need to chat. Boom. So here it says, psychedelics reflect the user's internal state of mind. If you see demons, it's a reflection of something dark inside of you. If you see angels, then likewise, the machine elves and other entities have been the source for both life, affirming guidance, and crippling fear. Whether or not they are real is almost irrelevant. What matters is what the subconscious believes. And this is where the real danger is. And that's why unknown source, probably him. I don't mean you. Someone said, someone in the chat said.
That's interesting.
How about whoever said that in the chat? I see what they did there.
That was a good video, man.
Yeah, it was.
Definitely something to think about.
Yeah, I'd like to take mushrooms, but I think
no,
like I don't think I worry that I wouldn't come back from it.
Too much worries. That's the problem.
Well, yeah,
probably.
And that's
what do you think?
That's why you can take it.
Well, what do you think of the idea of the way mushrooms are attached to the mycelium network, right? And they're the recyclers of everything that dies on the planet, right? So fungus, so even in those radiation places, there's fungus growing, trying to get it back to, I don't know, back to level or whatever. Do you think that they're eating all that information while they're in there, and that's why
apparently those
magic mushrooms
are filled with pure melanin?
Okay. Oh, those ones in the radiation. Yeah, I seen that.
Chernobyl.
Yeah.
This is something to do with why the Russians are going over, taking over Chernobyl, why they took it over first.
But did you see what the Russian soldiers done in Chernobyl? They dug trenches, and they're all, I think 80, 90 of them are fucked now, and they're bad radiation sickness from digging trenches in Chernobyl. But what I was saying about magic mushroom was, do you think that there's so much information in those magic mushrooms, and you get so much information from them, is because they're part of that mycelium network that runs underneath everything? It's running underneath all our feet, and it's eating up everything that's
so we're
basically
connected, in Dublin. That's what you're trying to say. We're connected back to Earth, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Like I said, man, I think there's certain fruits. Yeah, I don't think that the analogy of the fruit of the Garden of Eden and all that is purely just mythology. Just like the elixir, manna, it seems that there's certain things that you can consume. The fountain of youth. Certain things you can consume that affect you in a profound way and maybe give you certain abilities and that. Like I said, if there's fish out there that you eat and makes you dream, there's a fruit that you eat and will give you a certain type of dream, or there's a herb that you can drink that will, there's things out there, man. There's a cure for fucking AIDS.
Everything,
There's
exactly.
everything out there. Do you know what I mean? There's
and if we weren't so,
a lot of the times as well, you might have something where that works in synergy with other things. So things that you have to.
But Sash, check this, right? If we were more in tune with nature than putting so much into pharmaceutical companies and stuff like that, I think we would have
nature. Forget about being in tune with nature.
Okay, but
we're not even in nature. This is our first step. We tried to get in tune with nature from a fucking flat. Yeah, we're not even.
I know
nature.
what you mean. Yeah,
some of you are maybe a bit more closer to nature. Some of you lot got a lot more access to Greenland. Some of you lot live in very, very green areas. Do you know what I mean? Still not quite nature, but there's aspects of it there. Do you know what I mean?
What do you mean by nature, though? Something that's living.
Yeah, be around like the
bees, the plants, the birds, the rivers.
What do they call it?
Ecosystem. ecosystem.
A rich ecosystem of
It's like
life.
being able to see the seasons change, like
Naturally
out your
occurring
window.
wildlife, naturally occurring plants
Mm.
and fauna, maybe access to water, fresh water, naturally occurring shapes,
Yeah.
the geometry, because the less right angles you see, the more out of the matrix you can think. The right angles and all of these shapes kind of force you into a certain way of using your brain, I believe. I'm just saying, like, the color green is noted to have a certain effect on your psyche. So all of these things.
Look, put it this way: we used to live where we would have anything. I mean, food, water, whatever we needed within 7-8 acres of where we were staying. You know, that's where humans used to place themselves. Now we're placing ourselves in the middle of city centers.
Just think to have
Concrete
I
jungles.
knew Dublin. Like, feel like you can say, like, if you go barefoot in the grass, how do you feel, guys?
Exactly. Well, yeah, and look, you definitely are earthing yourself. I know that's a cliche to say, but when you take your shoes and your socks off on the beach, in the grass, on the muck,
Even
it
at
does.
home.
Yeah, exactly.
Even at home, you
exactly,
feel
even on the wood, even on wooden floors.
the relief of stress. No, I'm
Definitely.
not saying on wood. I'm just saying in general. Even when you just you feel
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
So you know it's a benefit. You know.
That's what I'm saying. Come over here.
Over to the ice.
So what?
Over to the ice.
You don't think that nature can adapt to any environment?
No, I think humans definitely belong underneath sunshine as well, though. Actually, we don't. We've no business in Ireland or in Sweden or any of these places that's still fucking cold, because it makes you miserable.
Well, it depends
I wouldn't
on-
say it's adapted though, isn't it? Just intentional manipulation of nature.
Yeah.
The shit they spray on you, all of that shit. So it's intentional. They know exactly what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? So
As Jedi says, we're being bombarded from all angles on every which way. You know, we really are.
I used to think that people who went away were selfish. So, like, if people was like, you know what, I'm just gonna pack my shit and bounce. I used to actually think you're selfish, like you're running away from the fight. And now I'm like, fuck that, man. I feel like running away too.
that's
Like, I
self-preservation.
actually feel just packing my shit
and running.
and bouncing, man. Yeah, like I really, really do. The more we talk about this stuff, the more
thing is, like,
I'm in the middle of that now.
Are there places to go?
And where to go, yeah. Isn't it the same?
but there might be a better way of life somewhere else where I can get more sun. I can get fresher food,
Yeah, that's
fresher
true.
fruit. I can pick a
Grow
mango
your own
off
shit,
a
yeah.
tree. Oh my god,
Exactly.
that's lovely. But yeah, like. But then I look at, like, even going back to Philippines, I look at Philippines. The only place I can really go in Philippines is deep in the mountains. Because it's been, Philippines, they're brainwashed, man. Proper brainwash. It's really sad.
So do you
So I
think
don't know
nature
where
should
I'd
be
go.
tampered?
Pardon?
I said, do you think nature should be tampered, or should I rephrase and say garden?
No, man, just leave it. It'll
So,
provide for
for
you, you just
example,
leave
like,
it.
if you look at
Would
weeds,
you
for example, like
garden?
if weeds are left unkept, you know what I'm saying, they can start killing and taking over other plants, and you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah, but then
any
you get other
interaction
that
you make
will.
will have an effect, you know.
But radar, maybe that's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, but who was the
Because
one
other weeds
fucking it up
will.
though? Right
The
up.
right plants that
Where
the
did
right
man
plants
learn
will grow.
agriculture? There's some
I feel
theories
we
on that.
touched on that before.
But our agriculture is trying to keep our one certain crops away from everything else. Do you know what I mean?
Monoculture. Mono farming, isn't it? That's what they call it.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I think. But then if you look at wild berries, like Did anyone used to actually pick wild berries when they was younger?
Yeah.
I actually
Yeah,
remember
blackberries,
picking them,
raspberries,
and those
yeah.
horrible gooseberries. Ugh, remember those horrible gooseberries? I used to try
black
so hard
ones?
to like them. No, gooseberries, like the green one that's sour as fuck.
No, never tried
I used to try to like them. They're gross.
Are they not just?
Just
Are they
things like that. Like I don't know where to even do that now.
Find them, yeah.
Oh, that's
It's just casual. Like people's back gardens. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, they used to be everywhere. You're right, you know.
Yeah.
But obviously they come with the thorns and it's kind of an ugly bush. Do you know what I mean? So it's usually in derelict, kind of overgrown places. So
Yeah, but
it's
Sash,
treated like weeds and got.
I heard
chopped
you
down.
saying.
They're nowhere now.
I heard you saying the other day that there was farms close by yous. Yeah.
Yeah, there are.
So where there's farmland, you're gonna find all of those wild bushes, and you're gonna find
Sometimes,
shrooms
because
as well.
if it's their farm, they will adapt the land, innit, to the animals that they're farming, for example. So usually, like I don't know, like I generally cannot think of a place that I can go to and just pick stuff.
Oh.
Whereas before, I used to be able to.
No woods near you.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's very funny. But even in the woods, like even when you go to the woods now, like I don't know, it
Them woods
seems
are fake, man. They're
different.
manicured kind of, man. Like,
Yeah, do you know what I'm saying?
you need to go to a real, you need to go to a
No.
real woods, a natural.
Yeah,
woods.
woods where they're not chopping down the trees every year.
Yeah,
That
woods where the
they're
trees
not
are
real.
in a row and that, all in a line.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait, what? You haven't got any like that near you, no?
yeah, I don't know
Not that-
about yeah. I don't know.
I might have,
Yes,
but I don't know.
can't you like go in the woods and find your berries? and
Remember,
your-
all these places, these nature reserves, they're not natural places. You know, so just
You
remember that.
made me notice something, Jedi. Actually,
What's that?
see when we went out with when we went to that place with Flame,
Yeah,
where the river was,
yeah.
and you was like, "Oh, this is new. Look how small those trees are." So then I started clocking. Actually, you know, every time I'm going
But
places
that's
that
it,
look like it's
yeah,
natural, I look how thin the trees are. I'm like, "Oh shit, yeah." But then I actually look around and I think I don't see massive trees anymore.
Look at Hyde Park.
Like
That's all manufactured.
Yeah, but I mean that place that we went to with Flame, they were reservoirs. They weren't lakes, like they were reservoirs. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I
remember the
mean?
trees? How small the trees were? They're like little tiny
but-
branches.
but
They're,
yeah, but what I'm saying to you is,
sapling
Sash,
type trees.
that was a park made up and water was put into it. That's not a natural thing. That didn't look natural to me anyway. That's all.
I don't know about the water part. But yeah, but I don't know. But then I just noticed around that I don't see big trees as much anymore. The only time I do see big trees is when like land has been in people's generations. Like
On a good hot day, man, we should organize a forest walk.
I tell you what, Jez, I'm gonna send you something. There's this place flipping banging. It is proper. It is made up, but the trees are hench.
Yeah,
I sent it to you. Little bike riding and shit.
Oh, you're gonna have to get over here. I'll bring you into a bit of proper nature, for fuck's sake.
Proper nature.
Me first, Dublin. Me first, man.
Take it easy,
What's
Axel.
cold up? What's cold up? Fight.
Me first, man. I'm gonna show you some real nature. We
No,
can
there's
get your
loads
own
of Dublin to go around,
mushrooms
Axel. Relax.
berries.
Does anyone know what's the most well-kept piece of nature in the UK?
Well kept. What do you mean? Most natural?
Yeah.
Probably Scotland, is it? Up around the mountains of
The
Scotland.
Hebrides, I don't know.
Yeah, the Outer Hebrides.
Them
They're
kind- I don't
Irish,
even
really,
know.
though.
There'll be a few places. I'm sure they've got a couple places. What's Sherwood saying?
Devon and
Robin Hood's thing.
Devon and that. Mm-hmm.
Devon, yeah.
I like Devon. Devon and Cornwall
They look beautiful.
are very nice.
That's over west, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
None of that,
correct though.
Where they talk, man. Who our side or all that shit.
I go now.
Hey, Dubs. Have you ever taken salvia?
No, Red, you asked me this before. The only reason why I didn't take salvia is because I seen a girl taking it up in a pub one night and she pissed herself. So I wasn't into taking this. She laughed and said, She was laughing so much she pissed herself. So
Why
I
do
was like,
people?
nah,
Why do
fuck
people
that.
do these things in pubs and that? I never understood, man.
I know.
Going out,
Well,
and I don't know, man. It's not that.
no.
But the reason I'm asking,
yeah,
go on,
is because that's the only psychedelic I've ever taken.
Is it a
And
psychedelic, Savia? Yeah.
people compare it to DMT, saying it's very similar to DMT.
Don't know, bro. I've
And the
never
reason
taken
I'm
it, bro.
interested is because for me, like when I took it, it was basically the exact same as like when I'm like having like an episode or something, you know?
Right. Listen, a psychotic episode are you talking about? Listen, I don't know why people are so afraid of DMT. I really don't. You know, that stuff is running through.
And when
It's
we ask
running.
you, you take all this
It's
shit.
running
We ask
through
you
you.
what happens. You don't never say shit. You say nothing.
Well, what do you want me to say? Like
Anything. You've
you know what I
never
mean?
described an experience once. It's something I've
I
known for a long time.
I told you the other night about my first experience with DMT, and the little black old lady sitting in the corner laughing at me every time
That's it. It was very vague though.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, the start of any DMT trip is the same as any trip. It's the kaleidoscope, as the other guy said the other day, all those colors. And then where you get to is where you get to. That's how hard you're going to hit the pipe. I've got to some mad places. It's just hard putting into words. You know? It really is. And I couldn't even go any further than that. Like, I couldn't explain to you the places I've been to on those jokes. I couldn't. Space, beaches, everything and everything and anything. And everything in between. It's the only way I can explain it. But I mean, to do DMT, you need to go and experience that shit for yourself. See the stuff I gave you, Jedi, is on your own, or else have one guy that knows what he's doing with you. I don't think Raw had that anyway. But that's the same with shrooms as well. Shrooms, you should be doing them on your own, you know? Especially when you get older. Maybe when you're younger, you feel safer with your friends and that, and you're doing them out and wherever the park.
Do you think when people are younger, though, do you think they do it for the, like, they just do it to have fun?
You could end up like
you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it when you're younger.
If you're not concentrating, you'll end up like Day, man.
So when I microdose,
I think there should be.
Mad. Better be aware of your surroundings.
When I did a microdose on shrooms, so I've spoken about my panic attack that I had before. I called it a panic attack, so I couldn't give it any other explanation. But then I was microdosing that day, so I think it was I was tripping a little bit, but I floated out of my body. I actually remember floating out of my body. Why are you sighing? I genuinely remember feeling myself float out of my body, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I got shook, and I went back in my body. I didn't want to say too much at the time. So I didn't want to look like I was crazy. But now that I remember that I was microdosing. That's kind of mad. Like, does anyone want to explain to me what that was? How I floated out my body, and what I could have done? Like, could I have gone for a walk?
You should have explained it.
I was too scared. I jumped straight back in my body. I'm like, what the fuck am I going? Where am I going?
Why did you do that, Sash? Why? What was the reasoning? What was the colours you saw? Why?
I didn't see colours.
What?
I didn't see no colours.
What did you see?
When? It wasn't seeing things. It was just like, it was.
Wow. Okay.
It was like my whole thought process had changed that day. That's the only way I can really put it. The thought processes did a complete change because of the things that I was thinking.
So you floated out of your body and went where?
That was the last bit of it. I didn't go anywhere. I got shook and grounded myself and put myself back in my body.
Right.
So why didn't you go with us?
I didn't go anywhere. I literally floated up
Now, why
I felt
didn't
myself
you
float
go
up.
with it? Why didn't you
Oh,
go
fuck
with it?
that.
What?
Because I didn't want to. I was scared. I didn't want to.
Maybe
What if I
you'll
couldn't get back
never
in?
experience. Maybe you'll never experience that again. And like, who knows
but
what you are to fucking see there?
yeah, but what if I couldn't get back into my body?
You would have got
these
back
times,
into your body.
You're telling me that if you was having a panic attack and you felt yourself floating out your body, you wouldn't get shook? Come on, man.
right?
Come on.
This is what I'm saying.
Especially if that wasn't your intention.
It wasn't, and I was not like if I had taken mushrooms with the intention of, okay, I might start tripping, like be a bit more prepared. I was not. It hit me out of nowhere, like out of nowhere. And in some ways, I actually think it saved me because around that time, right, I was doing the whole meditating, like group meditations and affirmations, all that shit. Do you know what I'm?
It was part
So
of that. No. It weren't.
No, listen, wait.
Go on.
I think it saved me because after that, I didn't do none of it anymore.
Yeah, because that's what was.
But when you did it, did you do it?
When you was doing that shit was unlocking things. Yeah, yoga. I tell people, man.
Yeah, yoga's funny, man.
When you do that shit, you be unlocking shit, and then you're vegan and not eating meat or doing this. You're cleaning up your act and all this is making yourself. It's like cleaning up your yard to turn it into an Airbnb. Redecorate. You get me? Getting it all right, and that's why I feel like a lot of that shit is so popular
for someone else.
Because they want to make people. Because then it makes. I think it makes you more. It can. Because you're unaware of it, then it makes you more vulnerable to
other shit.
Other stuff.
Yeah.
They have trivialized it though with all these tarot card reading. Apparently they're doing it in McDonald's now.
Mad.
What tarot card reading?
Tarot card readings in America.
What are we doing?
In McDonald's.
What? Whilst you're eating a flipping busted cheeseburger?
All these
That's a joke.
quote unquote witches, whether they know it or not, dealing with candles
Fortune
and all this
cookie.
weirdo shit.
Mad.
It's very much trivialized now.
Mm.
So people are just opening themselves up to weirdo shit and they don't even know.
Yeah, fortune cookies, exactly.
Everyone on Instagram is doing something. Tarot card readings or making candles or
crystals.
Yeah, and crystals and all this weird shit. Definitely.
Yeah, Trinity, she does that stuff, innit?
Making judge soap.
She's free from us, Matthew. Again, she's
I didn't
free
say
from
anything.
us.
I'm just asking a question, man. What happened? Wow. Defensive.
She
man.
definitely does.
Emotional.
I know you. I know you by now, Maku.
I am tarot. Mad.
Oh shit.
You are tarot. Mad. Yeah.
Yeah, don't do yoga, folks, if you don't want to, tap into some entities jumping onto your body. No.
Okay, tell me why do you believe that, Axum?
Because I saw it on Maku's show. We went way.
What do you watch?
No, yeah, we saw this. What was it? Hare Krishna people.
Oh
Hindu
yeah,
people.
mad. Yeah.
It was
They do it communal, right? They do it as a group or something.
They were shaking in one room. It was mad. It was crazy,
Yeah,
man.
jumping up and down.
What is this?
Seen it, man.
Huh?
Yeah,
You've seen it, yeah?
I've seen all that kind of shit.
All
man.
of that before.
That mad shit, man. They do bare shit. When you got
Yeah.
the gurus, they do this group shit and they chant shit. Listen,
No,
man.
the thing is,
you,
I
if you
was
go-
really like
If you
scared
go
when I
onto
say.
Instagram and go
Yeah.
hashtag yoga is demonic, you're only going to see my posts there.
Mad.
Mad.
Hear me from
Wow.
like
One and only.
2013. Go and test me out. Go and test it. There's probably other
Hashtag.
people that have tapped into it now, but yeah, you can see
Hashtag.
me.
It's good
I've got
hashtag.
up there. I've got the post of the because I was telling people from time, right, that I think
Mm.
something's dodgy with it. I remember I've been on this. I'm not gonna be repeating no mantra. I'm not gonna be. So I've been on that from time. Then I
Yeah.
stumbled across a book by Alistair Crowley about yoga, and I said, "Oh my god, here we go."
Oh.
Yeah, he will tell you. If you don't, I think I've written a post. If you don't believe me, let Alistair Crowley
I'll
tell
tell
you.
you. Mad.
Let him tell you.
What did you
Yeah,
say
man.
it was? Yoga is
demonic.
Yeah, man. Tantric stuff, all sorts of stuff. Everyone's doing it. They've
But a
been
lot of people
doing
think
it,
if they're
man.
not chanting, it's not the same. But every
They're
position
been
has a
it.
meaning.
What?
People don't
Yeah.
realize.
Yeah,
Every
every
single position
asana,
has got
All of
meaning.
them
every
does it.
asana is devoted
It's a language,
to an
yeah.
entity. Every asana, and this is according to Shiva in the Bhagavad Gita. Yeah, this is according to Shiva telling you he is attributed to being the creator of yoga, right? So
Yeah.
And he's a demon. Martin.
So every asana, because I was supposed to be going to this silent retreat in August.
What?
That you're supposed to do breath work. It's I can't remember what kind of asana it is now.
Oh mate, just
I'll
all of
have to
them
look
just
it
allow
up.
it, man. Them asanas are demons, man.
In congregation as well, man. Allow it. The energy must be. Oh no.
Now, when they did it in
So you're
school,
saying don't go there?
babies, yeah, like kids, making them do some
They do it
mantra
now. They do it now for mental health.
in. Oh my God, for kids, you know.
They sit there and they do all that, with chimes and
Yeah, no,
ringing
in
chimes
fact,
and...
Britain remember I covered this, man. Britain had the first school for transcendental meditation for kids. So their whole curriculum was based around this. Go Google it. Google it, and that's connected to the Lucid Trust.
Wow.
They have started doing meditating in my daughter's school, and she said what they do is they say look into this candle and basically any focus on good things or some shit, and I'm just like, babe, don't look at the candle, and when they're doing that, start singing a song in your head. Start doing a song in your head.
initiated
Literally
in
have a
TM
dance
as
in your
well.
head.
Yeah,
So she's passed it on to her friend who's a Christian in the school. So yeah, there's a few things that they do. That school is spooky.
Did you go
as
to
well.
it? Did you type it in? Did you type it in? The yoga is demonic on Instagram.
Yeah, I tried to
Yeah,
find it.
you can't find it.
What is it? A hashtag?
Go into search.
Yeah.
And just type in yoga is demonic, one word, like all one word. Yeah,
I have.
Yeah, and then you scroll down to the bottom, you can see. Hold on.
I'll do that now.
If you scroll down to the bottom of this, look, there's 142 posts here. Yoga is
It's
demonic.
not the same. Yeah, it's not the same. I think.
You scroll down.
Hey, nothing's coming up for me, no.
And then the first post is me. Yoga is demonic.
Oh, with thingy.
It's 2015. 355 weeks ago. Mad. Then I got this one.
This one.
Shiva is Saturn. Saturn is Lucifer. Mad. What am I talking about here? I'm just waffling around. You thought I was crazy, huh? I see you waking up though, and then I was putting bare different things here: moon landing hoax, 9/11, right? Saturn, Boston bombing, Sandy Hook, the occult entertainment industry. Religion is mind control. Racism is a distraction. I can't say this one out loud. I can't say this one out loud. Michelle Obama is a man. I got a flat earth, false flag, Sandra Bland hoax.
Thanks, Mary.
And then you got Alistair Crowley, 8 lectures on yoga. Enough man preach yoga and meditation based off Hinduism. When I tell you yoga is demonic and you are attaching yourself to entities from different realms, dimensions, you look at me like I'm nuts or a Christian. I'm neither. Why not download Alistair Crowley's PDF on the subject of yoga and see what he ascertains from the tradition? Or you could read the Bhagavad Gita for your damn self and see in the oldest text about yoga what it was designed for. But yoga originated in Kemet. And then I did the hiding monkey face, yeah. If you don't go and get you some research, don't waste your breath. Yoga was created by Shiva, a manifestation of Brahma. Every position asana has been linked to a different deity. Yes, you will open yourself up to entities and be used as a conduit. You think it's just stretching with your with your follow fashion ass.
Isn't there a yoga called? Isn't there a yoga
Oh,
pose called the Fallen Angel?
Yeah.
man.
Down the front.
Like if he's actually the actual pose is
Told
like
you, man. Told
Saying-
you. All stories are similar and the
Mhm.
same, man.
Saying yoga is Christian is like working at a strip bar and claiming to be dancing for Jesus.
Oh shit.
Because they got some Christian. Because they had.
Oh
they had
my.
some Christian yoga thing. So Christian yoga, like Christian yoga.
What?
Uh-oh. Here comes the yoga master.
Who's it?
Who's that?
She'll have to.
And this goes, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Isaiah 5:20. Hey. Yeah, man. I used to be going in, man. It's worth. That's why I've kept all my posts on Instagram. It's worth going back because more yoga Satanism.
This is mad.
Yeah. The mudra hand signal used during the lotus position is used to represent Satan's numeric 666.
Judge.
Speak though. Imagine if someone's got a telephone number that ends with 666.
Oh, shit. This is my hafty.
I thought it was Sneaks.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, I'm waiting for Sneaks to say something, and then it's Julius, you know.
So I was just keeping it real. In this dimension.
That's deep, man. That's mad.
300 students.
Yeah, they're actually pushing that. That's so real, you know. Meditation.
Buses arrive.
Attention.
This is 2017.
The usual
That's mad, yeah. America's always ahead of us, isn't it? A bit.
complete stop. Filling your belly like a balloon. Twice a day, more than 300 students take part in a program called Mindful Moments. They learn to breathe.
Exhale, bring the arms back down. Nice
They do that now, yeah.
Stretch.
It's not haram to
block out
actually
distractions.
do meditation or that.
But they come at
And
it
you've seen
from
the
an angle of
difference.
mental health and calming the children
Carlilian
down, and
Thompson
brain
is the
breaks,
school
and
principal.
They actually taught the students how to redirect that negative energy into something positive.
So have you seen suspensions go down?
We've had 0 suspensions.
Hold on to that breath.
When students fight or misbehave at Coleman, they aren't sent to the principal's office. Instead, they come here to the
They
Mindful
tested it on a black
Movement,
dude.
where they're
What?
taught to resolve conflicts peacefully.
Inhale and deep. Like
What are you
chin
doing,
to
Joe?
your
Get in your
chest.
bed.
And teach others. Morning rush at Robert Coleman Elementary School.
Last name.
But after the buses arrive and the kids pour in, the usual classroom chatter comes to a complete.
Yeah, man, it's mad because bare women love yoga, man.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed. A lot of women like
it's
yoga.
marketed more towards them, don't you think?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
so-
tried it once upon a time.
Out of curiosity,
You tried everything, Axel, man.
out of curiosity, Sarah, is that a bit, in regards to meditation, yoga, and all that? Is that
I worry for your
Cherokee?
soul, man.
As far as I was taught, yeah. That's what I was taught. Don't participate in none of that, even if you're not chanting. Even if you're just doing the
Axel.
moves and you're doing it for exercise and all the other things that they try to
Just be
push.
participating in everything.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah, we were never, no.
You got that rebel energy, like, yeah.
And you find
I'll
that
do
a
it.
lot of
I'll try it.
magicians, even
I'll do it. I'll
quote
try it.
unquote,
I'm feeling.
these Muslim magicians, when they ask them, "Oh, what do you do?" or whatever, when they get captured, they have to show exactly what they did, as in how they do their trickery or whatever. A lot of them do go into those poses, or they spend hours in caves or like isolate places in those positions chanting.
But after that,
Like what you say, like Muhammad in the cave? Mad.
Well, no, we don't know how he was in a cave reflecting.
Or like
whatever
Jesus on the
chanting.
mountain? Mad.
Oh,
Well, as far
boy.
as Muhammad, he wasn't doing no moves.
Or like Moses on the mountain. all of these things that I feel like all these men went into meditative states, like Yahweh, no, Allahua. What's that guy's name? Allahushai. What's that guy's name? From the Baha'i faith.
Oh man.
Ah.
Yeah, he's another one. You get me? It seems to be this isolation, this seclusion brings forward certain interactions, prophecies, and you know, it's like I don't know. It's like, yeah, Jesus was on the mountain meditating. The Bible says Jesus was on the mountain meditating.
Yep.
Meditation. Yeah.
And did Prophet Muhammad not do the same?
I've never heard the word meditation. What I've heard is he secluded himself from his people who were practicing paganism. So he moved away from them and he worshipped the Creator.
Who did that?
Because he didn't feel comfortable with what they were doing.
Who are we talking about?
Prophet Muhammad.
Oh, yeah.
The term
prophet,
meditation,
yeah,
I've never heard that term specifically.
Well, you have to ask who occupied the cave prior to the prophet. Who was known to occupy the cave, and it was some mystic of some sort. It was basically his cave. It was basically his cave. Yeah. Look on the person who was I don't know what type of faith it was, but it was some form of Hinduism, Buddhism, or something, or mystical something. But that guy went in there. He used to meditate in the cave.
What, Mount Hira? But where's the reference for that? That's my point.
No, it's supposedly in the story, though. You know, well, hadith or something.
Nah,
nothing is going to be in the Quran, is it?
It's definitely not in the Quran. I can tell you that. But I've never heard a hadith either. Of another man. So you're gonna have to pull that up.
I shut him down, Sarah, man.
You're gonna have to pull that up because that was a.
Shut him down. He's chatting shit. Tell him he's chatting
Anyway, just pull up the evidence in it when you can.
Some mystic who
but one thing
occupied the
say,
cave.
Even Islamically, we're not allowed to go to these secluded
what
mountains.
Because they say jinns are there, innit?
Yeah, because jinns go there because it's safer for them. Like, do you know what I mean?
So why is it so safe for 14
days? Because say they're in the city, right? People.
Why did Prophet Muhammad go there then?
Shit.
Pardon?
Why did he go there?
He was protected by the Most High, though. Understand, prophets are different from humans. Prophets are protected. They're a protected being. They're not like us. They had a job and they had a mission.
In the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible doesn't say prophets are. So like, obviously, this is another example.
This is a lot of assumption. This is a lot of assumption, though.
Huh?
Can you bring us some facts on that as well?
Nah, you bring your facts first.
Facts on what, though?
That he practiced in the cave.
Facts.
That the prophet practiced in the cave, right?
Practice what?
So we know there's a cave, right?
Nah, don't try it, bro. Don't try
right?
it. You said that the mistake.
There's a cave.
No.
No. Wait, sniper. You try to make it seem like the cave was Airbnb and
there was someone there prior.
Yeah, there was a former tenant or landlord. My man just borrowed the cave for a bit.
Invoked something there prior to him.
Yeah,
so I'm saying I've never heard this storyline. Like genuinely, I'm genuinely asking.
What the man was doing in the cave was the man was doing in the cave, but it's known to be.
What man?
No, but I'm saying, do you have a hadith? Is it a historical thing?
From where?
From where?
This is a Nubian fucking theory.
Like if I research, where can I research this?
Do you get the information?
Just one reference, a name.
No, we've had many discussions, even in the past, on this subject.
Fuck this guy.
Oh, we got.
Fuck this guy,
I don't even know
what do you mean when you say like meditation?
Who?
So say you all of you.
I would say the practice of deep contemplation, of slowing down the thought process. Some would say clearing their mind, but I don't know. Maybe focusing on something, deep concentration, and altering your consciousness through intense focus or intense relaxation.
So, do you think if you sat down in the woods and closed your eyes, and just sat there present, that's bad? Or if that was like meditation,
well, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to?
That's relaxing, isn't it? It's relaxing, isn't it? It's different from meditation.
Relax, but what is your aim?
Or isn't that what meditation? A form of meditation?
I would say that was
That's a good question. Or with the form of aim.
I would say that's just sitting down, chilling.
Yeah.
Anyone can meditate in any type of
Sit
form,
down
but
and chill in the woods.
there's
Sit down,
specific for the old time.
lay back and chill in the woods. I think it's a different practice when you have some kind of intention to reach a higher state or change the state. Do you know what I mean?
But I think that's
often
the,
people are told to like clear their